Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. We are always thrilled to be with you. Coming up in our final hour, you know, we're going to get you set for Thursday Night Football and a battle in the NFC East. Giants and the Eagles in the Meadowlands in 20 minutes. Before we get started on Week 6, we'll rank our top 5 teams in the league and reveal our power rankings. Then we bring in the donks to wrap things up at 8:40, along with our favorite wagers on this Thursday. Welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. As we stream our final hour, we do so on X as well. I'm Jink. She is Chelsea. And if you want to stream us, we make it easy for you. Just go to BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, and Samsung TV Plus. Chelsea, Thursday Night Football. Here we go. Another week in the National Football League, and I think a pretty interesting matchup. The Eagles are big favorites in the Meadowlands against the Giants, laying 7.5. The Eagles minus 400. The Giants are plus 310. The total is 41, and I tend to lean Giants here, plus 7 and a hook, but you can make a case for the Eagles that at some point maybe that offense gets together and takes advantage of this pretty bad Giants team. Not an official play, but how you feeling about this game?
I just feel like there's too much volatility on both sides of the coin. Because for the Eagles, whenever you say something is a buy low spot, there is risk in that. Yeah. I don't want to bet on things like that. I want to bet on surefire things. So I'm going to go to the props world. Because it just feels like the numbers just don't support the Eagles this year. And I think one of the tougher things in betting is to take the team's name off the jersey and say, what do the numbers say about this team? And the numbers are not kind when it comes to this Eagles offense. And maybe they do right the ship tonight. Maybe it is a get-right spot against a team that they've beat up on in the past, winning 7 of their last 8 games against the Giants. But it's just not one of those things I want to bet on. Then you look at the Giants, and it feels like there is a ton of volatility with a team that's led by a couple of really young guys in Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. We've seen their ceiling when they beat the Chargers and look amazing, and the rush attack was really effective. And then you see them against the Saints, who are not a good team, and they're turning the ball over a ton, and they lose that game. So it just feels like on both sides of the equation, these are two sides that I don't really want to trust.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way as well. I think what it comes down to on my end is, can the Eagles move the ball against the Giants? They should be able to, because the Giants, while they're very strong up front, aren't necessarily great against the run. At the same time, the Eagles have had plenty of chances through 5 weeks to show what they can do on offense. And what have they done? Like nothing. Like even against a poor defense, are we convinced that the Eagles can move the ball at a prolific pace? And one thing that I don't want to put my money on is, well, eventually they're going to. Like, yeah, they have the talent, but we haven't seen it. That's like the due theory. Like they're due. They're due. And, you know, sometimes that does come true, right? When you have a big sample size, you know, it's like the Phillies last night. They're due to actually start hitting some long balls, right? These guys are too good. They were due, and it came home. But in the NFL, and in most cases, I don't want to put my money on something that hasn't happened yet that should happen. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, it's not something I want to put my money on. I will say matchup-wise, it does feel like a good matchup for the Eagles if there were a get-right spot, because of what you mentioned, the Giants have not been good at stopping the run, giving up 5.3 yards per carry. And it feels like this is a very easy parallel to make. The fact that we've been waiting on the Eagles to break out, and the fact that we've been waiting for Saquon Barkley to break out. And he's going to be the big storyline tonight, of course, making his return to play the Giants, the team that he once played for. And it does feel like a revenge spot for him. But Saquon, man, his numbers have not been good this year, at least compared to what we saw last year. Somebody who's averaging just 3.2 yards per carry, only 267 yards total for the entirety of the season, only 3 touchdowns. So, Jenks, we have not seen the explosive runs from Saquon Barkley. His longest rush this year has been 17 yards. So maybe you say to yourself, okay, here's a buy low spot on a running back that was the best in the NFL last year. So the number's 81.5. That does feel low, but there is sabotage factors lurking. If this game gets out of hand, it feels like the Eagles are not going to wear him into the ground just because he has popped up on the injury report this week with some knee soreness. So I don't know. It just feels like I'm not going to be shocked if Saquon finally breaks out. And I do think the team is going to want to give him a chance to like prove it to the Giants once again. It's just, how many games of sample size do you need before you say, hey, maybe this is just what the Eagles offense is?
That's where I stand right now. That's how I feel. I feel like, look, until we see otherwise, this is who you are. They are still trying to figure things out, and I don't quite know why. It's really interesting where, teams do evolve throughout the season. There's no question. Some teams get better, some teams get worse, and we could absolutely be talking about the Eagles in a few weeks and be saying, wow, that offense has really come alive. It just hasn't happened yet. Same thing with Saquon. I will say when it comes to Saquon, though, and I do think this is important to point out, is that I know he has not performed. I know it has been a really down year. But I absolutely don't believe the idea that, all of a sudden, how it is in the NFL, you hit a wall, you take too many hits, your production drops. His production has dropped off a cliff, like just completely fallen. So he's not slowing down. He just hasn't produced at all. And that makes me think this is more of an issue with the Eagles' offense as a whole. And hasn't what we've seen sort of made that be the case? Like, no one is really being explosive here. Jalen Hurts hasn't had an amazing year. A.J. Brown is upset. He's been complaining publicly, now privately. He hasn't been amazing. Saquon hasn't either. Like, everyone on that offense is sort of struggling to produce at a high level. So I think the talent is still there for Saquon. It's just a matter of when or if we're going to see it. Maybe it'll be tonight, but I also feel like a lot of bettors are putting a little too much emphasis on the revenge factor. Production is production regardless of revenge.
Right, like that's like mentality goes a little bit in the NFL, but like at the end of the day, like I don't know, like storylines don't rule the games. Like talent and X's and O's really are the deciding factor. But everything on the Eagles offense, like it just feels like it's complementary football. When the passing game is working, it sets up the run game. When the run game is working, it sets up the pass game. And right now, neither of those are really working efficiently. So maybe if one gets going, maybe we'll see the other one perform tonight. But let's get into some bets because it feels like we don't really have a play on a side, or at least one that's making the card. So you mentioned this one. And I feel like this is going to be a popular one, especially for people who do same game parlays and you're looking for an anytime touchdown scorer. Right now at BetMGM, Jalen Hurts is minus 135 to score a touchdown. There is this play. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's called the tush push. It's very effective, and it's where Jalen Hurts gets his tush into the end zone. I feel like based on that alone, like that play's unstoppable. It's not going to shock me if we see that tonight. And plus, I like betting on guys who have multiple ways that can get into the end zone, whether it's Jalen Hurts on the tush push, or whether it's Jalen Hurts on a quarterback sneak, whether it's, both of those things. I guess that's the only two options. But, like, that's my point, is that Jalen Hurts can score in multiple ways. So I think that's a great play. Jenks, is that going to make the card for you?
Maybe. I do like, and it's going in the wrong direction, but that's okay. I like that play a lot just because if you're talking about what's going to happen tonight, everyone's going to be on Saquon, and I get that. And yes, I think the Eagles will try to get him into the end zone. But at the end of the day, what is your number one priority? Your number one priority isn't to make sure Saquon is happy and getting some revenge against his former team. Your objective is to win the game. So if you get close down on the goal line, can't you see the Eagles running some sort of misdirection where they line up Saquon in the backfield and everyone thinks it's going to Barkley, and then Jalen Hurts is the one who takes it in? Like, I can absolutely see that. And also, this is a really cheap price compared to what it normally is. Like, early in the season, or even at the end of last year, an anytime touchdown for Jalen Hurts was sitting at minus 200 at least. like at least. This is a really cheap price on that. I also like Jackson Dart under 180.5 passing yards. So who is Jackson Dart going to throw to? Malik Neighbors is out for the season. Darius Slayton is out. So you've got Wan'Dale Robinson. Okay, you have Theo Johnson at tight end. You have Cam Scatterbo. So he'll toss it around, but does he really have a deep threat or someone who can pick up big chunks across the middle or even down the sideline? No. These are going to be short, dumpy passes against this Eagles defense. And this is a rookie anyway who's still sort of trying to figure things out. Yeah, he was good against the Chargers because, the Giants defense kept putting the Giants on short fields. Against the Saints, we saw Jackson Dart look like a rookie, turn over the football. So against this Eagles defense, which is still really good, I don't know if he gets this number. I know it's low, but I'm going to go under 180 and a hook for Jackson Dart.
Well, usually when the Giants are good, it means Jackson Dart is not throwing the football. Like when he's throwing the football, it doesn't spell good things.
Right.
We saw it against the Saints last time where he threw the ball 40 times, but still only had 202 yards, which is crazy numbers. So it feels like one of those where it doesn't feel to me like he's going to be very efficient or productive through the air. Maybe the attempts are there. It's just, I don't think the big chunk yardage plays are there. And I think that kind of leads me into my next play is that I think we see a lot of short and dumpy passes to the running back. It feels like I play this almost every week in Thursday Night Football, but it makes a ton of sense. It's a short week, especially if you have a young quarterback, you're going to dump it off to your running back. You can't get the ball down the field, when you're panicking. And plus, we have seen Cam Scatterbo, who I am playing in this situation, have a much larger role in the offense now that Malik Neighbors is out of the picture. So he had 6 catches for 45 yards last week against the Saints, and you get a low number on him. 13.5 yards is the play for Scatterbo. Tonight, I'm going to hit the over for minus 115. Feels like a good play, and I like these plays where it feels like they can get it in like 1 catch. Or even 2 catches, It just feels like he doesn't have to do that much to get that number. And why would you not rely on somebody who's a human wrecking ball? I know it's not the rush game, but still, I think he's going to be involved in the passing game as well.
Would you look at an under here? During the course of this show, this total has gone from 41 to 40.5. It's gone down another half point. Oh.
Yuck.
I know. I know. Yuck is right. This is going to be a rock fight tonight. I'm still tempted to take the under.
I think the under is the play. Like if I had to lean one direction or the other. But like Jenks, in reality, when you are sitting there and you are watching a football game, how terrible does it feel to root for an under when it's this low?
It sucks.
Because think about it. It can be an absolute rock fight and still go over 40.5. Like if this total ends 41, that's not a fun game to watch either. And it's just, I'm not going to do that to myself.
I would much rather cheer for a side, right? Where you've got some points, you're laying some points. That's the way to go. So if you're a big baseball fan, but you like the under, here's what you do. You bet on the under, and then you watch baseball tonight. That's what you do. But I don't want to watch this game and cheer for 3 and outs. Like, oh, that's such a grind. Like, that sounds awful.
Well, and also you are banking on the Eagles offense still not breaking out of their slump.
Yeah.
Because if the Eagles, return to form and they score some points in this one, and here's the thing, if the game gets out of hand, I feel like the Giants can score in garbage time. I will say they are a team that feels like they're not going to quit just because they have a couple of young guns, leading the offense and guys like Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo. Like, nobody's looking at this team and saying, you guys are going to win a Super Bowl. No, they're going to have fun out there, and they're going to sling it around. So I don't know. It just feels like something I don't personally want to bet on. Do we think A.J. Brown has a good game? Like, I know he's wondering.
Yeah, good
he's
question.
not been somebody I want to bet on, but his numbers are still high, Jenks. 64.5 is not a low number for a receiver. As somebody who bets on, receivers every single week, that's still, kind of high. Like, he would need to get a couple of long receptions to possibly get this, but we know he's been complaining. Does he get the ball more in this game?
Maybe. I just don't know. And also, too, if you're talking about such a low total, Like, if you want to make a case for the Eagles, you certainly can. But I never like laying 7.5 or a big number when the total is so low, because it tells you it's probably going to be a low-scoring game. And I say that because it makes me worry about the A.J. Brown prop. Again, it goes back to, eventually he's going to get his. Why? Because he had a talk with Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley. Is that going to immediately cure the offense? I don't think so,
And I also feel like at this stage where the Eagles are not dominating, they need to focus on winning the game.
1,000%. Like, win the game. This is not the NFL. This is not a weekend flag football game where you go out and make everybody happy. You're trying to stack dubs. Coming up next on the show, we'll have more NFL news. Stay right here.
Back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thanks for being with us on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. You know what? Make it legendary. Let's go. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger coming up on the show. Before we get started on Week 6 tonight, Giants and Eagles, we will tell you how our power rankings have shifted in the league. So we touched on this a little tiny bit in the previous segment, which is the A.J. Brown situation. And so you see the look on your face like, oh my God. I know. So last week we saw A.J. Brown, and he put a Bible verse online to express his frustration. And then he was asked about that and said, yeah, I just want people to know that, I want the ball. It's like, yes, we know. We all know. We've known for years. But it didn't end there, because sort of under the radar a little bit, he had a meeting with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts earlier this week. So Barkley was asked about it. He said it was a good meeting. Hurts was asked about it and said, it's just teammates being teammates. The Eagles have the 30th ranked offense in the National Football League, which is why if I ever hear anyone saying, Saquon has dropped off, I'm like, no, that whole offense is awful. But do these things ever work? Like, it's crazy to me that A.J. Brown did this publicly. It's clear he is unhappy. We all know, A.J., we all know. And yet it took another meeting with Saquon and Jalen Hurts personally. How is that going to help play calling? How is that going to help things? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're not on the right page, you're not on the same page, you're not on the same page. If the scheme isn't working where you're not able to create explosive plays, what is Jalen Hurts going to do? What is Saquon going to do? Do you know what I mean? Maybe you're just smoothing things over with them, but I don't know why these meetings are necessary, and I don't know how they help. If they're just hanging out, okay, fine. But if this is a meeting to discuss how can we get A.J. Brown the ball, it goes way beyond just Jalen and Saquon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
I think more than anything, you've got to get yourself in the mindset of a Devo wide receiver, because for me and you, it feels like we wouldn't need to have like a hands-on meeting to discuss my role in the offense. It feels like they are just trying to like pander to A.J. Brown here. And be like, okay, maybe if we fluff him up and say, listen, we're just trying to win football games right now. It's hard out here in the streets of the NFL. Everybody has the target on our backs this year, and things are not going that well for any of us. Like, Saquon could be like, yeah, man, have you seen my numbers? They ain't great either. So I don't know what they talked about, but I do think that these type of personalities do need to be catered to. But, Jenks, I did see something that I feel like is pretty good gamesmanship on the regard of Brian Daboll. Did you see what he said this week about A.J. Brown?
No.
He said, you watch the tape. A.J. Brown is open a lot. I feel like he's stirring the pot. Right?
Oh, my God. I love that. That's the perfect way to do it. I mean, look, the guy's open a lot.
He's open.
Yeah.
All the time.
A.J. Brown's like, that's right. I sure am. You're damn right. I'm open all the time. All the time. You see it. Why doesn't my quarterback see it? Stirring it. I mean, if you're Brian Daboll, why not? What do you have to lose? You're on the hot seat.
Right?
Like, okay, you're sort of keeping it at bay. Like, it's not scalding, but those cheeks are warm. Like, you're still on the hot seat. Why not, though? You got nothing to lose.
Right, and here's the thing. Like, when you have a personality like that on your team, people will try to use it against you. And in fact, like, the Eagles have been on, like, the barbecue spigot or whatever that thing is that they use at, like, Kenny Rogers Roasters for the entire season, right? Like, people want to pick apart whoever's on top of the mountaintop. So it's been pretty easy this year. And when you give, free ammo to other teams saying, okay, we've been having issues with A.J. Brown, aren't you going to hone in on that? Why would you not?
Yeah. Did you just mention Kenny Rogers Roasters, by the way? Well done.
Yes. And I'm thinking of rotisserie chicken.
I was too. That sounds great. That sounds awesome. Right? I thought about that, and then I was like, how about some Boston Market? That sounds good. And then immediately I was like, focus on what Chelsea's saying. I know. I get distracted. I know. I was like, lock it in. Come on. Live on the radio. What are you doing? That was a good call. The barbecue spigot. I mean, you're right, though. I don't know what the Eagles are going to do. Maybe, narratives can change like that in the NFL. So who knows? Maybe tomorrow we're talking about, things finally opened up. I just don't know if I see it, but there's always a shot. Maybe that talk will end up opening something up for Philly tonight in the Meadowlands. Okay, let's throw out our top 5 teams this week.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power
This shit power struggle.
after the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever!
I love that He-Man sounder, Double D. God, I used to watch He-Man all the time growing up. I love that. Freaking hold his sword up, get struck by lightning, and then bring it down and yell, I have the power. So cool. I'm a child. Chelsea, let's do top 5 in the NFL. These change from week to week, and we don't like to overreact, but certainly you can see different things that make you think, okay, I like this team here, this team there. So let's hear your top 5.
I'm looking at my list, and now I feel like I left somebody off. We'll talk about it in a second, but here's the list, and we can argue about it. So until proven otherwise, here's the thing. PSA, before you pick apart my list, it feels like there is no team in the NFL that doesn't have its flaws. So keep that in mind when I have my power rankings. So number 1, I'm still going to go with the Eagles. I understand they lost this past week, but that is to a damn good Broncos defense, and that's their only loss on the season. If we're treating this like the AP top 25, I feel like based on the results, the Eagles are still number 1 for me, and they are the reigning Super Bowl champs. Maybe they figure it out, but, one of the few teams in the NFL that only has 1 loss to their name. Number 2, we're going to go with the Bills. I still have questions about their defense, and, of course, they are coming off a loss as well. I think that some of the problems in that game against the Patriots can be rectified, and they weren't, characteristic problems of turning the ball over. So the Bills are still a very good team. Number 3, going to go with the Lions. I feel like the Lions have been a perennial power in the NFC, and even losing both of their coordinators, they still look like a dominant team with a extremely high-powered offense. So for that reason, they are number 3. Number 4, going to go with the Bucks. I feel like Baker Mayfield is flying under the radar still.
Yeah.
People don't want to give him credit. He's putting up MVP-type numbers this season. Does he win it? Probably not. But the Bucks also have a very good run defense to go with it as well. Number 5, going to go with the Rams. I still think, even though they lost to the Niners, that was a great head coaching matchup. And I still think the Rams, if I'm any team in the NFC, that's a team I do not want to face in the postseason. And I'll say honorable mention. Jenks, neither of us have the Colts on our list. Maybe I should have put them on. It's just, as a Titans fan, I hate the Colts, and I don't want to talk about them. So there's my list.
I always find it funny when people hate the Colts. It just goes to show I haven't been to the Midwest. It just cracks me up. I'm like, you hate the Colts? Who hates the Colts?
They're division rivals.
No,
that's
I get
the
it.
thing.
I get it. It's just not my wheelhouse, right? Because even in Texas, I was always about the NFC East. I never liked the Cowboys, but certainly that was the division that, everybody talked about because Dallas was right there. And then I come here and I fall in love with DC, and I'm a Commanders or Redskins fan. And so I've always been like NFC East, NFC East, NFC East. And then every now and then I'll hear someone say, yeah, I hate the Colts. I don't know why. It just strikes me as funny. But of course, I get it. It's a divisional rivalry. Do you believe in the Colts yet? I mean, hate aside, they look really good.
They have the best points differential in football right now. They are 4-1.
They're legit.
Maybe it's time to start respecting them. I think the problem for me, and I said this is like the AP rankings, which maybe there is some respect carried from year to year, where certain teams get a little bit more credit. And maybe the Colts just don't get that in my book yet, because I understand their offense looks amazing right now. But Jenks, would you bet on them to win the Super Bowl? It feels like these type of teams need a year to progress. I feel like this has been the Chargers for me, where the Chargers look good in the regular season, but they have been unable to take that next step. Maybe it's this year. I don't know with that offensive line, but do you get what I'm saying? It's just, it feels like you need to be in the power rankings for a while, for a couple of years, before making the huge leap to winning a Super Bowl.
They don't remind me, but I was going to say it's similar in some ways to what we saw at the Commanders, right? Last year, in that, look, they're built differently, and you're not going to compare Danny Dimes to, JD5. But what I'm saying is they came in with no expectations at all, and they have a new quarterback, all right, or like someone who is, new to the franchise at least. And then all of a sudden they way overperform relative to expectations, and I think they can go a long way, but there's probably a few pieces missing to keep them from winning it all. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're definitely improved. So I think because of that, you probably just put maybe a sprinkle on them just in case crazier things have happened. But I certainly don't think when they get to the top tier teams in the NFL that they can hang with them. But they're a legit football team.
I will say this. It does feel like the AFC isn't quite as deep this year. Like,
Yeah.
if there's a year for volatility in the AFC, it's this year because Joe Burrow is out. Like, I don't believe in the Bengals. The Ravens are having a disaster of the season, which means Lamar Jackson is out. And the Chiefs look beatable, but we've said that before and they've gone to a Super Bowl. So it just feels to me like it's like, hey, you got to beat the Bills. And that's still a very tall task. But I don't know what the odds are on the Colts to win the AFC. But as long as they get to the AFC Championship, you have one side of the coin for what I would imagine is pretty good plus money.
Yeah, it's worth just taking a look at. That's all. And by the way, when you look at the Colts, what they've done this season, they should probably be undefeated. I hate to boil everything down to one play because, a football game is never really about one play. But also when you have A.D. Mitchell give up that touchdown, like, there's a difference between, okay, this is a fumble, it's an interception, and I'm running into the end zone, and I let go of the football before I should. It changes the complexion of the game. Saw it with the Cardinals last week. Colts could be undefeated right now. Okay, little top five here on my end. I'm going to go, let's start with 5. Packers at 5. So we haven't heard much about the Packers, and they are really banged up on the offensive line, but these are not season-ending injuries, so they are going to get better. They've had a week to, get ready for today's beatdown, or this weekend's beatdown against the Bengals, which is coming. Joe Flacco. What are we doing? Anyway, Packers I still think are very, very good and a little under the radar right now because they haven't been playing, so I'll take them at 5. At 4, how about Tampa? I know you like the Bucs as well. Look, Baker Mayfield right now is the 3rd favorite to win Most Valuable Player. That is unbelievable to think about. Where he goes to Cleveland, he's essentially a bust. He looks like a journeyman. He has gone from essentially a journeyman quarterback. Browns, Panthers, Rams. Now he's in Tampa playing as good as anyone in the NFL. Bucs are 4-1. They keep finding ways to win. I dropped down the Eagles to 3. I don't want to punish them too much because I don't care about style points. It's all well and fine to watch a team that scores a lot of points. At the end of the day, you're just trying to win football games. And Eagles have still won 20 of their last 22. That is so hard to do in the NFL. I'm not going to punish them for losing last week too much. At number 2, the Lions. The Lions might be number 1. They just need to – I want to see them against Kansas City. And Kansas City is going to come out this weekend, and they're going to play like it's the Super Bowl. Their season isn't on the line, but they cannot drop to 2-4. Also, the Lions have beaten the Bears, Ravens, Browns, and Bengals. So I need to see them hang with a good team. And number 1, I'm still going with the Bills. They're battle-tested. They weren't going to go 17-0. They still hung with New England despite turning over the football 3 times. So I am now, once again, usually they're vacillating between 1 and 2. I'm going with Buffalo.
Yeah, and I can see that. And without looking, I would imagine the Bills are the favorites to win the Super Bowl. Are they not? Like, that's my guess. Yeah.
You got it.
Right.
Nailed it.
So, like, that's the thing. And even when it comes to, like, the MVP race, like, Josh Allen looks like he stands alone, especially because of the process of elimination that we have with big quarterbacks in the AFC. Like, the AFC North is in shambles. Like, Aaron Rodgers, like, the Steelers are fine, but, like, Aaron Rodgers is not going to win MVP. And also, I think there is a trust factor with some of these proven commodities when it comes to the postseason. I know these rankings are not based on, like, who we think is, going to win in the postseason, like their regular season rankings. But it's just like I am more apt to trust somebody like Josh Allen as opposed to, somebody a little bit further down the list. Like we've been talking about the Colts, as opposed to Daniel Jones. Like, are you going to be shocked if it's similar to what we saw from Sam Darnold last year, where Sam Darnold had this great season, and then I don't want to say he turned into a pumpkin because, like, it's one bad game, but, like, still, it's not going to shock me if we see that type of season from the Colts.
Oh, I would love if Daniel Jones won the MVP. The Giants would look in the mirror and be like, well, Saquon left, and he looked awesome. And Daniel Jones left, and he won the MVP. It's us, isn't it? It's us. Going next on the show. We're the problem. A little bit of everything on the schedule tonight. We'll tell you where we're putting our cash. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. I was actually place out number 3. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, yeah. All right, Chelsea, you get a chance to clarify. We need a chance to tie the bow on this conversation before we came back on the air. You were saying this picture of Laddie Jr. is so cute. We thought it was from last night, but it's him as a kid.
No, because obviously he has a father that played in the major leagues, Vlad Guerrero Sr. So this is the cool thing about kids who are legacies. You have all these like AP photos of them when they were like 5, and they're just so cute. And especially Vladdy Jr. because he's like this chubby little kid that has like the same build that he has now. And he's just sitting there with his hand over his heart, and he's standing with the rest of the team. And it's just one of those really cute things. Like, yeah. I've seen pictures of Patrick Mahomes like this, with his dad when his dad played for the Twins. That's adorable as well. And so, like, the caption on this was, like, from Baseball is Dead, an account on Twitter, is, "This is who is burying the Yankees in the ALDS." And you're just like, oh, what a sweetie. Sweet in both regards.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I didn't ask. It's been a couple days since we're talking baseball. And we're talking kids who love the sport.
Oh, look at him,
my
Jinx.
God, look at that. That's him. Oh, my God, that is cute. All right, you're right.
I told you.
I know you told. Well, you never know. I mean, sometimes you'll see a kid and you're like, that kid's all right. I mean, I know
them kids.
Both
kids. MJs.
I'm like,
Michael
this kid's
Jordan
yes.
and Michael Jenkins.
Yes, F them kids. All kids are supposed to be cute, and I love children, but every now and then I'm like, I don't know about that one. It's an exception to the rule. I was going to ask about Blake, sweet Blake, and her baseball journey, because it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. I don't know how she did Tuesday night. How'd it go?
Well, they don't have games because it's fall break. So they follow the same schedule as Sumner County schools, so they don't have games this week. So it's been like me trying to entertain her for a full week. Yesterday we went to the pool, and so I swam laps while she spent an hour in Y Play, and then I go get her, and then we work on her swimming. So we did a full swim workout with her yesterday. Her strokes are getting better, but it's just hard to, work on so many different things because I'm trying to work with her on softball. She likes playing soccer. I got to make sure she's reading. So it's like you're pulled in so many different directions, and I understand kids specialize more now than ever.
Yeah.
But like you want them to be good and try a lot of different things. So it's just like trying to divide up all your time to try to help them be good at a lot of things. And it's difficult.
Yeah, and then it helps them eventually pick a path, right? They try different things, and then they're exposed to different things, be it sports, arts, whatever it is. And then they say, oh, I don't like this, but I really like this. So, I mean, that's a great thing to do. I know it takes a lot of time, though.
Yeah, and I think it's difficult when I'm like, hey, we need to go practice your swing for softball. When she's like, can we read for a little more? I'm like, reading?
Yeah.
You had a game on Tuesday.
Reading.
So maybe I need to
yes. Let that child
lean into
read.
the school a bit more.
Reading? Look at your TikTok right now. What are you doing? Like, come on. Look at these dances you can do after you score. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. Joe O, Sammy P will have their favorite Major League Baseball plays and Thursday night football plays as well. I was texting with Sammy P yesterday. We're going to be on the right side on the Texas game this weekend, so I'm excited about that. Ian Harditz joins at 10 o'clock, and then Carl Johnson joins at 11:20. That is in Mere Moments with Joe O and Sammy P. All right, cards are locked and loaded. Let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, where are we going tonight?
All right, play of the day in Thursday night football is going to be Cam Scattaboo running back for the Giants over his receiving prop of 13.5 for -115. I feel like this is one of my favorite system plays for Thursday night football. When it's a short week, the short and dumpy passes to the running back feel like a solid play, especially when you have a young quarterback going against a pretty tough defensive line when you're facing the Eagles. Plus, we saw this last week. Since the Giants are struggling at receiver depth, now that Malik Neighbors is out for the season, they have been using Cam Scatterbo more in the receiving game. Had 6 catches for 45 yards, even had a longest reception of 15 yards. So if he gets that tonight, we get it boom in one play, and that's what I want to see. I want to see it in the first quarter, and I want to go to bed at halftime. So let's hope he hits this number of 13.5. It is a low number. Cam Scatterbo over his receiving prop of 13.5 for -115.
Did you say you bring the boom? Is that what you said?
No, I'm not the Rizzler.
That's what I was going for. Thank God the Rizzler. I mean, he had his moment. Are they still making music? Probably. Oh. Then you would know.
The Rizzler's moment lives on forever.
Oh,
there will never not be a moment for the
My
Rizzler.
bad.
That's a negative boom for Jenks.
we should definitely have booms
stand.
and negative booms. Negative booms. Yeah. Dylan says 5 big booms for Chelsea's best bet. Oh, should definitely become a thing way after that. 5 big booms. Okay. Here's my 2-boom baseball bet for you. Dodgers money line -120. I just don't know if the Phillies can make it back-to-back wins against LA. Yeah, Kyle Schwarber went off yesterday. He was awesome. But you've got Christopher Sanchez going up against Tyler Glasnow today, and Sanchez has faced the Dodgers a lot this season, which I like. Those Dodgers bats are accustomed to seeing him, and he's been okay. 2 runs and 5 2/3 in game 1. Allowed 4 runs in 7 innings back on September 16th. Allowed 4 runs in 5 2/3 back in April. Tyler Glasnow has been terrific in LA this season. A 2.77 ERA. Opponents are batting 177 against him. The Dodgers went 52-29 at home this year. One of the best records in baseball. Also, Roki Sasaki ready to roll in that Dodgers bullpen. And again, the Dodgers have lost back-to-back games only twice this season at home. I think it's a good price on a team that should win this series, and I think they do it tonight. Let's go Dodgers on the money line at -120.
If I were to lean towards a side, it would be the Dodgers. In fact, I like both of your baseball plays today.
Thank you, Chelsea. I need the reinforcement. So this is kind of a shot in the dark here. Brewers money line against the Cubs. We don't know who is starting for either team. I'm taking the Brewers on the money line, -120. The simple handicap is the Cubs got theirs. You know, that's why we have 162 games in the regular season, why we have a 5 or 7 game series in the playoffs. The underdogs will get theirs, but eventually the better team usually wins. I think that happens tonight in Chicago with the Brewers. I think Freddie Peralta is going to go for Milwaukee. I hope so. 2 runs or less in 10 of his last 11. So Matthew Boyd would potentially go for the Cubs. So this would be a rematch, really, of what we saw in Game 1, where Matthew Boyd went 2/3 of an inning and got pulled in what was a big Brewers victory. As Sammy P likes to say, are you really going to trust Matthew Boyd? I am not. Now, maybe he won't go tonight. I don't know. But I think the Milwaukee bats are going to be the difference here. And we saw an anomaly yesterday, which is the Cubs getting 4 off of Quinn Priester. That happens in baseball, but I think we revert to the mean, and the Brewers close things out. Let's go Brewers on the money line at -120. And we got one more bet. I am going to have a bet tonight for Thursday Night Football, which I don't normally bet a lot of props, but I do like this one. Jackson Dart under 180.5 passing yards. Now, the sabotage factor here is that, okay, the Eagles jump out to a lead. The line tells you that the Eagles should dominate this game, and then the game script is, all right, the Giants have to get back in it. Dart has to go to the air, and then the overhits. But I don't know if the Eagles are going to put up enough points to make that the game script. The Eagles' offense is ranked 30th in the NFL. The number keeps going down as far as the total. I think we're going to see a close game. I think the Giants are probably going to cover. And also, who is Jackson Dart going to throw to? Malik Neighbors out for the season. Darius Slayton is not going to play in this game. So he's got Wan'Dale Robinson, Theo Johnson, Cam Scatterbo in the flat. Like, these are guys that don't rack up a lot of yards per catch. So I think he goes under here. Let's go under 180 and a hook for Jackson Dart.
I was looking at pictures of cute sports kids Whatever happened to Riley Curry? Remember when she like had the NBA in a chokehold? Wonder what she's up to.
I don't know. Is she in school now? I don't know how old she is.
You do not want to see what she's up to because it's going to make you feel old AF.
Is she in school?
She
All
looks
right,
like
so-
she's like a teenager now.
Oh my God. I knew it.
That was almost 10 years ago.
That's the thing. Time flies so quickly, and then you're like, oh yeah, she's getting her degree in biochemistry. And you're like, what? That girl? Something like that happens all the time. Brutal. I remember yesterday, Vladdy Jr. was just a cute kid, standing right there on the base pass. Here he is, making jokes with Big Poppy on here. Oh, he's just a doll. He'll knock out the Yankees one day. All right, Dogster, get on in here. We got to get to Joe O.
I love to cook. And when I'm not here, I'm usually in the kitchen.
You being serious right now?
Here's a crockpot recipe that everyone can use. First of all, put on your apron. Clothes optional.
All right, Doctor.
Then grab the cherries and the whipped cream.
It's not a real recipe, Dogster.
Now, pull out something I like to call the slow cooker.
Ugh. All right. What's your play? What is your play?
Giants plus 7.5 against the Eagles.
Okay. What's coming up next in the Bet Sweats? For that, we bring in our guy, Joe Ostrowski. Joe O, good morning.
Morning. Let it marinate, Donkster.
Let it. There you go. Let it marinate. BetMGM.
Jake's, it sounds like I'm saying it's official, even though it's not official. I feel like we were the only ones that said it right away. Mateer's playing. This number
He's playing right.
keeps dropping. He's playing.
playing.
You said it right away. Like, I've seen this a million times from Oklahoma. It's Red River. He's playing. Look at where they are right now compared to previous years. There's no doubt about it.
Either he's going to play or they're going to pull the whole Dylan Gabriel. Where
See the Heisman odds?
is he jumping up?
Oh, they keep dropping. It was like 100 last week. Now it's 10-1.
Maybe worth a sprinkle. I also think they might pull him out there and then be like, oh, you're not ready. I don't know. It's always the Sooners trying to pull something. That's going to do it for here. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Have a great Thursday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a lot to get to on the show today. Our guy Cole Thompson going to join us here in moments and break down this week's excellent Week 7 college football Saturday slate. We also have 2 more playoff baseball games tonight. Game 4 Cubs-Brewers, Game 4 Dodgers-Phillies that we'll get into. Thursday night Eagles-Giants. We'll give out some bets there as well. We'll also look at survivor pools. I was knocked out, unfortunately, by the Arizona Cardinals. Still trying to figure out how they lost that game. We'll look at the upcoming plays that we have for this week. We'll also look at our favorite fantasy lineups that we like and some college football player props as well. Whole bunch to get to. As always, you guys are listening to the show today. Anything that's on your mind, any bets that you like, any plays, questions, let us know at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, or live on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling here on Thursday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line. Check in with our guy Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. Cole, we were talking before we hopped on, and you called this Separation Saturday, and I absolutely love that. And what a massive opportunity for Missouri to really kind of make a statement here, not only in the SEC, but on a national landscape. Undefeated, really haven't played anybody up to this point. They're off of a bye week, and they get Bama at home on Saturday. Bama, a 3-point favorite. Who do you like in that game?
Yeah, listen, this is a Missouri team that currently is number 3 in the SEC in wins since 2023. Back-to-back double-digit winning seasons underneath Eli Drinkowitz, back-to-back top 15 finishes in the AP and college football playoff poll, and they have gotten better in the ground game with the arrival of Ahmad Hardy. How well he has been able to fit in this Kirby Moore offense and be able to take the jumps and the vertical passes downfield has been exceptional. Bo Pabula looks the part as well at QB1, and you got some weapons that are able to create disruption inside the red zone like Brett Norfleet and Kevin Coleman. The thing that I wonder about when it comes to Alabama in this game is, will we see the offense take that next gear forward? We watched last week for the first time since 2023, a running back hit over 100 rushing yards. That was Jam Miller with 136. We see Ty Simpson still being surgical with the football. He's not making many mental mistakes. It's like every 30th play, you ask yourself, have you ever played the game of college football before? Because he makes a blundering mistake, but outside of that, the next 29 plays are perfect. The thing that Missouri is going to have to hope for in this matchup, in my opinion, is number 1, getting pressure on the quarterback. They're going to have to make Ty Simpson throw under duress. Georgia wasn't able to do it. Vanderbilt wasn't able to do it. No team since Florida State has truly been able to accomplish that. And then they have to live in the yeah, but conversation. And that means, listen, Alabama was able to rush 7. Yeah, but Bo Pabula was able to get his way out and find Kevin Coleman for an 18-yard pickup. Alabama was able to win the pass rush win rate. Yeah, but we watched as one of our defensive linemen got into the backfield, forced a fumble, and we got a scoop and score. That's the way that Missouri is going to win. I think Missouri is a very talented team. They certainly need to be considered for the college football playoff, win or lose this game. I just think Alabama right now, the way they're rolling and the fact that we know that they have a second gear to this offense coming into speed, it's very hard to pick against them. I'm taking the Tide to win. I'm taking the Tide to cover.
Yeah, it should be a good one, Cole. What also should be a good one is Red River, because you got a lot of interesting things to break down for this matchup. John Mateer, is he going to play? We'll wait and see. To you, does that feel like gamesmanship, or do you think he's going to be out there? And then for Texas, obviously their season's on the line. They lose, they can kiss the SEC championship and the college football playoff goodbye. So give me your thoughts on the game, and do you think we see Mateer on Saturday?
Yeah, listen, if the college football sicko community and Chipotle had it right, then John Mateer needs to give a lot of credit to the people down in Chipotle, Norman, Oklahoma for making the call. But I don't know if we'll see him at full speed. I can tell you right now, everyone that I've spoken to out in Norman, it's so under wraps, they can't even get a good gauge on if he's playing. So we will have the answer come the first snap of the matchup if he is listed on the chart. I think if he does play, it will be at a very limited capacity. Remember, he had surgery on his throwing hand and his throwing thumb. So you can dap that up with as much morphine as possible. But if he can't grip the football, he can't pass. So you're going to trust him with his legs, if anything, in this matchup. Texas, again, still has a great defense. And what's so interesting about the Red River Shootout is this is a game every single year where what you think you know, throw it out the window. It just is one of those matchups where it is a home field environment for 30 minutes. It is a rivalry matchup, and you're on the road in one of the most despicable environments for the next 30. That's what makes these two teams live up to the expectation and live up to the mantra of what has been a matchup in the Cotton Bowl. I think that you will see Arch Manning play well. Something about Red River just brings the best version out of players. I think that you will see this offense have a little bit of life. Like the over-under in this game is currently set, if I'm not mistaken, at 43.5. I'm hammering the over. I think that this is going to be a very high-scoring game, and even though we do know that Oklahoma has one of the best defenses in college football, there is something about this matchup that just you can't speak logic into it. But I don't think that Texas has enough offensively. I think that you will see enough from Michael Hawkins and maybe even this rushing attack getting forward. A 6-0 Oklahoma heads into the second half of the season with the win in the Golden Cowboy hat, standing away with the +1.5 in the Red River Shootout.
Cole, a couple more SEC games, super interesting. Gators trying to back up their upset win at Texas with one over A&M this weekend. And then Georgia, tricky game on the road at night in Jordan-Hare to take on Auburn. Which of those underdogs you like better this week? Would you back the Gators +7.5, or would you take Auburn +3.5?
Auburn hasn't shown me anything offensively to start believing in them as an actual threat. And even though this game is at Jordan-Hare, and you and I both know, PJ, that there's weird stuff that happens at Jordan-Hare at night. Yeah. It just doesn't feel like Auburn has enough going at this point in the season to where you can trust that Jackson Arnold's going to get the job done. The question that I have for Florida is, what version of the offense are we going to see? Is it the one that was last week on display out in Gainesville, where you said, we're going to run it 20-plus times with Jaden Baugh and force them to have to play in the box? That way we can take the deep shots down the field with Dallas Wilson and Verno Brown. Are we going to get the version of DJ Lagway that can make plays with his legs behind the line of scrimmage and a defense that can force turnovers over Marcel Reed, who, by the way, as good as he's looked, he still has a major fault of overshooting wide receivers, which can lead to turnovers and explosive plays on the defensive side of things. So I don't think either upset is going to occur. If you wanted me to feel more confident, I think Florida has an identity that can really counteract everything Texas A&M does. It is one of those matchups that we maybe are giving A&M a little bit too much hype right now. Let's see what they're able to accomplish. I think both teams win. I think both teams cover. But if you wanted me to pick one, Florida, with how well they ran the football last week, if they run out with that type of formula, it'll be an unlucky day to tackle number 13 out of Gainesville.
Yeah, Jaden Ball, absolute monster. We're talking Week 7 college football slate with Cole Thompson here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson. Cole, let's look at the Big Ten. We got two interesting matchups this weekend. We'll start with the top 10 matchup in Eugene. Indiana and Oregon. Ducks favored by 7.5. What would be your play in that game?
Listen, I think that Kirk Cignetti and the Hoosiers have earned enough respect to be considered a threat in the Big Ten and an actual threat for the college football playoff. The way that they have been able to respond after the Old Dominion game, the mollywhopping against Illinois with, 7 consecutive touchdown drives, that's enough to give a lot of attention. But I do think that this is going to be one of those games where you're going to have to trust the quarterbacks. Dante Moore is going to be going up against a top 5 defensive line and is going to take away the rushing attack with Noah Whittington. I think on the opposing sideline, Oregon has a top 10 run defense in the country. So Fernando Mendoza is going to have to win over the top. There's something about Autzen Stadium that just screams incredibly toxic environment, the way that we talk about places like Death Valley, like Happy Valley, like the Swamp at night. It's something that you have to experience in person. And while I do think that Fernando Mendoza is going to get his opportunities to shine, it's extremely hard to win at the Zoo. I'm going to take Oregon to win. I'm going to take Oregon to cover. I think this is a 4-quarter game, but I like Dante Moore and Will Stein to connect one time downfield to Corian Moore to at least win by a touchdown.
Michigan travels out to the Coliseum to take on USC. Cole, one of these games where the unranked team, USC, is favored over the ranked team in Michigan. We know in Big Ten play how much travel is played a part in these games, especially when you're going through multiple time zones. Do you think this is another one of those games? Do you like USC, or do you think Michigan actually pulls off the upset in this game?
Okay, so for starters, you are a professional player at this point in the new version of NIL. You see MLB, you see NFL players every single week have to make these cross-country trips. I don't want to hear it. That's not a reason why you lost a football game. It's, are you better prepared? Are you more physically able to go ahead and pull the wool over a weaker opponent's eyes? And are you able to respond when your backs are against the wall? Does Michigan have that fight? It's going to be the ultimate question that I have in this game. What I wonder about for USC's standpoint, USC is going to have a healthy Jacoby Lane, which is awesome, and that's going to really help out in the passing attack opposite of Mekhi Lemon, but they know how to run the football and win the time of possession. The thing with Michigan is right now, you can trust that you're going to see more of Bryce Underwood get his legs underneath him. And he's gotten better at finding Donovan McCulley downfield. But if this is a game where it comes down to time of possession, that does not favor Michigan whatsoever because they like to milk the clock, and I don't think that USC is going to allow them to do that. As much as I do think that Michigan is a better team than USC, I don't like this matchup going on the road out to Pasadena. I'm going to actually take the quote-unquote non-upset because it's an unranked team versus a top 15 team, but USC and Jada Mayava get the job done. I think they win by a touchdown at the Coliseum.
Really good slate. A lot of interesting games. Going to be a fun Saturday. Cole Thompson joined us here on Send It In, host for SEC Unfiltered. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson. Cole, always great having you on, my friend. Enjoy the games on Saturday, and we'll talk again next week.
North Texas, upset tomorrow night, South Florida. Be ready to watch out for the Mean Green Machine. Take care, boys.
Love it. Going to be an awesome one. Probably the biggest group of 5 game of the season. Great stuff from Cole Thompson. All right, you guys, let's look at some college football props that I like here for Week 7 upcoming. Again, what's unfortunate about these college football props, only in certain states are you able to bet these, but if you are watching the show, listening to the show in a state where you can bet college football playoffs, these are some of the ones that I would look at. We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons. And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? Really fascinating game this weekend. One of those stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus. So I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens. We're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51.5 rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105.5. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that D'Anton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well. All right, let's do a little prime time peek. Look at some of tonight's games that we have. Thursday Night Football, Eagles, Giants, and then the 2 MLB playoff games that we have for tonight. As always, if you guys are listening to the show, let me know if there are any plays that you like in tonight's Eagles-Giants game. Let me know if there are any MLB plays that you guys like tonight as well. Side and total in this game is pretty tricky. I'd probably lay it with the Eagles if I had to at -7.5, but I don't think it's going to be an official play for me, and I don't think I'm going to bet the total in the game either. I think the Eagles are going to win. I don't think the Giants are going to upset them. I think the Eagles are going to win, and normally they have dominated the Giants here as of late. They're coming off of a loss at home against Denver. Short week, which definitely helps Philly. The fact that they're going up against a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart, only making his third start. I think Philly's probably a good spot. Maybe like a Giants team total under could be a good look in this game as well. Because, again, the way you tack Philly is their secondary. And outside of Quinyon Mitchell, and the Giants just don't really have the pieces to do that. So, Philly, -7.5, I had to bet it, probably would be my look in the game. Some props that I would look at. Jackson Dart to throw an interception at -135. I think that should be like -150, -160. So Dart to throw an INT. I do like that. I also like Jackson Dart over 7.5 rush attempts at +100. That's probably my favorite prop in this game. In his 2 starts so far, 10 rushing attempts against the Chargers, 7 last week against New Orleans. But think about it. Put yourselves in the mind of the Giants, right? Brian Dable, their offensive staff. You have a young quarterback in a divisional game, short week, not as much preparation as you normally would have. Jackson Dart's not used to this, right? This is his first kind of short week game. So what are you going to do? You're going to simplify the game for him, and I think they're going to use his legs, and they're going to run him a little bit. So over 7.5 rush attempts for Jackson Dart, I do like that at +100. And then Jake Elliott, Eagles kicker, over 7.5 kicking points versus the Giants. So 2 field goals, 2 extra points, that'll get us this. 3 field goals will get us this. But I think Jake Elliott, that's a good look. I could see him kicking 2, if not 3 field goals tonight. I like over 7.5 kicking points. Good price, too, at -115. So, again, no play side or total in Eagles-Giants. I like Dart to throw an interception, Dart over 7.5 rush attempts, and Jake Elliott over 7.5 kicking points. And I'd also look at Jackson Dart anytime touchdown at +300. Because I like him to run the ball a decent amount, I think that's a really good price, 3-1 for him to find the end zone. So Jackson Dart, using him quite a bit tonight in the prop market in that game against Philly. As for the MLB playoffs, Phillies and Dodgers tonight. We had the Phils on the money line last night, +150. That was a nice cash against LA. Tonight, they have Christopher Sanchez on the mound. They're +110. Tyler Glasnow is going to be going for the Dodgers. He's -130. The total in this game is at 8. Not looking at the side, not looking at the total in this game. Instead, I'm going Christopher Sanchez, the starter for the Phillies tonight, under 5.5 strikeouts at -125. Sanchez pitched game 1 in this series against the Dodgers. He had 8 strikeouts, looked very good early on in that game. But because it's an elimination game for Philadelphia and they're going to be willing to pull him, certainly give him a shorter leash than they normally would, and the fact that the Dodgers got to see him 5 days ago, I think that's a big advantage for LA, and that's a big advantage for our under. Now, again, he had 8 strikeouts in game 1, and now it's at 5.5, and the under is -125. So they are accounting for the fact it's an elimination game, and he's not going to have as long a leash as he would on a Tuesday in July. But because the Dodgers just saw him, and you have so many good veteran hitters in that lineup, I think that's advantage LA. I like under 5.5 strikeouts for Christopher Sanchez tonight against the Dodgers. Brewers and Cubbies. It's going to be an interesting game 4. Milwaukee leads the series 2-1. Cubs winning the game yesterday. The total is 7. It was 6.5 yesterday. Brewers -120 on the money line. The Cubs are +100. Freddie Peralta is going to go today for the Cubs. For the Brewers, Matthew Boyd going to go for the Cubs. This is what we saw in game 1 of this series when Milwaukee just teed off on Matthew Boyd. The Brewers are the better team. I thought the Cubs were going to win this series. The Brewers are better. They blew them out in both games in Milwaukee. After the Cubs scored 4 runs in the first inning yesterday, they didn't score again for innings 2 through 9. So the Brewers pitching staff really did a good job of shutting them down after the first inning. I think the Brewers are the better team, and I think they close out the series tonight. So I would look at Milwaukee -120 against Chicago. Brewers are for real. You know, the Brewers and the Blue Jays both came in, top 2 teams in their leagues. Not a lot of people really liked them, but there's a reason these teams won, 96, 98, 95 games. They got really good lineups that put together great at-bats, and they got good pitching staff. So just like the Blue Jays win in 4, I think Milwaukee wins in 4 tonight as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a Pro Football No Sweat token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's dive in to a little fantasy page, some DFS for week 6 in the NFL. And let's start with our quarterback, and that's going to be Matthew Stafford for the Rams, who is $6,400 this week against the Ravens. Again, we get $50,000 to choose from, right, that we have to divvy it up. So we're spending $6,400 of that on Matt Stafford against Baltimore. I mean, the Ravens have the worst defense in football. They have the worst secondary right now in football. Kyle Hamilton was back practicing, so he should be good to go. But Marlon Humphrey is still going to be out for the Ravens. And Malachi Starks just has not been what they needed him to be out of Georgia, the rookie. Now, they did make some trades, and they did acquire Gardner Johnson this week, and they also got Gilman in that trade from the Chargers with the Dafe Owe. So the Ravens are trying to mix it up. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference against the Rams and that offense with Puka and Devontae Adams and Stafford and McVay calling plays. So Stafford going to take him. If C.J. Stroud can throw for 4 touchdowns against this defense, I'm scared to see what Matt Stafford is going to do. Rico Dowdle is going to be my first running back that I'm going to look at, $5,800 this week against the Cowboys. Very quietly, we're not talking about enough the fact that Rico ran for over 200 yards last week against Miami. He was awesome, and he was great for Dallas at the end of last season. Now with the injury to Chuba Hubbard, he's getting his opportunity, and he was fantastic on Sunday against Miami. Now he's going up against his former team, another team with a bad defense. I would go right back with Rico Dowdle. I think he could have another big game against his former team. Quinshawn Junkins is up next. He is $5,500 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, or $5,900 against the Steelers. Quinshawn has been a terrific surprise so far for Cleveland. And again, you're the Cleveland Browns. You're coming back from your international road trip in London. You're going on the road in a divisional game against the Steelers. Dylan Gabriel's making his first true road start. I mean, it's run the football, right? Like, run the football. You've been very good with Junkins. Lean on your defense, play field position game. I think that's what they try and do. So Junkins, $5,900. I'd look at him and Dowdle this week, my 2 running backs in that game. Devontae Adams is going to be my first wide receiver, $6,700 against the Ravens. I wanted to stack one of the Rams wide receivers with Stafford. Puka was the most expensive wide receiver this week, which makes a lot of sense. But I think Devontae could also have a great season as well. So I'll go, or could have a great game as well. So I'll take Devontae, $6,700 against the Ravens. Ted McMillan of the Panthers, I'll take him at $6,000 against the Cowboys. Dallas's defense, again, has not been good. And the Panthers' offense, the Panthers have been a sneaky good over team dating back to the end of last season as well. They really put up points at home going up against this Dallas defense. I think Ted McMillan could have a nice game, so a couple of Panthers in my lineup. Chris Olave, I'm going to slide him in there against the Patriots. Rattlers played a lot better than a bunch of us have thought. Olave's production has been pretty consistent this season when you look at receptions, targets, all those kinds of things. I think he could have a good game, so we'll take Olave at $5,100. Jake Ferguson, man, been one of the best surprises at tight ends so far this season. Second in the NFL among all pass catchers in receptions. He's got 41 right now through 5 games. Also got 3 touchdowns going up against his Panthers defense. I like the price of Jake Ferguson at $5,300. Kenneth Walker the second, $6,100 against Jacksonville. Now, the Jags do have a good run defense. They've only given up 3 rushing touchdowns this season, but I think the Chiefs were able to expose them a little bit. And coming off of a short week and off that big emotional win against Kansas City, that 1-2 punch of Walker and Charbonnet, I think could do some good things against Jacksonville. So I like Walker in my flex at $6,100. And then speaking of the Seahawks, we'll take them $2,700 against the Jags. I always look at which defense is the cheapest that I think can have the best game. And man, with Mike McDonald calling the defense, how great they usually are on the road, Trevor Lawrence prone to turnovers, I think it's a nice spot to use the Seattle defense. So I'll plug them in as my D at $2,700. So this is our lineup for week 6 here in the NFL. Matthew Stafford going to be our QB. Dowdle and Junkins are 2 running backs. Devontae Adams, Ted McMillan, Chris Olave, our trio of receivers. Jake Ferguson, tight end. Kenneth Walker in our flex. And the Seattle Seahawks is going to be our defense. And that is a perfect $50,000. So no extra dollars left to be had. All right, let's look at Survivor pool that we have here. Before we do, Moist Cupcakes 11 with the question, if this is Cubs-Brewers game is tied 0-0 after the first inning, I am slamming Brewers money line. The Cubs team seemingly forgets how to produce runs after the first. It's so true. It's a great point, Moist Cupcakes. Honestly, it really is. So, I mean, again, they scored 4 yesterday, didn't score anything else the rest of the game, right? We saw that in games 1 and game 2. Bush opens with runs in game 1. So whatever it is about that first inning, Cubs get off to a nice start. After that, don't do a lot. I think that's a good call. Even though you'll get a little bit of a more expensive price on the Brewers money line, certainly could be worth it. But yeah, I like the Brewers to win the game. But a nice point there about how the Cubs offense has definitely struggled after the first inning. All right, let's look at Survivor this week for week 6. We had some chaos last week, man. Chiefs lost, Bills lost, Eagles lost, Rams lost, Cardinals lost. Absolutely brutal. So congrats to those of you that have survived and lived to see another week. The Packers certainly are going to be the most popular choice this week. That's the team that I would choose. Like, don't even try and get cute or maybe mess around with a bunch of these other teams. They're a 14-point favorite. They're off a bye week. They haven't played well in their last 2 games. They've been really impressive at home this season against Washington. And now how good is that Lions game looking in week 1? And are they really losing to Joe Flacco twice in one season? Like, could you imagine if Flacco beats them again? I cannot see that. So Green Bay Packers, big favorite for a reason. They would be my pick in Survivor. Now, if you've already used Green Bay or you don't want to use Green Bay this week, 3 other teams I'd probably consider. The first one would be the Rams. I normally don't like taking road teams in Survivor pools, but again, they just lost as big favorites to San Francisco, and the Ravens are still so depleted. Their defense is so bad. I just can't see Baltimore winning that game. So I'd look at the Rams. I'd also look at the Colts because of what a offensive wagon they are at home this season. I mean, they don't punt at home. They're unbelievable. At home, Daniel Jones is playing great football. Jonathan Taylor's been unbelievable. So I'd look at the Colts. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers, guys, they have won 21 straight regular season games at home against the Cleveland Browns. The Browns just do not win in Pittsburgh in the regular season. Now, of all the 4 teams that I gave out of Survivor choices, this would probably be the one that makes me the most nervous just because it is a divisional game. The Browns do have a good defense. And Dylan Gabriel, there's still not a lot of film on him out there. I just can't see Tomlin and the Steelers losing to a rookie quarterback in his first career true road start. So Steelers, I think, could be another good option this week as well. I'd stay away from the Eagles. I think we saw last Thursday with Rams and Niners. It's just these short weeks you just don't know. So I'd stay away from Philly. I wouldn't use the Broncos going out to London either, coming off that big win against the Eagles, and the Jets still, they're going to win a game at some point. I don't think it's going to be against Denver, but I would worry about that one. Wouldn't use the Chargers, another cross-country trip for them. They're very banged up. I'd stay away from them. No Patriots against the Saints. You guys know I like the Saints in that game. No Bills. Don't use the Bills on the road. Wait for them to come back home. So, yeah, I think it's either the Steelers. That would probably be my least favorite choice. Packers would be my favorite, then the Rams, then the Colts, and then the Steelers. All right, let's wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. Going streaking. Let's take Mookie Betts, man. How good has he been so far this postseason, going up against left-hander Christopher Sanchez tonight, who we saw and had a good game off of in Game 1. I'll take Mookie to get a base hit. He'll be our guy in going streaking. Speaking of Christopher Sanchez, my prop block for the day, under 5.5 Ks for him at -125. It is obviously an elimination game for Philadelphia, so he could be pulled at a moment's notice. He faced the Dodgers 5 days ago. I think that's advantage LA. I'll take Sanchez under 5.5 Ks at -125. Dog of the day, let's go to college football. ECU +6.5 against Tulane. ECU's a sneaky team. They've played NC State and BYU. They've played a couple Power 4 opponents. I think they can keep it close with Tulane tonight, so I like ECU. And then Brewers money line, my best bet, -120 against the Chicago Cubbies tonight. I think the Brewers wrap up the series, and I think they wait for Dodgers or Phillies in the NLCS. Thanks again to Cole Thompson for joining us today on Send It In. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow with the PJ Pick 5. Looking forward to it. Have a great rest of your day. A happy Thursday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. We got a lot to get to on the show today. Our guy, Cole Thompson, going to join us here in moments and break down this week's excellent Week 7 college football Saturday slate. We also have 2 more playoff baseball games tonight. Game 4, Cubs-Brewers. Game 4, Dodgers-Phillies that we'll get into. Thursday night, Eagles-Giants. We'll give out some bets there as well. We'll also look at survivor pools. I was knocked out, unfortunately, by the Arizona Cardinals. Still trying to figure out how they lost that game. We'll look at the upcoming plays that we have for this week. We'll also look at our favorite fantasy lineups that we like and some college football player props as well. Whole bunch to get to. As always, you guys are listening to the show today. Anything that's on your mind, any bets that you like, any plays, questions, let us know at the BetMGM Network, Twitch, YouTube, or live on X. And if you guys miss any part of the show today, make sure you check out the Send It In podcast, which is available wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling. Here on Thursday, Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line, check in with our guy Cole Thompson. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson, host for SEC Unfiltered. Cole, we were talking before we hopped on, and you called this Separation Saturday, and I absolutely love that. And what a massive opportunity for Missouri to really kind of make a statement here, not only in the SEC, but on a national landscape. Undefeated, really haven't played anybody up to this point. They're off of a bye week, and they get Bama at home on Saturday. Bama, a 3-point favorite. Who do you like in that game?
Yeah, listen, this is a Missouri team that currently is number 3 in the SEC in wins since 2023. Back-to-back double-digit winning seasons underneath Eli Drinkowitz, back-to-back top 15 finishes in the AP and college football playoff poll, and they have gotten better in the ground game with the arrival of Ahmad Hardy. How well he has been able to fit in this Kirby Moore offense and be able to take the jumps and the vertical passes downfield has been exceptional. Bo Pabula looks the part as well at QB1, and you got some weapons that are able to create disruption inside the red zone like Brett Norfleet and Kevin Coleman. The thing that I wonder about when it comes to Alabama in this game is, will we see the offense take that next gear forward? We watched last week for the first time since 2023, a running back hit over 100 rushing yards. That was Jam Miller with 136. We see Ty Simpson still being surgical with the football. He's not making many mental mistakes. It's like every 30th play, you ask yourself, have you ever played the game of college football before? Because he makes a blundering mistake, but outside of that, the next 29 plays are perfect. The thing that Missouri is going to have to hope for in this matchup, in my opinion, is number 1, getting pressure on the quarterback. They're going to have to make Ty Simpson throw under duress. Georgia wasn't able to do it. Vanderbilt wasn't able to do it. No team since Florida State has truly been able to accomplish that. And then they have to live in the yeah, but conversation. And that means, listen, Alabama was able to rush 7. Yeah, but Bo Pabula was able to get his way out and find Kevin Coleman for an 18-yard pickup. Alabama was able to win the pass rush win rate. Yeah, but we watched as one of our defensive linemen got into the backfield, forced a fumble, and we got a scoop and score. That's the way that Missouri is going to win. I think Missouri is a very talented team. They certainly need to be considered for the college football playoff, win or lose this game. I just think Alabama right now, the way they're rolling, and the fact that we know that they have a second gear to this offense coming into speed, it's very hard to pick against. So I'm taking the Tide to win. I'm taking the Tide to cover.
Yeah, it should be a good one, Cole. What also should be a good one is Red River, because you got a lot of interesting things to break down for this matchup. John Mateer, is he going to play? We'll wait and see. To you, does that feel like gamesmanship, or do you think he's going to be out there? And then for Texas, obviously their season's on the line. They lose, they can kiss the SEC championship and the college football playoff goodbye. So give me your thoughts on the game, and do you think we see Mateer on Saturday?
Yeah, listen, if the college football sicko community and Chipotle had it right, then John Mateer needs to give a lot of credit to the people down in Chipotle, Norman, Oklahoma for making the call. But I don't know if we'll see him at full speed. I can tell you right now, everyone that I've spoken to out in Norman, it's so under wraps, they can't even get a good gauge on if he's playing. So we will have the answer come the first snap of the matchup if he is listed on the chart. I think if he does play, it will be at a very limited capacity. Remember, he had surgery on his throwing hand and his throwing thumb. So you can dap that up with as much morphine as possible. But if he can't grip the football, he can't pass. So you're going to trust him with his legs, if anything, in this matchup. Texas, again, still has a great defense. And what's so interesting about the Red River Shootout is this is a game every single year where what you think you know, throw it out the window. It just is one of those matchups where it is a home field environment for 30 minutes. It is a rivalry matchup, and you're on the road in one of the most despicable environments for the next 30. That's what makes these two teams live up to the expectation and live up to the mantra of what has been a matchup in the Cotton Bowl. I think that you will see Arch Manning play well. Something about Red River just brings the best version out of players. I think that you will see this offense have a little bit of life. Like the over-under in this game is currently set, if I'm not mistaken, at 43.5. I'm hammering the over. I think that this is going to be a very high-scoring game, and even though we do know that Oklahoma has one of the best defenses in college football, there is something about this matchup that just you can't speak logic into it. But I don't think that Texas has enough offensively. I think that you will see enough from Michael Hawkins and maybe even this rushing attack getting forward. A 6-0 Oklahoma heads into the second half of the season with the win in the Golden Cowboy hat, standing away with the plus 1.5 in the Red River Shootout.
Cole, a couple more SEC games, super interesting. Gators trying to back up their upset win at Texas with one over A&M this weekend. And then Georgia, tricky game on the road at night in Jordan-Hare to take on Auburn. Which of those underdogs you like better this week? Would you back the Gators plus 7.5, or would you take Auburn plus 3.5?
Auburn hasn't shown me anything offensively to start believing in them as an actual threat. And even though this game is at Jordan-Hare, and you and I both know, PJ, that there's weird stuff that happens at Jordan-Hare at night, it just doesn't feel like Auburn has enough going at this point in the season to where you can trust that Jackson Arnold's going to get the job done. The question that I have for Florida is, what version of the offense are we going to see? Is it the one that was last week on display out in Gainesville, where you said, we're going to run it 20-plus times with Jaden Baugh and force them to have to play in the box? That way we can take the deep shots down the field of Dallas Wilson and Verno Brown. Are we going to get the version of DJ Lagway that can make plays with his legs behind the line of scrimmage and a defense that can force turnovers over Marcel Reed, who, by the way, as good as he's looked, he still has a major fault of overshooting wide receivers, which can lead to turnovers and explosive plays on the defensive side of things. So I don't think either upset is going to occur. If you wanted me to feel more confident, I think Florida has an identity that can really counteract everything Texas A&M does. It is one of those matchups that we maybe are giving A&M a little bit too much hype right now. Let's see what they're able to accomplish. I think both teams win. I think both teams cover. But if you wanted me to pick one, Florida, with how well they ran the football last week, if they run out with that type of formula, it'll be an unlucky day to tackle number 13 out of Gainesville.
Yeah, Jaden Ball, absolute monster. We're talking Week 7 college football slate with Cole Thompson here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson. Cole, let's look at the Big Ten. We got two interesting matchups this weekend. We'll start with the top 10 matchup in Eugene. Indiana and Oregon. Ducks favored by 7.5. What would be your play in that game?
Listen, I think that Kirk Cignetti and the Hoosiers have earned enough respect to be considered a threat in the Big Ten and an actual threat for the college football playoff. The way that they have been able to respond after the Old Dominion game, the mollywhopping against Illinois with, 7 consecutive touchdown drives, that's enough to give a lot of attention. But I do think that this is going to be one of those games where you're going to have to trust the quarterbacks. Dante Moore is going to be going up against a top 5 defensive line and is going to take away the rushing attack with Noah Whittington. I think on the opposing sideline, Oregon has a top 10 run defense in the country. So Fernando Mendoza is going to have to win over the top. There's something about Autzen Stadium that just screams incredibly toxic environment, the way that we talk about places like Death Valley, like Happy Valley, like the Swamp at night. It's something that you have to experience in person. And while I do think that Fernando Mendoza is going to get his opportunities to shine, it's extremely hard to win at the Zoo. I'm going to take Oregon to win. I'm going to take Oregon to cover. I think this is a 4-quarter game, but I like Dante Moore and Will Stein to connect one time downfield to Corian Moore to at least win by a touchdown.
Michigan travels out to the Coliseum to take on USC. Cole, one of these games where the unranked team, USC, is favored over the ranked team in Michigan. We know in Big Ten play how much travel has played a part in these games, especially when you're going through multiple time zones. Do you think this is another one of those games? Do you like USC, or you think Michigan actually pulls off the upset in this game?
Okay, so for starters, you are a professional player at this point in the new version of NIL. You see MLB, you see NFL players every single week have to make these cross-country trips. I don't want to hear it. That's not a reason why you lost a football game. It's, are you better prepared? Are you more physically able to go ahead and pull the wool over a weaker opponent's eyes? And are you able to respond when your backs are against the wall? Does Michigan have that fight? It's going to be the ultimate question that I have in this game. What I wonder about for USC's standpoint, USC is going to have a healthy Jacoby Lane, which is awesome, and that's going to really help out in the passing attack opposite of Mekhi Lemon, but they know how to run the football and win the time of possession. The thing with Michigan is, right now, you can trust that you're going to see more of Bryce Underwood get his legs underneath him. And he's gotten better at finding Donovan McCulley downfield. But if this is a game where it comes down to time of possession, that does not favor Michigan whatsoever because they like to milk the clock, and I don't think that USC is going to allow them to do that. As much as I do think that Michigan is a better team than USC, I don't like this matchup going on the road out to Pasadena. I'm going to actually take the quote-unquote non-upset because it's an unranked team versus a top 15 team. But USC and Jada Mayava get the job done. I think they win by a touchdown at the Coliseum.
Really good slate. A lot of interesting games. Going to be a fun Saturday. Cole Thompson joined us here on Send It In, host for SEC Unfiltered. Give him a follow on X at Mr. Cole Thompson. Cole, always great having you on, my friend. Enjoy the games on Saturday, and we'll talk again next week.
North Texas, upset tomorrow night, South Florida. Be ready to watch out for the Mean Green Machine. Take care, boys.
Love it. Going to be an awesome one. Probably the biggest group of 5 game of the season. Great stuff from Cole Thompson. All right, you guys, let's look at some college football props that I like here for Week 7 upcoming. Again, what's unfortunate about these college football props, only in certain states are you able to bet these, but if you are watching the show, listening to the show in a state where you can bet college football playoffs, these are some of the ones that I would look at. We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons. And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? Really fascinating game this weekend. One of those stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus, so I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens, we're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51.5 rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105.5. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that D'Anton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well. All right, let's do a little prime time peek. Look at some of tonight's games that we have. Thursday Night Football, Eagles, Giants, and then the 2 MLB playoff games that we have for tonight. As always, if you guys are listening to the show, let me know if there are any plays that you like in tonight's Eagles-Giants game. Let me know if there are any MLB plays that you guys like tonight as well. side and total in this game is pretty tricky. I'd probably lay it with the Eagles if I had to at -7.5, but I don't think it's going to be an official play for me, and I don't think I'm going to bet the total in the game either. I think the Eagles are going to win. I don't think the Giants are going to upset them. I think the Eagles are going to win, and normally they have dominated the Giants here as of late. They're coming off of a loss at home against Denver. Short week, which definitely helps Philly. The fact that they're going up against a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart, only making his third start. I think Philly's probably a good spot. Maybe like a Giants team total under could be a good look in this game as well. Because again, the way you tack Philly is their secondary, and outside of Quinyon Mitchell, and the Giants just don't really have the pieces to do that. So Philly -7.5, I had to bet it, probably would be my look in the game. Some props that I would look at: Jackson Dart to throw an interception at -135. I think that should be like -150, -160. So Dart to throw an INT, I do like that. I also like Jackson Dart over 7.5 rush attempts at +100. That's probably my favorite prop in this game. In his 2 starts so far, 10 rushing attempts against the Chargers, 7 last week against New Orleans. But think about it. Put yourselves in the mind of the Giants, right? Brian Dable, their offensive staff. You have a young quarterback in a divisional game, short week, not as much preparation as you normally would have. Jackson Dart's not used to this, right? This is his first kind of short week game. So what are you going to do? You're going to simplify the game for him, and I think they're going to use his legs, and they're going to run him a little bit. So over 7.5 rush attempts for Jackson Dart, I do like that at +100. And then Jake Elliott, Eagles kicker, over 7.5 kicking points versus the Giants. So 2 field goals, 2 extra points, that'll get us this. 3 field goals will get us this. But I think Jake Elliott, that's a good look. I could see him kicking 2, if not 3 field goals tonight. I like over 7.5 kicking points. Good price, too, at -115. So, again, no play side or total in Eagles-Giants. I like Dart to throw an interception, Dart over 7.5 rush attempts, and Jake Elliott over 7.5 kicking points. And I'd also look at Jackson Dart anytime touchdown at +300. Because I like him to run the ball a decent amount, I think that's a really good price, 3-1 for him to find the end zone. So Jackson Dart, using him quite a bit tonight in the prop market in that game against Philly. As for the MLB playoffs, Phillies and Dodgers tonight. We had the Phils on the money line last night, +150. That was a nice cash against LA. Tonight, they have Christopher Sanchez on the mound. They're +110. Tyler Glasnow is going to be going for the Dodgers. He's -130. The total in this game is at 8. Not looking at the side, not looking at the total in this game. Instead, I'm going Christopher Sanchez, the starter for the Phillies tonight, under 5.5 strikeouts at -125. Sanchez pitched game 1 in this series against the Dodgers. He had 8 strikeouts, looked very good early on in that game. But because it's an elimination game for Philadelphia and they're going to be willing to pull him, certainly give him a shorter leash than they normally would, and the fact that the Dodgers got to see him 5 days ago, I think that's a big advantage for LA, and that's a big advantage for our under. Now, again, he had 8 strikeouts in game 1, and now it's at 5.5, and the under is -125. So they are accounting for the fact it's an elimination game, and he's not going to have as long a leash as he would on a Tuesday in July. But because the Dodgers just saw him, and you have so many good veteran hitters in that lineup, I think that's advantage LA. I like under 5.5 strikeouts for Christopher Sanchez tonight against the Dodgers. Brewers and Cubbies. It's going to be an interesting game 4. Milwaukee leads the series 2-1. Cubs winning the game yesterday. The total is 7. It was 6.5 yesterday. Brewers -120 on the money line. The Cubs are +100. Freddie Peralta is going to go today for the Cubs. For the Brewers, Matthew Boyd going to go for the Cubs. This is what we saw in game 1 of this series when Milwaukee just teed off on Matthew Boyd. The Brewers are the better team. I thought the Cubs were going to win this series. The Brewers are better. They blew them out in both games in Milwaukee. After the Cubs scored 4 runs in the first inning yesterday, they didn't score again for innings 2 through 9. So the Brewers pitching staff really did a good job of shutting them down after the first inning. I think the Brewers are the better team, and I think they close out the series tonight. So I would look at Milwaukee -120 against Chicago. Brewers are for real. You know, the Brewers and the Blue Jays both came in, top 2 teams in their leagues. Not a lot of people really liked them, but there's a reason these teams won, 96, 98, 95 games. They got really good lineups that put together great at-bats, and they got good pitching staff. So just like the Blue Jays win in 4, I think Milwaukee wins in 4 tonight as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's a Pro Football No Sweat token. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. Make it legendary at BetMGM. Download the app today, and please gamble responsibly. All right, let's dive in to a little fantasy page, some DFS for week 6 in the NFL. And let's start with our quarterback, and that's going to be Matthew Stafford for the Rams, who is $6,400 this week against the Ravens. Again, we get $50,000 to choose from, right, that we have to divvy it up. So we're spending $6,400 of that on Matt Stafford against Baltimore. I mean, the Ravens have the worst defense in football. They have the worst secondary right now in football. Kyle Hamilton was back practicing, so he should be good to go. But Marlon Humphrey is still going to be out for the Ravens. And Malachi Starks just has not been what they needed him to be out of Georgia, the rookie. Now, they did make some trades, and they did acquire Gardner Johnson this week, and they also got Gilman in that trade from the Chargers with Odafe Oweh. So the Ravens are trying to mix it up. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference against the Rams and that offense with Puka and Devontae Adams and Stafford and McVay calling plays. So Stafford going to take him. If C.J. Stroud can throw for 4 touchdowns against this defense, scared to see what Matt Stafford is going to do. Rico Dowdle is going to be my first running back that I'm going to look at. $5,800 this week against the Cowboys. Very quietly, we're not talking about enough the fact that Rico ran for over 200 yards last week against Miami. He was awesome, and he was great for Dallas at the end of last season. Now with the injury to Chuba Hubbard, he's getting his opportunity, and he was fantastic on Sunday against Miami. Now he's going up against his former team, another team with a bad defense. I would go right back with Rico Dowdle. I think he could have another big game against his former team. Quinshawn Judkins is up next. He is $5,500 against the Pittsburgh Steelers, or $5,900 against the Steelers. Quinshawn has been a terrific surprise so far for Cleveland. And again, you're the Cleveland Browns. You're coming back from your international road trip in London. You're going on the road in a divisional game against the Steelers. Dylan Gabriel's making his first true road start. I mean, it's run the football, right? Like, run the football. You've been very good with Judkins. Lean on your defense. Play field position game. I think that's what they try and do. So Judkins, $5,900. I'd look at him and Dowdle this week, my 2 running backs in that game. Devontae Adams is going to be my first wide receiver, $6,700 against the Ravens. I wanted to stack one of the Rams wide receivers with Stafford. Puka was the most expensive wide receiver this week, which makes a lot of sense. But I think Devontae could also have a great season as well. So I'll go, or could have a great game as well. So I'll take Devontae, $6,700 against the Ravens. Ted McMillan of the Panthers, I'll take him at $6,000 against the Cowboys. Dallas's defense, again, has not been good. And the Panthers' offense, the Panthers have been a sneaky good over team dating back to the end of last season as well. They really put up points at home going up against this Dallas defense. I think Ted McMillan could have a nice game, so a couple of Panthers in my lineup. Chris Olave, I'm going to slide him in there against the Patriots. Rattlers played a lot better than a bunch of us have thought. Olave's production has been pretty consistent this season when you look at receptions, targets, all those kinds of things. I think he could have a good game, so we'll take Olave at $5,100. Jake Ferguson, man, been one of the best surprises at tight ends so far this season. Second in the NFL among all pass catchers in receptions. He's got 41 right now through 5 games. Also got 3 touchdowns going up against his Panthers defense. I like the price of Jake Ferguson at $5,300. Kenneth Walker the second, $6,100 against Jacksonville. Now, the Jags do have a good run defense. They've only given up 3 rushing touchdowns this season, but I think the Chiefs were able to expose them a little bit. And coming off of a short week and off that big emotional win against Kansas City, that 1-2 punch Walker and Charbonnet, I think could do some good things against Jacksonville. So I like Walker in my flex at $6,100. And then speaking of the Seahawks, we'll take them $2,700 against the Jags. I always look at which defense is the cheapest that I think can have the best game. And man, with Mike McDonald calling the defense, how great they usually are on the road, Trevor Lawrence prone to turnovers, I think it's a nice spot to use the Seattle defense. So I'll plug them in as my D at $2,700. So this is our lineup for week 6 here in the NFL. Matthew Stafford going to be our QB. Dowdle and Judkins are 2 running backs. Devontae Adams, Ted McMillan, Chris Olave, our trio of receivers. Jake Ferguson, tight end. Kenneth Walker in our flex. And the Seattle Seahawks is going to be our defense, and that is a perfect 50,000, so no extra dollars left to be had. All right, let's look at Survivor pool that we have here. Before we do, Moist Cupcakes 11 with the question, if this is Cubs-Brewers game is tied 0-0 after the first inning, I am slamming Brewers money line. The Cubs team seemingly forgets how to produce runs after the first. It's so true. It's a great point, Moist Cupcakes. Honestly, it really is. So, I mean, again, they scored 4 yesterday, didn't score anything else the rest of the game, right? We saw that in games 1 and game 2. Bush opens with runs in game 1. So whatever it is about that first inning, Cubs get off to a nice start. After that, don't do a lot. I think that's a good call. Even though you'll get a little bit of a more expensive price on the Brewers money line, certainly could be worth it. But yeah, I like the Brewers to win the game. But a nice point there about how the Cubs offense has definitely struggled after the first inning. All right, let's look at Survivor this week for week 6. We had some chaos last week, man. Chiefs lost, Bills lost, Eagles lost, Rams lost, Cardinals lost. Absolutely brutal. So congrats to those of you that have survived and lived to see another week. The Packers certainly are going to be the most popular choice this week. That's the team that I would choose. Like, don't even try and get cute or maybe mess around with a bunch of these other teams. They're a 14-point favorite. They're off a bye week. They haven't played well in their last 2 games. They've been really impressive at home this season against Washington. And now how good is that Lions game looking in week 1? And are they really losing to Joe Flacco twice in one season? Like, could you imagine if Flacco beats them again? I cannot see that. So Green Bay Packers, big favorite for a reason. They would be my pick in Survivor. Now, if you've already used Green Bay or you don't want to use Green Bay this week, 3 other teams I'd probably consider. The first one would be the Rams. I normally don't like taking road teams in Survivor pools, but again, they just lost as big favorites to San Francisco, and the Ravens are still so depleted. Their defense is so bad. I just can't see Baltimore winning that game. So I'd look at the Rams. I'd also look at the Colts because of what an offensive wagon they are at home this season. I mean, they don't punt at home. They're unbelievable. At home, Daniel Jones is playing great football. Jonathan Taylor's been unbelievable. So I'd look at the Colts. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers, guys, they have won 21 straight regular season games at home against the Cleveland Browns. The Browns just do not win in Pittsburgh in the regular season. Now, of all the 4 teams that I gave out of Survivor choices, this would probably be the one that makes me the most nervous just because it is a divisional game. The Browns do have a good defense. And Dylan Gabriel, there's still not a lot of film on him out there. I just can't see Tomlin and the Steelers losing to a rookie quarterback in his first career true road start. So Steelers, I think, could be another good option this week as well. I'd stay away from the Eagles. I think we saw last Thursday with Rams and Niners. It's just these short weeks you just don't know. So I'd stay away from Philly. I wouldn't use the Broncos going out to London either, coming off that big win against the Eagles, and the Jets still, they're going to win a game at some point. I don't think it's going to be against Denver, but I would worry about that one. Wouldn't use the Chargers, another cross-country trip for them. They're very banged up. I'd stay away from them. No Patriots against the Saints. You guys know I like the Saints in that game. No Bills. Don't use the Bills on the road. Wait for them to come back home. So yeah, I think it's either the Steelers. That would probably be my least favorite choice. Packers would be my favorite, then the Rams, then the Colts, and then the Steelers. All right, let's wrap up the show with our favorite plays of the day. Going streaking. Let's take Mookie Betts, man. How good has he been so far this postseason, going up against left-hander Christopher Sanchez tonight, who we saw and had a good game off of in Game 1. I'll take Mookie to get a base hit. He'll be our guy in going streaking. Speaking of Christopher Sanchez, my prop block for the day, under 5.5 Ks for him at -125. It is obviously an elimination game for Philadelphia, so he could be pulled at a moment's notice. He faced the Dodgers 5 days ago. I think that's advantage LA. I'll take Sanchez under 5.5 Ks at -125. Dog of the day, let's go to college football. ECU +6.5 against Tulane. ECU's a sneaky team. They've played NC State and BYU. They've played a couple Power 4 opponents. I think they can keep it close with Tulane tonight, so I like ECU. And then Brewers money line, my best bet, -120 against the Chicago Cubbies tonight. I think the Brewers wrap up the series, and I think they wait for Dodgers or Phillies in the NLCS. Thanks again to Cole Thompson for joining us today on Send It In. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow with the PJ Pick 5. Looking forward to it. Have a great rest of your day.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect
you. Every Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern, we put our 10 toes down. Our hottest take on the upcoming week in sports. What do you think is going to happen? This is it. Putting reputations on the line. We lay it out there for you every week here on Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. Stop showing the toes, please. I can't. You people don't see this, but there's a screen where we see different cameras, different angles, different pictures. Okay, what's going to be brought on screen next? And for some reason, Gertz decided, let's scrub right to that still of those nasty toes on the beach. And I'm going to put that there for the boys as they're looking in the camera trying to talk.
It's very, very unattractive.
Yes. All right. 10 toes down. I can't wait for this. Gertz, we saved the best for last because he's got the Blackhawks in the playoffs. Things not off to a good start, catching a big L the other night. We get them against Boston tonight. Maybe there's a 10 toes down involving his Blackhawks or Indiana or the Bears. Sam, let's get things going here. What is your 10 toes down for this week?
I've got two, actually. Number one is that John Mateer is not playing, and Oklahoma is going to get cracked by Texas. I'm sorry, Joe. I know you've got a lot of Mateer Heisman stock. If he plays, I'm going to lose this double dip, but I don't think he's going to play. Don't think he'll be able to grip that football. And I feel like the reason we're hearing about this Mateer progression, if you will, is because they're trying to throw Texas off the scent. They want them to prepare for Mateer, not for Hawkins, because they know if Hawkins plays, they're not going to win. If Mateer's out, Texas wins, and I don't expect Mateer to play. So that's number one. And then number two, I've heard that some people are all in on the Chiefs this weekend. All chips
this
to the
weekend
middle.
Or a big picture?
Well, I think it's both. I think it's a Chiefs win and then a Chiefs run, I guess. Chiefs win, Chiefs get hot, Chiefs don't look back. Have you looked at their pass rush and how bad it's been? Trevor Lawrence had almost 3.5 seconds per pass. Plenty of time. Their secondary's good, but they can't get to the quarterback. Lawrence completed 72% of his passes and had all day to throw. It was his best passer rating of the entire season against Kansas City. We love Spags. We love Andy Reid. But this has been an issue. Their inability to get to the quarterback has really been a problem. And Baltimore didn't expose it. Other teams have. I think you're going to see the Chiefs come out and lay an egg and lose in prime time. So the Lions will pull the upset over Kansas City.
Oh, I like it. People thinking the chatter about 10-1 Kansas City for Super Bowl, I think it is correlated with them winning this week. I think that's the entire thought process, that the Chiefs are going to win and then that number is going to move and you're going to want to be a part of this right now. But you're saying, no, part of your 10 toes down is the Lions win outright?
Mm-hmm. And Worthy not healthy. Rice not back yet.
Yep.
Let's go.
All right. Woo. AFC West. Let me see those odds if that happens in favor of the Broncos. You're a Broncos guy now. All right. Good stuff there. So those are Sam's 10 toes down. All right. Let's talk more Texas, Oklahoma. Okay.
Let's go.
Let's talk some Red River Cotton Bowl. We've seen some numbers this week. We've seen 2.5. We got to 3 for a short period, and now it's heading back down. You're going to find 1 to 1.5 right now. If Mateer misses this game, he is out of the Heisman race. There are way too many quarterbacks involved. It's one thing about Kent State, doesn't matter. Nobody's going to remember that. It's just padding stats if you're out there for Kent State. Who the hell cares? Nobody missed you. But you're in a tight race with all of these other quarterbacks on top teams. If you miss this game, you're out. Now it's 2 games, and it's the biggest one on the calendar every single year for your school. This is big for the history of Oklahoma. You think about the names at that position that won the Heisman. First name only. That's it. Kyler. Never paying for a meal again over there. Baker. Same deal. Sam. Not you. Bradford. Jason. Maybe one of the worst quarterbacks to ever win the award. You're a first name basis guy. He wants to be John for the rest of his life when he goes to Oklahoma. John Mateer is going to be on this football field, and we are 10 toes down, heads up. Sam says he's out. I say he's in. John Mateer plays on Saturday.
All right. Side bet?
I mean, we put a 10 toes down bet.
Chop a toe?
Chop a toe? Yeah.
Finger bet?
Clearly, you're going to be you're on Texas. How about Oklahoma for this game?
Joe, very animated there. So
finger.
Animated that the camera was shaking as he was saying 10 toes down. Shaking.
I'm trying to will it into existence that this guy is on the field. Do you understand? Like, look,
yes, I do.
Yes. I honestly think they don't know. But I hope he's out there. They're going to do everything that they can to make sure that he's out there. But by the way, the idea of it's about the big picture, it's about the whole season. You think that's the mentality the week of Red River? You think that's what they're saying in there? Like, oh, let's worry about the long term. Those people are nuts. Texas, Oklahoma. Jenks is one fan, and he's one side of it. And I don't think he's even among the most rabid in that fan base on Texas. And you just bring up Oklahoma, you see how his face turns? Like he's just disgusted. This game still means a lot. All right, those are our 10 toes down. We're going Oppo. Paul, where are you at for 10 toes down?
Well, as the original explorer, what do they call them? Conquistador of Chiefs Island at 10-1, I feel like I have to stand my ground. So I'm on the Chiefs, and I will point out there is a waning gibbous moon due for Sunday night in Kansas City. So even the stars are aligned, thinking that the Chiefs' run is over, is waning away. But no, Chiefs will win on Sunday night. I know there's more of a back and forth elsewhere, but I have to stand up for Chiefs Kingdom here as well. But here's my 10 toes down. And this is on me. I should have Tuesday, I thought about this and then totally forgot about it yesterday. I obviously got caught up in, the Phillies sucking, for lack of a better word. So, of course, the Phillies won yesterday because now, tonight, you have Phillies-Dodgers at 6 o'clock. And the Dodgers, who have taken money, by the way, it's gone from minus 120 to minus 130. So, Philly gets to watch that all fall apart for a couple of hours. And then the Eagles and Giants kick off. And then they get to watch the Eagles lose in prime time to the Giants. So 10 toes down. Dodgers, Giants money line, plus 625 at BetMGM.
Oh, my God.
That's 10 toes down for sure.
Wait, we went from he's standing up for Chiefs Kingdom. So we've got, so far, both of us are going to get Sam and 10 toes down. This is where we're at.
That's
standing
fine.
up for Chiefs Kingdom.
It's a matter of time.
Yes, he's like, here's the misery today that he is going to endure. We're losing it all. We're losing the Philly season, and then we're kind of losing the Eagles season. They lose back-to-back games, including Giants in prime time. Oh, I can't wait.
And it's Thursday. It's going to permeate throughout the entire weekend, throughout like the next 10 days. It's going to be misery.
WIP will say they're not going to make the playoffs. It'll be awesome.
Yeah.
Joe G will be going off. I can't wait. All right, Jake Hassan, your turn. 10 toes down.
Oh, how badly I wish that the Yankees-Jays game was tonight so I could do the whole spiel again for tonight for 10 toes down. But alas, I'll still take them being exiled from the playoffs and drowning their tears in marinara sauce, as they deserve. But I'll go to the other team that has been my enemy in the American League. 10 toes down. We're getting a Tariq School masterclass tomorrow. Give me everything. Give me over 10.5 Ks at 2-1. Give me the Scooble to get a win is plus 125. I'm betting that instead of the Tigers money line. Like, what are we talking about here? The Mariners, enough. Complete implosion yesterday. The lineup doesn't show up. Their bullpen's a mess. Take that stupid trident that you have in the dugout and impale yourself on it. I'm done with this team. Tigers, Jays, ALCS. I'm ready for the Jays to just go to the World Series, and the Dodgers are just going to win. Mariners, dead tomorrow. Scooble masterclass. They're showing him in the dugout. Scooble couldn't have a care in the world yesterday. Smiling, having a great time in the dugout. Dude's ready, and he's a psycho. I'm Tigers moon tomorrow. Tigres.
Tigers moon. Tigres.
Impale yourself with a trident.
He's going from marinara to the Mariners just impaling themselves. All right, good 10 toes down. It's Gertch time. What you got, Gertch, this week?
All right, guys. So we are going to go back to the well one more time, and we are fading the Indiana Hoosiers against the Oregon Ducks this week. The biggest alt spread that I could find was Oregon minus 34.5. If you get that at 11-1. I also found a winning margin bet. You could get Oregon by 41 points or more at 27-1. So we're all in on the Ducks. 10 toes down. Hoosiers are going to get their first loss of the year.
Oh,
quack,
Sam,
quack.
go get shorts. Go get shorts so we can hear that.
Yes.
All right.
I will go grab Jeff. Actually, I think he's podcasting right now. I'll let him know that Gertz says Oregon by 40. Was it 40 plus?
Well, first you've got to lay out the whole Gertch history though. Like set him up for it. And
He needs the lore.
Yeah. He's doing alt lines of minus 34.5. The highest that he can find. What do we do with this information, guys?
Hoosiers money line, I think.
Hoosiers by 14.5.
I was going to say Indiana alt spreads.
I don't know if
Plus
Gertz is doing
240
this on purpose, though. Is he doing this just to get Indiana home? Do you actually want them to win or not?
Of course I want them to win. But, if I lay out the
He's
whole...
got a Hoosiers hat on,
angle,
Sam.
He's wearing a red hoodie.
Then it will come down. It will come through.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Huge alt spread. I mean, 11-1, minus 34.5 for the Ducks. Let's go.
Mendoza Heisman right now. This is your last chance.
Heisman-doza to you, sir.
Is it? Is it to you?
But you can't do both, Gertch.
Yeah, you got to pick
pick
a lane.
Look, I'm already
10
down to
toes down.
like 6 toes, so I got to try to save them wherever I can. So we
He's
play
gonna be
both
toeless.
sides so that I always come out on top.
There's no chance he has a toe
Oregon.
by the end of the football season.
Oregon by 40.
It's October.
and
Yeah, I was just saying
Mendoza
football
Heisman.
season. He's not going to make it to Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Toeless. Oh man, that's good stuff. Huh. Indiana money line at the very least. Thank you, Gertch. Nothing on the Blackhawks tonight. I see. You got the Bruins.
No, Blackhawks to make the playoffs is enough embarrassment on that.
He's done after one game. He's out.
They're one of the worst teams in the league. It's very funny.
Apparently, they played the Panthers pretty close the other night, all the way till the end, but still lost. I don't know. I didn't watch.
Yeah, I think Jake was there.
Panthers down their
Jake,
two
were you
best
there?
players. No big deal.
No
Yeah,
big deal.
No big deal. No big deal at all. All right. Good stuff. 10 toes down. Everybody with some strong takes. And I like it because a lot of us, we don't talk about the topics, what we're going to hit on, but we went after the same topics with very different opinions, which I do like. And some of the biggest games of the weekend, Texas, Oklahoma, and of course, Sunday Night Football with the Chiefs and the Lions. Really looking forward to that. Everybody is. I want to find out where the money's coming in on these games and the other big games going on this weekend in college football and the NFL. We'll find out from Carl Johnson. He's going to join us from BetMGM. He's terrific on the air, and he's going to let us know where some of that sharp money is coming in on. Sam, what's the one game outside of Texas, Oklahoma, where you're like, I want to know where they are coming in on college-wise?
Ohio State, Illinois, for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Oregon, Indiana, I think we have an idea if you're just following the line movement that's going on with that matchup. So we're going to break it all down. NFL, college football with Carl Johnson on the other side. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Every week on the show, we get a book report and find out exactly what is happening, especially with some of the sharp money coming in the upcoming week in college football and the NFL. This week, we bring in Carl Johnson, a retired sportsbook manager. He was with BetMGM for a number of years. Now he's involved with this side of things, kind of following everything that's happening in the betting market. You can find him on X at Jack Johnson. And he's got a show. They do Spaces every Saturday morning for college football, every Sunday morning covering the NFL at 8:15 a.m. Eastern. Carl, thanks for jumping on the show. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good to be here. Love your stuff, and thanks for having us.
So when we ask about things that you're seeing and hearing from your sources around the world and around the country, what's the first thing that jumps off in college football? It's a busy week. John Mateer is certainly probably the biggest star of the weekend, whether he plays or whether he doesn't. What are you hearing? Where do you want to start?
Yeah, so I mean, look, basically for us, what I do is I try to focus on the larger handle games. It's just the way it works out. It's surprisingly how well the books do in the larger handle game. So that's kind of our concept of what we're doing. Is we're trying to fall on the book side of things. We like sharp money working in our favor. So that's what we look for. We look for the higher handle games.
All right, so these shows that you do on the weekend, that is certainly something that you're looking at, and you're following late money, and you're reacting to that and sharing that information. What means more to you? There's so much sports betting content out there, media-wise, but for a guy that's been doing this forever, understand what is notable stuff where you're going to stand up and take notice. Is it the sharp money with the early moves? Is it when the limits go up in the middle of the week? Or is it the game day stuff that comes in? What stuff do you trust the most?
Yeah, so what we like to do is we like to see where the sharp money played early in the week. But to be honest with you, look, that's one of the things that I've got an advantage for. Is I've throughout the years I've dealt with pretty good sets of sharps that I still have a relationship with today. And look, to be honest with you, the sharp money is. I mean, these guys are playing numbers, okay, and they're on both sides of these things. The 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 biggest misconception is that the casual bettor, they'll hear, oh, they're on Alabama this week, sharp side. Well, that's not necessarily the case, because even though they may have taken an early position with, say, like Missouri, and grabbed the 4, these guys are going to play these numbers all week long, and you have to know why they're doing such, because what happens is that if they get on the game, if the sharp money gets on the game early and that number doesn't pop, it doesn't move the way they want, then you may see them buy out of that position on like Thursday. And to the naked eye, the way it looks is that the sharp money's getting on. Now they're getting on Alabama. Well, you got to know the reason. Are they buying out? Are they trying to get out of an earlier position? Are they trying to play a middle? And so that's what I do. I'll give you a perfect example. Last night, some of the sharps that I communicate with, that I dealt with for years, I knew that in that Missouri State game, I knew that they were going to try to buy if that number got to 3. And so, one of the things that we're looking for with our concept is that we want to be on the house side, and we want to have sharp money on our side. So I knew that they were going to try to buy if that number got to 3. Sure enough, the number gets to 3. They pop it. They move it down to 2.5. My guys were able to come in, take the plus 2.5, and we win it by a hook. So that's the important stuff. Is that you have to know why these sharps are moving into some of these positions or moving out. And the only way you're going to do that is to, in my opinion, is to know some of it.
I was a little surprised to see the number on Oregon, Indiana come down as much as it did, Carl. They opened at 10 in Vegas, and now we're seeing 7.5 and 7. Are you surprised by that move? And where do you think this market's going to close on the Ducks and the Hoosiers?
So let me pull that one up for you. What do you know the routing number on that one?
Oregon and Indiana is 197, 198.
197, 198. All right, let's look at it. Okay, so I mean, right now, so it looks like in most places, Oregon opened at 9.5. I'm seeing 7.5s across the board. I do see a 7 at the old Westgate. So let's go in there and look. Right, let's see where it's at. So right now, um, this number's been pretty stale. It looks like on the 6th, um, it opened at 7.5 overseas with a book that I use. And it looks like they grabbed the 7.5 early. It's a lot of Oregon money in there. So one of the things that we're looking for is that we want to see if that money starts to come on Indiana a little bit. So right now that number's kind of stale there. Let's go to a popular book here. Let's act BetMGM. Let's look at BetMGM. So at BetMGM, it looks like they moved off of 8.5 to 7.5 just recently. And on Oregon's, they're getting 83% of the money, 60% of the ticket count. So that's one of the ones that we'll be watching because it's a big game. And it would not surprise me if you don't see some sharp side money, which they have already. But it wouldn't surprise me if you don't see some more sharp money come in on Indiana here.
All right. What about a couple spots down, Carl? With Carl Johnson, retired sportsbook manager. A couple spots down. It's the talk of college football this week. Is Mateer in, Mateer out? Texas, Oklahoma for Red River. We're sitting Texas as a short favorite, 1.5, as it's a guessing game at this point. Where do you think this moves based on the information that we eventually are likely to get, in or out for Mateer? But you've been around. Sometimes we start these games and we don't know. The camera's on Mateer, and we're not going to know until maybe the first possession for Oklahoma. So just what are all your thoughts on the things that we could see with this game?
Yeah, I just happen to think that right now the way it's been going here to start the season is that Texas is a more public bet team than Oklahoma. But to be honest with you, this week we're seeing kind of just the opposite. I mean, most of the money here is on. I'm looking at BetMGM right now. Most of the money here is on Oklahoma. I do see where Oklahoma had a large chunk of the handle, and then if you know what you're looking at, you can see some sharp money that came in into that pile. But personally, I think this number is probably going to keep trickling down a little bit. I mean, just based on what I'm seeing some people playing Oklahoma here.
Yeah, the book's going to definitely root for Texas. I would guess that'd be my best guess for the weekend. Iowa, Wisconsin. You were in the book a long time, and I'm sure you heard people coming into the book saying you got to bet the Iowa under, right? You got to bet the first half under and the full game under. This thing is 35.5, Carl. It makes me laugh at how low it is, but it opened a little bit higher. Opened 37.5 down to 35.5. What did you remember about booking these Iowa games over the years with the total?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that I can remember was we always needed the over. I mean, because the when you see numbers like that, Iowa, the Iowa, this Iowa, they're notoriously. It's amazing, the public when they see a total of 35.5. They've been educated over the last few years with shows like yours, with some of the stuff that Beason does. So they play more unders now than they ever have before. So yeah, I mean, this thing, there's no way in the world that I'm going to make a bet when I see a number at 35.5. No way in the world I'm going to bet over that. I mean, it just looks like too big of a trap, right? So, I think the play here is the under or either a no play. I mean, I personally, if just my opinion, and I don't like to throw my opinion out there too much because that's not what I'm about. But yeah, I think this is going to be a very low scoring game.
From a power rating perspective, or just how you view these teams, who's the best team in the SEC?
Wow, man, that's a good question. I look, I'm very impressed with what Georgia's been able to do over the years. I mean, to me, they got the best coach in the business in the SEC right now. I think there are numerous sleepers. I mean, look, I'm really impressed with Florida. I mean, look at Florida's schedule. I mean, look, Florida don't have a chance to win the national championship. I'm not saying that, but look what the gauntlet that they have run through. So, but to be honest with you, I'm still looking at Georgia. I think Georgia's the class of the SEC. There's a bunch of teams that are vastly improving. With this new money, they're starting to get some players in. But look, until somebody takes Georgia out the picture and they start struggling a whole lot, the way they're coached, I lean towards Georgia. But what do you
How about
guys?
the NFL? I think Bama's a team to beat, but I mean it could be one of four teams. Ole Miss looks really solid.
Yeah.
What if Missouri wins this weekend, Joe? If Missouri beats
Yeah.
Alabama, we're talking about them as a team that could potentially sneak in and win this thing.
No, that's absolutely 100%. I mean, and so that's teams that we've never talked about before. So to me, they gotta, they're knocking on the door. They got to bust through it. So yeah, we'll see. It's very interesting, very good. The best conference in football, my.
What stands out in the NFL side of things that you're going to cover on your Sunday morning show? We've seen a number of games that have moved a couple of points. What jumps out?
Yeah, so right now, one of the games that I'm following pretty close is this Arizona Indianapolis game. Um, we'll see what Kyler does, but I mean, this is probably the biggest adjustment of the week is in this game. I mean, this game opened at 3.5, and it's up to 7 now. Indiana getting all the money, all the tickets. What a lot of people don't realize about this NFL now, it's totally different than college from a power rating perspective. But the top in my power ratings, for example, and I don't have them in front of me right now, but I'll give you an example. The number one team, so I have Buffalo as number one in my rating. The range from number one to number the 32nd ranked team, which is in my opinion the Saints. It's a 12-point real difference gap. So there's not a lot of gap here. I mean, people talk about how did this team beat this team. A lot of 12 points is a lot of these NFL games are decided, and these covers are decided by who's got the ball last, who makes the last turnover. Just usually it's just one play. So I'm not surprised by some of these upsets that we've seen. Look, this Colts game, I tell you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this line to jump back down if Kyler's going to play. So that's what I'm watching that for. I think you got several interesting games going on. This Philly Giants game tonight, that's going on. I mean, this morning I seen some sharp money come in on the Giants at 7.5. Now that might not be nothing to it, but it's something that I'm going to watch. And then, I'm really impressed with Tampa Bay this year. I mean, look, I just like the way those guys play. I like the way Baker plays. Just hard nosed. I mean, he's giving it 110% every week. I mean, that line has moved. It opened at 1.5. It's up to 3. I know San Francisco's banged up, but the public is really starting to get behind Baker and that team. So that might be a sleeper team. And then you got Detroit, Kansas City, which is our primetime game that night. Look, if Detroit beats Kansas City at Kansas City, do you call it an upset? Me personally, I've got Detroit higher ranked than Kansas City. I know that in this, it's up to 2.5 now, and I know that about 3.4 points of home field advantage for Kansas City is in that number. So that would make Detroit, on a neutral site, about 1.5, maybe 2 here. So
Great insight.
I don't know if you call it an upset. Yep.
Yep, for sure. Carl Johnson at Jack Johnson over on X. Check out his shows Saturday and Sunday morning talking about the upcoming slates. Good stuff, Carl. Hope to do it again. Joe O, Sammy P. Lightning Bets next. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll get to our lightning bets coming up in just a few moments. On this Thursday, you've got Thursday night football, some college action, find out where the room is at with Major League Baseball as well. We get 2 games. We had 4 games yesterday. We're down to 2 games today. Did want to mention that, speaking of the 2 Major League Baseball games, swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. We bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, to find out where is the room.
Where's the room?
Paul, where are we starting? Thursday night football, baseball? Do we have intel for all 3 of these matchups tonight?
We have 2. So we've got the early baseball game, the Phillies and the Dodgers. So let's start there, and then we can get to football. It says Brewers Cubs will be out this afternoon. So number 5, most bet props for Phillies Dodgers, game 4 at BetMGM. They're fading Bohm, our guy, who was just swinging because he's not even really sure what happens, and they just swing the bat. Boom, under 1.5 total hits, runs, and RBI, minus 110.
Okay.
Number 4, fading. So they're picking on 2 guys, one on each team. Or, I guess, backing one guy, fading the other. So Alex Call, over half total hits, runs, and RBI, minus 105 for the Dodgers.
Okay. Fading Bohm, backing Call. What else?
Yep. Ohtani home run at plus 320. Call over a hit at plus 120. Bohm under a single at even money.
What? Okay, so I'm new to the single bet, which apparently seems to be very popular at BetMGM. Is this enticing to anybody on the show? I don't get it. Like, if you're going to do something positive, negative, go total bases, go home run. Sure, RBI, I get all that stuff, but I don't understand betting singles or no singles.
Yeah, I'm good.
Not my thing.
Yeah. It's somebody's thing, not ours.
Not much to take away from this, yeah?
Why are they, Jake, any guesses on why they're backing Call?
Your guess is as good as mine, Joe.
History? Like, I don't get it. I don't understand why this is the pick here. Like, he's the guy to back in multiple ways too. Like, I never thought we'd sit here and talk about the room and say, it's an Alex Call day. I'm shocked by it. All right. We'll find out.
Yeah.
NFL action.
NFL, Thursday night football. So, interesting mix, but some predictables here. Number 5, most bet prop at BetMGM for Giants and Eagles at the Giants. Daniel Bellinger over 13.5 receiving yards at minus 120. Number 4, Saquon over 83.5 rushing yards at minus 140.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Minus 142, the cherry on top.
All right. Saquon. All right.
Number 3, also Eagles. A.J. Brown, over 64.5 receiving yards at minus 115.
Really? Okay. Everything you've seen, you're going to back A.J. Brown to go over. All right.
All right. And number 2, that dynamic Giants rookie duo. Cam Scatterboo, over 13.5 receiving yards at minus 135.
Told you Scatterboo's going to be on the top 5. He's the number 2 overall prop.
You did call it. I was looking for my bell, but I don't have my bell here. You nailed it.
Damn. Need backup bell. Need a New York bell. Just leave it, hide it there somewhere. Receiving? So last week he had 45
7.
last week. That's why. Yeah, 7 for 45. A few weeks before that, 8 for 61. But he also had 11, 12, and 14 in the 3 other games. All right, Oh, minus 135. Lovely.
Yeah. A lot of tight ends and Scatterboo for Jackson Dart last week, almost at Daniel Jones. All right. Number one most bet prop for tonight. I guess they're thinking Eagles in control ahead. Dart has to throw his way back in. Jackson Dart over 30.5 passing attempts, minus 140.
So Giants
run game.
jump ahead. Giants run the ball. Giants win.
That's what it looks. I've heard worse cases.
Of the
they're
ones
betting
where they're
Dart?
laying a big price.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dart over on pass attempts. Scatterboo over on receiving yards. Barkley over on rushing yards. What is your favorite fade? All of those are $1.35 or higher.
The Barkley one, because I don't think he's healthy.
Yeah.
But
I like
if you want to,
Barkley total.
if you want to, just play this out here, if the room is on Giants passing props and Eagles rushing props, the inverse of that is Giants are in front and Eagles are playing from behind.
People are very scared to go against Saquon. Okay. So, do you have the touchdown info on the most popular ones there?
Yeah, should. Let's see. So, yes. Okay. Yep. What do we say? Hurts. Well, they're both on here, I guess. Most bet anytime touchdown scores 5 up through 1. Dallas Goedert at plus 260 anytime. Jalen Hurts minus 135. AJ Brown plus 185. Theo Johnson plus 425. I believe he was the first touchdown scorer last weekend, something like that. And Saquon Barkley minus 160.
Four Eagles. Eagles.
Who's the most popular first touchdown scorer?
Saquon. I would not go there. Plus 350.
Dude, Saquon unders forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yep. That's the way to go.
I had a hard time because, again, like the Eagles should be able to run the ball against this defense to a point. But, like, is it A.J. Dillon if it's not Saquon? Like, they're giving Tank Bigsby no run. Like, and we saw him pop a little bit for Jacksonville last year. So, I just don't know what they do in the run game. I'm just picturing Theo Vaughn, to be honest. Like, that's all I think of when he said Theo Johnson.
He got denied during game day. Did you see that the other day?
He shot his shot for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, really? I saw him on game day.
What's her name? The side host. She's from Peloton.
Who can be sure? But he asked, he goes, "Will I see you again?" And she said, "Hopefully not."
On air.
Live.
That's amazing.
Live on TV.
Yep. Game day. A lot of people watching. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What you got?
I feel even better about the Giants tonight, as Oz Logic is telling me that Matthew Boyd has been named the starter. I always thought that was going to be the case. I didn't really think it was going to be anybody else, but that is official. Matthew Boyd has been named the starter for Thursday's game against Milwaukee. I came into the show looking for reasons to bet the Giants, and I know some guys that took 7.5. A lot of the 7.5s are gone, but you can still find one at BetMGM minus 120. I'm in. Give me the Giants, especially after hearing that the room is betting Giants passing props and Eagles rushing props, predicting sort of a Philly gets ahead, just runs the ball, and the Giants have to play catch up. What if the Giants strike first? What if the Giants have the lead for a lot of this game? I'm going to take the G-Men plus 7.5, and let me put this in now. Texas money line minus 115. I'm not laying the point and a half. It's a cheap money line. Everybody's betting Oklahoma. Everybody thinks Mateer is going to play. I think they're in for a rude awakening.
All right, give me the Cubs Brewers over 7. Some 7.5s out there, but I'm going to take the over 7, especially with Boyd. Boyd again, really? Didn't see enough on Saturday, huh? Not many options. Thanks for that, Jed Hoyer. Good stuff there. And I'm going to go Saquon Barkley. Let's go under on the total yards, rushing and receiving. And where are we at? We are at, I believe, 104.5. Yeah, we're still there. 104.5 over at BetMGM. Taking the under there. Saquon popular every market, as predicted, because of the revenge, even though he's getting less and less usage. Makes sense to me. Saquon under. Paul?
Like the look on Giants plus 7.5. I'll play the Saquon under rushing yards, 84.5, and the Scattaboo under receiving yards, under 13.5 at even money. And so back to 10 toes down if you want to go back and listen to that. But Liberty Bell is going to be breaking everywhere this afternoon and this evening. Dodgers, Giants, moneyline parlay, plus 635.
Ooh, that's a good number, man. I can see it. But it's not, man. The first leg hits, and then you're going to be sitting there rooting for the Giants to win.
Right. Need a 3-1 money line to come through. Yeah.
It's going to suck. All right. I hope you're in that position. Jake Hassan, what you got?
Can't wait to see whatever stupid, clever sign Murphy's Bleachers comes up with when they lose and are exiled from the playoffs today. I think the Brewers win. I think that William Contreras over 1.5 total bases to plus 135. Really good history against Matthew Boyd. I think the Dodgers just win. I'll back Glasnow over 6.5 Ks plus money there. Alec Boehm told you they have no idea what's going on at the plate. You think Tyler Glasnow is going to help that? So Dodgers, Glasnow over 6.5 Ks, and I think the Brewers win as well.
Your guy.
Surprisingly, they actually looked like they had a plan last night. Like they were going after the first pitch. Can they do it again?
So can't wait for them to abandon all of it tonight.
Yeah. No.
Yep. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. We'll talk about all of it and preview the entire weekend tomorrow. Be here, 9 a.m. Eastern. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here?
No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. I know yesterday Bill put in the chat, did somebody take Femi Abebefe on Instagram? I don't know. Apparently I just had to go underscore. I'm not sure why I have to do it Femi_Abebefe as opposed to just Femi Abebefe on Instagram, but somebody out there must be sitting on that username, which I will not pay a single cent to. So Femi_Abebefe over on IG. If you like to follow the show on Twitter, you can go ahead and do so at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. If you like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends at BetMGM Network is where you can find it. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Thursday. We have Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us at the top of the hour with his thoughts, or shall I say, his eulogy on his New York Yankees, eliminated by the Blue Jays last night in Game 4 of the ALDS. Nick will give us his thoughts on that coming up to begin the 4 o'clock hour. But as always, if you miss anything across these 4 hours, because we're going to talk a lot of baseball, the National Football League, college football, hockey, like Femi's Island Prop King. If you miss any part of these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, because we're doing you such a favor and putting it on there in on-demand fashion for everyone to consume, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review wherever you get your podcast. We have 3 guests who will be joining us throughout these 4 hours, starting at 5:20 Eastern Time. Professional sports bettor, part of the Hammer HQ. Our buddy Joey Knish joins us at 5:20 Eastern during the 3rd hour of the program. We're going to talk some college football with Knish, the NFL. What is he like? His Detroit Lions. Is he sipping the Honolulu Blue Kool-Aid going to Arrowhead as they take on the Kansas City Chiefs? Can't wait to get Knish's thoughts on that game, as well as the Michigan Wolverines going across the country to take on Jaden Mayava, my guy, and the USC Trojans. We'll talk to Knish once again at 5:20 Eastern. And then to begin the power hour at 6 o'clock Eastern, our buddy, our BetMGM Network teammate, Break the Glass, PJ Glasser, will be joining us at 6 o'clock. Host, of course, of Send It In, weekdays 1 to 1:30. Does an awesome job across the network. We'll get PJ's thoughts on the college football card, on the NFL card, and whatever else PJ is betting. Maybe PJ's got some hockey. Who knows? I don't think PJ dabbles on the ice, but we'll get all of PJ's bets coming up at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. And then at 6:20 Eastern, professional sports bettor, founder of the Hammer HQ and BetStamp, Forward Progress is his show. You know him, you love him. Rob Pizzola joins us here at 6:20 Eastern Time. We're going to get his best bets for the NFL at 6:20. But of course, we want to hear from you guys as well throughout these 4 hours. Simple question. You should know by now. It's a Thursday night. Happy week 6 to those who celebrate. What's your best bet for tonight's Eagles-Giants game? Could be a side, a total, a prop bet. anytime TD, yardage prop, whatever you like. Let us know your favorite bet for tonight's game and why. Put it into the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat, and we'll give you a shout out later on during the program. But must be in the YouTube or Twitch chat, and it must include the rationale. Otherwise, we will not give you a shout out or tip of the cap as a real one. But let's get into what we saw last night in Major League Baseball, because the big story, of course, coming out of the Bronx, as we have our first entrant into the LCS, and it's in the American League, and it is the team up north from Canada, the Toronto Blue Jays, who beat the New York Yankees last night 5-2. Toronto wins the series in 4, and they will advance to the ALCS for the first time since 2016. I have to start off by saying this about the Toronto Blue Jays. I got to put some respect on their name. I feel like I've been very dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays in the regular season when we're talking about who could win the World Series, who could win the pennant. Very dismissive about them when we got the bracket. And I was on here saying, hey, the Yankees, Red Sox, AL wildcard series, that's actually the ALCS. Don't mind any of these other teams, even disrespecting my own team, the Seattle Mariners, who maybe deserve the disrespect after the nonsense they pulled last night in the game against the Tigers. But, I've been very dismissive of the Toronto Blue Jays. I've been skeptical. I didn't think that this pitching staff, which has really found itself here late in the season, I didn't think they had what it takes to make a run in October. I was wrong. They were the much better team against the New York Yankees. And honestly, they should have swept the New York Yankees, if you actually think about it. If not for their errors in the third and the fourth inning in game 3, they probably win that game and sweep them, because they dominated New York in games 1 and 2 in Toronto. The Blue Jays have been awesome in this series, and they are the very much well-deserved winners against the New York Yankees. And oftentimes, honestly, Vlad Guerrero Jr., he's just that dude. And I guess he might be the new Yankee killer now that Rafael Devers is in San Francisco in the National League. We don't have Devers as the Yankee killer for the Red Sox anymore. It's now Vlad Guerrero Jr., because anytime he plays the Yankees, this guy is on one. And last night, drives in another run. Didn't hit the home runs like he was doing in Toronto, but Vlad was amazing. And I thought it was really cool. I know a lot of people were sharing it on social media. The video of Vlad, wearing the hat and the T-shirt, and kind of had the tears in his eyes as he was smiling, because it has to be a moment of joy for Vlad Guerrero Jr. I mean, he really put his career in the hands of this organization when he signed that massive contract at the start of the season. We were all thinking, is Vlad going to force his way out? What's going to happen with the Blue Jays? They were last place last year. There was so much concern about Toronto going into this year. And for it to go this way, especially with their run in the second half of the season, to steal this division away from the Yankees. I know the Red Sox tried to make a charge as well, but they really controlled this division once we got into the final month of the regular season. And to do this in New York, I thought that was an awesome, awesome moment. And of course, the moment between Vlad and Big Papi during the post-game show, that's stuff of legends right there. Big Papi, obviously, the Yankees lose, his thing, and Vlad kind of doing it as well. I thought that was really, really fun as someone who does not care about the New York Yankees outside of the money that I lost betting on them to win the series. I thought it was a really cool moment to see those two guys kind of enjoying in the Yankees loss and just having a good moment there as the champagne was flowing in that Blue Jays clubhouse. But yeah, this lineup, they've had it all. Springer's been a stud this year. Vlad, of course, is awesome. This lineup, it really, really works. And if the pitching staff can continue to do what they're doing with Gausman and Yasavage and all these guys that they have, maybe, just maybe, it's Toronto that's going to actually win the American League. And I did not expect to say that going into this October. I thought that it was going to be either your AL East team between the Yankees or the Red Sox, or perhaps maybe the Mariners, who have been struggling on the road. Maybe they're the team that could be the beneficiary of a wide open American League. But maybe, just maybe, it was the 1 seed the whole time, the team that had the best record in the AL, the Toronto Blue Jays. Now, on the New York side of it, the Yankee bats just went quiet, and it's been an annual thing in October. Now, going on 16 years, by the way, the last time they won the World Series, which, there's some franchises that, don't even get to the World Series. Hint, hint, the team that I root for. But, for the Yankees, their expectations is to win the American League and to be a World Series contender every single year. And now, here we are in a season coming off of an AL pennant victory last year. now ending here in the ALDS. And usually everyone's going to blame Aaron Judge because of he's Mr. Low Leverage. Well, you can't do that this October. Judge was awesome. Like, I don't know what you want to say about him. He's probably going to win the MVP around Thanksgiving next month. But, like, he was batting 500 in the postseason this year in 8 games. Like, Judge was not the reason why the Yankees are going home. Like, a 1,200 OPS? Like we're not going to do the Mr. Low Leverage deal. I mean, if anything, you want to look at the Yankees lineup. I mean, how about last night? Crickets from Trent Grisham and Cody Bellinger. You know? Those are the guys. Grisham's your leadoff guy. Bellinger's supposed to help protect Aaron Judge. 0 for 10 combined between those two guys. That can't happen. Like, you need to help your big-time slugger in Aaron Judge. And now going forward, it's like, what do the Yankees do? You know, like Judge, it sounds like he might have surgery on the elbow. That's never a fun experience, as that was kind of hurting him out there in right field, trying to make some throws into the infield to the cutoff guys. Aaron Boone, I mean, I'm assuming he's coming back. That's what it sounds like. And if Aaron Boone comes back, why is it going to be different? And I know on the post-game show, like A-Rod and Jeter, and like those guys played with Boone. So like they're not going to like smash him and crush him and criticize him like that. But like, they're saying it's not on him. Well, okay, you can make that argument, but like something has to change, doesn't it? Like Brian Cashman's not going anywhere. Like, and if Boone stays, like why is there to be some sort of confidence in this Yankees team in 2026 and beyond? I don't know what they're going to do to shake things up, but they desperately need to do something. Otherwise, I feel like, okay, yeah, they can maybe make the World Series in a wide open American League like we saw last year when they got that correct draw facing the Central teams, Kansas City, and then Cleveland in the ALCS. But I just don't really have a ton of confidence in this squad if this is just going to be run it back in 2026 and hope that things go different. Nah, I don't think that can be the plan, but it sounds like that might be the plan. And if you're a Yankee fan, and we're going to hear from Nick at the top of the 4 o'clock hour, I would be furious if this is just going to be the same old going forward. But looking at the American League betting odds over at BetMGM, now with Toronto advancing, Blue Jays minus 130 to be your American League pennant winner. The Mariners plus 270, Tigers plus 275. It's so funny that the Tigers price is shorter or longer than the Mariners price. Like they're literally favored to win Game 5. I don't know why that's the case. Like if you like Detroit, I guess bet that plus 275 because I don't think they're going to be plus 275 against Toronto. Toronto will definitely be favored, but I don't know if they're going to be favored to that extent. I could be wrong, but I don't really think I am. But that's just where things stand now in the American League with just 3 teams left, Toronto, Seattle, or Detroit, who will be representing the AL in the Fall Classic in a couple of weeks. The National League saw a couple of games last night, both series extended to a Game 4, which I'm actually grateful for. We get some baseball tonight to go along with the NFL, which we'll talk about in the next segment. But the Phillies, they beat the Dodgers 8-2. And I'll say this, as somebody who has been very, very critical of the top of the order, it's about damn time. It's about damn time that the Phillies top of the order woke up, had some damn pride, and actually delivered in October. And boy, did those guys deliver. Multi-hit games for Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper, and even Alec Boehm in the 4th spot. Those guys combined 9 of 16, 5 RBI, 2 home runs, 4 walks, and just 1 strikeout against Yoshinobu Yamamoto and that Dodgers pitching staff. Like Schwarber, the ball he hit in the 4th inning, the home run, I don't think it's landed. Like that thing went out of Dodgers Stadium, an insane home run. And of course, he had to follow it up with a home run late in the game as well. But Schwarber looked like the Schwarber we saw in the regular season, where it felt like every single night the guy was hitting a home run. Like that was an awesome, awesome victory by the Phillies. Ranger Suarez came in out of the bullpen. He was dealing after like Aaron Nola. I guess Aaron Nola gave him what they needed. I mean, I don't know. Like Mookie Betts, he got active early on. I was thinking to myself, like, like here we go again. Like Edmund homers rather. And then like at that point, I'm like, okay, the Dodgers might actually just sweep these guys. But they responded well. Like Ranger Suarez kind of settled things down, give them 5 innings. Like that was awesome, awesome stuff. And now for the Blue Jays, like you got Sanchez on the mound. Do you feel great? No, because you're still going against the Dodgers, but you got to feel pretty good. Christopher Sanchez was best pitcher in baseball outside of Skubal and Skeens. Like Sanchez was that dude this year. So I think you got to feel really good with where you're at. And if you're the Dodgers, no need to panic. I think they're going to win the series still. Like Philadelphia, that was more so playing for pride. In my opinion, I think they're going to lose the series. But I mean, for the Dodgers, this Kershaw thing, I know we all want to see him kind of have his moment out of the bullpen. Like, no. Like, he was the slump buster last night. Like, you can't do that. 2 innings, 4 earned, gave up 5 runs in total, 2 homers, walked 3 batters. Like, sometimes it's just over. Like, and it feels like it's over for Clayton Kershaw. And was he ever great in October? No. We all know the story about Clayton Kershaw, the narrative around him when it comes to his performances in the postseason. But like last night, I think was just more evidence of, you know what? Just hang out in the dugout. Be a vibes guy. Be a guy that like the camera can cut to and you get the smile and all that stuff with the hair flowing out of the hat. Let's put some other guys out there in the bullpen. And the bullpen is slim pickings for this Dodgers team. But it cannot be Kershaw going forward. Otherwise, they could have some serious problems in some high leverage spots later on in the postseason. All right, we'll get to some of the other top stories from around the world of sports. This is You Better You Bet coming at you here on a Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Inserted into the lineup at the last second. I like this play.
Yes, because this rundown had to make me sign in again. Love that. All right, so best bet of the day for me is banking on the hottest hitter in the postseason for the New York Yankees, and that has been Aaron Judge. Huge moment last night, keeping his Yankees still in the postseason with a game-tying home run, and he's been great all postseason long, hitting 500 for the postseason. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI. So this way, if he walks and he scores a run, that still counts because sometimes that can be the sabotage factor in playing total bases. But if you look at this number of 1.5 hits, runs, RBI, he has hit this in 5 of 6 postseason games. And again, the guy is hitting 500. You have a bullpen game for the Blue Jays today. You have Louis Varland, who was on the mound for that home run that Aaron Judge hit. So I feel like all the factors align here. I think the captain gets it done tonight once again. So let's go over 1.5 hits, runs, RBI for Aaron Judge.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi and Beppe hanging with you guys this Thursday afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts on the New York Yankees' loss to the Toronto Blue Jays last night. The Yankees are done. They are out. Blue Jays advance to the ALCS. The Yankees, another October of frustrations and now 16 years without a World Series title. Nick will let us know his thoughts on that coming up to begin the 4 o'clock hour. 20 minutes from now, though, NFL awards conversation resumes, tackling Coach of the Year, both Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Comeback Player of the Year, where I still think that the person who's favored should not be favored. And we'll talk about that in 20 minutes. But Comeback Player of the Year, a little bit of a false favorite situation going on, and we'll get into that. And Coach of the Year, interesting conversation. And I think a lot of buzz about a couple of guys. We'll set the tables and set the record straight on what things should look like in that market coming up in 20 minutes. Did not get a chance to get to the Cubs-Brewers game in the last segment. I was talking more about Yankees-Blue Jays and Dodgers-Phillies, of course. Yankees eliminated. Phillies, they at least extend their lives for a Game 4 tonight, staving off elimination last night. They got Christopher Sanchez on the mound tonight, going up against Tyler Glasnow. But this Cubs-Brewers game that we saw last night, before we bring on our guy Bill Zimmerman with our headlines, real quick for tonight, because shout out to the Cubs, bet them in the game last night, parlayed them with the Dodgers, so we didn't win any money. That wasn't fun. But I thought the Cubs would win Game 3. I do not believe they're going to win Game 4. I think it ends tonight. Fly the L, I guess, as Nick was saying yesterday. I think that happens tonight. I think Freddie Peralta goes in there, shuts down this Cubs lineup. Matthew Boyd, I wouldn't trust him. Minus 120 is the price over at BetMGM. I would bet that, and I will bet that as that game gets underway at 9 o'clock. But I think the Brew Crew get it done. They advance to the NLCS, where they'll meet the Dodgers and probably lose in 5. But I think the Brewers get it done, and the Cubs will go home tonight. But joining us right now, like he does each and every weekday at 3:20 Eastern Time, is our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman. Bill, how we doing? Happy Week 6 to you and yours, man.
How are you doing, Femi? It is always a good day when there's NFL football on at some point.
Yeah, I think this is like the perfect night to have a baseball playoff game as well. Like when you look at the game that we have slated in the NFL, like usually on a Thursday, hey, we lead with the NFL. Like what's going on in the NFL? What's this game? Let's set the table. Well, it's the Eagles and the Giants. And maybe we get a competitive game, but I don't know if it's going to be like the most aesthetically pleasing game between these two teams. But Philly, we'll see if they can answer the questions about what the hell took place in the meeting earlier today. But hey, it's an NFL game, so we'll be locked in. And I actually have a bet on the side too, which should make things a lot more fun. But let's go ahead and get into that here. Let's waste no more time because we got a lot to get to in this segment. Bill, hit us with the number one story we have to know this afternoon.
All right, Femi, let's do that because it feels like one of these games where it's just going to be ugly, but the Giants, and even though it's close, the Giants have no chance to win. That's what this feels like. Thursday night football, Philadelphia Eagles in East Rutherford tonight to take on the New York Giants. Eagles are a 7.5-point road favorite. Total points just 40.5 in this one. Femi, how are you and the rest of the people betting this one over at BetMGM?
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting game because for the New York Giants, I'm sure they want to burn the tape from this past Sunday against the New Orleans Saints. You turn the ball over 5 times in a game like where you lose by 12. Like, let's just say they turned the ball over twice. I think the Giants would have actually won the game. And I don't think that's like super far-fetched to say, especially with one of those turnovers being the Cam Scatterbo fumble when they were in the red zone down by 5 and then he gets ran back for a touchdown. That's how you lose as a bad team. So the Giants, I'm sure, want to burn the tape, and I'm sure they're glad that they have a short week to play tonight. The Eagles, I'm sure, are glad they have a short week to play after their collapse against Denver, up 17-3, end up losing 18-7 to the Broncos at home. And all the conversation out of Philadelphia has just been about, hey, like, why can't this offense click? For one half, they look really good. The other half, they look like the worst offense in the league. That's just kind of been the story of the Eagles through 5 games up till this point. So I think it's a really interesting game. Might not be like the sexiest game to ever put on primetime. Like, I don't think this is going to be Chiefs-Jags for Monday night. Like, I think I feel pretty confident saying that right now, especially when you look at the total sitting at 40.5. But I will say this. The injury report might provide an opportunity because obviously the Giants, no Darius Slayton at wide receiver. And of course, Malik Neighbors, he's gone for the year after he tore his ACL. For the Eagles, no Landon Dickerson on the offensive line. Okay, usually that's like whatever. Their O-line's really good, but they are going up against this Giants defensive line, a really good defensive line for the New York Giants. And also, popping up on the injury report yesterday, that being Wednesday, Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter. Now, sounds like a true game time decision because I saw Ian Rappaport earlier this morning on Good Morning Football saying that, hey, like we don't know. There's uncertainty about Jalen Carter and this heel injury that he apparently suffered during practice, but that's one to keep an eye on 90 minutes prior to kickoff with Jalen Carter. So I say all that to say this. I'm taking the 7.5 with the New York Giants. It's not going to feel great. It actually feels horrendous, but I do think that this is just a little bit too rich. I know some people want to go out there and tease the Eagles. I don't really hate that. I'm not doing it necessarily, but I don't hate teasing Philly. So if you want to bet Philly, I think that's how I would recommend doing it. I just like getting all of these points with a team at home, to which had they beat the Saints, I don't think you're getting the hook. Maybe it's just 7, maybe it's even 6.5, but I don't think it's 7.5 at home on a short week. We know that short weeks tend to favor the home teams, even if they're not good teams. I like the Giants to kind of go out there and play their A game. Now, is it good enough to cover? Well, I'll find out, but I don't think they're going to go out there to get embarrassed by this Eagles team. So give me the Giants plus the 7.5, and we will plug our nose with this game. Now, as for what everyone else is betting, well, 70% of the bets and 68% of the handle is on Philly. Makes a lot of sense. They're the much better team. 65% of the bets and 67% of the handle is on over 40.5. People expecting points. 53% of the bets are actually on Giants money line at plus 310. People kind of gravitating towards that big plus money price. However, 88% of the handle is on the Eagles money line at minus 400, which makes a lot of sense, having to bet $400 to win $100. As for the most popular player props, Daniel Bellinger over 13.5 receiving yards at minus 120. That's the 5th most popular one. 4th most popular, you got Saquon Barkley over 83.5 rushing yards. 3rd most popular, A.J. Brown over 64.5 receiving yards. 2nd most popular, Cam Scatterboo over 13.5 receiving yards. And then the most popular player prop is Jackson Dart over 30.5 passing attempts. Most popular anytime TD score, Saquon Barkley at minus 160. So looking at these props and how people are betting, I think the betting public expects Philly to win and maybe even win big. I'll be on the other side. Let's go, Big Blue. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, some other NFL notes. The Cleveland Browns and Jacksonville Jaguars are swapping cornerbacks. Jags are sending Tyson Campbell and a 7th-round pick to Cleveland. Browns are sending Jacksonville Greg Newsome and a 6th-round pick. Femi, what do you make of this swap?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, the rare player-for-player swap that you get in the NFL, which is now becoming more common, which I think is a lot of fun. We saw that with Odafe Owe and Alohi Gilman earlier in the week. Starting to see more of these kind of player-for-player trades. Usually it's player-for-picks is how people operate in the NFL. But the first thing that I thought of when I saw this trade late last night, because it was a late one. I think East Coast was around midnight, West Coast around 9 o'clock at night. The first thing I thought of was, what does this mean for Travis Hunter? That's exactly what I want to know. Does this mean that Hunter is going to play more snaps on defense? Is it fewer snaps on defense? Because they didn't lose a corner. They're just swapping a guy out. But Tyson Campbell was technically their number 1 corner, and they just traded him. And do they expect Greg Newsome to be that guy? I would guess no, because in Cleveland, Greg Newsome was CB2. Denzel Ward is the number 1 corner in Cleveland. So I'm guessing, and maybe this is wish casting, as somebody who's bet some Travis Hunter to win Defensive Rookie of the Year from a couple weeks ago, I think that Hunter might play some more snaps on defense, so where maybe this ends up being 50% offense, 50% defense for Travis Hunter's usage. His usage is so fascinating to me because, as we'll talk about in the next segment, when you look at some of those rookie markets, the prices are massive. But we all know with the amount of attention around Travis Hunter, and once he starts making those splash plays, I think those massive prices are going to start to shorten up quite a bit here. So just keep this one in mind. Try to dig and find out any information from somebody down there in Duval County. How will the Jags use Travis Hunter? Because that's the big story with this team for the foreseeable future. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Femi, Chicago Bears are facing the Washington Commanders in Washington on Monday Night Football this week, which of course brings us back to last year's matchup. that ended in the Hail Mary where Tyreek Stevenson was taunting the crowd rather than playing football. Now, no surprise, leading up to the game this week, Stevenson was asked about that by the media.
Last thing I want to do is have a play that's not so good and my name be memorable. Just use it as motivation to come out and stay focused on all tasks, and definitely learn to wait till the clock hit 00. So it was harsh, it hurt my feelings, and that's the best way I can explain it. It just hurt my feelings, just being a football player and having one of those mistakes that's gonna linger around. Even when my son grow up, gotta explain that to him. So definitely hurt, but just use it as fuel.
So, Femi, Stevenson saying basically the Chicago fans' reaction hurt his feelings, but he's trying to get past it. Bears fans are trying to get past it, but it is a play that looms large in Chicago.
Yeah. Are you past it, Bill? You're a Bears fan, Bears Banter podcast. Are you past what Tyreek Stevenson did last year?
I was not past it last year, but in hindsight, I'm past it now because Tyreek Stevenson and Matt Eberflus together, those gaffes, collapsed the Bears season, which led to Matt Eberflus's firing, which led to Ben Johnson. So all in all, it's a good thing that disaster happened.
Sometimes you got to take one step back to take two steps forward. I got you. That's what the Chicago Bears did last year. I mean, just an unbelievable error or gaffe or just stupidity last year with Tyreek Stevenson. However, with that being said, this is a chance for him to kind of make amends with that moment. They're going back to the scene of the crime from last season. And I'm not saying that you should bet Tyreek Stevenson to get an interception or tackle props or whatever, but I do think that this could be kind of a motivating rallying cry for this Bears defense in particular that's getting a lot healthier over the bye week. That's the big thing for me with this game. The Chicago we saw prior to the bye week will not be the Chicago we see Monday night. Now, is that good enough for them to cover? I personally think it is. I think this number's a little bit too big, especially when you factor in the Commanders' injury report. Noah Brown's back, great. Guess what? Terry McLaurin was not at practice again today. It sounds like Terry McLaurin's likely going to be out this week. Now, this is a Monday game. Thursday practice, not as important. Let's see what happens on Friday and on Saturday with Terry McLaurin. But it sounds like McLaurin's more on a week-to-week deal, and Dan Quinn's more so being optimistic by saying, there's a chance. I don't think there's going to be Terry McLaurin out there, and if he doesn't play, I think the Bears are very live to pull off the upset. I've already bet 4.5 for Chicago. Let's see. Let's get a little bit further on in the weekend. I might add some money line as well. I think this is a coin flip kind of a game. The Commanders should definitely be favored. But I think they should be favored by a field goal, not by 4.5. This is a little bit too rich because everyone last week wanted the Chargers. I liked the Commanders last week. And now all of a sudden, after they win a game with a team that had no offensive line, now they're laying 4.5 against a team that's coming off of a bye week. I don't really think that this is justified. Give me the Bears potentially on the money line. I already like them with the points, but maybe to win the game outright as we get closer to kickoff. Bill, hit me with the next one.
I love that, Femi. Now, something that was not great yesterday was Ollie Connolly's reports about North Carolina and Bill Belichick. They came out a total disaster at Chapel Hill, as we know. Rumors were rampant yesterday, and because of that, both Belichick and the university had to release statements. Belichick says, I'm fully committed to UNC football and the program we're building here. Meanwhile, Director of Athletics Bubba Cunningham's statement reads, Coach Belichick has the full support of the Department of Athletics and the university. Femi, short and sweet, what do you make of it?
Oh man, I think that what are they doing? They're playing the music on the deck on the Titanic. That's what it feels like is happening here. I get that they wanted to put the statement out there to kind of just quiet all the rumors and quiet the noise, but I'm not buying it. And I still stand on what I said yesterday. I would be surprised if Belichick actually coaches next Friday night. And maybe we get there and he's on the sidelines and he's still the head coach of North Carolina. It feels like we're headed towards the end. And it's depressing how this has come by because this is just a really, really sad way to go out. But man, I don't think this is happening. And if he does coach, I don't know if there's a number out there that I wouldn't lay with Cal. I think Cal will run him off the field. I think this has just become a big-time distraction, which is kind of ironic since Belichick was known for trying to limit distractions when he was in New England. He's now become the distraction based on how things have been going through the first 6 weeks of the season. I still think that he's not going to be coaching, but if he is coaching, give me the Golden Bears for a lot next Friday night. Bill, hit me with the last one before we head to break.
Femi, it's WNBA Finals Game 3. Aces win this one 90-88. Asia Wilson, 34-14. She hits the game-winning shot with under a second remaining. And Femi, the Aces are up 3-0 on the Mercury.
Yeah, it feels great to bet on the best player, doesn't it? And Asia Wilson is not just the best player in the league. I think she's the best player of all time in the WNBA. Like, she is the player, 4-time MVP. We got minus 135 with home court advantage with the best player. Now they're up 3-0. And I will say this, because it's important to note, we just got word out of Phoenix that Satu Sabali of the Mercury suffered a concussion in last night's game and has already been ruled out for Game 4 tomorrow night. That's now Aces -3. They are now a big favorite to go out there and pull off the sweep. Will they get it done? I'm not so sure, but they will win the title. Not a matter of if, just a matter of when. We talk down NFL awards on the other side to wrap up the 3 o'clock hour, I should say, here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I said earlier, I think the Broncos win and win big, and I like the Rams. But from a math standpoint, I'm at BetMGM right now. A 2-leg money line parlay, Broncos to win, Rams to win, is minus 178.
Jeez.
Brutal.
Would you rather tease?
I also, though, yes, that's what I was getting at, because I still have some places where I can tease at minus 120. It's a very nice option to have, because a lot of books are minus 135, 40, 50 now, because the teasers have been destroyed by American bookmakers. Not Vegas bookmakers, American bookmakers. That said, if you can find a teaser at $1.20, $1.30, wink, wink, Broncos through the 7-3 from 7.5 to 1.5. And then the other side would be the Rams, 7.5 to 1.5. Assuming, as we just talked about, the Rams close 8.5, 9. You want to put that in now. And that teaser at minus 130 is a lot better math than doing the money line parlay at minus 180.
Do you prefer both of those legs to Detroit plus 8.5?
I think so. I would be stunned if the Jets won. Stunned. Not stunned if the Ravens won, but I don't think they're going to knock off Stafford, Nakua, Devontae Adams, that defensive line, McVay. That's probably my favorite teaser of the season. Not to get all crazy on you on a Thursday, but Denver down and the Rams down. I'd put that in right now if I were you.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM. Femi and Bebfe hanging with you guys this afternoon. 20 minutes from now, we'll hear from Nick Costos with his thoughts on his New York Yankees. Another October and another exit prior to winning a World Series championship. That's now 16 years. Who am I to talk? I literally have Felix Hernandez right over my right shoulder here. Like who am I to talk? But hey, you know what? Seattle Mariners don't have the big expectations of the New York Yankees, right? Hopefully the Mariners can just get to the damn ALCS, literally hang the banner if that happens, since it hasn't happened since 2001. But Nick will give us his thoughts on the Blue Jays beating the Yankees last night as the Blue Jays advance to the ALCS and the Yankees head into another winter wondering how can they finally get over the hump. But we also have a Thursday night football game tonight as well. Eagles at the Giants. And just to remind folks, we want to know from you guys your favorite bet for tonight's Thursday night football game. Put it into the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat. Side, total, prop. Let us know what you like and why, and we'll give you a shout out later on during the program. Once again, favorite bet for Thursday night football, Eagles at the Giants. And looking at the betting market right now for that game, the Eagles still holding on as a 7.5 point favorite. So it's 7.5 minus 104 is your consensus number. BetMGM has even money on that 7.5, and at a pretty sharp sportsbook here in Vegas, 7.5 even money has now popped up after this went down to 7 earlier this morning. So some money and some support coming in on the Philadelphia Eagles. I like the New York Giants. I think at 7.5 it is a bet, and I am looking for a 7.5 minus 110. And when that pops, I will make that bet, and we'll be backing Big Blue tonight at home as a massive underdog. But let's get into the rest of the NFL awards heading into week 6. Broke down MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year on Wednesday's edition of You Better You Bet. If you missed that, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. But today, we'll do Coach of the Year, both rookies, and comeback. And let's start with Coach of the Year. And usually we start with the favorite. I want to get to the favorite last year because I really want to make a point about some of the price drops that we've seen this week after the results of week 5. So obviously the big movers in the market, like Liam Cohen for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's now the second choice at 4-1 to win Coach of the Year. And it makes a lot of sense. You know, like you look at what the Jags have done, they've already matched their win total from 2024. Last year they went 4-13, they're 4-1 right now. So it makes a lot of sense why Liam Cohen, as a first-year coach, first-time coach, is the second choice to win Coach of the Year. Jacksonville's been one of the big stories coming off of the Monday Night Football win over Kansas City. We were all watching it. Massive moment down there in Duval County. My thing with Liam Cohen, and I think this will kind of sort of help us tie the circle here with Coach of the Year once we wrap up this conversation. I think this is going to be like the AFC South showdown. It feels like that's where we're headed with Coach of the Year. I think whoever wins that division is going to have a very, very good case. And Liam Cohen right now has a good chance to do that, sitting there in that even money price for Jacksonville to win the AFC South. So Cohen is at 4-1. He makes a lot of sense. Mike Vrabel, another big mover. He was 20-1 this time last week. Now he's plus 700 after the New England Patriots upset the Buffalo Bills on Sunday night for the whole world watching. Vrabel, he's another improvement coach. New England last year, 4-13. This season, they're already 3-2. My problem with Vrabel is that, one, he's already won this award. He won it as a circumstance coach back in 2021 when the Titans were the 1 seed despite all those injuries to like A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry, et cetera, et cetera. He's already won this award. And then 2, I kind of think he needs to win the AFC East to win this one. Like, let's say New England goes 10-7 or even 11-6, and they're like the 5 seed, maybe the 6 seed in the AFC playoffs. Hell of a year. I don't know if it's going to win it for him. I think a lot of people, the way that Vrabel kind of puts the exclamation point on his case is to dethrone the Buffalo Bills and win the East. And if you believe that, hell, I'd bet all the 7-1 you can if you believe the Patriots can do it. But I don't believe they can do it. Hell of a win last Sunday, and I think they're like a legitimately good team, or worst case scenario, just above average. Schedule's weak. I just don't think that they're going to be able to knock down the Bills, who are expected to win 13, maybe 14 games this season. So Vrabel, I understand the price drop. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just don't think he's going to win unless they win the AFC East. Another guy who is very, very interesting because he's now forming into the circumstance coach. And what is that? Because we have the improvement coach and the elite coach. Those make sense. It's pretty self-explanatory. Year-over-year improvement, or a coach that takes his team to 15-2, 16-1. Those are typically who wins this award. But the circumstance coach is a coach who overcomes midseason adversity and overcomes injuries or whatever might hold a team back, but still allows them to win games. Kyle Shanahan is now becoming that circumstance coach. Shanahan over at BetMGM is plus 900. Now, on the surface, he would kind of look like an improvement coach because the Niners were 6-11 last year and they're 4-1 right now. But I think we all understand why they were 6-11. It was because of all the injuries. I don't think he's going to get the credit as your traditional coach that comes in and takes over a bad team, then all of a sudden makes them a good team, and then, hey, we should make this person coach of the year. No, Shanahan was the coach last year when they went 6-11, and the reason why they went 6-11 is because everybody was hurt. If nobody gets hurt, they're not 6-11 last year. It was kind of like having to suffer the whole Super Bowl loser hangover deal in 2024. So he almost looks like an improvement coach, but that's more of a false improvement coach. Now, where the circumstance kicks in is, look at all their injuries. Brock Purdy is going to miss another game this week. Brandon Ayuk has yet to play. Nick Bosa is out for the year. And you have a number of other, Juwan Jennings, he's banged up. Ricky Pearsall's been banged up. There's so many injuries for the 49ers. And that is the ideal scenario for a circumstance coach. But here's the problem for Kyle Shanahan. In about a month, realistically, the Niners should be pretty healthy, right? Kittle should be back. Ayuk, it sounds like maybe he'll be back by November. I mean, if Pearsall and Jennings are able to stay healthy, they'll be on the field. And pretty much Purdy, I think, should also be on the field as well, to where at the midway point, the only guy that they'll be missing, which knock on wood, obviously you hope everybody can stay healthy, the only guy that they'll be missing is Nick Bosa. And that'll be at the midway point. And then we'll still have to play about 8-9 games the rest of the way. In a weird twist of fate, Kyle Shanahan, unfortunately for him, his circumstance happened in the first half of the season. You want it to be in the second half of the season, to where down the stretch we go, and you have all these injuries, and you're still winning games. By December, they might be healthy sans Bosa. So I don't know if that's going to be the story or that's going to be the narrative. So at 9-1, I would never bet Kyle Shanahan to win this award. And I think, unfortunately, he's going to come up short yet again, despite so many people in football media screaming from the mountains saying, why has he not won Coach of the Year? And I think that's the same situation for Dan Campbell, who, he's not a circumstance coach nor an improvement coach. I don't know what he is, but people just want to keep betting him. He's at 11-1. I think for Dan Campbell, it's just unfortunate, but how do you really top what he did last year, which was to go 15-2 with all those injuries on defense? There's a very, 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 very good chance that they will have a worse record this year than they had in 2024. That typically doesn't win you this award. And when we stack up all of these cases, I don't see how those cases beat the favorite in Shane Steichen, who's at plus 300. Steichen is the improvement coach. Now, they have to win a lot of games for him to improve, but guess what? They're on pace to do that. They went 8-9 last year. If they get to 11-6, potentially 12-5, which is not crazy, given the fact that they're 4-1 right now, and they're a 7-point favorite at home against maybe a Kyler Murray-less Arizona Cardinals team, I think Steichen is continue to be the most likely guy to win the award. There's no point in betting this unless he starts losing games or maybe they start suffering a bunch of injuries. But as it stands right now, Shane Steichen is your guy to be Coach of the Year. Let's get into some of the other awards here before we wrap things up. Offensive Rookie of the Year, and this will be a short conversation because we have a really rock-solid favorite and a favorite who is now odds-on in Buccaneers wide receiver Emeka Egbuka. Minus 120 right now at BetMGM. He scored a touchdown in every game that they've played, coming off a 7-catch, 163-yard performance against the Seattle Seahawks. He makes the most sense. And that minus price, I think, is actually justified. He is on the same trajectory as Randy Moss and Jamar Chase when they were rookie wide receivers. Both of those guys won Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think there's no point betting any of these other guys. People are going to say, oh, Quinshot Judkins, what about him? What about him? like, I'm sorry. He plays on an irrelevant football team. There's already some legal issues that he had to deal with in the offseason. Do you think that that guy's going to win the award? Like, come on. Like, let's be for real. It's not happening. So I would be very dismissive, and I am very dismissive of Quinshot Judkins. So O'Roy, not a whole lot to do there. Ibuka, justified favorite. Defensive Rookie of the Year. I feel like there's a bet here. I just don't know what it is. Because the favorite right now is Abdul Carter. He's at plus 160. Starting to be more on reputation than actual production here. Half a sack, 13 tackles, 1 tackle for loss. He plays a lot, which is great. Plays about 70% of the snaps every week. And now he's going to be on primetime tonight, going up against the Eagles. But I'm not so sure he should be the favorite. The guy that I think that should be the favorite, but I still wouldn't want to bet it, is Jahad Campbell at plus 250. Campbell's been stud. He's starting and playing a ton of snaps, obviously, for this Eagles defense. 33 tackles, tackle for loss, got an interception. He also, in this game, in prime time, a chance to kind of, once again, let everybody know that he is that dude. I think Campbell should be your favorite, and I already took a long shot on Hunter. I wouldn't bet it again if you bet it a couple of weeks ago like I did. The price is better now than it was then, but I just need to see some more evidence that he's actually going to be playing on the defensive side of the ball. So D-Roy, I feel like there's a bet. I just don't know what it is. But when the big moments happen, maybe this weekend or next weekend, I think it's going to be pretty clear about who we should be betting as opposed to these other guys. And then finally, for Comeback Player of the Year, I'll echo what I said last week on the show. You should be parlaying Dak Prescott until he becomes the favorite. And he's not the favorite. It's Christian McCaffrey. Great. McCaffrey's been cool. The Niners are awesome, and he has 3 touchdowns receiving. But Dak Prescott, people are talking about him like he's the MVP. Those people are crazy, but it just goes to show you how well he's been playing. 1,300 yards passing, 10 TDs, just 3 interceptions, 71% of his passes that he's completed. I think Dak Prescott is your clear favorite to be Comeback Player of the Year, and maybe somebody else emerges. Hutchinson is there, but I think he's more DPOY than comeback. But as it stands right now, Dak should be the favorite, and he's not, which means that's a parlay piece for us going forward. Nick Costos joins us with his Yankees eulogy next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
$155. Loving that juice as well. Horvat, you're going with a guy you believe is going to finally lead the struggle bus on Thursday. Who is that?
Yeah, A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, who's beat up. I don't think he practiced today, but they had a little team meeting to fix the offense. I'm going to go with A.J. Brown. I'm going to ladder this, but I'm going to be cautious. I'm going to go 70-plus receiving yards, plus 152 Thursday night against the Giants. Like I said, I like an Eagles team total. I do think that their offense is going to bounce back against this Giants defense. The trends aren't good. A.J. Brown last game against Denver, 43 receiving yards. A.J. Brown against Tampa Bay, 7 receiving yards. A.J. Brown against the Rams, 109 receiving yards. If you go back even last year, though, Brad, let's set this number 64.5. He's went over 65 receiving yards twice the last 10 games. This goes back to last year. He had 96 against the Commanders on January 26th, NFC Championship game, and then 109 against the Rams. I think he's going to get force-fed targets, though. I think he sees at least 10 targets. I like him to have 70 receiving yards and a touchdown. A.J. Brown, bounce back coming out party against the Giants this Thursday. I like that a lot.
He's got to snap out of the funk, man.
The BetMGM Network presents to you the most unique show in sports.
Sorry for hating. No, I'm not. I love being a hater when it comes to winning money.
A show so unapologetically original, it needs its own word to describe it. Wagertainment.
Money won is twice as sweet as money earned.
Featuring the prop king himself, Nick Costos.
Drake May has arrived. And the next great quarterback in the NFL? Do you know who it is? I'll tell you. It's gonna be May. Jonathan Gannon and Drew Petzing have got to go. I'd like to know if, they practice. Do the Cardinals practice? Is Kyler Murray playing Ghost of Yotai for PlayStation 5? Or is he, studying film? If you had Arizona in Survivor, I'm sorry.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry. Tremendous football Thursday to you and yours. It is not a tremendous playoff baseball Thursday, but it is a tremendous football Thursday on You Better You Bet here on the BetMGM Network. Also live on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM. We are on YouTube, youtube.com/at the BetMGM Network. We are on Twitch, twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network, and heard on radio stations nationwide, in your hearts and in your minds, as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by BetMGM. Make it legendary by downloading the BetMGM app and visiting BetMGM.com. Coming up today on the show, I don't think I can sing Gloria Gaynor anymore because we dead. We didn't survive last week in NFL Survivor, but I have been getting messages. I've been getting tweets. I've had friends reach out to me that watch and listen to the show that are demanding that we still talk Survivor on You Better You Bet. Because, maybe you're still alive in your Survivor pool. Maybe you were lucky enough to not be cursed with the Los Angeles Rams and that fraud, Kyron Williams. And maybe, just maybe, you were fortunate enough to not be tortured by Jonathan Gannon, Amari DiMercado, because he should be cut, and the Arizona Cardinals. Seriously, if you had the Cardinals in Survivor, would you rather have lost like you did, or had Jonathan Gannon punch you in the stomach like he did to his own player in Amari DiMercado? We will attempt to give you the best Survivor advice we can while we remain 6 feet under. Also, Femi's got some betting things for us to discuss coming up next hour on the show, and I've been told that these are not limited to football. We got some NBA questions as well, NBA things to discuss. Season starts 12 days from today in the association. But who's counting? Yesterday, I told you how I'm betting Indiana and Oregon this weekend in college football, one of the biggest games on the college football docket. Today, I will tell you, dear listener, and you, dear viewer, how I'm betting Red River with Texas and Oklahoma, and my reading of the tea leaves as it concerns Oklahoma quarterback John Mateer. 3 tremendous guests will join us today on this Thursday. Pro sports bettor, our good friend Joey Knish, his bets for college football, baby. Pro sports bettor Rob Bizzola in the Power Hour, the Final Hour, giving us his bets for Week 6 in the NFL. And our BetMGM Network teammate, the great PJ Glasser. The Glassman has bets for college. The Glassman has bets for the NFL. And we'll find out what PJ Glasser thinks about his Baltimore Ravens' chances to make the playoffs. Our friend Jay Croucher joins us tomorrow on a Friday on You Better You Bet. And in the Power Hour, in the Final Hour, all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, of course featuring side total and props, Thursday Night Football, as the Philadelphia Eagles visit my New York Football Giants. Femi's Island for his touchdown scorers on the way. And thy Royal Prop King. The Prop King's hot, baby. Oh, and the Prop King's got a winner. And the Prop King's got some anytime touchdowns. Oh, hell yeah. All our bets will close the show. Today's social question, you can type in your answer on YouTube, type it in on Twitch. Your best bet for Thursday Night Football, Giants and the Eagles. Could be the side, could be a total, could be a prop. I got a bet on the side that I like. I don't know if I love it, but I like a bet on the side. Maybe you love it. Type it in the YouTube chat. Type it in the Twitch chat. Bill Zimmerman will read the best responses later in the show, and downtown Mike Brown will have them up on the screen. So you will get shouted out, YouTube and Twitch. Let us know your best bet for Thursday Night Football with the Eagles and the Giants. But we officially begin the tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet. And yeah, I guess for a lot of people, for most people, it's not a tremendous baseball Thursday. It's not a tremendous baseball Thursday for yours truly. As my New York Yankees go down last night to the Toronto Blue Jays, season over in the Bronx. Yankees losing to Toronto by the score of 5-2. Ball game over. American League Division Series over. Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. And I want everybody to think about that sentence. Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. Which is obviously a perverse, a bastardized version of the legendary John Sterling's call of the Yankees winning games. And I think that 99% of our audience knows that, right? Yankees win, the Yankees win. Now, before we talk about the Yankees, we will credit the Blue Jays more, but I do want to take a moment now, before we talk about the Yankees, to acknowledge an unbelievable series from the Blue Jays, who were absolutely deserved winners, who outplayed the Yankees for the vast majority of the 4 games, better pitching than the Yankees. You can't say that Vlad was better than Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge was unbelievable, but their star player was awesome and had contributions from tons of different players and were greater than the sum of their parts. And absolutely shoved last night in a bullpen game. And I shouldn't say that derisively, because that's where we're at in the year of our Lord 2025 in Major League Baseball, where, if it's like 10 years ago, a bullpen game, like you're forfeiting the game. It's not what it is now. So the Blue Jays deserve to win. The Yankees deserve to lose. And Toronto will enter the American League Championship Series against either Seattle or Detroit as the favorite. And if it's Detroit, put the Blue Jays in the World Series. I don't even mean that as an insult to the Tigers. Best of 7 series, though, with Skubal pitching Game 5 for the Tigers. How do you not like Toronto if that's the matchup? So we'll get back to the Blue Jays and talk about Toronto moving forward. But we got to talk about the Yankees. So when the Yankees lose now in October, which is a new rite of passage, and think about all the things, not even on the sports calendar, just like on the calendar, that you can set your clock to, set your watch to. Christmas, December 25th. July 4th, the 4th of July. Valentine's Day, where you spend tons of money on February 14th on a made-up holiday that actually shouldn't be real, but it is. I'm convinced that Valentine's Day is a stimulus for the government, for everyone to go out and spend lots of money on nonsense. And one of the other things that you can absolutely set your watch to on a year-in, year-out basis. Now, you don't know what day it's going to be. And maybe it'll be in September as opposed to October. And that's happened a couple times over the course of the last 16 years since the Yankees last won a World Series championship. But most of the time, it's in October. And the New York Yankees season will end. And part of that rite of passage, and I do hate that this happens, but I also have to acknowledge, if I try to remove the Yankee fandom from myself, that it's pretty funny that this is what happens. And I can acknowledge that even if it drives me crazy. You get David Ortiz, who was absolutely on steroids during his Major League Baseball career. I don't care what the Mitchell report says. David Ortiz was on steroids. This is my way of making myself feel better. He killed the Yankees. And the Yankees were on roids too, and Ortiz was better than the Yankees were most of the time. You get David Ortiz doing his "duh, Yankees lose." The bastardization of John Sterling's famous rant, of John Sterling's famous line. He mocks it. And he does it in front of Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez. And they're forced to sit there like dopes. And they're not dopes, but they're forced in that moment to sit there and just smile as former Yankees while they get mocked. And then, adding insult to insult, I don't even know, I don't think there's injury here. Just insult heaped on insult on top of insult. This is like a triple-decker sandwich of insult, insult, insult. There's no mayonnaise, there's no lettuce, there's no tomato, there's no melted cheese. Insult, insult, insult. That's it. You get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And I, again, objectively, take the Yankee fan out of me. Vlad's awesome. He hates the Yankees. and loves beating the Yankees. And God bless him, right? I hate it as a Yankee fan, but I can acknowledge that it's pretty cool. And you get Vlad in the locker room after the game, champagne celebration as the Jays are moving on to the ALCS, and he does the Yankees lose. And A-Rod and Jeter have got to laugh, ha ha ha, how great is this? You have Blue Jays manager John Schneider firing up his team after the win, saying, quote, "Start spreading the news, bitches." That's his words, not mine. His words, not mine. The Blue Jays official Twitter account after they won the game tweeted something to the effect of, "Cue the Sinatra." The Blue Jays played New York, New York in the postgame locker room, and everyone does that, right? When the Dodgers beat the Yankees in the World Series last year, I mean this sincerely. I'm not joking. I think they took greater joy in pissing on the Yankees' grave than they did in being world champions. Want to know how the Dodgers felt about the Yankees and how bad the Yankees were as an American League winner last year? You don't have to hear me tell you. Just ask them. They would love to tell you how bad the Yankees were as a World Series participant last October. The New York Yankees, inarguably, the greatest franchise in the history of professional sports, and that makes Yankee haters really mad when you say that, because they're forced to grapple with that. It's the truth. The Yankees are the greatest franchise in the history of professional sports. And maybe you want to say, oh, well, how many of them were you alive for? I've been alive for 5. They were all really awesome. They were all really great. But over the last 16 years, the Yankees have become a punchline. And everybody gets their jokes off. And every year, the Yankees make themselves fodder for these jokes. And I'm sick of it. And the thing that bothers me the most about it is that they're not going to do anything to change it. Nothing. They won't do a single goddamn thing about it. Now, some of the players could change, sure. I would actually be shocked. And like the Aaron Boone, Anthony Volpe relate. I don't. The fact that Boone wouldn't sit Volpe or Pint, I don't know what's going on here. I can't imagine that Anthony Volpe's back next year. I can't. I actually can't fathom a world where Anthony Volpe's back as shortstop for the New York Yankees. Volpe's probably going to be gone. Maybe Trent Grisham's not back. Maybe the Yankees let Bellinger walk. Maybe they take a run at Kyle Tucker. There will be cosmetic changes. And maybe some of them could be pretty decent, right? As far as the lineup is concerned, the pitching staff's concerned. But when it comes down to it, the identity of this team is going to remain exactly the same. The DNA of the team will remain unchanged. And that DNA is loser. And it creates a great betting opportunity for us. And I'm going to tell you what it is and talk the Dodgers and Phillies and Thursday Night Football next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
And also, as good as Christopher Sanchez has been, he's faced the Dodgers 3 times this season, so they have seen him. And he's been, he's been okay. Like, he's been average at best if you go back and look at his performances. And also, the Dodgers get Roki Sasaki tonight, who they can use in the bullpen, as opposed to last night when they used Clayton Kershaw, who got roughed up in a big way. That didn't really work out. It just feels like the Dodgers, kind of, I don't want to say they gave the Phillies one. They didn't give it away. But everything is coming together for a win tonight at -120. So it's a good price. You've got an advantage with Tyler Glass now, I believe. And I think the Dodgers are going to finally close things out.
I think so, too. Just because it feels like this Dodgers lineup, it almost feels like it's matchup proof. Like, I understand yesterday they couldn't string together a ton of runs, but, like, that was the only game in the postseason where they didn't go over their team total. Like, this lineup is just inevitable. So it just feels to me where either you play a Dodgers team total or you just play the Dodgers on the money line, because it does feel like the Dodgers are the more trustworthy offense. Because, we saw a 1-game sample size where the Phillies top of the order actually produced. Like, last night we saw that. But Jenks, doesn't this kind of have shades of what we saw in, like, the Blue Jays-Yankees series, where, like, the Yankees have, like, one great game where they look like they've put it all together, and then the next game they go, like, quietly off into the night?
Yeah, I agree with that. And, when you look at different teams, it's easy to get caught up in the Yankees mystique, for example. But I think at the end of the day, the Blue Jays were just better. They were just better. The pressure is always going to be more in New York, right? We're always going to pay more attention to the Yankees, but the Blue Jays were just better.
There's 1-2 pitch. There it is! The Toronto Blue Jays have punched their ticket to the championship series.
The Yankees lose. The Yankees lose. Yankees lose. Let's go, baby.
But you don't take it personal. I get it.
One more. The Yankees lose.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Listen, Fox, courtesy of the call last night, and then the post game with David Ortiz, Vladdy Jr. At least Derek Jeter's got some guts, man, saying, like, I don't think it's funny. I wish Jeter were still on the field. Man, here's Anthony Volpe. God almighty. What a joke. And, like, I could be mad, and, like, part of me is mad because I love the Yankees. But, yeah, it's part and parcel, part of the territory. And here's what I'll say to everybody, and I mean this seriously, to all the Yankee haters. Let's be honest. You really do wish that you were me. Like, you wish you were a Yankee fan. Like, Tyler Morales is a Phillies fan. He's taking great pleasure in this. Tyler has seen 1 world championship in his lifetime. I've seen 5. Like, who wouldn't want to be a Yankee fan and experience what I've experienced? I'm being serious. And yes, am I being a jerk when I say that? Yes. But am I also right Yes, I am right. You'd love to be a Yankee fan. You'd love to have experienced what I've experienced. But when you experience that, and when you've been at the top of the mountain, everyone wants to knock you off the mountain. And the Yankees have made a big business out of getting knocked off the mountain. Now, I've teased going into the first break that the New York Yankees, barring something extraordinarily unforeseen, will present us with a fabulous betting opportunity for this coming season. It's not like this is a new edge when it comes to betting on sports. I've given this to you. Far be it from me to make it about me. You know, everyone's like, Billy Walters, greatest sports player. Okay. How about Nick Costos? I have told you, since before You Better You Bet was on the air. But let's just take it from 2019 on. First year of the show's on the air. I've been telling everybody since 18, the New York Yankees, for as long as Aaron Boone is the manager and Brian Cashman is the general manager, will never win a World Series. And you know that I've said it. I've said it on this show. I've said it on the 10,000 radio shows that I go on every week as a guest. I've said it on social media. I couldn't be more clear with my thoughts on this matter. Aaron Boone, by all accounts, is a very nice man. And I know people in the media that know Aaron Boone, like worked with Aaron Boone at ESPN. They all swear by him, like greatest guy ever. I'm sure it's true. I'm sure you'd love to have a beer with him. I have no doubt. And I'm sure he's a great dad and a son, bro, whatever. He sucks. A terrible manager. And Brian Cashman, like, I call them Supreme Court justices. Like, people think I'm joking. I'm not. Like, they have the job until they die. Like they're never getting fired. All trust fund baby, Hal Steinbrenner. Born on third base and convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt that he hit a triple. All he cares about is attendance and revenue and not paying the luxury tax because he's a trust fund baby loser. And his dad rolling over in his grave, watching what's happened to this team. Because losing's one thing. But to lose in the fashion that Albert Einstein is generally thought to be one of the smartest people ever. Einstein would define what the Yankees do as insanity. Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I can't wait. And we were joking about it during the break, except it's not a joke. Like, at some point tomorrow, like on Friday, as tons of NFL news is breaking and other things are happening, we'll get some kind of report. Aaron Boone and Brian Cashman are both back. And, of course, Cashman's coming back. Yes, he's a Supreme Court justice. And Aaron Boone will come back because that's what happens. They'll both be back. And if for some reason they're not, we can have a different conversation. But my firm anticipation is that both of them will be back. And when we do this rigmarole and this song and dance again, which is in like 2 weeks, so the baseball season ends and then like pitchers and catchers report like 3 weeks later. But when pitchers and catchers are getting ready to report. And, you know, like the winter meetings will happen and the Yankees will do something. I don't know how big it may be. It'll be Kyle Tucker. Who knows? Maybe they'll make a huge splash. But we're going to have a conversation on this show. And other shows will be talking about it. And the conversation is going to be, man, Garrett Cole's coming back. Cole, Fried, Schlittler, Heel, Rodon. This bullpen of 5 million closers that, like, no one knows what their role is. Like, honestly, the Yankees should hire Dwayne Johnson to tell them what their role is, so they know. and the top 3 player in the sport. Maybe number 2 behind Ohtani and Aaron Judge. And there will be a lot of temptation for people to click the button on the Yankees to win the World Series. Happens every year. This is a spoiler. It's not a prediction. The Yankees are going to be towards, maybe they won't be the favorite, but they're going to be at the top of the board. They're going to be one of the top choices to win the World Series, right? That's what's going to happen. And you, our listeners and viewers, I'm letting you in on a little secret. It's a secret that I've shared for years, and every year people forget about it. The secret is you can cross them off the list and take all that probability they're sucking away from teams that can actually win, and you can determine which team deserves to have it. And you can make, maybe it'll be a good bet, maybe it won't be, but you know Yankees to win the World Series is going to be a bad bet. They're a punchline. They're a joke. And 2 of the best players in franchise history and Mr. Yankee of my lifetime have to sit there and take it every single October. What a freaking disgrace. And to all the Yankee haters out there, of which there are many, enjoy. And when your head hits the pillow tonight, you can take solace in the fact that somewhere in the range, give or take a couple days, maybe a couple weeks, 365 days from now, you'll get to hear and watch Big Papi shove it down the Yankees' throats again, while Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez have to laugh. I'm happy for you. You bet on this Thursday. As for the Blue Jays, I mean, what can you say? They're awesome. This is like a true winning team. John Schneider's an awesome manager. Better pitching than the Yankees in the series. Vlad Guerrero's an absolute stud. I've never heard of some of these players that are like shoving the dagger in the hearts of the Yankees. Lucas, who are these guys? It's unbelievable. Just like, here's no name A, no name B, like create a player X, and they're just slamming the door on the New York Yankees season. And you know what? Like, good for them. That's a great job by them. And if Detroit and the Tigers are minus 140 favorites on the road tomorrow in Seattle, good pitching matchup, Tarek Skubal and George Kirby. If the Tigers win tomorrow, like, just put the Blue Jays in the World Series. Just put them in there. I'm fascinated to see what that series price would be if it's Toronto-Detroit. I mean, I don't know. How big would it have to be for me to not bet? It won't be that big for me to not bet Toronto. I'm going to be on the Blue Jays to win the AL pennant. Toronto-Seattle, we can have a different conversation. But if it's Toronto-Detroit, like, forget about it. Forget about it. Blue Jays are going to the World Series. And this team's got great aura. They are supremely clutch. And they deserve to beat the Yankees. And I hate them. That's okay. They're awesome. I can acknowledge that as well. So we can talk more about the Blue Jays next week on the show when we know who their opponent's going to be in the American League Championship Series, either Femi Seattle Mariners or the Detroit Tigers. Now, as for the Phillies and the Dodgers last night, and this game, I don't know why this is the schedule. Why, like, the Dodgers game starts at 6:08, like 3:08 local time on a Thursday for a Dodgers playoff game. Like, that should be the night game. Cubs Brewers is the night game. It should be Dodgers Phillies. Maybe they did this, honestly, for me. Because now I get to watch, like, I'm going to be locked into Giants Eagles tonight. I'd have to spend a ton of attention on the Dodgers Phillies. Not that I'm not into the Cubs and the Brewers, but let's be honest. It's not Phillies Dodgers as far as the viewing experience goes. So that game's coming up in less than 2 hours. Dodgers Phillies game 4. And I said yesterday on the show that I was contemplating and I was thinking about betting the Phillies to come back and win the series. And I couldn't get there. And I still don't think they'll get there. But it's starting to get a little interesting with the way last night's game played out. Now, when Rob Thompson, who I actually think if the Phillies win the World Series, I actually still think they should fire Rob Thompson. And I say that partially kidding. He's horrendous. Like, the galaxy brain move of all time was to pull Nola after 2 innings last night. And look, like, Ranger Suarez comes in and he lets up the homer to Edman, and the Dodgers take the lead, and it's like, oh my God, they may have to fire him on the spot. Now, Suarez was great from there, and obviously Schwarber. I'm like, dude, the first Schwarber homer is traveling in orbit right now next to the homer that Albert Pujols hit off of Bradledge about 20 years ago. Like, they are screaming through the solar system right now. Just absolute moon, and a great call by our guy, Brian Anderson, who will be on the show with us next week. Great call by BA on that Schwarber absolute moonshot. So Suarez comes in, he settles down, Schwarber hits the moonshot, and then you had, like, this was like an old horse about to get taken out to the glue factory. With Dave Roberts leaving Clayton, like, you think Clayton Kershaw probably wishes he retired already. Getting left out there to get absolutely tattooed by the Philadelphia Phillies. And the Phillies blow the game open late, and the Phillies win, and seize a little bit of momentum heading into tonight's Game 4, where Christopher Sanchez takes the bump against Tyler Glasnow. I don't think the Phillies are going to win tonight. I don't think they would win Game 5 if it got there. But man, if you got Dodgers positions right now, I think it's fair to be a little nervous. I think it's fair to be a little concerned. Why can't Sanchez shove to? Why can't that happen? I think it could happen. Now, I don't feel that strongly about it to bet it, but I acknowledge that it could. And if you like the Dodgers tonight, you the person watching, you the person listening, I just want to flag this for everybody. So the Dodgers would obviously, if they win, would play the Brewers or the Cubs. Wow, like, what a take by me. Like, they'll play one of the other two teams in the other NLDS. And they would be big favorites, right? In either series, whether they're the home or on the road, doesn't make a difference. The Dodgers are minus 105 right now to win the National League. If you think they're going to win tonight, and you like them against either the Brewers or the Cubs, how's that bet sound to you? The Dodgers basically even money to win the National League. Feels pretty good to yours truly. So that's a bet that I have made today because I like the Dodgers to win the NL. I think the Dodgers will win tonight, and if they don't, the Phillies will find a way to screw it up in Game 5. Because I think they're losers. And I know a lot of Phillies fans, they take glee in the Yankees losing. Allow me to do my best Bill Goldberg imitation. Hey, Phillies fans, you're next. One piece of news in the National Football League, and then on the other side, we'll talk about Thursday Night Football with the Giants and the Eagles. So I'm going to bring up the tweet because this came down about 10 minutes ago in real time. Let me just get this here because I want to make sure I read this exactly right. Okay, here are the notifications. This is courtesy of NFL Media's Ian Rappaport. The Philadelphia Eagles, about 20 minutes ago, elevated defensive tackle Gabe Hall for tonight's game against the Giants. You might be listening or watching and saying, well, why the hell does that matter? Why are we hearing about Gabe Hall? Well, yesterday, Jalen Carter was added to the injury report for Philadelphia. And today, they're elevating a defensive tackle. You do the math. Maybe Jalen Carter's not playing tonight. And on the other side, I'm going to tell you how I'm betting the Giants and the Philadelphia Eagles in Texas and Oklahoma this weekend in Red River. You better you bet on this Thursday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Where are we going tonight?
All right, play of the day in Thursday Night Football is going to be Cam Scatterbo, running back for the Giants, over his receiving prop of 13.5 for -115. I feel like this is one of my favorite system plays for Thursday Night Football. When it's a short week, the short and dumpy passes to the running back feel like a solid play, especially when you have a young quarterback going against a pretty tough defensive line when you're facing the Eagles. Plus, we saw this last week. Since the Giants are struggling at receiver depth, now that Malik Neighbors is out for the season, they have been using Cam Scatterbo more in the receiving game. Had 6 catches for 45 yards, even had a longest reception of 15 yards. So if he gets that tonight, we get it boom in one play, and that's what I want to see. I want to see it in the first quarter, and I want to go to bed at halftime. So let's hope he hits this number of 13.5. It is a low number. Cam Scatterbo over his receiving prop of 13.5 for -115.
Did you say you bring the boom?
Thank God it's a short week, tough week in my house. It's the NFL. And so, while it is an agonizing feeling, you have to take pride in everything that is required to win. I know this is a hungry group. I know we're hungry, and I know we're excited for all the opportunity in front of us to continue to improve. That's what matters most, because we won't go out there and win as individuals. We'll go out there and win as a team.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
At the voice of Philadelphia Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts, where if you just played a soundbite for me, I'd be like, is that like Chris Brown? Like R&B singer Jay, like he sounds like he's like a singer doing these interviews. I'm a Giants fan. He's pretty cool. He really is. Jalen Hurts pretty cool. Super Bowl MVP, one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He's very cool. And his team is coming off its first loss of the season, the Philadelphia Eagles, ahead of Thursday Night Football on the road at my New York Football Giants. So going into break, we gave you the news that the Eagles have activated defensive tackle Gabe Hall and elevated him to the 53-man roster, which not definitely, we'll see. We'll find out 90 minutes before kickoff. We'll find out in the final segment of the show, which could mean that Jalen Carter's out tonight for Philadelphia. So my expectation is, if I had to guess, I'd say more than 50% chance Jalen Carter misses tonight's game. I'm not guaranteeing it. I'm not reporting anything, but let's read the tea leaves, right? Carter added to the injury report yesterday. Here's a defensive tackle elevated from the practice squad. And if that's the case, obviously it's a massive loss for Philly. And you don't have to look any further than week 1 on a Thursday night against the Dallas Cowboys, when Carter doesn't play in that game and the Cowboys are in it till the very end and run the ball right up the middle the entire game with Javonte Williams. So elsewhere in this game, and current side and total market, Philly remaining a 7.5-point favorite at BetMGM, the total 40.5. I have seen some sevens on the board. BetMGM 7.5 is the number with the juice towards the New York Football Giants. So the Giants going to be without number one wide receiver Darius Slayton, who's only the number one because real number one receiver Malik Neighbors is obviously done for the year. Jermaine Illuminor is questionable. Their right tackle. If he misses, Marcus Bowe will play, the rookie, and I think Bowe is pretty good. And Tyrone Tracy, Dick's grandson, will be back tonight for the Giants along with Cam Scatterbo in this backfield. So I was talking to some of my friends in the NFL media about this week, about Giants-Eagles. And one of the things that keeps getting brought up to me as it regards this Giants pass rush, if you look at the box score from last week's game against the New Orleans Saints, where the Giants obviously lost, they lost 26-14 and turned the football over on 5 consecutive possessions. And that's going to get the lion's share of the headlines, right? The turnovers from the Giants. The Giants sacked Spencer Rattler last week 0 times. 0 sacks from Abdul Carter and Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau and Sexy Dexy. 0 sacks. 0. Not great. And if you look at that stat, you're going to be, man, like, this defensive line played terribly. No wonder they lost. If you dig a little deeper, 31 dropbacks for Spencer Rattler, 17 pressures. Highest pressure rate for any pass rush in the NFL last week. Didn't translate to a sack, but the highest pressure rate. And most of those pressures came in the interior against the 2 guards for the New Orleans Saints. The 2 tackles, Banks and Fuag, are both pretty good first-round picks in the past. Banks, obviously, this year. So think about that, right? No sacks, but a ton of pressures, most of them coming up the middle. Then consider the state of this Philadelphia Eagles offensive line, where Mekhi Becton's in L.A. with the Chargers, and he ain't healthy for them, but he's in Los Angeles. And Tyler Steen, who's been like the new guard in place of Mekhi Becton, has not exactly showered himself in glory. You watch him, and you're not going to be confused with Steve Hutchinson. Like, that's not what this is going to be. And Landon Dickerson is out for tonight for the Eagles and could be out for a little bit. So the Eagles starting guards tonight will be Tyler Steen and Brett Toth. Like the ice planet in Star Wars from Empire Strikes Back, but with a T at the beginning. A really nerdy comment. I'm a massive nerd. I don't know what to tell you. Toth and Steen against Dexter Lawrence and the Giants pass rushers. I'm not suggesting that this is going to be like Once Upon a Time on Sunday Night Football when O.C. Umenyiora turned Winston Justice into a human turnstile. Remember that? As a Giants fan, that was pretty sweet. I'm not suggesting that that's what this is going to be. And Jalen Hurts is going to be peeled off the turf with the spatula. I'm not saying that. But when I put it to you like that, it does seem like the Giants could have some success, right? It does seem like that. The point spread is 7.5. And I really do think that half point is gonna be valuable here. I do like the Giants to cover tonight. I do like the Giants to cover. I don't think they'll win, mostly because they're losers and the Eagles are winners. So the Eagles will probably win at the end. That's probably what's going to happen. And maybe they'll even cover the spread. But I do think that on a short week, with the state of this Eagles offense being what it is, and look, like maybe this is the breakout game, and that's been a narrative this week, right? The Giants allowed tons of explosive plays down the field. Basically every passing attack they played this season, think about it. So if you were to construct a matchup where let's get A.J. Brown going, and Devontae Smith had a really nice game last week, but look, let's get Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown both going in the same game, it would be against this Giants secondary. But I do think the Giants have the edge up front. Their defensive line, especially the interior, against the interior of the Eagles' offensive line. So I will, not one of my big bets this weekend, and honestly, I don't love the card this weekend. I have a couple bets that I like right now. Maybe that'll change heading into tomorrow and into Sunday. But I do have a bet on the New York Football Giants tonight to cover the spread. And maybe the Giants turn it over 1,000,000 times again. It's hard to imagine that happens. And remember what we saw on Sunday where I don't think you're going to see Brian Dable and Jackson Dart put the ball in harm's way. They want to run like the college spread style offense, and they can't with Neighbors out, and they certainly can't with Slayton out. You're going to see a ton of 2 tight end sets, 12 personnel with Theo Johnson and Daniel Bellinger. And we can talk at the end of the show about which wide receiver will step up in the absence of Slayton, along with Wan'Dale Robinson. Could it be third-round pick from a couple years ago who's been a total bust, Jalen Hyatt? Could it be undrafted free agent out of Notre Dame, Bo Collins? Could be. I would bet it's neither. Jackson Dart's going to have to get it done with his legs tonight against the Philadelphia Eagles defense. And I'm fascinated to see how Saquon Barkley plays tonight after 6 carries for 30 yards last week in the loss to the Denver Broncos. My sense is Kevin Patullo, disgrace to Italians, Italian Brian Johnson. He may be dumb, and I don't know if he is. Doesn't seem to be the best play caller. He may be dumb. I don't know if anyone could be that dumb. They'll feed Saquon Barkley tonight, and we'll see how this Eagles offensive line will do run blocking against this Giants defensive front, minus Landon Dickerson. I have a prop bet in this game, a yardage prop that I absolutely love. We'll save that for the end of the show. You bet on this Thursday. So yesterday, on Wednesday, I talked about me wanting to bet and betting Indiana at more than a touchdown at Oregon this weekend. My thought process is, if it's true, and it's funny, right? It feels like, and I'm not suggesting that I'm like people heard me and they're doing this as a result, that's been a huge talking point today and will be tomorrow, I think. That Fernando Mendoza, Indiana's quarterback, the line, Ramiro's son, and Dante Moore are both thought to be first-round picks in next year's NFL draft, maybe top 10 picks, maybe one of them goes first overall. And there are offshore betting markets that have that open, not with big limits, where there's a first overall pick market open. And Fernando Mendoza's the favorite, which doesn't mean he's going to go first overall, but just saying, it's a little interesting, right? And because of that, if I'm going to get 7.5 points with maybe the first overall pick in the drafted quarterback, that's a bet that I'd like to make. So Indiana plus 7.5 in the account for yours truly, even if I think Oregon will win at the end. Let's talk about another huge matchup this weekend. This one, Red River, Texas, and Oklahoma. So at the end of yesterday's interview with Brian Baldinger, Odyssey Sports NFL Insider, Baldy turned the interview on us, on Femi and I, and asked us about John Mateer, because he's calling Texas, Oklahoma on Saturday for Compass Media. What's happening with John Mateer? Do we think he's going to play? And what I said is, and I know Femi agrees because we've talked about it, it feels like the betting market's not sure. If Mateer plays, Oklahoma's going to close a favorite. I don't think it'll be 3, but Oklahoma's going to close a favorite. And if he doesn't, maybe Texas closes a 3-point favorite. Maybe that is the number if Michael Hawkins is going to be starting for Oklahoma. My guess is, and to be clear, I'm guessing, is that Mateer is not going to be able to play. Saturday, which is the game day, will be 17 days since his surgery on his hand, and he couldn't grip a football earlier this week. So if you want to make this bet, it requires a little bit of a leap of faith, and look, I candidly, I like Texas in the game anyway. And I'm going to give a narrative-y reason why. So in the group chat that I have with Femi and our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, we're talking about the game. And I'm like, hey, and we're talking about the show for today, right? I'm like, I want to talk about Texas and Oklahoma. And Bill Zimmerman texts us, I can never bet on Arch. Now, you, the person watching and listening, ask yourself this question. Are you excited at the prospect of betting on Arch Manning this weekend? Is that something that you're interested in? I bet the answer to that question is no. And that's exactly why I want to. When you get mouth breathers, I breathe through my mouth. When you get mouth breathers like Bill Zimmerman saying, I can never bet on Arch, give me Oklahoma, run. Don't walk to the window to lay it with the Texas Longhorns and Arch Manning. Give me Texas on Saturday in Red River. Hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. Femi joins me next. We've got some things to discuss in the world of sports betting.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Oh, look who it is. Oh, right on time. Perfect. College football time. Jeff Shorts, you want the earbud?
Yeah,
of course.
Here.
Yeah.
Is Mateer playing or not? What did Pete Thamel say? Do we know yet? Is he in or out? Or maybe, or is he maybe playing, not playing? We don't know the update.
Pete Thamel? Yeah.
Can't hear anything.
Oh, man. Damn. Pete Thamel said he's going to take some shots at the bar if he plays. So we'll see.
No, this does not work.
I don't know.
Just one ear works.
Just switch your earbuds.
I don't know.
There you go. Talk.
There you go. You hear me now?
There we go. Okay. We're in. What's up?
I think as you were walking in, Sam was about to say that he doesn't think Mateer is going to play.
I don't think he's playing.
I think he's in. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. What do you think?
I would be pretty quick to come back from this injury, and you have to figure out, like, is it worth risking more injury to play this weekend, or just wait as long as possible? You can afford a loss now. I mean, you don't want to lose to Texas, obviously. You can afford to lose a game and still make the playoffs at this point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Is it worth it? You put yourself in a position where you don't have to, and you had a performance last week. What about your game? That number's been coming down all week. 7.5. Ducks favored. You get Indiana, of course. Monster game. What do you think?
There's some sevens popping up this morning. I just got to say, I would downgrade Oregon because of how Penn State lost to UCLA. That's the way the sport works, right? We downgrade another team because another team lost a game. We're going to win this game, and we're going to cover. I'm not going to bet on it because I don't like to bet on Oregon very often. But we're just better. That's fine. It's okay. Indiana has proven in these spots now, road games against good defenses, they have not done as well, right? Notre Dame last year, Ohio State, even Iowa 2 weeks ago, right? At home against bad teams, they score a ton of points. On the road, it hasn't been quite the same. And we're both off buys. We'll both be well rested. I like our chances.
Quack.
business are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening as you do every day to You Better You Bet with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
The tremendous football Thursday, and I guess, for some it's a tremendous baseball Thursday, tremendous baseball Thursday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, our crew, and you here on the BetMGM Network. Our friend Pro Sports Bettor, Joey Knish of the Hammer and Hit the Books, will join us in 20 minutes. His best college football bets for the weekend. Rob Pizzola next hour on the show, NFL bets. PJ Glasser next hour on the show, his football bets for the weekend. We will wrap up the show with our best bets for tonight in the world of sports. At some point this hour, we will talk Survivor, even though we're dead. There's no way. But for now,
how you feeling? It's a week. It's been a week since we got our fateful night with the Rams and the Niners. How you feeling 7 days later?
Well, I told you, I'm actually a little disappointed that you guys didn't want to. I'd like to re-enter a Survivor contest now.
I mean, okay, if you want to do it, I mean, I think it's fun. I just, last week was, I felt like it was a body blow.
Yeah, it was.
And
but did it knock you out? Are you still on the mat? Like, you can't pull yourself up off the mat?
We can pull ourselves up, but
no. There's no we here. Like, I'm off the mat. I'm ready for more pain. Are you ready for more punishment? I am.
So do we have to buy in now? Like, have you looked into this, or is this like something that you just saw? I was like, hey, I'll look into it later if the guys want to do it.
No, I'll give a shout out to her because she's a friend of mine and she goes on with Joe and Sam. Like Kelly Stewart, Kelly in Vegas has like a Survivor pool that she's been like a second chance Survivor. I don't know the detail. I know nothing about it other than that I've seen her like talk about it. And I know that there are Survivor pools, like second chance Survivor. I'm not even saying like that's the best one. I like her a lot personally. But yeah, like I would like to join like a second chancer. I love Survivor. I don't want this to be the end until next year.
Okay, well, let's do this. You find out the details. I'll ride with you.
Okay.
For a second
Tyler,
chance Survivor.
are you in?
Let me think about it.
Okay, you're out. Great. So it'll be me and Femi.
Well, we need an odd number though. That's the thing. Is that like it's because it's tough and it's like you need like a tiebreaker for like a vote if we're gonna be like hung up on team. Tyler says
Tyler says he's in. Okay, so it'll be me, Femi, and Tyler. I will look into this, but we will still, at some point this hour, we will discuss. And we'll talk about like what you should do if you're still alive in your Survivor League. And like honestly, like God bless you for avoiding the landmines last week, known as the Los Angeles Rams and the Arizona Cardinals. I don't want this to happen because I have some Mariners stuff. Misery loves company.
Oh no, don't even say it. I'm already dreading what tomorrow is going to be, and like I've been joking in the chat about like, hey, like that psycho Scooble, the Mariners are going to rough him up and all that. Like, how can you not be terrified if you're a Mariners fan? You already beat him in Game 2, and now you have to do it in an elimination game.
Well, would you feel
blowing yesterday?
It's interesting, and like I'm not interested in like the betting, and you can give a betting opinion also, more like your fan opinion. Would you feel more or less confident that they would win if Scooble had dominated them and won the game in Game 2, or if it went the way it did and they won and Polanco hit the couple homers and they beat him?
I mean, this is where like we get into like the idiotic gambler's fallacy stuff of like do factor. Like I'd have felt better had he dominated Game 2, honestly. Like had he dominated Game 2 and it's like, okay, like everyone's going to be talking about how it's a virtual certainty that he's going to do it again in Game 5. That kind of setup would have made me feel better versus, like they already beat him and now they have to go ahead and do it again. Like having to do it twice in a week, that to me, and I know they have good history. Like there's been other games in the regular season where they've actually been able to have some success against Schoolbowl, but man, in a do or die situation, and like he's cut from a different cloth. Like he embraces being on the road and like the fans being against him. Yeah, I would be. I'm not feeling great. That's how I
don't blame you. But listen, at least your team's alive. My team's dead until spring training. So we'll do more baseball later in the show. We do have a piece of breaking news in the NBA, courtesy of ESPN Shams Charania. LeBron James, and you know what? Like, great. Here's your stupid Hennessy ad, buddy. Like the second decision, idiot. He's out. This is per Shams. Just tweeted this. LeBron James will be sidelined for at least 3 to 4 weeks due to sciatica on his right side, which is like a back condition, right? Like this, he old. You got sciatica, and you're like a professional athlete has sciatica. Of course, the first digit in his age is a 4. Like that's insane, actually. Like everyone's so like up in arms over all the Achilles popping. Like how about this? Like one of the best players in the NBA has sciatica. Like my grandfather had sciatica. Like that's insane.
Young people get it. I mean, you've never experienced sciatica before? Like, you get that pinched nerve? I've experienced sciatica.
I have a pinched nerve in my neck, but I don't have sciatica.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's not fun, you know. Like, you kind of just have to ride.
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had to get like 3 epidurals for a pinched nerve. It's finally calmed down as the years have gone on. I remember when I lived in Fort Lauderdale. I worked at CBS. Like driving to work and like both of my hands like vibrating almost from the sensation from it was brutal. So like I'm not saying it's fun. I'm not saying he's faking it, but just like it's insane that he has sciatica.
It's pretty wild. Yeah.
So
I mean,
he's out.
You're 23.
He's out 3 to 4 weeks. He's gonna miss the start of the season. So season starts in a little less than 2 weeks. So he'll miss the first 2 weeks of the season, basically. And this is at least 3 to 4 weeks. Maybe it'll be longer than that. So here's the Lakers' schedule to start the season. So the Lakers' first game of the regular season, it's opening night. It's the 21st. They host the Golden State Warriors.
It's a good one.
No LeBron. Then on the 24th, they welcome in the team that tortured them and destroyed them in the first rounds of the playoffs, the Minnesota Timberwolves. Then the Kings on the 26th, Blazers on the 27th. Okay, like they could beat those teams. Then the Wolves again on the 29th. The Grizzlies on the 31st. They get the Spurs on November 5th. Like this is not it's not the most difficult schedule, but it's also not the easiest schedule. And it might not be LeBron's team anymore. Like it might be Luka Doncic's team, right? But I mean, LeBron's the second best player on the team, like with a bullet. It has the ability to be the best player on the team on any given night. Their win total is 47.5. I don't know. That kind of gives me a little bit of pause on thinking the Lakers could win 50 games this year. If he's going to miss like the first 3 weeks of the year, he's super important to what they're trying to do.
Do you think in a weird way, though, and this might sound like galaxy brain, but like hang with me.
I already know it is. I almost can't wait to hear what it is.
Well, because, I mean, the way that LeBron and Luka play is pretty similar, being like guys who are at their best with the ball in their hands. Does this kind of streamline things for the Lakers and actually make them, like, at least in the interim, a little bit better? In the macro, they're not better without LeBron James. I would never try to make that case. But in the interim, for like a 2 to 3 week stretch, does this kind of like sort of launch them into what they want to be, which is the Luka Doncic Lakers going forward here? Like,
do you think so?
I kind of think it does. I really do. Like Luka Doncic, he took some of those Mavericks teams that did not, they were not like the Monstars from a talent perspective, but with the right guys around him, they were at least successful. And now he's got his big guy in DeAndre Ayton, which was the missing piece last year for the Lakers. Like they tried to make the trade for Mark Williams.
He stinks. Now look,
he's a hell of a lot better than what they had last year.
That is, yes, he's 500 million times better. Who was the jabroni center that they were playing?
Wasn't it like Jackson Hayes that they had out there playing? Yeah.
Yes. I was thinking like Jackson Hawes was the name in my head, like the Bills' third tight end. But yes, my mind's on the NFL. Jackson Hayes, yes.
Yeah, like he's a lot better than what they had. Like now, of course, like it's DeAndre Ayton. Like in the playoffs, that's a whole different story. But in the regular season, to be like that kind of like pick and roll guy, and maybe he can help out on defense as well. They picked up Marcus Smart.
That he can't do. The first part, I agree with you on. The defense, I would say no.
But
the first part, definitely.
Yeah, he can be the rim runner, catch some lobs from Luka.
Absolutely. Agreed.
They picked up Marcus Smart, which, like, if he's got anything left in the tank, and he's been dealing with injuries the last few years, obviously not the guy that we saw win DPOY in Boston, but he's a lot better than what they had at the perimeter last year from a defense standpoint. And Reeves is still there.
We're scraping the barrel, man.
I mean, but you got one of the 3 best guys in the league in Luka.
Oh, agreed. I agree. I'm just like, I don't love the supporting cast is all I'm saying. But you make a good point that Luke is so good, he can elevate people around him.
Jake LaRavia. Yeah, no, I don't know if that's going to work out.
Jake LaRavia is okay, right?
Yeah, that's really the bottom of the barrel there. But no, I think in the interim, the Lakers will be fine.
So you think the Lakers will be okay in the first time that they're without LeBron?
I think their issues actually come up when LeBron comes back and then starts doing the passive aggressive stuff. That's where the issues come up. And I'm saying this as someone who loves LeBron James, one of my favorite athletes ever. But I think we kind of know how this is going, right? With this whole succession plan to Luka Doncic. He's no longer the guy. This has been brewing since the summertime. That's where I think the issues come up around January, which is usually what happens when LeBron gets a little bit passive aggressive.
I galaxy brain stuff all the time. Be honest. Do you think that you galaxy brain that? You were basically let me tell you why it's good that LeBron's out.
See, no,
you
I don't
did,
think
you can be right, but you did do that.
Partial. I will say this: it's galaxy brain adjacent. I don't think it's full galaxy brain because I said in the macro they're worse off without LeBron, but in the interim, starting off, I think they can make it work.
I think if you tried to say this in a court of law, it would get thrown out.
No, it's not.
I don't think the judge would permit you to say that.
Luka's in shape now, man. You see, he's at that Euro basket.
I'm not saying Luke is. So what you're saying is that. So they're not okay. I want to make sure I get this right. So they're not better without LeBron, but they are better without LeBron.
In this stretch, they are better without LeBron. But once we talk about the totality, the macro, start factoring in postseason, that's when they're going to need LeBron. But for a 2 to 3 week stretch, I think they're fine, man. This is how they want. I don't want to play anyways.
Is there and I don't know the answer to this question. Is there any way the win total's not? Could it move down a half win off of this? It won't be a full, but could it move at all?
I don't.
If LeBron's out for a month.
If we get more reporting, let's say next week Shams comes back and says,
keep in mind,
hey, this is
at
going to be
least
4 to 6.
It's at least 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah. He's 40.
And he's 40. So we're probably talking about 4 to 6 as opposed to 3 to 4 realistically?
I mean, look, it could be 3 to 4, so I don't want to totally dismiss it and say it's definitely going to be more than that, but I think it's probably safe. I think it's probably more in the 4 to 6 range is my guess based on
in the NBA it's usually a little bit longer than you think. This is not like the NFL where they say 3 to 4 weeks and the guy is back in 2.5 weeks with the Toradol. I think this is
And did we mention he's 40? Did we mention that?
Yeah. This is what it is. He's an older player.
Is he 41 or is he 40?
I think he might be exactly 40.
No, I think he's born in 84, right? And I'm born in 83 and I'm 42. I think he's 41.
At the end of the year, he turns 41 in December.
What year was he born?
84.
Oh, yeah. My math's not great.
Good.
His birthday's New Year's Eve.
The day before, the 30th.
So, I mean, how many things can Nick Kostos be wrong about in a 15-second span?
Where did he go to high school?
Oh, well, obviously, Farragut Academy, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, his teammates with Kevin Garnett. Yeah.
Right. I hope people, if you're a big enough sports fan, then you really appreciated the last 10 seconds of the show. If you're not, then I'm sorry. That went over your head. Yeah, Tyler knows what a pull. You know why? Because listen, I suck at everything.
Why do we know
this
stuff?
Farragut
Academy.
Because we're huge sports fans.
Just useless what do you mean? Stuff. But yeah. It's fun though, yeah. From Farragut Academy, it's
I love it. How do we know that? Because we're gigantic sports fans.
We're junkies, I guess is the
yeah, man. Of course. We're junkies. I guess we have things planned, but
we do.
Then LeBron got hurt.
I mean, sometimes you can't plan things, just literally and figuratively. Want to squeeze some Survivor in?
Here?
I think we have 60 seconds left, so probably not.
What do you like? Like if you could,
I think
you could have a survivor team this week, who would it be?
So if we were still in it, like I was going to make an impassioned plea for Denver. I don't think it would have had too many arguments on that one going against the New York Jets. I think if you want to play it safe, the Rams are an option. If you want to roll the dice, just looking at the betting markets, I like the Chargers quite a bit. Like I like laying the 4. That is a bet that I'm going to have on Sunday. But I just think that they're just way better.
You're missing it here. The Steelers is the play.
No, I'm good.
Dylan Gabriel on the. This is not like who's going to cover the spread. It's who's going to win.
Yeah, the best unit on the field is the Browns defense, and I feel pretty confident saying that. Yeah, Steelers are big time frauds.
I would have honestly. I think I would have died on the hill for the Steelers this week. We'll bring Tyler in to talk about this at the end of the hour. But on the other side, we'll get some college football bets for the weekend from our friend Joey Knish from the Hammer and Hit the Books.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Look who it is. Oh, right on time. Perfect. College football time. Jeff Shorts, you want the earbud?
Yeah. Cooper Rush at the helm this week. They just look in disarray. They're discombobulated. They're broken. They're irreparable, seemingly. And Henry's still seeing a sizable opportunity share at 69.2%. Though he's only number 36 in yards created per touch, 22 in yak per attempt. He's only forced 4 missed tackles on 64 rush attempts. But his next 3 games, and there is a bye week sandwich in here, he gets the Rams, number 20 in rush EPAD, then the bye, then the Bears. We know how miserable and lousy they have been in run defense at number 23 in rush EPA. And then at Miami, equally lousy at number 29 in that category. So could be better days ahead. But I think he desperately needs to get his dude back, and that being Lamar Jackson under center. So, Horvey, let me ask you this. Would you make this trade? These are real one-for-one deals that have been agreed upon in Yahoo leagues over the last 24 hours. Derrick Henry or Kenneth Walker III, who would you rather have rest of the season?
I would rather have Derrick Henry still.
Yeah, I'm still going with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry or Cam Scatterboo?
I would rather have Derrick Henry still.
I'm going Scatterboo. Derrick Henry or Rome Odunze?
Oh. Ooh. I have a running back need, so I want Derrick Henry.
Rome Odunze. Last one. Derrick Henry or Jamar Chase?
God, I want nothing. Derrick Henry.
Can I plead the fifth on that one? I mean, Jamar Chase played up at garbage time. That's the only way he's going to be able to score any points. I guess Henry, but it's reluctant.
Underwood underneath, caught McCulley again with a burst, still running. McCulley to the end zone. Touchdown, Wolverine.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Gus Johnson on the call. Michigan wins this weekend against USC, and I think the Wolverines are going to the playoff. Tried to tell everybody like a month ago that that was going to be the case. It would come down to this game, and if Michigan beats USC, the Wolverines will go win into the finale against Ohio State, where they'll probably lose. That's okay. 2-loss Michigan team, I think, gets into the college football playoff. Tried to tell you all. Now, got to take care of business against SC, but I anticipate that happening this weekend. Joining us right now to discuss and to give us bets for the rest of the scintillating Saturday in college football is our buddy, Pro Sports Bettor, a co-host of Hit the Books, which is a great show on YouTube about college football betting, and you can find it in podcast form as well, with our buddy Brad Powers, the one, the only, Joey Knish, on Twitter at Joey Knish22. Knish, welcome back to the show. What's going on, my friend?
Gentlemen, tremendous football Thursday, back for another week. Let's keep it rolling. And we got to wrap it up. What time's the Yankees game start tonight? I want to get off before. Oh no. Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. I didn't check the schedule. Let's keep it to football. Good to be back.
Do you, in all seriousness, do you think the Tigers are going to win tomorrow? Like, do you have a bet on that game or a betting thought on Tigers Mariners? Skubal, a road favorite in Seattle.
Honestly, you know what? I've never been the biggest baseball guy, but Skubal, you know what? Is there a pitcher in the game right now you would want on the mound rather than him? Now, can the Tigers offense scrap out, 2 hits and a run to actually, hopefully get a 1-0 victory? We'll see. But, yeah, give me the Tigers tomorrow and go into the championship series. Well, we'll get, blasted out of the country by Toronto. But, hey, I like the Tigers tomorrow to take it on Friday.
Now, Tarek Skubal probably going to win another Cy Young. A really impressive array and assortment of pitches. How would you rank, Knish, Tarek Skubal's screwball?
I mean, you know what?
Okay, well, just, you know what?
Let's just say
for Knish. What about USC as a 2.5-point favorite against Michigan this weekend in college football? I'd like a 3. I don't think we're going to need it. I think Michigan wins on the field. What say you?
Yeah, now we're back in the wheelhouse where the conversation's back on track. Because I'm with you, baby. We've been talking. You've been listening to this segment on this show to Nikki K and Joey K. We've been touting the Big Blue all the way. I know you got some nice playoff numbers, and I'm with you. I heard you in the intro. If Michigan wins this game, you're almost, you're basically free rolling the Ohio State game to get in the playoff. And listen, is it a tough spot for Michigan? Yes. Going out to the West Coast, USC off a little bit of a break. But I got to tell you, this USC team, the more data we see on them, the more games they play, the worse this defense looks, the softer this defense looks. They came across the country to Illinois, and they couldn't get a stop. And this is a much better rushing offense that they're going to face. I think the best front, both defensive and offensive, they've faced all year. And don't get me wrong, I know Femi's going to come on here and probably interrupt and talk about how Jordan Mayev is the greatest quarterback he's ever seen. But this is a very different test that this Michigan defense. Again, it's a tough spot for Michigan, but I think they've got a number of advantages here, and getting them as a road dog. If you can get the 3, we'll see where this number goes. I love it. Either way, very live in this game. Give me Big Blue to get it, keep it rolling.
I'll hand the baton over to Femi in a second to talk about Jaden Mayava, USC's quarterback. But Knish, first, what is your favorite college football bet of the weekend, side or total?
You know what? I know we talked a little about this earlier. Give me Texas Tech at home to absolutely bury the Jayhawks of Kansas. And listen, you got to be objective in this game. I was on some Kansas last weekend. Took a miracle for them to cover at UCF. UCF quarterbacks get hurt. Cam Fancher, the backup, comes in, has two drives inside the red zone to score to win, blows them both. A Kansas team also, number of injuries going on, starting tight ends out, starting running backs out, a couple guys in the secondary. And this Texas Tech team, I don't know if I don't know if college football has caught up yet to how elite this team is. I think they're significantly better than any other team in the Big 12 defensive front. I think Kansas is walking in. They've been playing with fire for a few weeks here. And again, the offense has been okay with Jalen Daniels. Defensively, they've been struggling. I don't think the offensive line holds up in this game. And I think they're in for a burial. And Lubbock is going to be loud. And this Texas Tech team is real deal. They're going to the playoff, and I think this team can make some noise. And I think they really put it on Kansas this weekend. Laid the 13.5, laid the 14. I just think Texas Tech runs them out.
Yeah, the best team in the Big 12 that money can buy, the Texas Tech Red Raiders here. Kanish, I know you're all excited about your Michigan Wolverines. I just be careful. Jaden Mayava, most efficient quarterback in the country, unranked favorite. Just be careful, Kanish, with that Michigan SC game. But how about in the 3:30 window Saturday afternoon? Indiana, Oregon, top 10 showdown at Autzen Stadium. This opened 10 on Sunday. We're now down to a touchdown, 7 minus 110 with the Ducks at home. How do you see that game playing outside in total?
You know what? I absolutely agree with the move. Think this is also, I know this is, your wheelhouse, what I'll call a Heisman elimination game. Loser leaves town match, little WWE, like who goes out? Either Mendoza or Dante Moore, I think, is out. Whoever loses this game is out, and whoever wins, we'll call it, is, in that last man standing of, 3 to 5 guys that have a shot to close down the stretch. Gun to my head, I'd still lean Indiana with the points, but man, I think a lot of the value has been sucked out of this number now, going from 10 to 7. I do think they can compete. It's a game, though, where what we've seen in the past is middle-tier teams, lower-tier teams, Indiana absolutely buries them. When they step up in class, though, that's where, they've you get a little bit of a gut check when you're going against the 5-star talents and that. I do think Oregon's overall body of work, a little questionable in that. So this one, I'll call it a lean. Indiana on the points if I had to remember. To me, the real intrigue is whoever comes out of this, out of this a winner, probably is your Heisman favorite kind of coming into, Sunday morning there, or at least, your odds-on favorite this morning. And then in that top 3 of if they can run the table, that might be your Heisman winner.
Yeah, it'd be a hell of a matchup there between Fernando Mendoza and Dante Moore. In that same window, Kanish, we got Red River, Oklahoma, and Texas. OU have been dominant, undefeated so far this year. Texas licking their wounds after what happened to Florida down in the swamp. Do you think John Mateer plays on Saturday? And who do you like with Texas right now, a 1-point favorite despite the loss last week against the Gators?
You know what? I absolutely think he's going. I think he's going to give it a go. I think some of the chirp, Kanichi moles, ducking their head out of the sound before you got to hammer it down is, he's going to get shot up, going to give it a go. I think just the type of kid he is, he's going to, be wanting to play, getting in there. This is one where, through all the years, again, look ahead's not the end all be all, but this was 6.5, 7.5, 6.5, 3.5. Now down to pick. Gun to my head, I think this one's just going to be an ugly one. I went under on this. I think anything in the low 40s is fine. I think this is going to be the absolute. Usually we're in this Red River shootout back and forth. I think you got 2 defenses here that are absolutely elite, 2 of the better defenses in the entire country, and a Texas offense that with Arch Manning has been brutal. And John Mateer, God love him, but coming off the layoff a little bit, not going to be probably 100%. The Oklahoma offensive line, questionable on the year. Can't really run the ball. Just one that I think is going to be your brutal head-to-head defensive slapper knocker, and one of those that you see somebody, 17-13, that type of winner. So I think all the value in Oklahoma has now been sucked out, and this number's probably where it should be. Under for me is the play on this, baby.
You bet on a Thursday. Our guest, Joey Kanish of The Hammer, his college football betting show, along with Brad Powers, Hit the Books. You can find it on both YouTube and wherever you find your podcasts. Kanish, Bama and Missouri in the SEC, fascinating game. And Bama starting to get bet, and it looks like maybe we'll go to 3.5. 3 minus 15 is the number right now. Noon kickoff on Saturday. 51.5 the total. Any thoughts on Bama and Mizzou?
This is I would say a little bit similar to the Michigan USC game. The spot, if you're going that, kind of says Missouri. Bama off a little bit of a tough stretch. Missouri off the break here, getting Bama. The team, though, and the matchups say Bama. I like the way they're playing on offense. I think the defense is playing much better. And to me, this Missouri team, a little bit of a fraudulent here. I know they've had a decent start. I know old Bo knows that QB has been, put up some nice stat lines. I just think they're a little bit of a pretender. And Ty Simpson and the offense at Bama, it's really kind of found its niche now. And I think if you're me, especially if you were getting a 3, as you said, bet back to 3.5. To me, 3 was the buy point on Bama. If you can still get a 3 out there, that's the only way I could play it. But just think Bama, bit of a superior team here to Missouri. Number a little bit bet down because of the spot. It'd be Bama, lay it or nothing for me.
All right, so Kanish likes Bama. Lay it or don't play it on the road at Mizzou. In a situation with SEC team as a 3-point road favorite. We have another one here, Kanish, and to be fair, the number at MGM right now is 3.5, but is juiced way towards Auburn here, and that's Georgia at Auburn. So Georgia 3.5 minus 05, Auburn plus 3.5 minus 15, 46.5 the total there. Georgia, not fully healthy coming into this game. Any thoughts or bets? Georgia at Auburn.
Yeah, this is one of the of the dogs that are out there. This is probably the one I'm the most interested in these, in the premium matchups. And it would be, I just think this Auburn defense has shown out in pretty much every challenge they've been on so far this year. And it's a Georgia defense that's just not your classic Georgia. Even though the Kirby, the national championship years, the years where they were making the run. I think we've seen enough from this Georgia defense that it's just not elite. They should have lost to Tennessee, and it's a Georgia team that I don't think is what we'll call in that elite tier. You know what? And I seem to be kind of laying this number here. Give me Auburn. Give me the points. I hate trusting Hugh Freeze in a big spot to get it offense, but I think the defense is real deal, and they get enough out of that offense to keep this close. Give me Auburn. Give me the points. I like it at 3 in the hook. BetMGM, the king of sports books, baby.
And you make it legendary at BetMGM. Kanish, last college football question. Any other bet that you like for this weekend in college football? You give us, this could be Heisman, this could be make the playoff, could be an individual game. Anything else that you like this weekend in college football?
You know what? I'm actually did this last week to it was a big Notre Dame number. Notre Dame got steamed out, came in, took some Boise State at the end. Wasn't the sexiest cover we've ever had getting to Boise. It was kind of an ugly. I'm gonna go again. I just think and again, I like Notre Dame. I like this team. I think they can actually run the table, get to the playoff, make some noise in the national championship. But man, these numbers the last few weeks, the market seems to be pushing this way out. I got to take some NC State here. I think the offense get a little bit rolling. The defense, not having some great performances, has stepped up in a number of times. And it's just an NC State team that even a little bit more competitive than I thought they'd be coming into the year. To now be getting, upwards of 23.5, I think we might even hit 24. I had to take some Wolfpack at that price. And that, to me, is what I hear you doing. To me, last week, I'm going to do it again this week. Let the market push out Notre Dame because I think it's getting pushed out kind of beyond where just I have some of these numbers. And these are big deltas to cover. And again, Notre Dame, I like what they have on offense. I like all that. I just think some of these numbers are getting too much respect there. Give me NC State here at 23.5, 24. The Wolfpack, look, can they win? No, but I just think this number's gotten too big. Give me the Wolfpack to at least, I don't know, get to 14 here and get a cover.
On my father's grave, I was going to ask Kanish to howl like a wolf if he didn't. So I'm happy that you saved me the time of having to ask you the question to do it. Final one. We have about 45 seconds left. Is there a random bet in the accounts for our listeners and viewers?
This one ain't going to be random, but it's going to be a winner, and it might as well be me, double cross. Honolulu blue Kool-Aid's been tainted. I'm stabbing young Joey K, the Lions fan at bat. Give me the Chiefs this weekend. Give me the. I don't listen. I love the lie. I love Dan Campbell. That I'm Detroit through and through. no left tackle, no cornerback. Joey K, they called me out to the practice field today to see if I can play cornerback. Bad spot, bad schedule spot going into the bye. Kansas City offense rolling. I just think this is kind of a schedule/injury loss, and the Lions get it. I'm not going to say put on them here, but give me Casey. I got to say.
Hopefully,
No
Knish didn't
doubt.
get into like a.
We'll be back.
There he is. All right. Yes, I was hoping for like Rabakina over Sabalenka in Texas in tennis overnight. Knish, you're the best. Hit the books on YouTube and on wherever you find your podcasts. Good luck this weekend, my friend. We'll catch up with you next week.
Gentlemen, best of luck this weekend.
I didn't know. Like, I was actually nervous about what he was going to say after the pause. After gentlemen, Femi's betting things and Survivor talk coming up next.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I just wonder, and we sort of hinted at this yesterday. Rams currently a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. Obviously, that's with Lamar likely out. But is it done? If they actually rule him out, is this line done moving? I think the answer is no.
How far are we talking?
8.5, 9?
Another, just like last week, right? When they played a decimated San Francisco team where it was 8.5, 9 in that range, and we're in the same spot. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. So, man, the record of 1-4, are they done? They're trying to map this out. Like, look, we'll be in a good spot. Can we get through this week? Then we've got the bye, and maybe half of these guys at the very least are going to be healthy, right? Like maybe they're having that conversation internally. If you look at that decimated defense, because with the cluster situation, this might sound nuts, but I think that conversation you've got to have just as much, right? Hamilton was limited on Wednesday. So limited on Wednesday makes you think, okay, he's got a decent chance that he's going to play. Marlon Humphrey did not practice. The other cornerback, Awuzie, did not practice. You've got Roquan Smith not practicing. Those three guys, I'm not sure that they're going to be out there. We know they're all world defensive tackle. He's out for the season. It just might be Kyle Hamilton. Is he going to change that much? Spectacular safety. Is he really going to save this defense? I don't think so. This is a bottom 3, bottom 5 defense in the league right now. And I don't think bringing Hamilton back is going to save your bacon. Boy, I don't see why they play Lamar. I don't see how they're that much better with all these guys out.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat. With today's Pro Football No Sweat token, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager doesn't win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Don't forget to download and subscribe to You Better You Bet in podcast form. And subscribe, like, and comment to our YouTube and Twitch pages. YouTube.com/@the BetMGM Network. Twitch.tv/the BetMGM Network. Tyler Morales joins us here. Even though we are out of Survivor, we will still provide Survivor content for you, our listeners and viewers. So let's begin with the Philadelphia Eagles tonight, guys. Would the Eagles be in consideration for you guys if we were still alive?
I'll say this, like, for our rules, they would not be, just because of the holiday considerations since they play on Black Friday. But if you don't have any holiday considerations in your home pool, I do think the Eagles are going to win the game. And yeah, you can make the argument that you want to save them for some other spots here, but this is, I guess, I mean, they play the Giants in 2 weeks, so that'd be a spot that you're saving them for. But I think a lot of other people are thinking like that as well. So this might be a chance to maybe get ahead of the curve here and use the Eagles when most people might look to save them.
Tyler?
Yeah, this would be to me, this would be my pick if we just did did a different kind of pool. Like, Brian Dable and Jackson Dart are not beating the Eagles coming off of a loss. I think it just boils down to, it's that simple. So I would easily pick the Eagles would be my choice if we were playing by our own rules here, not what we did the last few weeks.
No thoughts of the Steelers. The Steelers, I would bang the table for the Steelers.
Make the case. Make the case for Pittsburgh, because I think they're fraudulent.
Okay, and that may be true. It's Dylan Gabriel on the road at the Steelers defense off of a London game, and the Steelers are coming off a bye.
Yeah, I mean, the scheduling spot is, I'm surprised that Cleveland even agreed to this, since the teams have the choice.
And to be clear, this is not like an ATS like pick.
It's just straight up.
I would consider betting this, who's going to win the game. I would be pretty the Browns could cover. I would be pretty surprised if the Steelers lost.
Gabriel's limited, but he didn't look overwhelmed against Minnesota. So that's where I'm just a little bit.
Dude, he sucks.
He's limited. He doesn't have a good arm.
Does he suck? Yes or no?
He sucks.
Yes. I mean, I'll tell you. So the reason why I struggle saying that he sucks is because he knows what he's supposed to do.
So you don't think he sucks?
So he's a smart player. He's just physically limited.
Femi, does he suck? Yes or no?
Yeah, for NFL standards, for a quarterback, his talent
hold on.
is worse.
Wait. Does he suck? Yes or no?
No, he doesn't.
Tyler, your thoughts?
He's too smart.
I mean, he sucks. He didn't throw the ball more than 5 yards against the Vikings. He sucks.
Femi, I
noodle arm.
Also,
sucks to me is sucks is Will Levis.
I won my Browns bet. I bet him last week 4.5. Closed 3.5. They lost by 4. It was awesome for me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess when I think about quarterbacks sucking, it's here's Will Levis, who has all the ability, but they just can't function as a quarterback.
Dude, Will Levis is 50 times better than Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah, and then also Surrender Cobra. Okay. There was no Surrender Cobra from Dylan Gabriel last Sunday, was there?
Dude, if you gave any NFL coach or general that Will Levis or Dylan Gabriel, they would all take Will Levis. All of them.
Yes, they would, and they'd also all be fired. Because that's what happens.
But you think is Dylan Gabriel saving people's jobs? No. What do you think he is?
No, but I don't think he's 50 times better than Dylan Gabriel. This is the guy that got ran out of Penn State because he couldn't beat out Sean Clifford. That's 50 times better than Dylan Gabriel. Come on.
Okay, how much better would you say Will Levis is as a pro quarterback than Dylan Gabriel?
6 to 1, half a dozen another. They're bad in different ways. Titans had 1 year and they said, no, never again. Come on.
If you were the GM of a team and you could have Will Levis or Dylan Gabriel, who would you pick?
I'd go Gabriel.
Levis.
Come on.
I'd go Gabriel.
I'm not saying I'm Mel Kiper here. That's insane. That's insane. But
I don't think so.
Come on.
He's never been good. He wasn't good in college. What are we talking about? At least Gabriel was good in college. like, come on. Like, Levis?
I would take the Steelers this week. So are there any other teams up for consideration?
I think the Chargers should be. Now, and most people might not like that since their offensive line is banged up and they're going on the road and it's Miami has a really good home field advantage.
Are the Chargers the be a real man pick of the week?
I think they are. I mean, well, I guess actually the Raiders might be a real man pick of the week, but I don't know if I could summon that. Like, that might be a bridge too far for even me with the way Geno's been playing. Like, they're at home. I guess they got that going for them.
What about the Colts?
That's where Geno's been bad. There's just something weird about that game to me. Like,
I do think the Cardinals will cover. Like, I like Arizona,
Yeah.
even if Brissett plays, and like we'll see what the market goes to. And Kyler didn't practice today. There are whispers that Kyler's not going to play. We'll see what happens on. Like, the spread will go up a little bit. I'll like Arizona probably. But like, even if the game's close at the end, like Arizona's probably going to lose.
if Kyler's healthy, though, I mean, he's obviously not since he's not practicing. But so yeah, I mean, I guess Colts are probably an option. Yeah. I would rather be a man and take the Chargers than take the Colts, personally. But the Colts, yeah, they could win.
Completely agree.
For sure.
But,
yeah,
but you guys, like your pick would be the Eagles, or so okay. If we're playing by and look, we were in Circus. BetMGM doesn't have a Survivor contest, or we would do it. We were in Circus Survivor, right? So if you're playing by those rules, no to the Eagles, and then who's the pick? If it's not Philadelphia, for me it would be Pittsburgh.
Denver. Denver would be for me.
Tyler?
I think also Denver, but I like the Chargers too. So Denver would be my pick, but I agree with the Chargers thought you guys had.
This was our chance to fire our Denver bullet had we survived.
And Tyler, you don't like the Steelers this week, or you do?
It's just like I could see the Browns defensive line completely wrecking that game, and like Rodgers can't move. He cannot move. Ounce of pressure, he is toast. He's going to get sacked. So there is a path where I see the Steelers could lose this game, and that's the defensive line of Myles Garrett kind of just wrecking this whole thing. So I would not be picking the Steelers.
Well, what I'll say, it's not because of Dylan Gabriel. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Like, the Gabriel over Will Levis thing is comical. It's terrible.
Here's
like,
what
Dylan Gabriel can't play. Like Levis stunk last year, and like we mocked him all year. I'm not saying he was great
last year.
Like Will Levis could at least has like you could
he
look
has
at
ability.
him and say he has exactly. Like, Dylan Gabriel has no ability.
Yeah, but at least I know he's going to protect the football, which is like the number one determinant of who wins games. Turnover margin. Guess who's turning it over multiple times? Will Levis.
We don't know that yet, by the way, with Dylan Gabriel. We don't know that yet that he can't turn the ball over like 3 to 4 times.
No. He didn't do it against Brian Flores in his first start against
Tyler,
over,
what do you
overseas.
think of Femi saying he would pick Dylan if he were NFL GM, he would take Dylan Gabriel over Will Levis?
I just think the ceiling on Gabriel is like there is none. He's just a short guy with a noodle arm that not gonna really push the ball downfield. At least Levis is like big, can move.
Like, would you rather have me or Will Levis?
Well, at least Levis can move and has a strong arm. At least there's something to like mold there. Gabriel has nothing.
Is there something to mold? Because the GM that took him is doing media. So.
But you could say that about like you're.
But that's what you're asking. You're saying you're a general manager. Who would you take?
But the argument is not like, is Will Levis good? The question is, if you were running a team and you could have Will Levis, there is no team that exists that would take Dylan Gabriel over Will Levis. If you gave the Browns the choice of Dylan Gabriel or healthy Will Levis, they would absolutely take Will Levis. 100%. No?
That's not me. That's the Browns. Yes, me. I'm not the one that's doing it.
All right. But do you acknowledge that I'm correct with what I'm saying, or no? Or
people love traits. See, I 100% see what you're feeling, but like that's what gets you fired. Traits that suck.
No,
here's a traits quarterback.
Yes, but you'll keep your job with Dylan Gabriel.
No, I mean, well, you're not going to trick yourself into thinking that he's the guy, but you're probably going to do that with Levis. That's the problem there.
So who are we taking in Survivor?
Denver would be my choice.
Denver.
Tyler? Well, it's we have an odd number for this reason. I do think Denver's going to win. I think I would want to use Pittsburgh this week. But there you have it. So if you're out there in Survivor and you are looking for us for an opinion and you have not yet used the Denver Broncos, I feel like most people have or no.
Probably, because I think a lot of people.
Okay, how about this? How about this? A consensus here. So Denver's the consensus. Two on Denver,
Yep.
me on Pittsburgh. If people have used Denver, what was the second option for people to use Denver? First was against Tennessee. What was the second?
Ooh. Trying to think like what that. Let me pull up their schedule here real quick. For some reason, I do not.
Oh, the Bengals
have
game
this
a
up.
couple weeks ago on Monday.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, the Monday Night Football.
So okay, so let's say people have used Denver. Then
Mhm.
what's the pick? Femi, who are you taking?
Rams.
Tyler, who are you taking if Denver's off the board?
Rams.
Yeah, so Rams.
I thought about the
there you have it.
Chargers.
So it's Rams.
Saying that as the Rams,
For
not
me, it's the
South.
Steelers. Okay, so how about this? For people that are not playing Circa Survivor, and you're in like where you don't have to worry about Black Friday and Christmas Wednesday and all this nonsense, is it the Eagles?
Yeah.
100%.
For me, it would. Yeah, for me, it'd be
100%.
100%.
I'd look to get ahead of
Dable's.
Yeah, because people.
Dable's not beating the Eagles.
Get ahead of it.
Want it to happen?
But it won't.
One of those headlines.
No.
Maybe
no.
maybe Jalen
No,
Hurts will also be
probably
reading
won't.
books too.
Yeah, maybe the Yankees will beat the Blue Jays, or maybe not, So there you have it. Denver, and if Denver's out, use the LA Rams. I like Pittsburgh, but the consensus of the group would have been to use the Broncos or the Rams. So there you go. I was told, Bill texted me earlier and said that he thought the Things topics this week were amazing.
There we go. I mean, I thought we had a fun conversation. That's unfortunate. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into things this week, but sometimes, you know what? The content's the content.
We'll have some. I think we'll have some space tomorrow since we did Survivor today.
Yeah, we can do it. There we go.
What's the what was the best one? Do you want to give a tease here? What was the best thing?
Tune in at 4:40 tomorrow for the Wagertainment.
There's a tease. Final hour, power hour coming up on the other side. We will start the hour with our friend PJ Glasser and bets for Dodgers Phillies.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Mike Vrabel has a very good track record of doing this kind of thing. These big upsets on the road in big spots. Like, that is right up Vrabel's alley. To a T, Mike Vrabel can do this. I mean, I always think back to Mike Vrabel and that Tennessee Titans team, and we've talked about this on this show as well. 12.5-point underdogs Sunday Night Football at Kansas City, and the Titans are starting Malik Willis. Guess what? That game goes to overtime. 12.5-point dogs at Mahomes in primetime. And in that game, Malik Willis, he completed 5 passes. But somehow, some way, Vrabel Voodoo It gets them to OT. Kansas City ultimately won the game, but it still got them to OT, and they covered the number with ease as a 12.5-point dog. Even go further back. 2019 playoffs, AFC divisional round. That's Saturday night. I remember this one because I had the Baltimore Ravens tied into every single moneyline parlay that weekend. 10-point underdog. It's Ryan Tannehill. It's Derrick Henry, and it's this Vrabel upstart Titans team. They go into Baltimore as a 10-point dog, and they win the game outright 28-12, beating the then juggernaut Baltimore Ravens. That Baltimore Ravens team 14-2 that year. Vrabel, no issue. Go in there, they win the game. And last night, just another moment that you can add to the Mike Vrabel resume as a 7.5-point dog, and this time getting his first signature moment as head coach of the New England Patriots. And this, what we saw last night, is why the betting market was so high on this team throughout the offseason. Like, you go back to that and you see, wow, like the Patriots all offseason, people were betting hand over fist over on the win total, Patriots to make the playoffs, Patriots to do big things, Vrabel coach of the year. He was the second choice. We all remember behind Ben Johnson in that market. Like, this is why everybody loved New England, because we've all seen it with Mike Vrabel. He's taken teams to the AFC title game. He's won multiple playoff games. Like, we all know what kind of a coach he is and how he builds that culture in that building. And finally, for Mike Vrabel, it appears that he has his quarterback. He has a guy. And that's not to throw shade at past quarterback for Vrabel, Ryan Tannehill. He was very productive in Tennessee, but at the end of the day, it's Ryan Tannehill. You can only go but so far with Ryan Tannehill when you want to go ahead and go up against the big-time teams like the Kansas Cities of the world.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Bring it up, Jake. Final hour. Power hour. You better you bet on the BetMGM Network. Ahem. I ate some chicken with hot cherry peppers during the break. Ahem.
Is it good?
Honestly, it was absolutely delicious.
And we
Absolutely
sacrifice.
delicious.
Yeah.
But having some issues right now. We're all good.
gonna be good?
Picasso's
Hit the
family,
water?
the crew, and you. Yeah, I do have some water here. Those cherry peppers were hot, man. We're gonna bring our friend PJ Glasser on in just a second. Rob Mazzola 20 minutes from now. Best Bets will close the show. But Femi, we got a baseball game starting in about 10 minutes here with the Dodgers and the Phillies. Game number 4 in Los Angeles. Dodgers minus 135, Phils plus 115. Total of the game is 8. I don't think we're going to go to 8.5, but this over has been getting bet all day. How are you betting the Dodgers and the Phils?
I'm betting the Dodgers. A hell of an effort last night by the Phillies. The top of the order finally woke up with Schwarber and Turner and Bohm and Harper. Great. they're not going to get it done today. I think that was just delaying the inevitable. The Dodgers are the better team. I think the Dodgers realize, hey, like we don't want to have to go back to Philly on a Saturday night with that crowd. You don't want those problems. So I think the Dodgers have the urgency, and Glass now gets it done. -135 is a bet for me.
Yeah, what I said at the start of the show, I'm betting the Dodgers just to win the National League here. I like that price a lot. Almost even money, -105. I do like the Dodgers to win today. If they don't, I think they'll win Game 5. So I like the price on the Dodgers here. So I do like LA as well. So Femi and I both rocking with the Los Angeles Dodgers against the Philadelphia Phillies. All right, Pizzola in 20, our best bets to close the show, and we'll bring you all the updated injury info. Jalen Carter will he or won't he play as we approach the end of today's program.
Peppers, baby.
There's some hot cherry peppers, man. Joining us right now on the show to give us some bets for the football weekend is our BetMGM network teammate, the host of Send It In, weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern, all social platforms on the BetMGM network, the great PJ Glasser. On Twitter, we should have done Jake, do you have the music? If so, just play it. Yeah. There he is. Glass is broken, and here comes PJ. Glasser316 says he's going to cash some bets on Twitter at PJ Glasser9. What's going on, buddy?
How you guys doing?
How are you?
I'm okay. My football team, my NFL team, they're struggling these days. The Ravens. We were talking a little bit about that before I hopped on. But I'm doing good.
What's your thought on the Ravens?
I mean, they're in trouble. I'm pretty surprised, like the markets are the way that they are, right? With them to still win the division and still make the playoffs. I know they're going to get all their guys back after the bye week next week, but I mean, they still have to go on the road to Green Bay. They still have to go on the road to Pittsburgh. And then the Ravens every year, they lose like a game or two that they have no business losing. So I think they're going to probably drop a third game. So at best, they're going to be 9-8. Maybe they win the division. But, these people that are maybe looking to buy in when they get Lamar and all these guys back, I don't see it. I think they've dug themselves too deep a hole.
Will the Baltimore Ravens make the playoffs?
No, I don't think they will.
You want to, is that an opinion you want to take, just like the little piggy?
No,
you want to take that opinion to market? Oh, you did take it to market.
Yeah. I bet it. I got it 3-1 though, so I got a great price. I got it before the Chiefs game, I want to say, because I came on with you guys that week and I told you I love Kansas City. I didn't think they were going to win. And then Lamar got hurt, obviously. So he didn't play in the Houston game, and then they had all those injuries, but they're not beating the Rams this week. So yeah, I'd grab it now, because when they lose to the Rams, that number is just going to keep going down, but I don't think they're making the playoffs.
Wow, so PJ very anti the Baltimore Ravens right now. 7.5-point dogs against the Rams this weekend. We'll turn our attention to college in a second here, PJ. Do you like anything in the NFL this weekend? Give us like one or two games that you like.
I love Seattle this week, you guys. Just outright -110 against Jacksonville. I think that the Jags, coming off a short week, that big win against Kansas City, one of the biggest wins of the Lawrence era, how they're going to handle themselves, I think is going to be really interesting. They've been a team so far this season that's really feasted off of turnovers. 4 of the 5 games, they forced at least 3. They had the pick 6 against Kansas City. Now, Darnold is obviously a guy that can turn the ball over, but I think that they're really going to lean on the backs, Walker and Charbonnet. And since Mike McDonald has been in Seattle, when we think of the Seahawks, we think about the 12th man, what a great home field. Since McDonald's been there, it's actually been the complete opposite. They are a great road team, and they have not been good at home. They're like 3-9 against the spread in their last 12 at home under him as coach, and then they're 9-1 in their last 10 road games. So Seattle off a tough home loss to Tampa. They've already won on the road twice this year, at Arizona, at Pittsburgh. I think they're going to take care of business in Jacksonville. I think, getting a pick'em type game where I feel like I'm getting the better defense, the better quarterback, and the better coach. I like Seattle in that kind of game. And then going to the Rams-Ravens game, guys, going back to that, Rams team total over, I like a lot, 27.5. Just keep fading the Ravens defense. They're going to have no answers for that Rams offense, especially off an extended week. And the Rams just lost to San Francisco as big favorites, right? So they're not going to take the Ravens lightly, and they're just going to have no answers for that LA offense. So Rams team total over, Seahawks money line, 2 favorite bets this week.
That is the PJ Glasser, I wish Mike McDonald was the head coach of the Baltimore Ravens version of his NFL bets. They're betting Seattle and also fading the defense of the Baltimore Ravens. I like it, PJ. Let's talk college football, though. Your other team, they're playing pretty well. Alabama beat Georgia, beat Vandy. Why be concerned about Diego Pavia? They're going to cover the spread at the end of the game. Now they're taking on this Missouri team. The point spread's down to 3 on the road in Columbia. How do you feel about the Tide this Saturday?
You know, it's a tricky game, right? On paper, Missouri does a lot of things that should give Bama a ton of issue. You know, we know Bama has that great passing attack. Ty's played terrific at quarterback. They have the 3 great receivers. Missouri's got a good secondary. They get after the quarterback. And then on the other side of the ball, Bama struggles to stop the run. And Missouri's got a terrific running back in Ahmad Hardy. Bo Prabula is a really good athlete at quarterback. The problem is Missouri just hasn't played anybody this year. And Drinkowitz, since he's been at Missouri, they just don't win these kinds of games. So even though the line is telling you to bet Mizzou, Bama's coming off 2 huge wins against Georgia and Vandy. They got Tennessee on deck. It's a noon game on the road. Mizzou's off a bye. There's a lot of things that would tell you to bet Mizzou in the game, but I kind of think Bama's going to win. So I haven't bet it yet. Maybe we get a 2.5 potentially. If we get something under 3, I might look that way, but I do like the Tide to win.
How are you betting Red River with John Mateer's status kind of hovering around this game? Some people think that he might be able to play. Some people think he's not going to be able to play. 17 days out from surgery. He's been pushing to play, according to ESPN's Pete Thamel. How you betting Red River, OU, Texas, Longhorns laying 1?
Yeah, I like Texas. And Femi, I hope Mateer plays because I think it would be a mistake to rush him back. You know, guys, he had surgery on his right hand, right? So not only gripping the football is going to be difficult, throwing the football. And I know Arch has struggled, but Texas still has a really good defense. And the thing about this rivalry, it feels like the last decade or so, however you feel about these two teams going into the game, usually the opposite happens, right? So it feels like most of the time Texas comes into this game and they're the better team. They're kind of riding the high, and Oklahoma usually plays up to Texas. And this year it's the opposite. And look, Texas's season's on the line, right? They lose this game. I mean, they're not making the playoff with a 3rd loss. So desperation with Texas. I think if Mateer plays, I actually like it for Texas. Their defense is still elite. And I just think they find a way to win the game. So I'll take the more desperate team with Texas there. Red River should be a good one, though.
This is You Better You Bet. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, hanging out with our BetMGM Network teammate PJ Glasser, who you can find weekdays from 1 to 1:30 on Send It In here on the BetMGM Network. What about the big noon kickoff game, PJ? Ohio State in Champaign laying 2 touchdowns against this Illini team that, of course, we all saw the Indiana result, but a really strong performance against USC a couple of weeks ago. Who wins and what's the point spread? What are you looking at from the side standpoint here?
Yeah, I'd lay it with Ohio State, man. Minus 14.5. They're on a different level than Illinois. It was a nice win for the Illini beating USC, but I was on with you guys previewing that game. You know, I mean, that's just more about Lincoln Riley and USC never playing well, never covering spreads when they have to go to the Central or Eastern time zone. Ohio State, their defense has been unbelievable so far this season. I think they're really going to give Illinois a ton of issue. And offensively, I think they're going to give Illinois is going to have a tough time stopping that offense. So I like Ohio State minus 14.5. I usually don't like laying that big a number on the road, especially in a top 20 matchup, but I think Ohio State is just head and shoulders above Illinois. So I think they roll in that one.
By the way, we have some news that North Carolina has suspended an assistant coach for recruiting violations. Armand Hawkins suspended for violating NCAA rules related to extra benefits. He has been placed on leave. Armand Hawkins would be the textbook definition of fall guy. Just my opinion. We'll see what happens with Bill Belichick in the days and weeks to come. Glassman, Oregon and Indiana and Eugene. Oregon about a 7.5-point home favorite. How are you betting that game, if at all?
Yeah, I think Oregon this week, you guys, is a great money line parlay piece. If we get down to 7, I'd probably look at laying it with the Ducks. Since Cignetti has been at Indiana, he's only lost to 2 teams, and they were the 2 teams that played for the national title last year, Notre Dame and Ohio State. His team is so well coached. They don't beat themselves. But when they go up against like the top tier of college football, when they go up against teams that just have all this NFL talent and they don't really have the staying power to hang in the trenches, that's when they tend to falter. We saw that against the Irish and the Buckeyes last year. So I think they can keep this game close for a half, but then third quarter, early fourth, you're going to start to see the Ducks pull away a little bit. So I like Oregon as a money line parlay piece. And if we were to get a flat 7 with them, I would look to lay it with the Ducks.
What about USC and Michigan?
I like USC in that game as well. You know, you get unranked USC who's favored at home against Michigan. So right there, that kind of jumps out to you. But look, USC's coming off a bye. Michigan played last week against Wisconsin, so they have to travel now out to LA to take on USC. And Lincoln Riley, ever since he's been in LA, I mean, it's been as simple as just when they're at home, you bet USC, and when they're on the road, you fade USC. And to me, this is another one of those games. It will be interesting to see how USC handles Michigan's rushing attack, because USC has really struggled against the run this year. Justice Haynes has had a fantastic year. His prop number, you guys, is at 105.5. So that kind of tells you what odds makers think he's going to have that kind of day on the ground. Bryce Underwood keeps getting better and better, but I like USC at home off of a bye under a field goal. I think is a good bet. So I like the Trojans.
How about Auburn and Georgia?
Like the under in this game. It's hit 9 of the last 11 times these two teams have played. Auburn's offense has not looked good so far in SEC play against Oklahoma and against A&M. And then I think Georgia's also going to struggle a little bit. You know, they've struggled against teams that can really throw the ball like Tennessee and Bama. Jackson Arnold just isn't quite there yet as a passer, and he's got terrific receivers, but he just hasn't been able to utilize them yet. So I don't think Auburn's going to score all too much, and night game at Jordan-Hare is a tough place to play. I think it's going to be similar to that Bama-Georgia game, you know, 24-20, 21-17, somewhere in that range. So I like the under in the game.
Give us, PJ, a best bet in either the NFL or college football, something that we have not yet talked about here in this interview.
Yeah, let's go to like a group of 5 game. I like Air Force this week, you guys, against UNLV. I'll take Air Force plus the 6.5. I'll take them on the money line as well. UNLV, Dan Mullen's the coach for UNLV. In his first year, they're 5-0. They're having a nice season. Air Force, they've lost 4 straight games. They have one of the worst defenses in the group of 5. Against Navy, those totals are always like in the 30s. It was in the 50s and it went over easily. So Air Force's defense is horrendous, but UNLV has a look ahead spot next week against Boise. And I think they'll be looking ahead a little bit to that game. Air Force is a team, very high variance because they do have a good offense, but they have a terrible defense. I think the fact that number will not touch 7 and they're giving you UNLV 6.5, saying a lot. So I like Air Force plus points. I'd take some money line. I think they win that game outright.
Any plans to meet up with Tyler Morales this fall for a football game?
No plans yet to meet up with Tyler.
Tyler wrote in our chat that he would like to be invited to a game. What game would you invite Tyler to? 10 seconds.
We can go like Bama LSU. We can do that game.
Tyler?
I'm there.
So, like, PJ, will you, text Tyler or no? Or be honest?
I mean, I'll have to look into it to see what flights and tickets are. But, if we can make it work, I'll text him.
That sounded like a no. PJ, great job. Send it in tomorrow, 1 to 1:30 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network. Good luck with the bets. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, thanks, guys.
PJ Glasser joining us here on the show. On the other side, pro sports bettor Rob Bazzola. Best bets for Week 6 in the NFL.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Mike Vrabel has a very good track record of doing this kind of thing. These big upsets on the road in big spots. Like, that is right up Vrabel's alley to a T. Mike Vrabel can do this. I mean, I always think back to Mike Vrabel and that Tennessee Titans team, and we've talked about this on this show as well. 12.5-point underdogs Sunday Night Football at Kansas City, and the Titans are starting Malik Willis. Guess what? That game goes to overtime. 12.5-point dogs at Mahomes in primetime. And in that game, Malik Willis, he completed 5 passes. But somehow, some way, Vrabel voodoo, it gets them to OT. Kansas City ultimately won the game, but it still got them to OT, and they covered the number with ease as a 12.5-point dog. Even go further back. 2019 playoffs, AFC divisional round. That's Saturday night. I remember this one because I had the Baltimore Ravens tied into every single moneyline parlay that weekend. 10-point underdog. It's Ryan Tannehill. It's Derrick Henry, and it's this Vrabel upstart Titans team. They go into Baltimore as a 10-point dog, and they win the game outright 28-12, beating the then juggernaut Baltimore Ravens. That Baltimore Ravens team 14-2 that year. Vrabel, no issue. Go in there, they win the game. And last night, just another moment that you can add to the Mike Vrabel resume as a 7.5-point dog, and this time getting his first signature moment as head coach of the New England Patriots. And this, what we saw last night, is why the betting market was so high on this team throughout the offseason. Like, you go back to that and you see, wow, like the Patriots all offseason, people were betting hand over fist over on the win total, Patriots to make the playoffs, Patriots to do big things, Vrabel coach of the year. He was the second choice. We all remember behind Ben Johnson in that market. Like, this is why everybody loved New England, because we've all seen it with Mike Vrabel. He's taken teams to the AFC title game. He's won multiple playoff games. Like, we all know what kind of a coach he is and how he builds that culture in that building. And finally, for Mike Vrabel, it appears that he has his quarterback. He has a guy. And that's not to throw shade at past quarterback for Vrabel, Ryan Tannehill. He was very productive in Tennessee, but at the end of the day, it's Ryan Tannehill. You can only go but so far with Ryan Tannehill when you want to go ahead and go up against the big-time teams like the Kansas Cities of the world.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
All right, 20 minutes from now, it's all of our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including side total and props for the Eagles and the Giants on Thursday Night Football. And we should be finding out at some point in the next 25 minutes or so if Jalen Carter will be active for tonight's game for Philadelphia. They activated a defensive tackle a couple hours ago. The Eagles did from the practice squad. Not the best sign for Jalen Carter, but we will see. And we will give you all our bets for the Eagles and the Giants at the end of the show. But joining us right now to give us his best bets for Week 6 in the National Football League, celebrity Toronto Blue Jays fan, our friend, founder of The Hammer. And The Hammer has been doing, and like I say this on the air, but I've also said it off air, doing awesome work this season. Not that they haven't in previous seasons, but my honest opinion, buddy, is that like it's been stepped up to another game this season. Forward Progress is the YouTube channel with tons of great NFL betting content. Our guy G Stack George with a daily injury update that sips. It's so hard to find this stuff, and he's got it all for you, like laid out. It's exceptional. So The Hammer, Forward Progress, Bet Stamp. Congratulations, my friend, to your Blue Jays, deserved winners over my Yankees. Also, can't wait for you to be the 51st state. Welcome back to the show. How's it going?
It's going well. I mean, what can you? I was telling Femi this before the show, but it's 6:22 Eastern time right now. I'm still hungover, Nick, from last night. Like, my head is throbbing. I just was crushing beers after the game last night. I'm too old to be doing this to myself, but it feels great, man. Like, sports, when your teams win, like, you got to enjoy it. And this year's been pretty magical for the Jays. I hope it leads to a World Series run. But yeah, felt great, and I'm on top of the world right now.
Not that they can't beat Seattle if that's the matchup, but man, I'm sure you'd love for Scooble to shove tomorrow and get Toronto, Detroit in the ALC. At a 7-game series against the Tigers, I think Detroit would be up against it there. And I think the Blue Jays go to the World Series for the first time since Joe Carter in '93.
Yeah.
That'd be something else. I think we get it if Detroit wins tomorrow. All right, National Football League, my friend. So I always say, Rob sends me his thoughts. So those are the games we do first. Let's start with tonight's game. Eagles and Giants. Eagles 7.5 right now at BetMGM, and I think we're basically in between the two numbers, right? Depending on where you're looking. The total is 40.5. Rob, how are you betting Thursday Night Football, Eagles and Giants?
So I hate saying stuff like this, like when you bet a better number and then it's moved to a point where you haven't. So I did bet the under 42 in this game, and 41 was my cutoff. You might actually see some buyback to the over if Jalen Carter doesn't play, and I would play the under at 41 if it gets bought back. I don't see this as being a great spot for offense. Obviously, for the Giants, it's very predicated on the fact that Jackson Dart hasn't been able to move the ball downfield. He can use his legs fine, but this is a Fangio defense that's going to confuse him quite a bit. They're very limited on weaponry, obviously, on the outside. It's not like Darius Slayton is good, but he's a receiver. So not having him around, it kind of hurts them. The other side, Philly's offense, it just isn't it this year. And they gave Saquon 6 carries last week. I feel like they're going to give Saquon a lot more carries tonight. And the Giants' run defense hasn't been great this year. Now, it's not as bad as it's been in terms of success rate and EPA, but I think the Eagles will really try to manifest the running game and try to finally get that going because they haven't been able to do that this year. So personally, I see this being a low-scoring affair. In terms of the side, I think it's totally fine, but this is one of those weeks where I'm not a huge teaser player because the teaser prices have gone up, year after year. But you got a lot of favorites that are in this type of range at 7.5, which you can tease together, starting with the Eagles tonight, and I think that's a pretty decent option.
All right, so Philly down to -1.5. A thought for Rob. Thursday Night Football on the road at the Giants. All right, let's go to Sunday. What do you like with the Steelers and the Browns in Pittsburgh? Steelers a 5.5-point home favorite, total 38.5. And also, Femi earlier in the show said that if he were forced to choose between one of these two quarterbacks, like to be his quarterback of an NFL team, he would pick Dylan Gabriel over Will Levis. Your thoughts on that, and then thoughts on Steelers-Browns?
Yeah, I mean, Dylan I don't watch as much college as you guys do. So I'm working off of a very small sample on Dylan Gabriel where I'm like, yeah, he made some good throws. Is this going to happen going forwards? I have no idea. Aaron Rodgers is as washed as it gets, but the reality is they're kind of utilizing his strengths, which is making a good read quickly, getting the ball out of his hands and just letting the receivers do all the yards after catch. And with the Steelers, that's kind of the way to attack the Cleveland Browns, is you don't let the pass rush go off. You got to get the ball out of the quarterback's hands really quickly. And when we see people hold the ball for too long, like when Cleveland played Jordan Love, for example, they're going to wreak havoc. But in this type of game, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think the low ADOT for Rodgers works in his favor. Now, I played some Pittsburgh in this game. You guys have mentioned it for sure on the show, like the scheduling spot for Cleveland. It's really hard to figure out what it's worth, but it's a third straight road game, fresh off a London trip, facing a Steelers team off a bye, going to get Joey Porter Jr. back, going to get Alex Highsmith back. This is a situation that's unprecedented. It hasn't happened in the NFL before. It's a brutal scheduling spot for Cleveland, and I think that factors into the equation more than some people think. So I hate betting the Steelers to win by margin usually, but I like this matchup for them, so I laid it with Pittsburgh.
That was very kind of you to skate past the Will Levis, Dylan Gabriel question to not
because he
hurt
agrees.
Femi's
That's
feelings.
why. Yeah,
He does not
agrees.
agree. I know Rob doesn't agree.
As a guest on a radio show, this happens to me all the time. I do a lot of radio. When I get put between two hosts and I have to be like the tiebreaker, I want nothing to do with that. That's a Joey K thing where he picks a side and you're like, I'll tell you what, Femi, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah,
Typical
I'm too
Canadian.
nice. I'm
Yeah,
too nice a guy.
Typical nice Canadian. Two pieces of news here, then we'll go back to the NFL just very quickly. Mike Garafolo of NFL Media, friend of the show, speculating that Jalen Carter will be inactive. We'll find out for sure in about 20 minutes. And Pete Thamel of ESPN reporting John Mateer is going to attempt to play on Saturday for the Sooners against Texas. All right, Rob. Chargers and the Dolphins on Sunday in Miami. Chargers about a 4-point road favorite, total about 43.5. How are you betting this game?
Another game where I bet the under. This was very much predicated on the fact that you have a Miami team that cannot generate explosive plays at all anymore. Like, there's just nothing downfield. They play very slow, methodical. Like, their biggest plays are Jalen Waddle 15-yard in routes down the field. They can't generate more than.
Okay, so I think Rob's internet is hiccuped here. We'll see if we can get Rob back here in a second. Mike Brown, just keep me posted on what's happening with Rob. And Jake, just be ready to call Rob in the event that we need to. So Rob was saying that he likes the under in the game with the Chargers and the Miami Dolphins. Femi likes the Chargers in the game. I like the Chargers a little bit as well, but obviously a little concerned about this Los Angeles Chargers injury report, specifically in the offensive line, without Joe Alt and without Rashawn Slater. All right, so while we wait for Rob's internet here, Jake, I would say just call Rob. Now let's get Rob on the phone here to do the rest of the interview. I know Rob wants to talk about the Chiefs and the Lions on Sunday Night Football. That'll be the next game we ask him about. Femi, I think he was being pretty nice to you just now by not answering that question about Gabriel and Will Levis.
You know what? I don't need the confirmation. I'm standing on my opinion. Certain quarterbacks lose you football games. And yeah, Dylan Gabriel's limited and probably has the arm strength of you and I, but hey, he's not going to turn the ball over. We'll at least have a fighting chance with a good defense.
I like how you say that with confidence. Like, he started one game. Like, he may end up turning the ball over. We will see. So Rob is back with us here on video. So Rob, you were thinking that you like the under in Chargers Dolphins. Just in the interest of time, let's move on because I know you have strong thoughts on Sunday Night Football. What do you like with the Chiefs and the Lions at Arrowhead on Sunday?
Yeah, so I've played a ton of over in this game, and I know it's been steamed up a lot, but I don't even think it's high enough yet. I also have some Chiefs, but I'm less strong about that. The cornerback situation for Detroit is very dire. Like, if you were to list their depth chart at the beginning of the year and you were to list their 4 best cornerbacks, they're probably not playing this week. And that's a problem. They do have some veterans there that can step in, guys like Rock Yassin, Avante Maddox, but these are big downgrades. And KC's finally been able to move the ball. So personally, I just think that this is going to be a really high-scoring game. Kansas City's turned into an over team. The defense is not what it was in previous years. So I see a lot of points in this game. And I have this game at 54, just over 54 as a fair total.
Yes, currently sitting at 53, and there's a 52.5 out there in the market as well. We have a double dip on Monday Night Football. You like the Bears-Commanders game. Washington right now a 4.5-point favorite. That total sitting at 50. What's the bet in this one?
Yeah, so I bet Bears, and it was the first bet I made this week. I'm not as strong on it now, but the logic behind betting the Bears was the bye couldn't have come at a better time for them when you consider the injuries that they had. Right tackle out, Colston Loveland out, Grady Jarrett out on the defensive line, TJ Edwards was out, Kyler Gordon hasn't played a game yet this year. So for me, it's like you potentially get back 5 starters in this game against Washington, and they might still be down Terry McLaurin. I think that these teams are more equal than the market indicates. Now, the Commanders will probably be able to run the ball on the Bears, and that's what scares me. The Bears' run defense isn't good, but as the year's gone on, Caleb Williams is getting a little bit more comfortable in this offense. I'm not saying he's good. He still misses some throws, but to me, I think 4.5 is still a valuable price on Chicago, and I think the bye week came at a good time for them.
All right, lightning round. You ready?
Yes, let's do it.
London, Broncos, 7.5-point favorites against the Jets, 43.5.
This is a great spot to use a Broncos in a teaser as well. I try to make a case for the Jets, and it's really hard. I don't see the path to success. Garrett Wilson's going to be covered by Pat Surtain. They just won't be able to move the ball in this game. So it's Denver or nothing, even though it's a very expensive price.
The Colts are starting to get bet right now, Rob, but maybe Kyler Murray doesn't play, hasn't practiced yet this week, Wednesday or Thursday. Whispers that he's not going to play on Sunday. Indy at BetMGM, at least, Rob, is close to going to 7.5. Jacoby Brissett would start for the Cardinals if Kyler can't go. Total in the game is 47, and that total's coming down with the Kyler news. How are you betting Colts Cardinals?
Yeah, so I think that the market is anticipating Kyler Murray not playing in this game, another DNP. I'm going to have a really long conversation with myself this week because depending on where this goes to when Kyler gets ruled out, Arizona may be of interest to me. I know the offense hasn't been good, but now we're starting to price Indy in a range that is where they are an extremely good football team, and they might be, but I'm not going to be able to get to the price I think that's likely going to be there when Brissett is announced starter. So I unfortunately might end up on the Cardinals this week.
Also, the Cardinals, all they do is play close games. And they lose, but the games are close. I think I'm going to like Arizona as well. Your Cowboys, Rob, visiting the Carolina Panthers. Dallas 3 on the road, 49.5 the total.
Yeah, you guys remember that when Bill Belichick used to put out those injury reports for the Patriots and they would be like a mile long, you just list everyone as questionable? That's what the Cowboys injury report looks like right now, but it's real injuries. It's not fake ones like the Patriots were filing for years. It's real injuries against the Carolina team that is fairly healthy. So I understand what Dallas did to the Jets last week, but remember they played ahead for the entire game. And it's very different when you're in that type of game state. I'm not betting the Panthers, but I seriously considered it. The 3.5s were bought up. If I had to pick at 3, it would be Carolina or nothing for me in this particular game. I'm just not ready to buy. I mean, the Cowboys are playing well, but I see those injuries and I'm just like, they cannot be priced like they are right now. I'm having a real hard time with my own team.
6 games left, 3 minutes here. Let's do 20 seconds per if we can. Pick the winner of the game on Sunday, Rob, in Duval with the Jaguars and the Seahawks. Total of the game, 47.5.
Yeah, so I'll pick the Seahawks, but I will say that this is a game where you have to very closely monitor injuries on the Seattle defensive side of the ball. I think DeMarcus Lawrence will play. That's good in terms of edge rush. Secondary's in shambles. Seattle plays a ton of too high. Jacksonville's going to have to move the ball methodically down the field. Trevor Lawrence makes too many mistakes to do that, in my opinion. So I like Seattle in this game. I've already bet some. I will add more if they get a favorable injury report.
Pats laying 3.5 at the Saints off the upset win in Buffalo. Total 46.
Yeah, strongest opinion on this game is towards the over. I make it 46.5, so there's not much room there. The only issue I have is that neither of these teams generate explosive plays. They're 2 of the bottom 3 teams in the league in terms of explosive play rate. But I do think New England's going to be able to move the ball on New Orleans. New Orleans generates no pressure. And when you force the Saints into a passing game state, they can light it up as well. They have Olavi Shaheed on the outside, lots of speed. Christian Gonzalez limited today. That's a one that popped up out of nowhere as well. So a slight lean to the over here, Nick.
Raiders laying 4 against the Titans, 41.5.
You know, I came so close to clicking the Raiders today, and I just said, I'm not going to do this to myself. I'm not. Like, what? They've shown me nothing. They don't have an offensive line. They can't generate pressure from anyone other than Crosby. I get that the Titans are really bad, but since the Titans' O-line's been healthy, Cam Ward's taking fewer sacks on a weekly basis, fewer pressures. I think the market move is right here, and ultimately, I'm just, I wrote it somewhere on a notepad. It's not here in front of me right now, but don't bet the Raiders so I can remind myself over the course of the week. That's where I'm at.
You need the Raider, the Geno Smith shot collar. I need one too. 15 seconds per. Rams 7.5 at the Ravens, 44.5.
Can only ever be Rams. This might be heavy rain and wind, though, and that's my concern when you're laying a big favorite, because 25-mile-an-hour winds with heavy rain, that kind of brings the game a little bit closer together, but it can only be Rams for me.
Any desire to bet Joe Flacco and the Bengals getting 14 in Lambeau?
No, there's desire to bet the opposite side. Are you kidding me? This guy's got to learn the playbook in 3 days. He's a complete stat. Green Bay saw this guy 3 weeks ago, and they annihilated him. What is he going to... And they don't have the Browns defense. They have the Bengals defense. No, I have a desire to lay the other side.
And 5 seconds. Everyone likes Niners +3 at Tampa. Do you?
I lean that way, but the injuries are bad. I mean, I lean Niners. Yeah.
Rob is the best. Comes on the show, hits every game. Subscribe to Forward Progress on YouTube. Subscribe to the podcast feed as well. You're the best, my friend. Good luck with the bets. Go Blue Jays. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
How gracious am I? And I'm a New Yorker, too. Our best bets.
Yeah, you're going to give him a Blue Jay.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Mike Vrabel has a very good track record of doing this kind of thing. These big upsets on the road in big spots. Like, that is right up Vrabel's alley to a T. Mike Vrabel can do this. I mean, I always think back to Mike Vrabel and that Tennessee Titans team, and we've talked about this on this show as well. 12.5-point underdogs Sunday Night Football at Kansas City, and the Titans are starting Malik Willis. Guess what? That game goes to overtime. 12.5-point dogs at Mahomes in primetime. And in that game, Malik Willis, he completed 5 passes. But somehow, some way, Vrabel voodoo, it gets them to OT. Kansas City ultimately won the game, but it still got them to OT, and they covered the number with ease as a 12.5-point dog. Even go further back. 2019 playoffs, AFC divisional round. That's Saturday night. I remember this one because I had the Baltimore Ravens tied into every single moneyline parlay that weekend. 10-point underdog. It's Ryan Tannehill. It's Derrick Henry, and it's this Vrabel upstart Titans team. They go into Baltimore as a 10-point dog, and they win the game outright 28-12, beating the then juggernaut Baltimore Ravens. That Baltimore Ravens team 14-2 that year. Vrabel, no issue. Go in there, they win the game. And last night, just another moment that you can add to the Mike Vrabel resume as a 7.5-point dog, and this time getting his first signature moment as head coach of the New England Patriots. And this, what we saw last night, is why the betting market was so high on this team throughout the offseason. Like, you go back to that and you see, wow, like the Patriots all offseason, people were betting hand over fist over on the win total, Patriots to make the playoffs, Patriots to do big things, Vrabel coach of the year. He was the second choice. We all remember behind Ben Johnson in that market. Like, this is why everybody loved New England, because we've all seen it with Mike Vrabel. He's taken teams to the AFC title game. He's won multiple playoff games. Like, we all know what kind of a coach he is and how he builds that culture in that building. And finally, for Mike Vrabel, it appears that he has his quarterback. He has a guy. And that's not to throw shade at past quarterback for Vrabel, Ryan Tannehill. He was very productive in Tennessee, but at the end of the day, this is Ryan Tannehill. You can only go but so far with Ryan Tannehill when you want to go ahead and go up against the big-time teams like the Kansas Cities of the world.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
All right, have some thank yous to dole out before we wrap up the tremendous Football Thursday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight in the world of sports, including Cubs-Brewers, Game 4 of the NLDS, and, of course, the Giants and the Eagles on Thursday Night Football. And we do have a big piece of breaking news before the official actives and inactives come out, and we get to report everything to you. Mike Garafolo of NFL Media just tweeted, retweeted by Ian Rappaport of NFL Media, Eagles star defensive tackle Jalen Carter inactive for tonight's game. Jalen Carter will not play for the Philadelphia Eagles. He is inactive. We'll bring you the impact in the betting market in a second and all of our bets. But first, the aforementioned thank yous. 3 tremendous guests joined us on the show. Pro Sports Bettor Rob Pizzola, BetMGM Network teammate PJ Glasser, and Pro Sports Bettor Joey Knish. Thanks to all 3 of our guests. Our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, technical director, Tyler Morales, our engineer, Jake Hassan, associate producer, Addie Bates, and our video producer, God's Perfect Creation, Downtown, Mike Brown. Coming up after us is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvat. And Brad does this thing off camera when I start doing that intro where he smiles like he's getting ready to come on camera. And I always appreciate it. Brad Evans, the host of BetMGM Tonight, with us now. Brad, happy Tequila Thursday, my friend.
Amigos, bartender, pour the entire group a stiff drink.
Oh, absolutely. I'll be passing on that one. What is your best bet, Brad, for Giants-Eagles coming up tonight?
Oh, this one's for the sickos listening out there. Jahan Dotson, I'm taking the over on 8.5 receiving yards. I grabbed it earlier today at a minus 110 juice. Last I saw was at minus 120. Would still slap the wallet and pay the extra 10 cents. The guy's running an appreciable amount of routes, 25 per game for Fly, Eagles Fly. Now, he's only seeing 2 targets per game, but he's averaging 15.7 yards per catch. And he's facing this Giants secondary that's middling, according to the advanced data. They're number 18 in drop back EPA defense. 18 in total wide receivers have gone for at least 9 receiving yards against them this season. Going to get a lot of Cordell Flott in coverage, who's given up 12.1 yards per catch. So Jahan Dotson, make me some dollars, baby, on the over 8.5 receiving yards. Hopefully it's going to be a 1 catch cash tonight.
A little OCC. Yeah, you know me. 1 catch cash. I
That's
love
right.
that. You take that one on the house, my friend. The great Brad Evans joining us here on the show. Have a great show tonight with Ryan on BetMGM tonight.
A.J. Brown to lead the game in receiving yards at plus 145. I'm out!
Brad Evans joining us here on You Better You Bet. BetMGM tonight follows us here on the BetMGM network from 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern Time. We will drop the dope-ass beat in moments and get to our bets, but first, our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, with some submissions from the real ones on YouTube and Twitch, their best bets for Thursday Night Football. Bill, what do we got?
Let's get into it, Nick. Let's start with Brian Van Gorder's mustache. Theo Johnson, over 3.5 receptions, no Neighbors, no Slayton, and seems to be Dart's favorite target. I like his anytime touchdown at plus 400 and his receiving yards at over 30.5. Maybe parlay all 3 and get nuts. How about Jason Davis? He's in line with Brad Davis. Jahan Dotson, over 8.5 yards. Giants have slowed tight ends this year, except Ferguson, including Costos' call on Kelsey. But the third wide receiver has had targets. One off-schedule dump pass to Dotson should do it. And we'll finish up with Sports Wager. Jalen Hurts under passing yards and a Hurts anytime touchdown. That's plus 325. This defense is too strong, but I can see a Dart turnover, which gives the Eagles a short field. There you go from the real ones.
I love that. Thanks to the real ones for the submissions. There's no... Oh, okay. I see that that's a same-game parlay. Hurts under and the anytime touchdown. It's like, if that's the anytime touchdown price, like...
Yeah, I'm all over that.
Away some money. Yeah, we've socked away some money for my daughter's like college fund.
Mm-hmm.
Might have to might have to make a withdrawal. Plus 325 is the bet. That's my bad. Thanks to Sport Wager. Thanks to everyone for the submissions today. If we didn't read your submission on the air, keep them coming. We will get to them as the season moves along. All right, time for our bets. Jake, please drop the dope-ass beat. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with today's BetMGM Pro Football No Sweat Token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager does not win. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the app and please gamble responsibly. Subscribe to the show in podcast form. Follow us on YouTube and Twitch. All right, Femi, let's clear baseball, and then we'll spend a ton of time on the National Football League. Brewers and the Cubs, Game 4 in Chicago at Wrigley. Brewers with a chance to close it out and move to the championship series. Peralta v. Boyd, Brew Crew minus 120 on the road. Cubbies even money, total of the game 7.
Yeah, this is the Brewers for me. Give me the better pitcher in Freddie Peralta. Give me the better team in Milwaukee. I liked the Chicago Cubs in the game yesterday. Felt they can get one. They got their one. The Brew Crew, they get it done, and they advance to the NLCS. I laid minus 115 while we were in the break. I like Milwaukee to win.
I like the Brewers also. I've bet them for the series. I've been betting them every game. Didn't go great yesterday. I think it'll go great tonight. All right, Thursday Night Football. Femi, at BetMGM at least, nothing's moved off the Jalen Carter news. We are still at 7.5 juice towards the G-Men. The total is 40.5. How are you betting this game tonight? Again, Jalen Carter inactive for the Philadelphia Eagles. Guys, do we have more actives than inactives? Please type them in the chat. What do we got?
Yeah, I'm with you. I like your team. I like the New York Giants plus 7.5. This Carter news, I think, is massive. This is going to at least allow the Giants to potentially run the football in this game. And I think that this Eagles passing attack, it's just completely off. And I don't think they're built to win by margin, even against one of the teams like the Giants that's one of the worst in the league. So I took the 7.5. I think the Giants keep it close. Eagles probably win, but this will be a competitive game.
I just checked on Twitter, the Giants and the Eagles Twitter accounts. No actives and inactives posted. We know Darius Slayton is out for Big Blue. Nakobe Dean is going to make his season debut for the Eagles. Jermaine Illuminor is the big one that we want to check for the Giants. They're starting right tackle. Rookie Marcus Bowe would play, and I like him. He would play if Illuminor is not active. I bet the Giants earlier today, plus 7.5. The rationale that I gave earlier in the show was, Phillies guard Landon Dickerson is out, and he's officially inactive, as is Carter. So the Eagles inactives are here. So Landon Dickerson's not playing. Tyler Steen is filling in for Mekhi Becton. Becton's in L.A. with the Chargers. I don't think these guards are very good, and I think the Eagles' offensive line is a good amount worse this year than it was. Last year, hard to be as good when they were one of the best offensive lines we've ever seen. The Giants, I think, will get pressure up the interior tonight, and I think the Giants can impact Jalen Hurts in this passing game. It is far from one of my favorite bets. It is not a huge bet for me, but I do like the Giants at price. Has to be 7.5, not 7. Giants plus 7.5. Actives and inactives out for the Giants. And Illuminor is not listed. So Jermaine Illuminor will start at right tackle for the Giants. Darius Slayton is out, which we knew. And obviously Malik Neighbors is done for the season. So you might be wondering, okay, who's Jackson Dart going to throw the ball to? We're going to have answers for you in the prop segments coming up now. So the Prop King will be with you here in moments. But first, Monday, a setback for a big comeback. So Femi's Island had hit 4 straight Island game first touchdown scorers. Travis Kelce was a square one on Monday night. You can't win them all at these big prices. That's all right. Because Femi's back. He's got his passport. He's chilling. He's got his daiquiri or his Mai Tai, maybe even his Mick Ultra. He's ready to go. Femi's Island, first touchdown scorers on a Thursday.
Time to get back onto the island after what the Prop King said with a minor setback. And what a game that we have to go ahead and do it tonight. The Eagles with their star-studded roster going against this Giants team. Well, in this matchup, the wide receiver 2 is the one for you. George Pickens, Tyquan Thornton, Quentin Johnston, Rashid Shaheed have all caught touchdown passes against the G-Men. So tonight, the Slim Reaper is ready to explode, and he'll be knocking on the door of the G-Men, Devontae Smith, at 12-1 to be your first TD scorer. And for the Giants, I need a running back with fresh legs to run through the terrain of the island. A running back who can turn 5-yard gain into a 50-yard gain. To quote the great Erykah Badu, you need to call Tyrone Tracy at 19-1 to be your first TD scorer. So it's Devontae Smith and Tyrone Tracy, and I'll see you on the island.
The Erykah Badu reference is unbelievable, man. Good stuff.
Let's cash a ticket, man.
Yes, so hopefully Tyrone Tracy gets home. Great stuff from Femi on the island. Tyrone Tracy, Devontae Smith, the 2 Femi's Island first touchdown scorers. All right. Very quietly, as Femi's Island has been upstaging the Prop King. Very quietly, the Prop King clawing back into respectability after a brutal start to the season. Things are getting better. Let's keep it rolling tonight as we kick off Week 6 with thy Royal Prop King.
Now approaching the betting window, it is your Prop King, Nick Costos. All hail King Costos.
All hail King Costos.
Worship me, pigs. Just want to say something. Jake could have false started there with the way I paused, and he didn't. Jake has put himself back in contention tomorrow to win Nick Costos' money. That was a good job by Jake. That was a bad job by me, and Jake rescued me. I just want to say that. Great job by Jake. Yardage prop for tonight. We have seen Saquon Barkley in the receiving game for the Eagles. At least 3 targets in each of the last 3 games. Giants getting killed by opposing running backs in the passing game. How about Amari Hampton a couple weeks ago? Kamara 4 for 28 last week. Kendre Miller 1 for 8 last week. Saquon Barkley over 15.5 receiving yards tonight against my New York Football Giants. Anytime touchdowns. Grant Calcaterra is out behind Dallas Goedert, which means next man up for the Eagles at tight end is their tight end 2, is Kylen Granson. Kylen Granson anytime touchdown, but look, let's go deep. How deep? Don't answer that. Leatu's brother. I actually don't think that's true. Cameron Latu for the Eagles, their 3rd tight end. I have bet him anytime, first and last touchdowns at massive numbers. These are small money bets to win a lot. And for the New York Football Giants, they're going to be running lots of 2 tight ends here. So let's play Daniel Bellinger, Cody's brother. Daniel Bellinger anytime touchdown tonight for the Giants. I don't like Bo Collins or Jalen Hyatt. That does it for the Thursday edition of the show. We'll talk to you tomorrow on a phenomenal Football Friday. Until then, I'm Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Let's go, G-Men.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I said earlier, I think the Broncos win and win big, and I like the Rams. But from a math standpoint, I'm at BetMGM right now. A 2-leg money line parlay, Broncos to win, Rams to win, is minus 178.
Jeez.
Brutal.
Would you rather tease?
I also, though, yes, that's what I was getting at, because I still have some places where I can tease at minus 120. It's a very nice option to have, because a lot of books are minus 135, 40, 50 now, because the teasers have been destroyed by American bookmakers. Not Vegas bookmakers, American bookmakers. That said, if you can find a teaser at $1.20, $1.30, wink, wink, Broncos through the 7-3 from 7.5 to 1.5. And then the other side would be the Rams, 7.5 to 1.5. Assuming, as we just talked about, the Rams close 8.5, 9. You want to put that in now. And that teaser at minus 130 is a lot better math than doing the money line parlay at minus 180.
Do you prefer both of those legs to Detroit plus 8.5?
I think so. I would be stunned if the Jets won. Stunned. Not stunned if the Ravens won, but I don't think they're going to knock off Stafford, Nakua, Devontae Adams, that defensive line, McVay. That's probably my favorite teaser of the season. Not to get all crazy on you on a Thursday, but Denver down and the Rams down. I'd put that in right now if I were you.
It's time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise. Another booming edition of BetMGM tonight. I'm Brad the Big Noise Evans. Joining me on this hashtag Tequila Thursday, the birthday boy is in the house. Ryan Horvat and bartender, pour my guy like a dozen shots. We got a party, baby. It's hashtag Tequila Thursday after all. And man, we got an exhilarating program for you this evening. Of course, we're going to be viewing our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays tonight. Thursday night football heavily involved. The Chicago Cubs playing for their playoff lives in a game numero 4 at Wrigley Field against the Milwaukee Brewers. You might see action on the diamond. You might hear a little bit of action on the gridiron as well in that segment. And then we're going to do a little choose your own adventure. Lots of topics to cover in the NFL today. A lot of injury updates and some interesting news and notes that jumped off the wire as well. From there, Chris Franklin is going to be stopping in, a man that covers the Giants and Fly Eagles Fly, so he knows both sides of the ball tonight in that Thursday night football matchup between those intra-divisional rivals. So we're going to be asking him some pertinent questions. If you're wondering exactly how much work maybe Tyrone Tracy is going to steal away from Cam Scattaboo. Again, we're going to ask Chris Franklin that question, amongst other things. That, of course, the big news being that Jalen Carter is inactive tonight along that defensive line for Fly Eagles Fly. From there, another crew to cash parlay we're each going to build here on the show. Going to be mixed bag, so various sports going to be covered in that one tonight. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. Roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time wagers as well. From there, Joe DeLeon going to be dropping in for his weekly college football segment. Of course, I'm going to ask him about the ILL. Do we have a remote shot of covering? The number has come down from 15.5 to 14.5, or will I leave at halftime? That is the $64,000 question. We'll get, I'm cautiously optimistic, but I got a bunch of Buckeyes fans I'm going to be tailgating with because they're very close friends. So it could suck to be me come post game on Saturday, but that's why God made beverages. We're also going to be asking about Indiana, Oregon, and some of the other major matchups. I'm really curious too what his thoughts are on Michigan at USC. After that, Fantasy Flames, lame Shaka Specials, a wide receiver and tight end. Then another edition, a college football fade or followed by more Fantasy Flames, lames, and Shocker Specials in Seg 7 at the running back position. And then we're going to take some shots, tequila shots, as we always do every single Thursday. Nothing but plus money bets coming up in Seg 8. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine broadcast. If you have any fantasy football questions for us, they could pertain to tonight. They could pertain to the main slate in week 6. If you want to talk sports betting, whether on the diamond or the gridiron, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: what player at plus money, and that's the key phrase, plus money, reaches the end zone? And Eagles and Giants, odds, of course, pulled from BetMGM. Your options are Cam Scattaboo at plus 140. A.J. Brown is tonight the night, plus 185. Devontae Smith, the Slim Reaper, at plus 250. Or Jackson Dart's got to score with his legs for this to count at plus
300. So far, over 140 votes cast. Make a voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming up to kickoff. We're going to share the results and drop us a comment. We'll read those too on X. Bring the noise at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. All right, let's bring in Ryan Horvat, the man, the myth, the legend, and the birthday boy, as he is going to choose his own adventure.
Hey,
it is your
it's
birthday.
your day. It's not Monday, it's not Tuesday, it's not Wednesday, it's not Thursday, it's not Friday, it's not Saturday, it's not Thursday. It's your birthday.
You know what's weird? I've never known what that is. Is that Tyson? I don't know. What does that mean? Like, what is that? I have no idea.
It's a Mike Tyson happy birthday song, and he messes up, and he doesn't say Sunday. He just says Thursday twice.
I actually...
Yeah, because he took a lot of shots in the head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. CT speaks to the best of us. Anyway. Happy birthday
All right,
to me.
we digress. We're going to do another edition of Choose Your Own Adventure for the birthday boy. Here are your topics tonight. Option number one, ESPN's Jordan Renan says Cam Scattaboo is a running back of the present and future. His rush yards prop is set right now in the mid-50s versus Philadelphia. Rush attempts still at 11.5, but juice sky high at a minus 160 on the over. Chargers OC Greg Roman, option number two, says he, quote, does not have a lead back, end quote, between Hassan Haskins and Kamani Vidal. The coach added both will be, quote, big factors in the game and go a bunch of different ways. Totally vague, end quote. Option number three, the Steelers apparently inquired about Rashid Shaheed of the New Orleans Saints on his availability in the trade market in the Week 5 bye. Nick Underhill adds, it will, quote, be a complicated trade to make, end quote, as Shaheed is a free agent at the end of the season. And your last option, a bunch of injury updates. Most notably, the Docs in the Desert, Kyler Murray did not practice today with a foot injury. Chuba Hubbard did not see the practice field ongoing with that calf setback. Terry McLaurin out with the quad, and Lamar Jackson out with the hammy. Again, all of those very important fantasy players did not see action in practice today, but Friday means everything, of course, when it comes to the practice reports and usually a guy's availability. So out of Cam Scattaboo and his potential usage, Greg Roman citing he doesn't know really what the roles are going to be and how they're going to dictate between Kamani Vidal and also Hassan Haskins. The Steelers may be looking into acquiring a wide receiver and possibly Rashid Shaheed from New Orleans or various injured fantasy stars. Horvat, choose your own adventure.
Yeah, so I got to be honest, man. I turned 40 today, so if I spent my day worrying about Vidal, it'd be a bad birthday. So I'm going to go with the Tyrone Tracy news, right? I think Scattaboo is running back number one in New York. So what I did is I went under 9.5 rushing attempts on Tyrone Tracy. That number's down to 6.5. I do think that I don't think he's going anywhere in the offense, but I think Scattaboo is running back number one. So I'm going to choose that as my category right here. I mean, he's working his way back from an injury. Scattaboo's look really good, dude. So I would go under 6.5 rushing attempts. I think that's where I'm going to start right there.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent call. And again, if you want to take the over at 11.5, individually, last I saw the juices at a minus 180. It was minus 160 this morning, so it's already jumped an additional 20 cents. But it could be an ideal parlay leg, or you can investigate the alt market to get a better number. Cam Scattaboo is here to stay as the workhorse. I believe in this backfield. And as you and I talked about last night, though I think your beliefs have kind of changed, the winds of change are blowing in your mind in regards to this game. I think the Giants are going to try to emphasize the run from the get-go and attempt to give the city a brotherly shove, a taste of their own medicine, and running the ball, hopefully, if you're a Giants fan, down the opposition's throat. So excellent stuff there. All right, we got to switch gears and get after with our cards this evening. Could be on Thursday Night Football. Could be in the Cubs' potential elimination game against the Milwaukee Brewers. Could be elsewhere. So, Ryan Horvat, what you got? And numero uno, mi amigo.
Mine's always on the Cubs, right? So full attention tonight on the Chicago Cubs. We want them to advance. I know the New York Giants tonight are starting a rookie quarterback in Jackson Dart, and he's looked pretty good. But his passing attempts tonight are 31.5 with Scadaboo and with Tyrone Tracy coming back. So we're going to go under on pass attempts. If Brian Daboll decides to drop Dart back 32 times, he should probably lose his job. So we're going to go Jackson Dart under 31.5 pass attempts, minus 125. I think the Giants, if they want to stay close tonight, man, it's going to have to be a ground and pound situation. So we'll start with that one against defense tonight.
All right, numero uno on my card, the Slim Reaper cometh. Going to be wielding a sharpened scythe. Give me Devontae Smith on the over 20.5 yards on the longest reception. We want a one catch cash. That's it at a minus 110 juice. The Giants have been rather middling in terms of their overall coverage. Number 18 in drop back EPA defense. Why I love this prop is because of a lot of Andrew Phillips out of the slot, where Smith is lined up around 55% of the time. Phillips has allowed the most yards of any slot corner in the National Football League and the fifth most yards of any defensive back in the NFL. Smith, only number 45 in total air yards, averaging just 10.9 yards per catch, but he has gone over 20.5 yards on the longest reception in 3 games, including last week. And I think Jalen Hurts is going to attempt to uncork to him at least a couple of times down the field. So my top play tonight, Devontae Smith, over 20.5 yards on the longest catch at a minus 110. Numero dos on your card, mi amigo. Please share.
Yeah, we were originally going to bet the Giants plus 7.5, but then I heard everybody on the network tonight, the same people that were picking North Carolina to go over 7.5 wins, that they like the Giants to cover tonight. So we're going to go Eagles team total under 24.5, minus 103. I promise you guys the Eagles score at least 27 points tonight. That's my actually sledgehammer too. I'll get back to this, but Eagles score at least 27 tonight, guarantee, and the Giants probably don't cover. Eagles team total over 24 points, minus 103.
You're expecting a snoozer of a game. I actually hope it's going to be competitive, but I got a feeling you could be right. Numeros on my card. Another potential one catch cash. Jahan Dotson. This one's for the sickos out there. Over 8.5 receiving yards. All we need is a 9-yard grab, folks, and we cash in at a minus 115. Again, the Giants, number 18 in pass EPA defense on the young year. 18 in total wide receivers have gone over 8.5 receiving yards against him this season. Going to see a lot of Cordell Flott as Dotson in coverage is giving up 12.1 yards per catch, and also over a 70% catch rate on top of that. You look at Dotson, sure, he's only averaging 2 targets per game, but he's running 25 routes per game. He has gone over this prop twice this season. He's averaging a hefty 15.7 yards per reception. So again, all we need is one grab, and I think he'll get at least a couple of targets. So Jahan Dotson, over 8.5 receiving yards, my second best play on Thursday Night Football at a minus 115 juice. Birthday boy, numero tres on your card. Bring it home.
What happened to Saquon Barkley? Is he okay? He was questionable coming into the week, right? They had a team meeting. I'm really worried. Saquon Barkley, over 17.5 rushing attempts. He gets at least 18 tonight. He probably goes off for 100 on the ground. I'm going to go with Saquon probably also scores 2 touchdowns, but I'm going to go over 17.5 rushing attempts. I'm thinking we got a 3-0 night right now on the card, but that's my favorite play right there.
All right, digging that one quite a bit. Saquon in a revenge game scenario, and he's got to break out of the funk. He's only averaging 3.2 yards per carry. I'm very uncharacteristic for him, especially behind supposedly an elite offensive line. Numero tres on my card. I shared this bet earlier this week, so let's quadruple down on it. Jackson Dart hit a bullseye in rush yards. I need 40 or more to cash in at plus 110. So a little baby seduced by the juice. Dart has ran a combined 17 times the last couple of weeks, going for 54 and 55 yards. So hopefully he's going to be a king in consistency, averaging 5.74 yards per carry. You look at Fly Eagles Fly, the number 13, somewhat stout in rush EPA defense. They've given up 20.8 rush yards per game just to the quarterback position. Not really high in terms of pressure rate, number 21 in that category. So probably won't be a ton of pocket flushes for Vanilla Vic, but I think he's going to have quite a few design runs in this game and could clean up in garbage time. So I think he's going to clip 40 yards on the ground at plus 110. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We're going to give you all kinds of inside scoop on both sides of the ball with Chris Franklin from NJ.com, who covers the Eagles and Giants. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, tune in, and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons. And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? Really fascinating game this weekend. One of those stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus, so I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens, we're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51.5 rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105.5. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that D'Anton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well.
Is this the right move by Carolina? I feel like that it is. This was a fit that did not make sense from the start. Initially, we all asked the question, why in the world would Bill Belichick go and coach the college game? He has some college ties because his dad was at Navy for a long time, and he's always had, sort of a soft spot in his heart for the midshipmen. But why would he go to Carolina? What does he need to prove? Why wouldn't he wait for a job in the pros? So that seems strange. And then, of course, he brings along Jordan Hudson, and then that got weird immediately. And then we've heard reports, too, that when Carolina would pony up for different recruits, that they were competing with group of 5 schools. Like they were going after players who weren't necessarily worth the money that they were handing out. Like it just seems like every move that they have made outside of marketing this whole thing has been the wrong one. And I think Carolina just needs to cut bait. Sometimes you have to say, we had a lot of great intentions here. We did as much as we could to make this work, but it's not working. So before this turns into a full-fledged train wreck, because it's already going down the tracks, we need to start fresh, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad, the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. You're going to be talking Thursday Night Football with Chris Franklin here momentarily. A man that covers the Eagles and the Giants. Oh, how convenient with the two going head-to-head under the prime time lights. Before we bring Chris on, friendly reminder, if you have any fantasy football questions for us, if you want to share any of your favorite bets, whether on Thursday Night Football, maybe on the Diamond tonight, in a must-win situation for our Chicago Cubs, go Cubs, go! Hopefully be able to survive and play another game in Milwaukee on Saturday. By all means, simple way to get a hold of Ryan Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Let's head out to the phone lines right now and talk to the aforementioned Chris Franklin, who covers the Eagles, Giants, and Jets for NJ.com. Give him a follow. He's always giving it to you on X at C Franklin News. Again, on X at C Franklin News. Chris, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, Horvath and I are all of the belief that Brian Daboll is going to try to serve the Eagles a taste of their own medicine and feature a heavy ground and pound run attack. What's your take on that belief? And piggybacking, what's the split look like tonight between Cam Scattaboo and Tyrone Tracy, who's back from injury?
And yeah, especially with the news that Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter is going to be out now with that heel injury. Yeah, it's going to be, I think you'll see a lot of running to at least let Jackson Dart settle in a little bit and take a lot of it off his pressure. And if I had to say it's a split, I still think Scattaboo's about I'd say probably 65-35, because right now he gives you the best chance of your explosiveness. I look at the way that he's running the ball. I look at the way that what he could potentially give you. And the Eagles have had trouble against these power runners. I mean, they've had against trouble with power runners and runners that can run on the edge effectively. And you look at that, I think Scattaboo's a lot better as of right now than Tyrone Tracy. I think Tyrone Tracy could be a guy who can get you some catches in the pass game if there's nothing down the field, especially with Darius Slayton not playing. They may have to rely more heavily on that run and no Malik Neighbors. So, yeah, I can see Scattaboo having a decent night tonight.
Chris, without Malik Neighbors, man, if you're looking to play a pass catcher, if you're looking for some props, or if you're in a late night bind for some fantasy options, who are you looking to make a difference tonight for the Giants as far as pass catchers?
You thinking hold your nose. I know locker rooms can be a smelly place sometimes. Who knew that when you're betting over props right now or Giants receivers, you're borderline with that right now. But you got to trust a guy like Wan'Dale Robinson, maybe Jalen Hyatt. You're hoping that maybe the safeties. You got Andrew Makuba there, who's a rookie safety for the Eagles, who's played decently early on, but he's still learning the ropes, and he's let a couple guys get by him a couple times. One, they were able to, the Buccaneers were able to convert. Another time against, I believe, it was against the Cowboys. It was he got away with it. So maybe if you're looking for, you're going to have to hope for a big chunk play, and the other guy you're looking at is one of the running backs. Maybe it's Scadaboo, because the one thing with Vic Fangio is normally he doesn't like to blitz as much, but he may have to because Carter's out. But it could be a situation where either Jackson Dart has to run or he tries to dump it off real quick, and he has an outlet or a running back. And so maybe one of those running backs, but your best bet right now, it might be Jalen Hyatt. And I'm even vomiting a little bit trying to say that might be your best bet if you're looking to put money on it in terms of that.
All right, Chris, I'm going to be selfish here, and I'm going to celebrate one of my takes. I thought that the Jets were dumb, to be honest with you, for letting Aaron Rodgers walk. You could say what you want about the man, but he's a winner, and he can still sling that thing. So do you think Aaron Glenn is walking back his decision yet, letting Aaron Rodgers walk? And, what happens with the Jets now, man? Because Justin Fields doesn't look all that great running that offense.
I don't think so from a culture standpoint. I think you need to do, wins definitely help your culture, but I think you need to take it over, especially with some of those things going on about Rodgers. Will say what you will, it was still a relatively young relative players, and I think Aaron Glenn wanted to establish. That didn't do that. Now, that being said, I thought Justin Fields would have a much better start than what he has, and pretty much it's just YOLO balls. Like, okay, we were relying on Garrett Wilson, and maybe Mason Taylor starts to develop, which he has, but it's just that offense has just been putrid. And since that offense has been putrid, now you have to rely on your defense, and they're on the field so much. And listen, I know Aaron Rodgers has had a decent start compared to what he did last year with Pittsburgh. I'm still, if I'm building a culture, building a program, I think he had to move on and at least see what you have and let these young guys and build that culture of what you want to do, instead of having a guy like Aaron Rodgers come in and doing what he does normally and becoming distractions, what have you. So I get what he was doing, but I think right now to save his job, maybe a little bit, we probably wish he had him there.
We're talking to the great Chris Franklin right now, a man who covers the Eagles, Giants, and Jets for NJ.com. Give him a follow on X at C Franklin News. Again, on X at C Franklin News. Chris, getting back to the Thursday night game. Is this the night the squeaky wheel gets the grease as an A.J. Brown explodes for like 100 yards and at least one touchdown? Man, does he seem overdue. And there's a lot of fantasy managers out there praying he snaps out of this funk.
I think, and even with that one, I really think they go to him. They set the run up a lot, I think, early on, because to allow the amount of catches that Saquon had last week against the Broncos is just rough. You don't let a guy like that, especially in the second half, get 2 touches on the ball, period. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try to set the run up, especially with him going against the Giants. Yeah, he's going to want to show a thing or two. So I think he's a guy that gets the ball early, and then they run that play action off of it. The thing I'm concerned with is you don't have Landon Dickerson, the left guard, in the lineup now because he's dealing with his ankle injury. He's not playing tonight. So now you have Brett Toth in there. And Toth, he struggled a little bit in that Denver game. Now he has a full week. I'm still not the highest on him. So you may see some pressure on that from that left side. And it'll be imperative for Jalen Hurts to, if he's able to roll out of the pocket and get some time, I wouldn't be surprised if they take some shots down the field with A.J. Brown. But you're going to see the ball in the red zone. Dallas Goedert's having a lot of success down there. You see Devontae Smith, he's still a very important part of this offense too. But with this potential matchup and getting this here, I could see them really trying to go deep, especially after Saquon and Jalen Hurts had that meeting today. So Jalen will try to he won't be out of Jalen's mind whatsoever. That's for sure.
Yeah, maybe some of that action goes to Slim Reaper and Devontae Smith as well down the field on some of those explosive pass plays. Chris, a couple of quickies and we'll get you out of here. Saquon Barkley is averaging a paltry 3.2 yards per carry this season, but it's a revenge game scenario going against his former employer. Do you think he exercises and really gets rid of some of these frustrations he has, and maybe he rolls up 100-plus yards? Right now, his player prop at BetMGM, it's been climbing all week. It's at 83.5, and it shoots to the over at minus 140.
I don't know if he's going to run 120, 140 against him. I think he gets dangerously close to 100. I'm just worried about the run game on that left, the interior especially. Between the tackles, he struggled this year. And most of his runs have come on the edges outside of Jordan Mailata and that one. So I don't know. Even if it's 83, I'm still questioning it a little bit just based off the way this banged up line on a short week too. But he's going to be out there. He's going to want revenge, and I wouldn't be surprised if he has a little extra juice because he's also dealing with a knee injury too. So I keep that in mind, and hope the turf monster there doesn't get him either. So. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going. I think he has a good night for his sake, for like 75 yards, maybe a touchdown or two, but I still even don't know. It's mainly all based off of that line.
Yeah, totally a warranted concern, to say the least. All right, we'll get you out here on this. Jackson Dart, selfishly, I have some action on him to get to 40 rush yards tonight. Right now, his prop on the ground is at 35.5 rush yards. So he's eclipsed this with ease in back-to-back starts. Does he do it in back-to-back-to-back starts?
The type of quarterback that gives the Eagles fits are mobile quarterbacks. Because the edge rushers don't keep contained. Now you don't have Jalen Carter. You got like Moro Jomo, who's still decent. He's like reminds me of Milton Williams a lot, but still goes up the field. And when you get the backup, you have to play him more. And then I see Byron Young gets in there. That middle of the field can get open a little bit. So I'm actually feeling confident that actually hits running the ball and him extending some plays and get some big plays and getting some first downs with his rushing. So, yeah, I think that's actually a legitimate bet.
Oh, hell yeah. Finishing on a high note. Good stuff from the one, the only Chris Franklin, man who covers the Eagles, the Giants, and the Jets. Read his excellent reporting at NJ.com and give him a follow, please, would you kindly, on X at C Franklin News. Again, on X at C Franklin News. Chris, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the action tonight.
Thanks, Chris.
I appreciate it. Thank you guys once again for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir. There he goes, Chris Franklin. Man, he's really confident on Jackson Dart, making some booty scoots, making some plays with the legs. I'm going to throw this other prop at you because it grabbed me by the huevos, if you will. The over-under right now is 7.5 rush attempts. It's just way under. If you think he's going to run early and often for at least 8 ground attempts tonight, it's plus 130 on that over. So would you double down and going over on the 35.5 rush yards with the over on 7.5 rush attempts, given the attractive juice?
I would, man. I went under on the pass attempts. I would go over on the rush attempts because I think what's going to happen is the pocket's going to cave in. There's going to be some pressure, and he's just going to take off with his legs. So I would rather go with that than his passing props. I think he is going to use his legs in this game. So the rushing attempts, I would double down. I don't know if you could ladder attempts, but I would look at attempts rather than I would look at yards against this Eagles defense. Again, I like the Eagles team total in this game, but I do think that Jackson Dart's going to look to use his legs, and he's going to be under constant pressure. I could be wrong here, though.
Yeah, I mean, we all could be wrong, obviously. That's gambling. But, obviously, too, I think Dart will be a featured player on the ground. I mean, that's his mantra. That's his style. A guy who has been very confident reading, reacting, and running, just taking off. And he has some dynamite speed in the open field, some shimmy and shake as well for his big body that he is at 6'2". So, look, I think Jackson Dart will certainly be moving and churning those legs early and often tonight. I was a bit shocked that line hasn't jumped. So if you still want to get in here at the 11th hour, the over on 35.5 rush yards is a mighty fine play. If you want to look at the alt market, even at going like 50 plus, that's significant plus odds right now on that alt market at BetMGM. And I think that is on the table. So maybe you break out a little step ladder, take the over on 35.5 rush yards, take it again at 40 plus, and then go one more time back to the well at 50 plus, and you stop there. Sit back, relax, crack open a cold one, and hopefully watch the running results come rolling in as hopefully he'll be able to get at least half of that by halftime. And if they're playing from behind and that Philadelphia defense is back in zone. Even better, he's going to be running like crazy in the second half, trying to move the chains and trying to keep the Giants in this game. The other wager, you brought up that question to Chris, which I found hilarious, his reaction. Like, oh, man, pinch your nose. It's so stanky. The options that Jackson Dart's got to throw to. Jalen Hyatt right now, the over and on receptions is just 1.5. It's juiced to the under. I kind of like the over at 1.5. I grabbed it during the interview at a -105 at BetMGM. It's 2 grabs, and chances are relatively strong the G-men are going to be playing from behind at some point in this game tonight. So you got to ride with me?
I am going to ride with you on that one, Brad. But the reason I asked him the second question about the Jets and Rodgers was I wanted to celebrate my boy. Because also I could just tell that he thought this matchup was stinky. But yeah, that's the guy that I like a lot, man. It's a really deep league, but I have to play Jalen Hyatt tonight. It's a dynasty league. There's like 50 people in it. But yeah, I think 2 grabs, that sounds very reasonable. I'd rather play that than any other prop tonight, I feel like, on the Giants side. So I'll roll on that one with you right now. Actually.
Yeah, and again, the big highlight is he believes it's going to be a 65-35 split, Cam Scattaboo to Tyrone Tracy. I think it could be a wider gap. I think it could be more like 70-30, 75-25 with Tracy coming back off that shoulder injury. I mean, Scattaboo is here to stay. Like I told you, he is a real-life juggernaut, like the Marvel character. Guy just runs through stone and brick walls and emerges unscathed. So he always is taking and licking and keep on it ticking. I think it's going to be the case tonight. Again, I think the best bet on the board is the over on 11.5 rush attempts, though that's really juiced up, so you might want to try to get creative, reduce the juice, and get seduced by the juice, and building out parlay with that as the centerpiece of the action that you're constructing. So I think Cam Scattaboo is somebody you can trust as an RB2 in fantasy football, 12-team and deeper leagues tonight. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Bets, and more bets. It's what we do. Or crew to cash, parlay, play, sledgehammer special. We're going to roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and more. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
I just wonder, and we sort of hinted at this yesterday. Rams currently a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. Obviously, that's with Lamar likely out. But is it done? If they actually rule him out, is this line done moving? I think the answer is no.
How far are we talking?
8.5, 9?
Another, just like last week, right? When they played a decimated San Francisco team where it was 8.5, 9 in that range, and we're in the same spot. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. So, man, the record of 1-4, are they done? They're trying to map this out. Like, look, we'll be in a good spot. Can we get through this week? Then we've got the bye, and maybe half of these guys at the very least are going to be healthy, right? Like maybe they're having that conversation internally. If you look at that decimated defense, because with the cluster situation, this might sound nuts, but I think that conversation you've got to have just as much, right? Hamilton was limited on Wednesday. So limited on Wednesday makes you think, okay, he's got a decent chance that he's going to play. Marlon Humphrey did not practice. The other cornerback, Awuzie, did not practice. You've got Roquan Smith not practicing. Those 3 guys, I'm not sure that they're going to be out there. We know they're all world defensive tackle. He's out for the season. It just might be Kyle Hamilton. Is he going to change that much? Spectacular safety. Is he really going to save this defense? I don't think so. This is a bottom 3, bottom 5 defense in the league right now. And I don't think bringing Hamilton back is going to save your bacon. Boy, I don't see why they play Lamar. I don't see how they're that much better with all these guys out. Get into Mateer. It's the biggest story in college football this week, and you seem to have an opinion on it. How'd you get there with Mateer?
I just don't think he's ready to play. And everything that I've heard is sort of that they're holding out hope that because he's got that broken bone on his right throwing thumb, right? So he's wearing a brace all week. And the grip has been the issue. Like last Friday, Saturday, I was told he can't grip the ball. Now, just because he couldn't grip it last Friday, Saturday, doesn't mean he can't grip it this Friday, Saturday. But Venables has definitely been one of those guys where he shuts all the information flow down. And this happened a few years ago with Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's out there with the ones, taking snaps under center. He's got a concussion, though. And everybody all week is he's not going to play, he's concussed. And then Gabriel's out there taking snaps, the market's getting crashed, people are crushing Oklahoma, and then Gabriel doesn't play, and Texas wins 49-0. Now, that's 3 years ago. This year, and Jenks talked about this too on the morning show, either yesterday or this morning, I can't remember, all my days are running together, but he said he thinks that they're going to try and push this Mateer thing so that Texas prepares for Mateer, and then they pull the rug out and start Hawkins. I tend to agree. If he does play on Saturday, that will only be 17 days since the surgery. For a surgery that was supposed to take a month, I just don't think he's going to play. I know you want him to play, but do you really think he's going to be out there?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
Could be wrong. Could very much be wrong.
Now it's time to roll the shoulders and break out those sledgehammers right here on BetMGM tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you, and the birthday boy Ryan Horvat on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And bartender, the boys are still parched. Pour us another drink, por favor. Oh, muchas gracias, mi amigo. We're going to get after it here in this segment. Bets, and more bets. You demand bets, we give you bets. We're going to do our Crew to Cash, a parlay build, and a cross-sport version. Some action in Major League Baseball, some action in Thursday Night Football in that Giants and Eagles matchup. We're also going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice at Plus Money and working some bonus time bets as well. Friendly reminder, our pole dancing poll question of the day is live right now on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And it's asking you this: what player at Plus Money reaches the end zone in Eagles and Giants? Odds pulled, of course, from BetMGM. Your options are Cam Scattaboo at plus 140, A.J. Brown getting down at plus 185, Devontae Smith at plus 250, or Jackson Dart got across the end zone with his legs at plus 300. So far, nearly 150 votes cast. So make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token and add a bigger payout on a winning bet. So opt in right stinking now on the MLB postseason odds boost token only at BetMGM. And let's go ahead and build a parlay for the masses and another thrilling edition of Crew to Cash. Again, you can choose your leg from wherever you want. Any sport will apply. I will bat leadoff, gentlemen. I'm already on Jahan Dotson over on 8.5 receiving yards. Honestly, I probably should just play this prop instead, but we're going to include it right here. Jahan Dotson over 7.5 yards on the longest reception for him. Again, he's averaging 15.7 yards per catch. The Giants have been just so mundane, subpar, rather vanilla in coverage all season long. And it's going to see a lot of Cordell Flott, a guy that's given up over 12 yards per catch. So Jahan Dotson over 7.5 yards on the longest reception. Leg numero uno for leg numero dos. Let's go to Ryan Horvat. What do you like?
I'm going to be boring. I think Saquon Barkley gets into the end zone, right? I don't know that he rushes for 100 yards. I think that he does tonight, though, guys. I think he gets off the schneid, but I'll go with him to score an anytime touchdown. He was the Offensive Player of the Year last year. We'll go Saquon, anytime touchdown.
All right, gonna flex those quads. Tonight you believe in a revenge game scenario against his former employer. All right, let's go to Brandon Combs, our sensational EP and man work of the board. You're going to the Cubs game. No bias baked in at all. Who are you taking?
Hey, look, if I'm going to bet, I'm going to be able to cheer for my guys, all right? I'm going with Nico Horner to get one or more base hits. Nico Horner, look, not great numbers versus Freddie Peralta, but he hits this Brewers team pretty well, and at some point they're going to get into the bullpen. So all we need is one hit. Let's go, Nico.
Miso Horner. Miso Horner. Hopefully he's indeed going to love us a long time by getting that slap into the outfield. That's an old school 2 Live Crew reference for those of you who have that kind of memory bank. Let's go to Monty. Also a die-hard Cubs fan, Michael Montgomery, also the purveyor and mastermind behind batters-box.com. And he, too, works the video board here on BetMGM tonight. And you're betting on a boy representing the north side of Chicago as well. Who's your pick to click?
Yep, I'm going with Seiya Suzuki to get a hit. He's the highest rated hitter I have for the Cubs game against Peralta tonight, and he's been really hot this postseason. In 100 games with a great matchup rating that he has tonight, he's got a hit 71% of the time, about a 10% edge based on his price to get a hit tonight. So really like that.
Yeah, hopefully Seiya's going to say, see ya, and that one's going to go with the fancy to cash. All right, to recap, our Crew to Cash parlay play tonight. I'm going with Jahan Dotson over 7.5 yards on the longest catch for him. Horvat's going with Saquon Barkley, anytime touchdown. Brando is going with Nico Horner to get a hit, and Monty is going with Seiya Suzuki also to get a hit. Uno, dos, tres and cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs come on. Plus 645. Hells to the yes. They're at BetMGM. Fade or follow that, of course, is up to you. All right, time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Brandon, daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer! A.J. Brown. Over 57.5 receiving yards, kids, is where we're going to go tonight. What's wrong with A.J.? He's not getting the targets. He's angry. He's in every single meeting. He's doing what we all do when he's angry with management. He's tweeting about it. But he's also doing the smart thing, right? You can't just call out Jalen Hurts. You can't call out the play calling. Got to be discreet. Tweet like some song lyrics or a poem. That's what wide receivers do. Running backs want the rock. They tell you when they want the rock. Quarterbacks want to get paid. They tell you they want to get paid. A.J. Brown is going to get at least 8 to 10 targets tonight. He's going to get in the end zone. But let's go over 57.5 receiving yards. Let's play that all the way up to 80 and ladder that. It's the A.J. Brown coming out party tonight, kids, on Thursday Night Football against the Giants. I promise you. Minus 115. A.J. Brown, receiving yards.
Yep, I'm liking that. By the way, bonus time. I took A.J. Brown on BetMGM to have the most receiving yards in the game at plus 145. Early little seduced by the juice, rolling the shoulders on that one. However, my sledgehammer special, we're going to go to the other sideline. So, Daddy want, Daddy need, Daddy gotta have a brother like that. Na-na-na. Cam Scattaboo. I'm going to go the alt market. Again, on 11.5 of the over on rush attempts, it's like minus 180. So I'm going to jack that up to 14 plus rush attempts. And, look at what we achieved. Plus money at plus 121. Again, we heard from Chris Franklin in the interview we had in the last segment. He believes it's going to be at least 65-35 in favor of Cam Scattaboo. And I believe it's going to be even wider than that. They got a minimum is going to be 70-30. Yes, Philadelphia is a respectable number 13 in rush EPA defense this season. However, opposing teams are averaging 22.4 rush attempts per game just by the running back position this season. Scattaboo last 2 games, 25 carries and 15 carries, playing above 68% of the snap share in those back-to-back contests. Going to be a similar snap share, I feel, tonight. The Giants are calling run on 43.4% of their plays this year. And again, if they're going to hang in this game, they got to just jam it down the throat of the Philadelphia Eagles and run that rock with a whole lot of Cam Scattaboo. So 14 plus rush attempts, plus 121, my sledgehammer special tonight. Speaking of plus money, it's time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Thank you, bartender, as always, for the handsome pour. So, Harvey, what do you like at plus money? You're the birthday boy, so let's get smashed.
This is one of those nights, man, where it's like either everything's going to hit or it's going to be a bad night. I'm going to stick with the A.J. Brown theme. We're going to go anytime touchdown at plus 210. So, over on the receiving yards, ladder those up to 80. And then we'll go anytime touchdown, plus 210 on A.J. Brown. Also, I like the Eagles team total like we talked about. So, big night for the Eagles, hopefully. Hopefully, they don't let me down.
All right, I'm going to play a little same game parlay. Am I seduced by the juice? Like numero uno, give me it hurt so good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. I just need a tush push into the end zone, por favor. I need one touchdown from him. I'm going to parlay that and confuse the algorithm so the smoke comes out of the ears and jacks up the juice in the process. Give me the G-Men plus 17.5 on the alt line. You put those hands together at a plus 130. Again, the Giants, number 30 in rush EPA defense this season. They have yet to allow a quarterback to cross the chalk, but that's going to change, I feel, tonight. Hurts is seeing 30.5% of the team carry share. He's averaging 2.4 red zone attempts per game. He's already scored 4 times, make it 5, and I feel the Giants will hang, and the back door is always wide open when you have a massive spread that I'm incorporating here at plus 17.5. So to recap, same gamer, Hurts anytime touchdown, Giants plus 17.5, plus 130 at BetMGM. Horvat, bonus time, whether Thursday Night Football on the dime in the MLB postseason. All I ask is for you, birthday boy, to give me another bet, so give it to me. Give it to me.
Yes, sir. Let's stick in the same game, and I'm going to go with Cam Scattaboo anytime touchdown because, again, if the Eagles don't cover, it's going to be because probably Scattaboo gets in the end zone. Plus 160 is the price. I'll grab a little bit of that, man. I don't know how many carries Tyrone Tracy gets. Again, I would lean under 6.5 rushing attempts. I don't think we get that 50-50 backfield split tonight, so I'll go Scattaboo anytime touchdown at plus 160.
All right, I'm going to go with a bet that the juice has significantly moved. I literally grabbed this morning at even money. It is now at a minus 130. I'd still play it, but not nearly as handsome of juice with that 40-cent value. Bye-bye, gone. And that's Theo Johnson. I'm going to take the over on the tight end. 3.5 receptions. Can I grab it at plus 100, minus 130 right now? Yeah, Philadelphia, number 12 in drop-back EPA defense. They have given up, though, 3.8 receptions per game with plus-size targets. 3 tight end lines have gone over 3.5 grabs against him. Theo Johnson's role is growing. He's running around on 75.9% of his snaps. A guy that's cashed the over just one time. That was the last game where Jackson Dart at the controls had 6 receptions, 3 the game before. So Captain came into play. But without Darius Slayton tonight, I think he's a guy that could pick up the slack like Theo Johnson over 3.5 catches. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. We're going to switch gears and talk to Joe DeLeon, all college football all the time. And by the way, if you're listening to us on YouTube or on Twitter right now, go to YouTube or Twitch to catch up with the show right here, BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Stick around.
On the move? Take the BetMGM network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Let's start with Coach of the Year. And usually we start with the favorite. I want to get to the favorite last year because I really want to make a point about some of the price drops that we've seen this week after the results of week 5. So obviously the big movers in the market, like Liam Cohen for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's now the second choice at 4-1 to win Coach of the Year. And it makes a lot of sense. You know, like you look at what the Jags have done, they've already matched their win total from 2024. Last year, they went 4-13. They're 4-1 right now. So it makes a lot of sense why Liam Cohen, as a first-year coach, first-time coach, is the second choice to win Coach of the Year. Jacksonville's been one of the big stories coming off of the Monday Night Football win over Kansas City. We were all watching it. Massive moment down there in Duval County. My thing with Liam Cohen, and I think this will kind of sort of help us tie the circle here with Coach of the Year once we wrap up this conversation. I think this is going to be like the AFC South showdown. It feels like that's where we're headed with Coach of the Year. I think whoever wins that division is going to have a very, very good case. And Liam Cohen right now has a good chance to do that, sitting there in that even money price for Jacksonville to win the AFC South. So Cohen is at 4-1. He makes a lot of sense. Mike Vrabel, another big mover. He was 20-1 this time last week. Now he's plus 700 after the New England Patriots upset the Buffalo Bills on Sunday night. For the whole world watching. Vrabel, like he's another improvement coach. New England last year, 4-13. This season, they're already 3-2. My problem with Vrabel is that one, he's already won this award. He won it as a circumstance coach back in 2021 when the Titans were the 1 seed, despite all those injuries to like A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry, et cetera, et cetera. He's already won this award. And then two, I kind of think he needs to win the AFC East to win this one. Like, let's say New England goes 10-7 or even 11-6, and they're like the 5 seed, maybe the 6 seed in the AFC playoffs. Hell of a year. I don't know if it's going to win it for him. I think a lot of people, the way that Vrabel kind of puts the exclamation point on his case is to dethrone the Buffalo Bills and win the East. And if you believe that, hell, I'd bet all the 7-1 you can if you believe the Patriots can do it. But I don't believe they can do it. Hell of a win last Sunday, and I think they're like a legitimately like good team, or worst case scenario, just above average. Schedule's weak. I just don't think that they're going to be able to knock down the Bills, who like are expected to win 13, maybe 14 games this season. So Vrabel, I understand the price drop. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just don't think he's going to win unless they win the AFC East.
Here's what I think is interesting about Survivor this week, that a lot of times people try to map out the whole season, which is, I mean, how many times we got to go through this? This is dumb. Like, what you thought about Cincinnati before and what you think about them now is completely different. Teams are different. quarterback injury report, like what you thought about Baltimore before and what you think of them now, completely different season changes, right? But I think it's fair to look in a small window. So I'm talking about the window of week 7, 8, 9. Next week, the biggest favorite is going to be the Chiefs. The Chiefs are not in play this week because they're facing Detroit. Okay, fine. But keep that in mind. Kansas City, 10.5-point favorite against Vegas. Week 8, 2 weeks from now, I want Philly. So I don't want to use them tonight. I want Philly because it's the same matchup in Philly. The projected point spread, 13.5 points right now. I don't know that we get there, but they're going to be a double-digit favorite. Week 9, the Rams get the Saints. 13.5. 13.5. Would you rather take the Rams at Baltimore this week or the Rams in week 9 against New Orleans as a double-digit favorite? You're going to want to save some spots for the Rams. Anybody that's taken the Rams, they're probably out because they used them last week. So in a few weeks, you're going to want the Rams.
Time to bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
I got to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad, the big noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. And Barter, come on, man. Just keep it flowing, baby. Give us another round of the good stuff. I need the love juice coursing through my system ahead of Thursday Night Football. We may need it to struggle through 4 quarters of action, especially these diehard Chicago Cubs fans, as our attention may be diverted starting at 8:08 Central Time as the Cubs are in a must-win situation in the NLDS against the Milwaukee Brewers. But, of course, we got all kinds of action on Giants and Eagles as well. We've already run through our cards and various other bets. We're going to be talking to Joe DeLeon, though, in this segment about college football in Week 7 here momentarily. But a friendly reminder before Joe comes on, if you want to talk sports betting with us, share some of your favorite bets, whether on the diamond or the gridiron. If you have any fantasy football questions ahead of the main slate of games in NFL Week 6, by all means, pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Let's go in and bring him in right now. Joe DeLeon, an animated picture and sound, host of Rufino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Check him out wherever you get your podcasts. Also follow him on X, would you kindly, at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X at Joe DeLeon. Joe, you know exactly where I'm going with the first question. You know it's like minus 5,000 what it's going to be about. So let's go ahead and dive in right now. I'll have Ryan ask you about what's perceived as the can't-miss game of college football Week 7, but I'm biased, and I'm going to be in attendance, and maybe the biggest game of my lifetime in University of Illinois history. Tailgating is going to be commencing from my lot in Lot 32 at roughly 7:32 a.m. Central Time. I'm actually tailgating with a bunch of enemies that are going to be driving in from Columbus. So Buckeyes, Illini. Who says that Republicans and Democrats got to be split? If Illinois fans and Buckeyes fans can live united, we all can. So at the buck crack of dawn, we're going to be getting after it. Ohio State is now minus 14.5, down from 15.5 just a day ago. How annoying will my scarlet and gray friends be at game's end?
Brad, you keep doing this. We keep having. I have to be hurtful. You keep asking me to be hurtful to you, but I can't hold back here. I really like Ohio State to cover this 14.5 point spread. And the biggest part with this is that we've witnessed Illinois' offense hasn't exactly lived up to the consistent hype that we thought that they could have in the preseason. The biggest woe for them is their offensive line just has not done a good job. They are not running the ball like we would have expected with the Brett Bielema mentality that he would have put on this team, and he's put on this team in the past. I think that going into this matchup where they've had to rely on the arm of Luke Altmaier so much, it is a bad matchup for him. It is going to be really tough sledding going up against what is an athletic and fast defense. You've got Caden Curry, you've got Arvell Reese, you've got Sonny Styles, Caleb Downs in the back end. You've got all these guys that are going to be going on to become future top 50 NFL draft picks that will put Luke Altmaier in such a difficult position. And then just overall for Ohio State, I think that they are starting to build this momentum of being the wagon of college football where they're just covering and they're smoking everybody that they're going up against because Julian Sayan's getting more confident every single week. Matt Patricia is just getting better and better at learning how to activate this defense. So I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think that this one could potentially be a little bit of a splattering.
Yeah. Joe, we get a possible matchup of the two best quarterbacks in the nation, man. Your guy, Fernando Mendoza, going against Dante Moore, who's been excellent. Indiana's a 7.5 point dog. Are they at least good enough to cover that number? What's your pick in this game?
I've had a real tough time with this game, and it's because of where the line is that we're covering. We're at that 7.5 number. I like the hook, though, that we've got an opportunity here for Indiana to cover plus 7.5, and for them to lose this thing off of some sort of maybe a backdoor cover. I think that spread gives us the opportunity for that to happen. And what we know about, you just mentioned Mendoza, is a tremendous, fantastic passer. He also has two amazing receivers in Omar Cooper and also Elijah Surratt. So they're able to, if they're down by a couple of scores and they need to just force their way down the field, I feel like Indiana can accomplish that. I ultimately believe that Oregon's going to win this game because Oregon impressed us a ton with the way that they played against Penn State. I think that this home environment is huge for them. Autzen does not get enough hype for how hard it is to travel to there and to play there. And as much as I like Mendoza in this Hoosier offense, it's going to be a real tough matchup for them to keep this thing close enough for them to win it. But covering is accomplishable, knowing the roster that they have, and again, knowing those receivers and the capabilities that they have to put up some big plays.
Joe, my buddy texted me today and he said, how is Missouri only a 3-point dog to this Alabama team? Let my buddy know why, because I actually kind of like Missouri in this game, man.
I've thought about this, and I think that where Missouri covers in this situation, it's off of them running the rock and leaning into this trio that they have of Hardy, Roberts, and Pribula. They have this really fantastic, consistent offense, and Pribula doesn't get enough hype for what he has done as a passer as well. He's super accurate. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in college football. To me, Missouri is the team that everybody thought that Vanderbilt was. They're actually more well-rounded and more talented with this dominant rushing attack that everybody was hyping up Vanderbilt to be going up into this game. But the biggest part about all of this, why I go with Alabama to cover, and I think Alabama will win this game and they're going to win it confidently. What we're seeing over the past couple of games, the passing attack that they have been able to ignite with Ty Simpson playing at a Heisman level, looking like a top 10 pick. He's being aggressive, decisive. He's not hesitating, and he's got so much speed to throw to. Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator, is in his bag. He's going up against a Missouri secondary that is a mess. They're giving up big plays in bunches. They did it against South Carolina. They did it against Kansas. And I have a lot of fear that if this thing ends up being shot for shot, eventually Missouri's going to run out of steam. Alabama's going to cover. They're going to win.
Wow. Yeah, zigging while a lot of people are zagging with that line cascading down. It was 4.5, now -3 at BetMGM. We're talking to the great Joe DeLeon, as we usually do every week here on BetMGM tonight. He's a host of Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Give him a follow on X. Do it now at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X at Joe DeLeon. Joe, back to the Big Ten. What's your assessment of Michigan USC in Los Angeles? One of your classic unranked team favored at home over a ranked foe. The Trojans are laying 2.5 points. They're at home. Do they fight on and defend their home turf?
This is one of my favorite bets this week, to take USC to cover. It all comes down to the fact that this USC offense is literally, it is the most explosive in every EPA metric that we look for: running the football, passing the ball. They're just overall EPA per play. They are able to completely fly all over the field with Mekhi Lemon and Jaden Maeva playing the way that they are. And as Jacoby Lane is starting to kind of get back healthy from being a little bit banged up, his availability is important, but they've got so much speed. And Lincoln Riley arguably has his most talented squad that he's had in Los Angeles. I think that that is a mismatch for Michigan trying to keep up with this USC squad. I think that they just don't have, they're starting to find their passing attack. It's slowly getting better, but as Bryce Underwood might be showing flashes, they just do not have that same type of juice that USC does. I think a lot of people are misjudging the way that USC played against Illinois. I think that the body clock had a lot to do with it, and I stupidly didn't buy into it for that game, and I thought USC was going to win that game, but it really affected the way that they played, and they still, despite being groggy and half asleep, almost came back in that game. So I think that the opportunity to host Michigan, a sold-out game, crowd's going to be rocking, they are going to be able to securely win this game and to cover in this spot.
Oh, I concur wholeheartedly with you, Captain. I was hoping you were going to confirm my bias and rolling with the Trojans, laying the 2.5 against the Michigan Wolverines. Joe, we'll get you out of here on this. Dealer, call it, my man. Give us another game or, I don't know, a half dozen. You got considerable action on in college football week 7. Again, whatever you want.
The one last bet that I'm a very big fan of, I really like Georgia to cover this weekend against this really hapless, lifeless Auburn team. This is just a perfect spot for them. You're going up against a team with a quarterback that holds onto the ball too long, that is giving up a ridiculous amount of sacks, one of the worst teams in the country at sacks given up, tackles for loss given up. Jackson Arnold just does not have the internal clock to understand of when to exit the pocket, when to get the ball out. Georgia's pass rush has struggled. It's one of the weakest in the country in terms of production, but they have the talent. They've got the dudes. And I think that this is a spot where they start to build momentum and they get a little bit more activated. The flip side of things, I think that with Auburn's reliable defense that has done some great things, Georgia's going to be able to run the rock like they've done so far, and Gunnar Stockton is going to have time to operate and make some big plays as well. So I really, really like Georgia in this position. It is a really bad spot for this Auburn team and could possibly be a situation where Hugh Freeze, we're talking about if he is going to be having his job by the end of the season.
Wow, great stuff as always from Joe DeLeon, host of the Ruffino and Joe Show and the Hack City Podcast. Check it out wherever you get your podcast. And check him out on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Joe DeLeon. Again, on X, at Joe DeLeon. Joe, I will raise at least a half dozen beverages in your honor in the early morning hours in Champaign on Saturday. And it sounds like I'm going to need maybe another half dozen more to get through Illinois and Ohio State. We appreciate the time as always, my man.
Of course, thanks, guys, and praying for Illinois for whatever happens on Saturday.
Pray for Altmaier.
Yeah, I'm praying too. Yeah, I'll just get inundated with smack talk from my buddies. I'll be like, hey, you were favored by 14.5 points. You should clobber us, you jerks. So there you go. Joe DeLeon, there he goes. No faith in my Illini whatsoever. Big noon kickoff's going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be an atmosphere unlike maybe any other during my lifetime. I told my son, who was base 3 in the Marching Illini band, soak it up, man. Soak every second of this up, because these instances are extremely rare in Champaign, Illinois, at least when it comes to football.
Yeah, what you should do, Brad, is don't take Illinois to cover, man, because I can't promise you that, but I can promise you this thing. I think they score the most points that anybody scored on Ohio State all year. Ohio State is getting a ton of pressure, but Luke Altmaier right now is getting rid of the ball in 2.6 seconds. The Indiana game is really a bad mark because he got sacked, like 6 or 7 times in that game, but he was still getting rid of the ball in 2.8 seconds. It's just that Indiana mixes up their coverages. They rotate their safeties a whole ton. And Ohio State's going to do the same thing. But I think Altmaier is going to read that decently well. I think Illinois scores at least 17 to 21 points. I would take the over on their team total. I think this is going to be a game, man. Nobody else is going to tell you that. Everybody's going to say Ohio State's going to roll. I think this is going to be Julian Sain's probably toughest test, to be honest with you, man. Illinois is getting a solid pass rush. I think the Illini keep this game a lot more competitive than people are giving them credit for.
I worry about the back end, honestly. Defensively of Illinois, they're right now, according to Pro Football Focus, outside the top 70 and defensive efficiency. They've had some issues. Obviously, with no Xavier Scott on the field, the outstanding safety, hard-hitting guy. Miles Scott has gotten the job done for the most part, but the quarterback play is highly suspect. And when you got Jeremiah Smith and so many talented wideouts to throw the pill to, I mean, they could get eaten alive. I'm going to give you my game score prediction. I want you to follow with the same. I would say 41-27 Illinois. I think they do cover by shiver me timbers, Captain Hook. And I agree. I think they're going to hang the most points on the Ohio State of any team this year.
I'll go 35-24. I think Illinois covers. I think they're actually in this game for the first 3 quarters. And I think just like it happened in Notre Dame last year, Jeremiah Smith will probably have like a back-breaking touchdown in this game. That would be my prediction, though, man. I think Illinois is going to hang tight. A lot of people forget right now they're still a top 20 program with 1 loss on their schedule. Like, they can still make the college football playoff. And what happens is Penn State loses that game to UCLA. Things are wide open, man. I wouldn't be shocked if they were really competitive in this game. So I got Illinois. It's one of my favorite bets this weekend.
Awesome. Good stuff. All right. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Fantasy football talk, flames, names, shocker, specials at wide receiver and tight end. Stick around, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons. And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? Really fascinating game this weekend. One of those stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus. So I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens. We're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51 and a half rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32 and a half rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105 and a half. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that D'Anton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32 and a half rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well.
Is this the right move by Carolina? I feel like that it is. This was a fit that did not make sense from the start. Initially, we all asked the question, why in the world would Bill Belichick go and coach the college game? He has some college ties because his dad was at Navy for a long time, and he's always had, sort of a soft spot in his heart for the midshipmen. But why would he go to Carolina? What does he need to prove? Why wouldn't he wait for a job in the pros? So that seemed strange. And then, of course, he brings along Jordan Hudson, and then that got weird immediately. And then we've heard reports, too, that when Carolina would pony up for different recruits, that they were competing with group of 5 schools. Like they were going after players who weren't necessarily worth the money that they were handing out. Like it just seems like every move that they have made outside of marketing this whole thing has been the wrong one. And I think Carolina just needs to cut bait. Sometimes you have to say, we had a lot of great intentions here. We did as much as we could to make this work, but it's not working. So before this turns into a full-fledged train wreck, because it's already going down the tracks, we need to start fresh, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
It's time for fantasy football advice from the pros on BetMGM tonight. Presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise events with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. We already got the action underway in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And immediately the Eagles marched down the field and then bogged down the field as for whatever strange reason, Saquon Barkley was doing whatever the hell he wanted on the field over the first 2 carries. Got 2 carries immediately, went for 31 yards. Then he pulled his own ass out of the game, and then they stalled. So as a result, Eagles fly were grounded, but they did get 3 points to the board. So first possession results in a field goal kick, 3-0 Eagles over the New York Giants, with the G-Men getting the ball first. So I think, honestly, kind of a moral victory for New York based on what we saw on that drive. By the way, Jalen Hurts just 1 for 1 for 5 yards, that being a 5-yard reception to Dallas Goedert against Saquon, 2 for 31 that first drive. A.J. Dillon, of all people, got a carry, 1 for 2, and Hurts also had a carry in RPO play for negative yardage at a -2. Again, 3-0. Philadelphia over the New York Giants. And meanwhile, in Major League Baseball, it is 1-0 Philadelphia Phillies. They got 2 men on first and second base. And bottom of the 7th inning, only 1 out. They have a real shot here late in the game to maybe get another run or 2 of insurance and maybe able to even this series back up. at 2-2. So against the LA Dodgers, a really important phase there. Of course, we're preparing mentally right now for our Chicago Cubs. Going to be starting at 8:08 Central Time against the Milwaukee Brewers. But at least we have some football to distract us in the meantime. Further reminder, folks, phone lines remain wide open if you want to talk a little fantasy football with us ahead of NFL Week 6 in the main slate. If you want to talk any sports betting action as well, simple way to dial us here on the show. Just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also just up the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we had our pole dancing poll question today. Let me go and shut that down. It was asking you this: what player plus money reaches the end zone tonight in Eagles and Giants? Your options were Cam Scatterbu at plus 140, A.J. Brown at plus 185, Devontae Smith at plus 250, or Jackson Dart has to score with his legs at plus 300. Officially 145 votes cast. Ryan Horvat, who led the way?
I'll go with Jackson Dart, actually. I feel like a lot of people loving Dart.
Bronze medalist Jackson Dart at 21%. Honestly, I love that price at 3-1 odds. Your pack leader, A.J. Brown. A lot of people buying a belief that he is going to wake up and snap out of this early season funk at 37.8%. Second place, Cam Scatterbu at 26.6%. Dead last, the Slim Reaper. Oh, nearly an interception. That was a bad ball by Jackson Dart there. Devontae Smith, plus 250 at 14.7%. We had one comment from, of course, Brandon Combs, our EP here on the show. He says, I like both the running backs tonight, and Scatterbu and Barkley to each reach pay dirt. Plus 300 if you're a nut job like me and want to parlay. And he is the king of parlays. And, man, he's been on a little bit of a heater with some of his selections. So I wouldn't be all surprised if that bad boy comes through. We're already 3rd and 7 right now for New York on this first possession. And we have a flag down on the field. Is that encroachment or a false start? False start.
False start.
New York Giants going to push him back. Going to be 3rd and 12 for them here on this opening drive, roughly around midfield. So they're going to have to get a sizable gain to keep this sucker going and get an opportunity either to get ahead or not this thing up at 3 apiece. Horvat, play head coach for me. What's the play call here?
Right here, 3rd and 12. I would probably just hand it off, honestly, with a rookie quarterback against this Eagles defense. Fight to live another day, maybe punt the football away. I would expect the Giants defense to be a little bit better as the season progresses. Oh, never mind. They're going to go empty. And Jackson Dart is playing that thing.
It's caught.
Yeah, what the hell do I know?
It's caught. Yeah, that's right. Suck it, Ryan
Throws
Horvat. Oh,
one
let's
out one.
play conservative. Yeah, the Giants. Oh, yeah, we're 1-4. Yeah, let's just sit on our hands and not do jack nor squat. Instead, Humphrey.
What do I know?
I don't know who the hell that is. Yeah, catches the ball on a large chunk gain of 34 yards. First and knock at the door of the red zone right now for the Giants as we get another handoff to Cam Scatterbu. Only goes for 2 yards there. Again, if you hear the Tecmo Bowl sounder, that will be our cue to update because somebody scored a touchdown. We'll chime in here in a moment. But first things first, got to handle business. Go for the end zone without breaking a sweat with a Pro Football No Sweat token. You'll get your stake back in bonus bets if you don't win. So opt in right now. You have no excuse at BetMGM. Run, Dart, run. Oh, that was a bad pass.
No, good call. Yeah.
Number there. Instead of throwing it about 3 yards over the head of Wan'Dale Robinson, who is 5'9", maybe on when wearing platform shoes, and that still would have helped him there. So again, we'll keep you up to date. Everything going on in East Rutherford, but we got to get to some fantasy flames, lame shocker specials, and let's start with the running back position. Again, to qualify as a fantasy flame, you got to be under 60% started in Yahoo leagues. Horvat, who is your NFL Week 6 selection fantasy flame at RB?
Yeah, RB here. You know what? I'm going to go with, are we going RB or wide receiver? RB?
Oh, wait a minute. Well, you know what? I already dressed it up, RB. I'm ahead on the script, so let's go to running back. Oh, my God.
All right,
Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart. touchdown with his legs. 3-1 payout instantaneously. Wow. Way to go, Demon. That was a 19-yard touchdown scamper by Jackson Dart. I didn't bet the rushing touchdown. I should have bet the rushing touchdown. I'm a coward, but I did take him at 40-plus rush yards, and we're nearly halfway there. Wow! Living on a prayer. Yeah, crank the Jovie. Outstanding stuff. A Pride of Jersey as well. So anyway, continue, Ryan Horvath.
Yeah, running back. You know what? I'm actually going to go with Michael Carter, man, because I have to start him, right? But Week 5 against the Titans, it turned out that he's going to be the replacement for Trey Benson, who's going to be was going to be the replacement for James Conner. So we saw that, and he's going against the Colts. A running back scored at least 12.4 PPR points against the Colts every game this season. Carter had 5 catches on 5 targets against Tennessee. So if he doesn't get it going, with the ground game, I think at least he's a PPR darling and he can catch 4 to 5 balls. So I'm going to go with Michael Carter this weekend is my fantasy flame.
All right, that's a little bit of a dice roll, but hey, man, there are a lot of injury-ravaged teams out there, and Michael Carter was a double-digit scorer for fantasy purposes last week. So, yeah, maybe the Cardinal can fly high. I'm going to go with Rico Dowdle. Uncle Rico is going to be balling like it's 1982. Again, he's not going to throw the football over Dendare Mountains. He's going to run through them. I can't believe he's only 39% started, coming off the second-best performance by a running back in Carolina Panthers history. Over 200 yards on the ground. I think he accumulated over 230 yards in total in the game. And, Chuba Hubbard hasn't practiced all week. I think he's a long shot to play. And look who's on the docket. Revenge game! His former employer in the Dallas Cowboys, which are number 23 in rush EPA defense, giving up 4.35 yards per carry, 151.2 total yards per game. They've allowed 5 total touchdowns to the running back position and the 5th most fantasy points to RBs as well. Dowdle, now number 3 among all running backs in yards after contact per attempt. He is forced a missed tackle on 21.6% of his rush attempts, also with an 80% catch rate. I think it's not going to be a duplication we did last week, but I think he's going to get over 100 combined yards. I think he's going to find the end zone. Bonus time! Horvath, plus 100 for Rico Dowdle just posted on BetMGM anytime touchdown, which I booked immediately. You know what? Screw it. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Come on, Brando. Let's go. Da-da-da. Yeah, we're going to sledger that. Home. Sludgy getting a little bit of workout tonight. Rico Dowdle plus money to score an anytime touchdown against Dallas with all of the motivation in that game and coming off his colossal historic effort. Hell yeah. Play the man. I implore you in fantasy football this week. Flip side of the coin. A fantasy lame, a player over 50% started. That could be a dud. Horvath, who is that at running back this week?
Going against Derrick Henry this week, and I know it's still Derrick Henry, man, but it's hard to trust him in Week 6 against this Rams team, especially with Lamar Jackson not practicing with his hamstring injury. You look at his last 4 games, he's averaging right now 10.7 PPR points or less in all 4 outings. He's only scored 2 touchdowns. Last week he does get on the board, but he's been held to 50 rushing yards or less in his last 4 games. 4 catches for 36 yards. That's not really his skill set, catching balls out of the backfield. Also, this is just a bad matchup going against the Rams. They're number 2 right now in fewest fantasy points allowed to opposing running backs. They're the only team in the NFL yet to allow a rushing touchdown to a running back either. So I'm going to skip out on Derrick Henry this week.
All right, I am going to go to Duval, and I'm going to miss out on Travis Etienne taking on the Seattle Seahawks and making that cross-continental flight, but I don't trust the matchup here at all. Seattle's been outstanding in run defense this season, number 3 in rush EPAD. They're giving up just 3.15 yards per carry, 124 flat total yards per game to the running back position, only giving up 3 combined touchdowns, the 10th fewest fantasy points to RBs as well. Etienne seeing a sizable 68.9% of the opportunity share and pretty good in some of the advanced analytic categories. Number 17 in yards created per touch, number 13 yards after contact per attempt at 3.58. He's forced 13 missed tackles. That's top 20 in the NFL. I bet the under today, Horvath, on 62.5 rush yards for ETN. I don't know if he's going to get north of 55. I'm saying like low 50s for him. Be held out of the end zone yet again. It could be a duplication of what we saw against Kansas City. So Travis Etienne, I believe, is going to be fantasy lame material this week. Looking at the Shocker specials, guys that are started in under 15% of Yahoo leagues. Oh, and look at that. Kumbaya. We're going with the same guy. I'll give you honors, my man. Who is it?
That's my bad. I threw this in last night because it was my birthday. So I was gonna go with Blake Corum, man. 1% owned, and you're going against the Ravens right now. Number 2 in most fantasy points allowed to opposing running backs. 8 running backs in 5 games against the Ravens have scored at least 10 PPR points. So I kind of like Blake Corum here, man. He had 17 carries for 74 yards, 2 grabs for -5 yards on 4 targets in his last 2 games. I'll roll with him here if you're really desperate.
Yeah, and just to piggyback, again, Baltimore is dead last. Dead last, folks. That's a stunner to me this far into the season in rush EPA defense. Corum's seeing around 23% of the opportunity share. Excellent advanced metrics. Number 19 yards created per touch. He's averaging 5.3 yards per touch. 49.6% of his yards he is generated after initial contact. Getting back to the Ravens, they've allowed the 4th most fantasy points to the running back position, yielding 4.83 yards per carry, also allowing 117 rush yards, just rush yards per game to RBs. Hold on the football, my man. You do that. I think it could be around 40 to 50 rush yards and a touchdown for him. Maybe cleans up, comes out, smell like a rose in garbage time. I like Blake Corum. Has a lot of flexy, sexy appeal. Only 1% started right now in Yahoo leagues. All right, Horvat. Let's do a live dive update on this game. As the Eagles, again, you thought tonight the Eagles were going to show up and blow the doors off the Giants. Well, they ain't looking hot so far. I was an immediate 3 and out on their second possession of the game. Giants got it back, and look what they're doing. Running the ball. They had that big connection to Dart to Humphrey. But for the most part, it's been a whole lot of scatterboo and also Dart there on the ground. Again, he has that 19-yard rushing touchdown to start off the touchdown scoring in the game. Right now, pulling up the live line, the Eagles -2.5 at a -140 juice on the full game. Over-under at 46.5. And if you believe the Giants are going to win, it's +130. Horvey, can I interest you in a live dive?
Yeah, I would bet the Eagles. Oh, my God. Maybe I won it. I don't know, man. Wan'Dale Robinson.
Wide open Wan'Dale Robinson there.
Buy low on the Eagles after a bad spot. I got why all the sharps love the Giants in this game, man, because you got the Eagles coming off their first loss of the season, making the trip on a short week to the Giants. I just thought this team would show up, to be honest with you, and put on a offensive show. I wanted to go against everybody, but maybe everybody was just right, man, and maybe this Giants team is going to show tonight. I would still only play the Eagles, but I'm probably dumb.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. He might be able to get a really nice live money line number here in a second if this holds up. All right, we got to take a little siesta. Don't worry. When we come back, we'll give you an update of what's going on in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And two, we'll do a little fade or follow. Another 4-pack of college football games. Going to break it down. Numbers is going to come out to play. And Horvat is going to handicap each matchup right here. BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Stay tuned.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I just wonder, and we sort of hinted at this yesterday, Rams currently a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. Obviously, that's with Lamar likely out. But is it done? If they actually rule him out, is this line done moving? I think the answer is no.
How far are we talking?
8.5, 9.
Another, just like last week, right? When they played a decimated San Francisco team where it was 8.5, 9 in that range, and we're in the same spot. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. So, man, the record of 1-4, are they done? They're trying to map this out. Like, look, we'll be in a good spot. Can we get through this week? Then we've got the bye, and maybe half of these guys at the very least are going to be healthy, right? Like maybe they're having that conversation internally. If you look at that decimated defense, because with the cluster situation, this might sound nuts, but I think that conversation you've got to have just as much, right? Hamilton was limited on Wednesday. So limited on Wednesday makes you think, okay, he's got a decent chance that he's going to play. Marlon Humphrey did not practice. The other cornerback, Awuzie, did not practice. You've got Roquan Smith not practicing. Those three guys, I'm not sure that they're going to be out there. We know they're all world defensive tackle. He's out for the season. It just might be Kyle Hamilton. Is he going to change that much? Spectacular safety. Is he really going to save this defense? I don't think so. This is a bottom 3, bottom 5 defense in the league right now. And I don't think bringing Hamilton back is going to save your bacon. Boy, I don't see why they play Lamar. I don't see how they're that much better with all these guys out. Get intimate here. It's the biggest story in college football this week, and you seem to have an opinion on it. How'd you get there with Mateer?
I just don't think he's ready to play. And everything that I've heard is sort of that they're holding out hope that because he's got that broken bone on his right throwing thumb, right? So he's wearing a brace all week. And the grip has been the issue. Like last Friday, Saturday, I was told he can't grip the ball. Now, just because he couldn't grip it last Friday, Saturday, doesn't mean he can't grip it this Friday, Saturday. But Venables has definitely been one of those guys where he shuts all the information flow down. And this happened a few years ago with Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's out there with the ones, taking snaps under center. He's got a concussion, though. And everybody all week he's not going to play, he's concussed. And then Gabriel's out there taking snaps, the market's getting crashed, people are crushing Oklahoma, and then Gabriel doesn't play, and Texas wins 49-0. Now, that's 3 years ago. This year, and Jenks talked about this too on the morning show, either yesterday or this morning, I can't remember, all my days are running together. But he said he thinks that they're going to try and push this Mateer thing so that Texas prepares for Mateer, and then they pull the rug out and start Hawkins. I tend to agree. If he does play on Saturday, that will only be 17 days since the surgery. For a surgery that was supposed to take a month, I just don't think he's going to play. I know you want him to play, but do you really think he's going to be out there?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
Could be wrong. Could very much be wrong.
We're headed to the college gridiron right now on BetMGM Tonight.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Probably the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvath in the house on his B-Day. Oh, man, what a snag. A man's catch by A.J. Brown. That went for a chunk gain. And boy, do Fly Eagles Fly certainly need it because they're down 13-3. They played lifeless defense. They're not even attempting to wrap up, guys. Wan'Dale Robinson absolutely owned that backside on that last drive. Wan'Dale, congratulations if you roll the dice, clack, and bet on him and his receiving yards market. I don't even know what the number closed at, but I know it's way past that right now. 3 targets, 2 catches, 61 yards, and that touchdown that went for 35 yards. Jackson Dart dealing 3 for 5 with a touchdown through the air, and he also has a 20-yard touchdown run. Cam Scatterbo 3 for 9. Humphrey with that big catch too. That went for 34 yards on that last drive. The Eagles are marching. They're already into enemy territory here. Jalen Hurts has all day to throw. A laser across the middle of the field to Dallas Goedert. So another catch. I believe that's Goddard's third already of the game. A.J. Brown with that 30-yard reception. Saquon Barkley, 4 carries for 34 yards. A.J. Dillon got a carry for 2. Jalen Hurts only has a 1 carry for -2. Hurts now at 3 for 4 for 63 yards. Dallas Goedert up to 3 for 33. And then they're inside the red zone. Another little dump off. Guess who again? Dallas Goedert. So if you would took the over on his receptions, I believe that just cashed. I think it was at 3.5, might have been at 4.5, and he's already getting close to cashing in here very early in the game. We still got 3:45 remaining in the first quarter, and he's damn close to cashing in on the over on yards. So stunner, shocker, Giants up 13-3. A lot of people are like, oh, this is going to be a snooze fest. It's going to be oh so boring. But all of a sudden here, this is going to be a really competitive affair, it appears. Let me go ahead and give you the live line right now. Again, with Philadelphia knock at the door. It's actually off the board. They were, the Slim Reaper with a first down inside the 5-yard line on a quick slant as he gets up a little bit gingerly, but he's all right. First and goal. You know what's coming here. Horvath, who's going to score? Is it going to be Saquon or Jalen Hurts?
I'll go Saquon here, actually. Usually, though, Jalen Hurts, the touchdown vulture, going to take it himself down at the 1-yard line. I think Saquon's actually going to get in here. So let's pray for that, and let's pray for the Eagles to score more than 26 points. And it'll be a good night here. I'm going to go Saquon here, though.
All right, well, I'll give it to you live. Again, there's hardly a delay here on the Amazon broadcast. So it is first and goal at the 4. Handoff to Saquon Barkley off the right side. Wrapped up. Looks like about a gain of a half yard, if anything. Second and goal for Fly. Eagles fly. You know they're going to run the ball at least one more time here.
I need it.
To give this a shot. It's probably going to be Saquon again. This is not quite tush-push territory. They need about a 2-yard gain to get in that scenario. And if they do or presented that situation, Jalen Hurts is practically automatic to score on those city of brotherly shoves. All right, he's in shotgun here. Now he's going to take the ball. That's an interesting play. A quick pitch and touchdown, Dallas Goedert. Touchdown, Dallas Goedert. Is that going to count as a pass? That was really close to a rush for Dallas Goedert on almost a parallel pass there on a quick snap. That was a unique play call there, Horvath. I don't think I've really seen anything like that before.
It was nice. I'm being selfish. I really want a Saquon Barkley anytime touchdown because I bet it at -125 live. But good start for the Eagles team total over. That wasn't I've never seen that ever in my life where you have a guy come in motion and then Jalen Hurts just underhand flips it to him. Got to give Sirianni some credit.
It wasn't a forward pass, though.
I don't know what the hell is that a carry?
No, it's absolutely a forward pass. It's absolutely a forward pass.
It's a forward pass. Yeah, it was. It was close. Yeah. It was really close. Yeah. Dallas Goedert, the star of that drive. Wandale Robinson was the star of the last drive for the Giants. Goedert already, folks. 5 targets, 5 catches, 40 yards, and a TD as the Eagles answer immediately. We're in for a mighty entertaining game, it looks like, Horvey.
Yeah, man, I really think so. This is going to be a sneaky shootout. I wish I just bet the over rather than the Eagles team total over. Although, if you got the Giants plus 7.5 in your pocket right now, you're feeling pretty good. I still really feel good about this being like the Eagles coming out party. And I think now them being punched in the mouth early means that we should live bet them. But then again, what do I know? I would only bet the Eagles here, though. I think the Giants, their 2 scripted drives went well. I think the Eagles show up here. But again, I don't know. I haven't been overly impressed by this Eagles team. But that was a nice little drive there on the answer back. I wish Saquon would have got in, though.
Yeah, the live line right now, Fly Eagles Fly laying 3.5 at a minus 115 juice. The money line, the value just evaporated. You could have got them at plus money for a fleeting moment. It's now minus 200. The live total at 55.5, and it's juiced to the over at minus 125. All right, we'll keep you up to date. We got to break down some more college football games. So it's time for another edition of Fade or Follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM tonight.
All right, we got a 4-pack of games. Again, this is how this little exercise works. I'm going to give you the matchup. I'm going to give you the favorite. The numbers here is going to come out and give you a numerical background. And then I'm going to ask Ryan Horvath, you got to fade or follow? He's going to give his handicap, and then we move on. Let's go to the Big Ten first game. I've already bet on this, and I took the dog. Nebraska laying 6.5 on the road in College Park, taking on the Maryland Terrapins. The numbers nerd says this. Football Power Index at ESPN. Nebraska number 22, Maryland number 53, offense efficiency according to Pro Football Focus. Nebraska number 30, Maryland number 77. Defense efficiency, Nebraska 46, but Maryland a mighty number 3 in the nation according to PFF. So again, with that background info, what's your take here? Nebraska minus 6.5 at Maryland. Fade or follow?
Yeah, if Nebraska's home here, I'll take the 6.5 and I'll lay it, but I got to fade them, man. I'm with you. I'm on Maryland, and I think Maryland's actually live in this game. I've been really impressed with them this season. I was really high on Nebraska coming into the season. I'm a Dylan Riolan guy, but it just, I don't know, man. Like, something's off with that program right now, and Maryland's looked pretty good, especially on the offensive side of the ball. Their quarterback, Malik Washington, is completing over 60% of his passes. He's not turning the ball over, 9 touchdowns to 2 picks. He's only been sacked 1 time all season long. They got a pretty strong ground game with Dijon Williams, over 200 rushing yards so far, but I'll take Maryland to cover. I think this is a field goal game. I think they're even live in this game against Nebraska. Something's missing with Nebraska, especially on the defensive side of the ball this year.
Let's go with the SEC. Next matchup, Tennessee laying 12.5 against the Arkansas Razorbacks. With a power index at ESPN has the Volunteers number 11 in the country. The Hogs at number 41. Offense efficiency according to PFF at number 23 for Tennessee. 27 for Arkansas. Not too shabby there. Defense efficiency, different story. Tennessee number 27 and Arkansas number 74. So what you're feeling on this one? Tennessee minus 12.5 against Arkansas. Fade or follow?
I will follow Tennessee, man, right? It's a big number, and I took Arkansas against Notre Dame. I was on the wrong side on that, thinking that they were going to be able to score against that defense, and they were able to a little bit, but they weren't able to get stops, and that's Arkansas's problem, man. They can't get stops. And Tennessee, I mean, they lost to Georgia, but they were in that game. They lose in overtime. Joey Aguilar has looked really good. He's actually looked like an upgrade over Nico Imaliava. So give me Tennessee here. I think they win this game by exactly 14 points.
All right, next matchup, staying in the SEC, Texas A&M laying 7.5 against the Florida Gators. A football power index, according to the numbers nerd, has Texas A&M at number 13 in the country. Meanwhile, Florida number 26, offense efficiency, according to PFF. Texas A&M number 42, Florida number 63, defense efficiency. Texas A&M actually tied with Tennessee at number 27, Florida at number 24. With all those numbers dancing around in your head, what's your take here? Fade or follow? Texas A&M minus 7.5 against the Gators.
Yeah, I got to fade them, man. This is a big number. I think Florida covers this number. Florida just beat Texas outright last week, and I know that like people are down on Arch Manning, but Texas still a pretty good program. DJ Lagway, Florida's quarterback, was a Heisman candidate coming into the season. He's got more interceptions right now than touchdown passes, but Florida's defense and their run game has really showed up the last couple of weeks. I think they're going to be able to keep this game close. So anything over a touchdown, that's a big number. I'll take Florida here.
All right, let's get another one out there. We talked to Joe DeLeon about this. He loves UGA this week. So Georgia minus 3.5 on the road against the Auburn Tigers. The numbers nerd says Football Power Index has the Bulldogs number 6 in the country, Auburn number 23, PFF offense efficiency for Georgia 37, Auburn number 80, defense efficiency, Georgia number 46, Auburn at a not so nice number 69. So again, line with all of those statistics bounce around in your dome. What's your take on this one? Georgia minus 3.5 at Auburn. Fade or follow?
I love Joe. He comes on my show on Saturdays every once in a while as well, but I got to fade him on this one. I like Auburn. I think Auburn's actually live in this game. You know what? I think Auburn beats Georgia. Georgia right now, I talk about this every single week. They have 3 sacks this season. They've all come from the linebacker position. They're not getting natural pressure, which is crazy because like their defensive lines from the last couple of years are all starting for this Eagles team, but they have to blitz to get every single sack. All 3 sacks have come on blitz packages. They've all come from linebackers. And when you're going against Jackson Arnold in this Auburn rushing attack, you have to get pressure on the quarterback. So I think Georgia's actually going to struggle. I like the over a lot in this game. I think it's going to be a shootout. And I got Auburn at least covering at that number.
By the way, 3 and out for the New York Giants. So the Eagles looking like they're going to roar back in this game. To recap, Horvath is fading Nebraska, rolling with Maryland, plus 6.5. He is following Tennessee, laying the 12.5 against Arkansas. He's got to fade Texas A&M and play Florida, plus 7.5. And he's going to fade UGA and roll with Auburn at plus 3.5. Quickly, Horvath. I don't have a whole lot of background on it. Just go in and give me the handicap. Am I cashing my ticket on USC minus 2.5 against Michigan at home?
Yeah, I like USC in this game over Michigan, man. I really do. Now, USC, not that all that impressive against Illinois. Like I told you, they wouldn't be. But this is a really good spot against Michigan. I think they win this game by at least 3 points.
All right, we got to take a little siesta. We come back, more fantasy conversations, this time on wide receivers and tight ends, right here, BetMGM tonight, right here on the BetMGM Network. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's start with Coach of the Year. And usually we start with the favorite. I want to get to the favorite last here because I really want to make a point about some of the price drops that we've seen this week after the results of week 5. So obviously the big movers in the market, like Liam Cohen for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's now the second choice at 4-1 to win Coach of the Year. And it makes a lot of sense. You know, like you look at what the Jags have done, they've already matched their win total from 2024. Last year, they went 4-13. They're 4-1 right now. So it makes a lot of sense why Liam Cohen, as a first-year coach, first-time coach, is the second choice to win Coach of the Year. Jacksonville's been one of the big stories coming off of the Monday Night Football win over Kansas City. We were all watching it. Massive moment down there in Duval County. My thing with Liam Cohen, and I think this will kind of sort of help us tie the circle here with Coach of the Year once we wrap up this conversation. I think this is going to be like the AFC South showdown. It feels like that's where we're headed with Coach of the Year. I think whoever wins that division is going to have a very, very good case. And Liam Cohen right now has a good chance to do that, sitting there in that even money price for Jacksonville to win the AFC South. So Cohen is at 4-1. He makes a lot of sense. Mike Vrabel, another big mover. He was 20-1 this time last week. Now he's plus 700 after the New England Patriots upset the Buffalo Bills on Sunday night. For the whole world watching. Vrabel, like he's another improvement coach. New England last year, 4-13. This season, they're already 3-2. My problem with Vrabel is that one, he's already won this award. He won it as a circumstance coach back in 2021 when the Titans were the 1 seed despite all those injuries to like A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry, et cetera, et cetera. He's already won this award. And then two, I kind of think he needs to win the AFC East to win this one. Like, let's say New England goes 10-7 or even 11-6, and they're like the 5 seed, maybe the 6 seed in the AFC playoffs. Hell of a year. I don't know if it's going to win it for him. I think a lot of people, the way that Vrabel kind of puts the exclamation point on his case is to dethrone the Buffalo Bills and win the East. And if you believe that, hell, I'd bet all the 7-1 you can if you believe the Patriots can do it. But I don't believe they can do it. Hell of a win last Sunday, and I think they're like a legitimately like good team, or worst case scenario, just above average. Schedule's weak. I just don't think that they're going to be able to knock down the Bills, who like are expected to win 13, maybe 14 games this season. So Vrabel, I understand the price drop. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just don't think he's going to win unless they win the AFC East.
Here's what I think is interesting about Survivor this week, that a lot of times people try to map out the whole season, which is, I mean, how many times we got to go through this? This is dumb. Like, what you thought about Cincinnati before and what you think about them now is completely different. Teams are different. Quarterback injury report, like what you thought about Baltimore before and what you think of them now, completely different. Season changes, right? But I think it's fair to look in a small window. So I'm talking about the window of week 7, 8, 9. Next week, the biggest favorite is going to be the Chiefs. The Chiefs are not in play this week because they're facing Detroit. Okay, fine. But keep that in mind. Kansas City, 10.5-point favorite against Vegas. Week 8, 2 weeks from now, I want Philly. So I don't want to use them tonight. I want Philly because it's the same matchup in Philly. The projected point spread, 13.5 points right now. I don't know that we get there, but they're going to be a double-digit favorite. Week 9, the Rams get the Saints. 13.5. 13.5. Would you rather take the Rams at Baltimore this week or the Rams in week 9 against New Orleans as a double-digit favorite? You're going to want to save some spots for the Rams. Anybody that's taken the Rams, they're probably out because they used them last week. So in a few weeks, you're going to want the Rams. So
Bet and sweat.
The sweat is on. Yeah, the sweat is on.
With your hosts, the big noise, Brad Evans.
Not going to duplicate that. No way. No shot in the HE-double-L hockey sticks.
And the mad better Ryan Horvat.
You don't got to bet every game. That's how you see those guys that live under the bridge? They lay 25.5 with UNLV week 0.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat on his birthday in the house. We are getting ready for the Cubs' first pitch. Going to be starting here in 8 minutes. Maybe, as we're in extra innings right now. Not Fly Eagles. I'm getting my sports mixed up. The Philadelphia Phillies. A lot of Philadelphia action going on right now. And the Dodgers all knotted up. So that one's coming down to the wire. And it looks like the Eagles have suddenly woken up. They are driving at third inches. They're setting up to do the tush push here in a second. Try to get that first down. I guess they already got the first down. So first down, Philadelphia. Again, they're marching down the field, knocking at the door, punching it in, and grabbing the lead. They're down 13-10. Giants look great in this game. Far more entertaining than anybody anticipated. Right now, Jalen Hurts, 11-12 to start off in this game for $137 and a touchdown. That touchdown going to Dallas Goedert. Has got 6 catches on 6 targets for 50 yards and a touchdown. And during the break, your boy Cash John Dotson got his grab for 17 yards. Hell yes. I love gambling. We need Saquon Barkley, though, to splash 6. He does have 7 carries for 38. A.J. Brown down about the 2-yard line. A.J. Brown looking really good so far in this game. That is his 3rd reception. He is definitely north of 50 yards so far. Devontae Smith also 2 catches for 24. Dotson with that 1 for 17. Horvat, this has got to be tush-push territory, right? Well, look, maybe not. Hurts is lining up in shotgun. And maybe he's going to take the snap under center. Like, where is Saquon? Why are they handing the damn ball off to Saquon in this instance? No?
I know.
All right, so flush out of the pocket. Run, Hurts! Oh, he throws the end zone, knockdown. I don't understand, honestly, and that was going to Saquon, which would have checked the box. Why they didn't call their, classic play. It is 3rd and 1, so I guess they're going to do it here. It's got to be tush push now, right?
It's got to be, honestly, Brad. Like, honestly, I hate Jalen. I love Jalen Hurts. I don't have hate in my heart, but he is the ultimate touchdown vulture. This is the first week that I've actually bet Saquon Barkley to score an anytime touchdown. I put it in our parlay.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
I think it's going to be Jalen again, and I keep wanting to swear it's my birthday, so I should. He's got it. All right, now it's got to be Saquon.
Oh, it's close. I mean, that was a long yard. He's down. He's got to be marked short. He's about a foot shy of the first down. They're going for it here. They're going to run this same damn play. They're going to double down with a tush push, go to Saquon. He's probably going to carry a couple of dudes in for a 1.5 yard gain. He'll be in the end zone. So it's coming. There is no way that this should be a first down because based on the eye test, marked him a foot short. It is 4th down, and the offense stay on the field right now. So you know what's coming. They're just going to dare him. Try to beat us with the tush push. Try to undercut us on this. Good luck, Godspeed. Here it comes, and they're lined up to do exactly that. Watch it be some sort of trick play. Timeout. New York Giants. We'll resume the play-by-play here momentarily. 4th and inches. Of course, they're not going to kick the 3, are they? Is that what Sirianni is suggesting? That would be asinine and completely idiotic. I hope not.
No, I think they're going to go for it. I'm expecting. I think this has to be the tush push, right? And then it'll be 1st and goal. And then we get the Saquon anytime touchdown. And then I'm a little bit richer. And then we get my leg of the parlay in the bag, which would be really good because I'm nervous. Earlier, man, I really wanted to take the Giants with everybody else, but everybody was taking the Giants. And I thought maybe, just maybe, this is the Eagles coming out party this year, right? Like, you got a rookie quarterback. And I get that the the Eagles are coming off their first loss, but I don't know. I thought they would have showed a little bit better. Now, here we go. There's the first down.
All right, so do they push it again? Like, cue Salt and Pepper. Push it. Push it real good. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it.
Yeah. I think, dude, I want Saquon here. This is where usually I do play the Jalen Hurts anytime touchdowns. But this week I went with Saquon, and we'll see. We'll see. Now, here, actually, I think you go halfback draw. Watch. It'll probably
you can,
AJ
yeah.
Dillon.
It's 1st down. You're at the, 1.5 yard line?
Yeah.
You have supposedly one of the elite offensive lines in the NFL just hand the damn rock. No, they're going to run the tush push again.
Nope,
I'm telling you, they're going to tush push their butts all the way into the end zone. There it is. There it is. Oh, and he's knocking at the door to get across the chalk. I think he's ever so slightly short. They're going to mark him at the 6-inch line. You know what's coming, folks. They're going to quadruple down on the tush push. They're just going to tush push their butts all the way across the chalk in the end zone. Dable's losing his mind. He hates this. A lot of people in the league hate it because they can't stop it. But, hey, it's a legal play still, America, so deal with it. You know exactly what's coming. They're just going to keep doing this at will. And they're lined up to do it again. 2nd and goal. And there it is. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Jalen Hurts, baby. Anytime touchdown comes through. That was just so predictable. And the Giants can do nothing about it. That's what's hilarious about that play. They're about to go up, pending the extra point, 17-13. And a highly, highly entertaining first half in Jersey, under 7 minutes remaining in that first half. All right, we got to get to some more fantasy football talk because, again, we got to take our brains off the Cubs. Got to be starting here momentarily. So let's get to some fantasy flames, lames, and shocker specials of the wide receiver tight end position. Let's start with the fantasy flame. Under 60% started Yahoo leagues at wide receiver. You're going to roll the dice in Vegas, aren't you? Who do you like?
Brad, I am, because great minds think alike, man. We're both, I like your guy too, but I'm going to go with Jacoby Myers, who's been a disappointment in each of the last 3 games against Washington, even the Bears, and then the Colts. He scored 9.3 PPR points or less in each of those outings. But I do like that he's got 13 targets in his last 2 games against Chicago and Indianapolis. And now you got Brock Bowers, who's still banged up with that knee injury. And I think this is a really good matchup for Jacoby Myers going against the Tennessee Titans. Right now, they're number 8 in most fantasy points allowed to opposing wide receivers. 5 wide receivers have scored at least 13.8 PPR points against Tennessee this season. So if you're looking at Jacoby Myers and you're desperate, I think he's a low-end number 2 fantasy wide receiver in pretty much every league. And I also kind of like Trey Tucker, but I'm going to go with Jacoby Myers here in this spot.
Yeah, and I'm going to go with Romeo Dobbs. Oh, Romeo, we're for Alpha Romeo. I think he's going to be shaking his booty in the end zone. I bet him at plus 185 anytime touchdown a couple of days ago. And obviously, I'm going to double down the narrative in fantasy. Only 20% starter right now in Yahoo leagues. He gets the Bungles this week, who are number 24 in drawback EPA defense. They have allowed the 14 most opposing wide receiver fantasy points. And on top of that as well, you look at Romeo Dobbs, number 14 in total red zone targets. And remember, they had the 1 week Siesa. He's seen a 30% red zone target share. Outstanding there. 137.9 passer rating when targeted. Seeing 6 total red zone targets. Taylor Britt and Hill is going to get a mixture of those guys, where they lines up in the slot or outside. Combined, those DBs have given up a god-awful 78.7% catch rate, 379 yards, and 4 scores. Dobbs finds the end zone. Something like 4 catches, 50 to 55 yards in that TD. It'll get the job done in fantasy. Flip side of the coin, talk about a guy that is over 50% started. It's going to be a letdown, either wide receiver or tight end. Who do you got?
I'm going to go with, I always have a tough time with this one, man, but I got to stick with what's been going right, and that's fading Brian Thomas Jr., who coming into the season, I said was going to be a top 5 wide receiver. Well, he had his best game of the season in week 5 against the Chiefs. He had 4 grabs for 80 yards on 60 targets. He had 12 PPR points only, though. So that's where we're at right now with Brian Thomas. And 12 PPR points, man, if you look at his ADP, that's not where we want to be. And now he's going against Seattle. They're number 12 right now in fewest fantasy points allowed to opposing wide receivers. Their secondary, I think, is only going to continue to get better. So I'm going to fade Brian Thomas Jr. again this week for Jacksonville.
Yeah, totally understand it. I'm going to fade Garrett Wilson. Why? You're going to get old Patrick Surtain and a whole lot of shadow coverage in my mind. The Denver Broncos is a collective number 4 in dropback EPA defense. The Broncos allowed the 3rd fewest fantasy points of wide receivers this season. You look at Surtain specifically. Yeah, he's given up a 65.2% catch rate, but only an 85.6 passer rating and 10.6 yards per catch. Wilson is getting force-fed 9.6 targets per game off the hand of Justin Fields. He's wide receiver 15 in total air yards. He's gone over 70 plus in 4 or 5 games. I took the under on 59 and a half. It was either 59 and a half or 60 and a half receiving yards today. I think it's going to be a sub 55 yard game. I don't think he finds the end zone either. Very mundane, subpar effort from Garrett Wilson this season. All right, or this week. Let's go ahead and dig a little bit deeper. A shocker special at wide receiver or tight end has to be under 15% started in Yahoo leagues. Horvat, who's your pick?
Okay, so last night in our fantasy draft, I screwed up a couple different times. Monty went with my guy. I wanted to go with Monty's guy, but I meant to say Harold Fannin Jr., and you made a great point, obviously, Brad. David Njoku in English is still there, but I think that, like, right now, him and Dylan Gabriel are on the same wavelength, man. You got a rookie quarterback. Dylan Gabriel throws his first touchdown pass of his career to Harold Fannin. So I think they're going to get him more and more involved. He's going against the Pittsburgh Steelers in this matchup. I think he scores again. So if you're really desperate, man, I like Harold Fannin Jr.
Yeah, it's a great call. Actually, I'm starting him in a 16-team league. I'm not really desperate, but he's been quite serviceable for me, to say the least. I'm going to go back to Denver Broncos. I'm going to feature Troy Franklin. Only 7% started. I think you're going to see some hot duck-to-duck action. Both him and Bo Nix went to Oregon. You're facing the Jets. They're a single-engine Cessna on defense, number 32 in dropback EP80, giving up 7.65 pass yards per attempt, the 11th most fantasy points to the wide receiver position, 11th of those wide receiver yards as well. And two, you look at Franklin's been decent this year at times, 6.8 targets per game. He's wide receiver 8 in total yak, wide receiver 11, and average yards of separation per target. I also bet on him on the over at 36.5 receiving yards. That number's jumped by 3 yards. It's at 39.5. Hell, I may play him in the alt market at 50 plus, to be honest with you, because he's going to get Brandon Stevens and Malachi Moore in coverage. Stevens is giving up a 129.2 passer rating. Malachi Moore, 118.8. So no matter if he lines up outside or in the slot, he splits that action. I think Troy Franklin's going to eat. Again, 50 plus, a touchdown, very much within reach here in week 6 of your fantasy football season. All right, Jackson Dart first down. Humphrey's kind of his man tonight outside of Wan'Dale Robinson. I believe that is Humphrey's 3rd catch of the game, and he's now over 50 yards as a result. So fill the void of Darius Slayton's absence. I'm still waiting on some Theo Johnson, who's he's got 1 target but doesn't have a catch yet. But Jackson Dart's got a fresh set of down. Shotgun, fakes a pitch to Cam Scatterbo. Calls his own number. Run it, son, run it. 10-yard gain, yes. Again, I have him for 40-plus yards on the ground. He's up to 30 now with his 2nd carry in the game. That's looking pretty damn good, Horvat. On that prop. I don't understand why BetMGM set the number so low. It's just 35.5 on his rush yards prop for the entire game. And I play in the art market as well. I even flirted with the idea of going 50 plus. But again, acting like a coward, I didn't take that bet. I took it at 40 plus instead. But looking so far so good. Cam Scatterbo gets the pitch in about a 6-7 yard game there. It is indeed first down. That was actually a 9-yard gain the last one. So Dart 2 for 29 so far on the ground. Scatterbo now 5, and pending the result, 5 for 18. Again, Amazon, hardly a delay from real life action. They beat the updates on the various apps, so very impressive. So right now, live dive, Horvey. Eagles lane 6.5 at a -115 juice, over under a 58.5. Giants plus 270 on the live money line. Any action entice you? Quickly go.
All the smart money in Las Vegas, all the sharps like the Giants. I like the Eagles in this spot, but who knows, man? I mean, I'm going to stick with Philadelphia here. I think they win this game by at least 10 points. I really like the team total over 26.5. I think we're looking pretty good on that. They got 17 here in the second quarter. I like the Eagles, man. I think the Giants, I like the Giants coming into the year. I thought they were going to be a lot more competitive than people were giving them credit for, but Jackson Dart is still a rookie quarterback going against the Super Bowl champ, so I stick with the Eagles here at 6.5.
All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Shots. Tequila shots on this hashtag Tequila Thursday. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Catch one for Theo Johnson.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? Really fascinating game this weekend. One of those like stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus, so I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens, we're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51.5 rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105.5. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that DeAnton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well.
Is this the right move by Carolina? I feel like that it is. This was a fit that did not make sense from the start. Initially, we all asked the question, why in the world would Bill Belichick go and coach the college game? He has some college ties because his dad was at Navy for a long time, and he's always had, sort of a soft spot in his heart for the midshipmen. But why would he go to Carolina? What does he need to prove? Why wouldn't he wait for a job in the pros? So that seems strange. And then, of course, he brings along Jordan Hudson, and then that got weird immediately. And then we've heard reports, too, that when Carolina would pony up for different recruits, that they were competing with group of 5 schools. Like they were going after players who weren't necessarily worth the money that they were handing out. Like it just seems like every move that they have made outside of marketing this whole thing has been the wrong one. And I think Carolina just needs to cut bait. Sometimes you have to say, we had a lot of great intentions here. We did as much as we could to make this work, but it's not working. So before this turns into a full-fledged train wreck, because it's already going down the tracks, we need to start fresh, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house, and I apologize to the audience that is streaming the show right now in video form. I am attempting to pull up YouTube TV because the Cubs are already underway, but because the Dodgers and Philadelphia Phillies are running over, the Cubs game is supposed to be on TBS. They are right now on, however, TNT. Right, so I gotta find TNT right now on YouTube, as a result to get that update. All right, I can't find it right now. I'm going to have to rejoin when Ryan starts talking. Anyway, we're going to be taking some shots of tequila here momentarily. Friendly reminder before we get to our plus money bets, whether in the NFL or college football, if you want to talk fantasy football with us ahead of the main slate of NFL action in Week 6, if you want to talk college football and share some favorite bets you have, maybe on the diamond as well, don't be a stranger. Be a friend and pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Thoroughly entertained by this first half. We got a minute 40 to go, and the Giants are threatening to score again as Cam Scatterbo worked the legs, pushed the pile. Close to a first down. It's going to be about 3rd and 2.5 for the Giants. They are down 17-13. Jackson Dart, man, is so damn savvy as a runner. He's already cashed the over, folks, on the over on his rush yards prop. If you bet the standard line at 35.5, I only need 4 more yards to cash the over on the alt line at 40 plus at plus 110. All he had is a rushing touchdown. Meanwhile, Cam Scatterbo, 7 carries for 27 yards. Dart also get it done through the air, 10 of 12 in this game for $127 and a touchdown. Theo Johnson did get that catch right before the break. That's why I was ecstatic. Jalen Hyatt has already cashed in for us on the over 1.5 receptions. He had back-to-back catches for 11 yards. Humphreys got 3 for 49. Wan'Dale Robinson, 4 for 62 and a touchdown. The G-men are live and barking. Woof, woof, woof. Dogs right now in East Rutherford. I'll give it to you live. It is 3rd and 1. And my screen is now rendering, so bear with me. Hopefully my internet connection's not being wonky here in the moment. But it is 3rd and 1 for the Giants. It is slow to render, but we are back up. As Dart is under center, takes a step. Tush push up his own first down, Giants. And it's 1st and goal inside the 5-yard line. Horvath, a really exciting game. I'm not going to lie. In this first half, let me give you a live line here instantaneously. The Eagles at minus 4.5 at a minus 125 juice. The over-under at 58.5 right now. That's crazy how high that is, considering everybody thought this was going to be a snooze fest. The Giants are plus 230 on the live money line. Anything at all entice you? Would you maybe think about betting the under now, or do you think this high scoring is going to continue after halftime?
No, I'm going to roll with the scoring here. I need the Eagles to score at least 28 points. So I do like that the Giants are pushing them to get our team total over 26.5. I think I would live bet the over here. And maybe when the Giants get in, I'm sticking with the Eagles. But, man, the Giants are super competitive in this game. But I still think Philly wins. And I think they'll pull away late. But I like the points. I'd live bet the over right now.
All right, live betting the over. It's down to 57.5 currently at the moment. And again, the Giants are lining up here for an opportunity to punch it in. I mean, Jackson Dart, this seems to me to be really the coming out party against a rather formidable defense, a rival in the division. You're at home, and he's shining right now. A little play action. Dart has it. Dunks it down. Oh, almost a touchdown. Humphrey had in his mitts. Could not secure the catch. As it falls to the turf. 2nd and goal for NYG. So we're going to see how that works out. Am I seeing a live replay on Freddie Freeman? Is that Brando, you're watching the baseball action right now. Give me an update. No, that must have been yesterday. So Freeman stepping in the dish. Again, I'm trying to balance multiple screens here. And, of course, I can't split the damn screen because of Amazon
that one's
Prime. And so it is still 1-1 as Cam Scatterbo just scored a touchdown. Direct handoff, rather uninhibited. Really just struts in the end zone, looking great. Yep, touchdown. There it is. Cam Scatterbo. Again, being a Halloween season, earning all of the fun-sized Snickers in the process. Giants could have an opportunity here to go up 3, pending the extra point. Still a minute 19 to go in the first half. The Eagles do have plenty of time here, though they have no timeouts. to try to march on the field and maybe tie this sucker up. But, man, Ryan Horvath, this game is exciting. Eagles now -2.5 on the live line at -140. The over-under at 59.5. The extra point is up. It is good. I'm sure that total is going to move by a point. I'm guessing it's going to be, nope, still 59.5. Plus 145 now on the live money line are the New York Giants. Horvath, give me a Cubs update because I got to find this game.
All right, so right now we got the Giants getting in the end zone, which is good for our Eagles team total because they're oh my God, hold on. Ian Happ just homered. We got a 3-run shot.
Oh my gosh!
Kyle Tucker
okay,
scores.
I actually pulled it up.
Nico Horner scores.
I just pulled it up.
We got a 3-0 ball game for the Chicago Cubs.
There it is! 3-run bomb! Happ! Yeah! Go! Cubs, go! Go, Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Whoa!
Cubs don't lose on my birthday, baby. They just don't.
No.
They really play on my
try
birthday.
to keep your clothes on. Try to keep your clothes on. We don't need to see the birthday suit. All right? That's all I'm saying.
I've been so fired up for this game. I felt like an
Dude,
8-year-old
that
all
was
day,
an
man.
absolute nuke. That was a nuke considering the conditions tonight. It's about 50 degrees right along the lake, and the wind is blowing in. And we're not talking about like a light breeze. It's like 10 to 15 miles an hour. I will say this. I was trying to explain this to Brando. We were all talking because we're all excited about the Cubs game tonight. But Freddie Peralta is a different pitcher away from Milwaukee. In the regular season, this guy had, I think, a 4+ ERA on the road, but within his own friendly confines, a sub-2 ERA. So I'm not all that shocked. He got absolutely rocked. I'm just shocked it was by the Cubs version of the big dumper because you look at that badonkadonk, it's wide.
It is, man. So I've been waiting, but oh, what a great start. I felt really confident in the Cubs today. I have been dogging Nico Horner, him too, but Ian Happ all season long. So go figure, he comes through. I'm feeling pretty good. All right, I got a live line on the game right now. By the way, the Cubs right now are -350 favorites. If you like the Brewers,
wow,
you can grab them +320. Live total in the game 9.5. Kind of like the under. I think the Cubs win this game 6-1 tonight.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the under is definitely a play, again, because of the conditions. I mean, you had to absolutely launch a rocket. You had to break out a howitzer to get a ball that far up in the right field bleachers, given, again, the chilly conditions and the wind blowing in. I mean, that's the thing. At Wrigley Field, it's rare the wind's really been howling out the entire year. That's why the running and the scoring has been largely down at Wrigley Field this season because the wind's often been blowing in. Same scenario tonight, given the chilly air in place. I mean, it's just, heavy ball action. But Ian Happ, that was a no-doubter. On a day where it might have been warm or the wind were blowing out, that's probably on Waveland.
Yeah, man. It's definitely it's a good start for the boys, right? But here's the thing, Brad. I want to be excited right now, but I feel like I get too excited in these games against the Brewers. Michael Busch goes yard, then the Cubs just, give up. Last night, Cubs trail early. They come back, but I don't want to get too excited because this has happened a couple different times. But, man, I need this on Saturday. I really do. I need Game 5 against the Brewers. I need this situation for my life. I could barely even do this broadcast, and I still have another hour to go solo, which I don't know how it's going to happen on my birthday here, because all I want to do right now is watch the Cubs, rip my shirt off, and also let's get Saquon in the end zone, and let's have the Eagles score 11 more points, so I can be a lot richer in case I get fired tomorrow. That'd be sweet.
Well, Saquon just ripped off about a 16-yard run there. So we got a minute to go here in this first half. Again, Sirianni is dropping F-bombs very loudly on the field after the botched return. It was fumbled, but Philadelphia picked it up. Terrible field position, but they got a chance here to, they got to hurry up, though. They have no timeouts. 40 seconds and ticking as A.J. Brown just caught the ball for about a 9-yard gain. They got to take a shot here down the field. They're right now at their own 34-yard line, 2nd and 1.
Goal.
Jalen Hurts takes a snap back, launches, and sideline. Nice little sideline out there by A.J. Brown. Another connection. as A.J. Brown is really racking numbers here in this first half. He's playing exceptional football. Again, I loved him at plus 145 to lead the game in receiving yards. So far, so good. He's at 4 for 64. The main competition ain't on his own roster from Dallas Goedert or even Devontae Smith. It's from Wan'Dale Robinson, who the Philadelphia Eagles have been allergic to covering tonight, leaving him wide open, refusing to even tackle him, even touch him when he's getting himself up on the ground. So we're going to see what Hurts does here. Getting closer to midfield. It is 1st and 10, 25 seconds to go. And another quick out, incomplete on that one. And the attempt there to Dallas Goedert. 2nd and 10, 21 seconds left. They're going to try to get in field goal position to knot this sucker up at halftime, 20-20. As Matthew Boyd toes the rubber for his pitch. And inside to Jackson Churio, the leadoff man. Actually, I don't think that's Churio tonight. That's who is that? Andrew Vaughn? That's Andrew Vaughn right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Andrew Vaughn, the former Chicago White Sox. All right, 2nd and 10. I'll get this to you live. I know we're eating up a segment here, not giving any bets, but I'm really curious what's going to happen at the end of this half as he launches out of bounds. All right, let's give people who have been waiting a shot. Get some plus money. Anything on the board you want. We had a whole list of bets. We're only going to have time for one apiece, so give me your one.
All right, I'm going to go with the Seahawks, man, over the Jags, actually. I've been really impressed with the Seattle team. I am a believer in Jacksonville this year. But now we get to sell high because they just beat Kansas City, a beat-up Chiefs team. I like the Seattle team. I think they're going to win this game by at least a field goal. So give me the Seattle Seahawks outright. They're 1.5-point dogs. Give me them plus 105 right now.
All right, now I'm going to go with Justin Herbert in the alt market, 25-plus rush yards at plus 130. Again, you're out Omar and Hampton. You're out Najee Harris as well. So Kamani Vidal and also Hassan Haskins are going to be a 1-2 kind of soft punch in that backfield. Herbert ran for 60 yards last week. I think he's really going to call his number early and often again. He got offensive line issues, a lot of break-contain situations as a result, and you're facing Miami. The Dolphins are number 29 rush EPA defense, and a team that's been skewered on the ground by opposing running quarterbacks. They're giving out 32.8 rush yards per game. 4 quarterbacks in the first 5 weeks have already run for 25 yards against them on the ground. Herbert has done this in 3 of 5 games, averaging 4.6 attempts per game, 6.7 yards per carry, 19.3% carry rate. So Justin Herbert, 25-plus rush yards in the alt market, plus 130. Count me in. Horvat, I lied. We still have time. Give me another.
All right, I'm going to go with quickly here. Give me the Bears money line against the Commanders. Plus 190. I did grab the 4.5 as well. But I think the Bears are live in this game. They should have beat the Commanders last year. They lose on a Hail Mary, a game that they pretty much controlled. And I think they bounce back here. I really like Ben Johnson off the bye here. So anything close to plus 200, I think Chicago wins this game outright.
A terrible time management. Eagles just expired the clock. It's 20-17 at halftime as the Giants improbably are leading at the break. And the Cubs just got a ground out, though the runner moved over to second base. That is the first out of the inning. Again, the Brewers are just hard to knock out. They really are. They're a scrappy and resilient baseball team. So the Cubs are going to probably have to put up another 4 or 5 runs for me to feel comfortable in this one. But again, 20-17 New York over Philadelphia at halftime. Speaking of the Bears, Caleb Williams, I can't believe this is plus money on the over 1.5 passing touchdowns at plus 110. I think it's a pretty subpar Commanders secondary. Number 17 drop back EPA defense. 3 quarterbacks have already thrown for a pair of strikes against them. They're giving up 8.15 pass yards per attempt, 254.4 pass yards per game. Williams has done this twice this season. He's just a so-so number 17 red zone completion percentage, number 15 deep ball completion percentage, and really an abhorrent number 32 and adjust completion percentage, but he's a creator. I think he'll connect with Roma Dunze on one of those. I bet on him at plus 155 anytime touchdown market, and he will throw another airstrike to maybe DJ Moore, maybe get some Colson Loveland involved, maybe a check down DeAndre Swift. 2+ passing touchdowns, plus 110 for Bear Down Chicago Bears. I'm in. Take my money there, BetMGM. All right, we got to take a siesta. I got to catch my breath. and update everybody on what's going on at Wrigley Field again, halftime in Jersey. When we come back, we're going to review our cards, give you some final thoughts from me, and we'll get a preview of what Horvat's got coming up in the next hour. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Woo!
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
Let's start with Coach of the Year. And usually we start with the favorite. I want to get to the favorite last year because I really want to make a point about some of the price drops that we've seen this week after the results of week 5. So obviously the big movers in the market, like Liam Cohen for the Jacksonville Jaguars, he's now the second choice at 4-1 to win Coach of the Year. And it makes a lot of sense. You know, like you look at what the Jags have done, they've already matched their win total from 2024. Last year, they went 4-13. They're 4-1 right now. So it makes a lot of sense why Liam Cohen, as a first-year coach, first-time coach, is the second choice to win Coach of the Year. Jacksonville's been one of the big stories coming off of the Monday Night Football win over Kansas City. We were all watching it. Massive moment down there in Duval County. My thing with Liam Cohen, and I think this will kind of sort of help us tie the circle here with Coach of the Year once we wrap up this conversation. I think this is going to be like the AFC South showdown. It feels like that's where we're headed with Coach of the Year. I think whoever wins that division is going to have a very, very good case. And Liam Cohen right now has a good chance to do that, sitting there in that even money price for Jacksonville to win the AFC South. So Cohen is at 4-1. He makes a lot of sense. Mike Vrabel, another big mover. He was 20-1 this time last week. Now he's plus 700 after the New England Patriots upset the Buffalo Bills on Sunday night. For the whole world watching. Vrabel, like he's another improvement coach. New England last year, 4-13. This season, they're already 3-2. My problem with Vrabel is that one, he's already won this award. He won it as a circumstance coach back in 2021 when the Titans were the 1 seed, despite all those injuries to like A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry, et cetera, et cetera. He's already won this award. And then two, I kind of think he needs to win the AFC East to win this one. Like, let's say New England goes 10-7 or even 11-6, and they're like the 5 seed, maybe the 6 seed in the AFC playoffs. Hell of a year. I don't know if it's going to win it for him. I think a lot of people, the way that Vrabel kind of puts the exclamation point on his case is to dethrone the Buffalo Bills and to win the East. And if you believe that, hell, I'd bet all the 7-1 you can if you believe the Patriots can do it. But I don't believe they can do it. Hell of a win last Sunday, and I think they're like a legitimately like good team, or worst case scenario, just above average. Schedule's weak. I just don't think that they're going to be able to knock down the Bills, who like are expected to win 13, maybe 14 games this season. So Vrabel, I understand the price drop. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just don't think he's going to win unless they win the AFC East.
Here's what I think is interesting about Survivor this week, that a lot of times people try to map out the whole season, which is, I mean, how many times we got to go through this? This is dumb. Like, what you thought about Cincinnati before and what you think about them now is completely different. Teams are different. Quarterback injury report, like what you thought about Baltimore before and what you think of them now, completely different. Season changes, right? But I think it's fair to look in a small window. So I'm talking about the window of week 7, 8, 9. Next week, the biggest favorite is going to be the Chiefs. The Chiefs are not in play this week because they're facing Detroit. Okay, fine. But keep that in mind. Kansas City, 10.5-point favorite against Vegas. Week 8, 2 weeks from now, I want Philly. So I don't want to use them tonight. I want Philly because it's the same matchup in Philly. The projected point spread, 13.5 points right now. I don't know that we get there, but they're going to be a double-digit favorite. Week 9, the Rams get the Saints. 13.5. 13.5. Would you rather take the Rams at Baltimore this week or the Rams in Week 9 against New Orleans as a double-digit favorite? You're going to want to save some spots for the Rams. Anybody that's taken the Rams, they're probably out because they used them last week. So in a few weeks, you're going to want the Rams. So another reason I keep pointing to Green Bay. That Week 9, when the Rams are facing New Orleans, Green Bay gets Carolina. So I think it's interesting. If the spots you use Green Bay, you can use the Rams in Week 9, and the spots you use the Rams, you can use Green Bay in Week 9.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Trey. Hess breaks his back. Kirkring got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win. Trey.
Unbelievable set of circumstances here as the Dodgers win on an error and advance on to the NLCS. Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. What a whale of a night in sports. And here we thought we were going to be asleep at the wheel when it came to Thursday Night Football. We got a bit of a stunner right now, 20-17, Giants leading. Not so fly, Eagles fly in East Rutherford, New Jersey. And then we lost our collective minds when Ian Happ, the original Big Dumper, went absolute yard on a bomb that he ignited into the right field bleachers with 2 men on. Cubs up now 3-0. Matthew Boyd turned around, had a clean inning, which is a really great sign for his confidence overall. Largely been a bit rocky after the All-Star break, though he made the All-Star team this season and has been king of relative consistency for the Cubs in that rotation. Again, 3-0, Chicago up. Still early in that game, as in right now is in the bottom of the second inning. And Freddie Peralta, of course, still on the mound for Millie. Okay, again, let's do a live dive update. Focus on football first, as, again, the Dodgers are going to move on. We'll have to see what happens here with the Cubs. If the Cubs do win this game, thank God they're going to be the nighttime game on Saturday because your boy is going to Illinois, Ohio State. And, originally I hated the big noon kickoff. I'm like, oh, man, I hate 11 a.m. games. But now I'm quite thankful it's going to be 11 a.m. game because I get back to Casa de Evans in time for the Cubs game if they can win this sucker. So take care of business at Wrigley, Northsiders, because I want to see the pantsless mascot there in center field, Clark, waving the W at the end of the game. So, again, we'll keep you up to date on all that action. Again, 20-17, Giants up on the Philadelphia Eagles. Right now on the live line at BetMGM, Eagles are laying 2.5 at a -118. The over-under is at 57.5. Choose the over at -125. The live money line, if you feel the Giants are going to hold on here, they're underdogs still at +130. Side, total money line, anything entice you, Horvey?
I would take the Eagles live still. I'm going to stick with the Eagles, although the Giants were super competitive, obviously, in the first half. I know everybody likes the Giants. It's a good number. I get why. But let's take the Eagles here in the second half. I don't want to touch the total because I just need the Giants. I need the Eagles to score 27 points, and I'm a winner, over 26.5 points. So my live lean would be Eagles maybe in the over, but all about the Cubs right now. Cubs live bet, even if it's -1,300. Let's get the Cubs home. Let's play on Saturday. It'll be awesome. Let's do it.
Totally awesome. It is Ryan Horvat's birthday, so I'm going to let him take a breather here. I'm going to run through a live statistical update of the box score in Giants and Eagles, starting with fly, Eagles fly at halftime. Jalen Hurts, 14 for 18 with a passing touchdown, unusual one. That was kind of a shovel pass, almost a parallel, almost a rush to Dallas Goedert. Saquon Barkley, 8 carries for 56 yards, has not found the end zone yet. Jalen Hurts tush push his way into the end zone, 6 carries for 10 yards. yards and that rushing touchdown. A.J. Dillon, strangely, a carry for 2. A.J. Brown looking like he is ready to arrive finally on the fantasy scene. Hasn't scored, but 5 catches for 73 yards. Dallas Goedert, 6 receptions for 50 and that touchdown. Devontae Smith, Slim Reaper, 2 for 24. Has not hit my longest yards yet. His longest catch at 16. And Jahan Dotson, cha-ching, coming through for your boy. 1 for 17. Saquon has a target in the game, but does not have a reception recorded yet. Meanwhile, for the Giants, Jackson Dart was brilliant in that first half. 10 for 13, a $127, and a passing touchdown. No INTs. Dart also 4 carries for 38 yards and a rushing TD. Cam Scattaboo, 8 for 31 and a rushing TD. Singletary got a carry for 1. Tracy also got a carry for 1. Receiving, Wan'Dale Robinson. The Philadelphia Eagles have not done a good job in coverage, thinking he has like leprosy or something. Like, oh, don't touch him. 4 for 62 and a touchdown. Humphrey, 3 for 49. A guy that's really benefited from Darius Slayton's absence. And Hyatt is already cashing a ticket for us as well. 2 for 11, had the over on 1.5 catches of -105. Theo Johnson, 1 for 5. All right, so there's your update on that action. Horvat, you have BetMGM open right now or in front of you. What is the live odds and lines for the Chicago Cubs and Milwaukee Brewers?
All right, so right now, as we go over to Major League Baseball, the Cubs are -500 favorites, which I do not suggest.
Wow.
If anything, I would play the Brewers plus 350 on the live line. Total in the game, 8.5 here at the bottom of the second. So Cubs, big favorites. Actually, that just bounced down to -440. Brewers to come back and pull out the win is +400. Freddie Peralta threw 45 pitches in just 2 innings. I like the Cubs. Not that I'm going to lay -440, but the run line, never mind. Even the run line -1.5 is 215. So I lean under the 8.5. I think the Cubs. I think the Cubs win this game like 5-1, 6-1. So I lean under if you need a live bet on this game.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. You have to abstain from anything unless you're going to, focus on Milwaukee making a comeback there at significant plus money. I would go that route as we got a walk. We got 2 men on here for Freddie Peralta, so a little bit rocky for him. Again, he's struggled on the road. He's been a road wimp, not a road warrior all season long, and it's reared its ugly head tonight. But I agree. The under is the best play on the board if you want some live action in this NLDS matchup between the Cubs and Brewers. I like that under at 8.5. All right, let's go ahead and review our cards so far tonight. A little mixture of Thursday Night Football, MLB postseason, all minds football all the time. Horvat, how are your bets looking? Are we breaking out the brooms?
All right, so I had the Giants +7.5 as play number 2, but I replaced that with Eagles team total over 26.5. I feel pretty good about both. I just didn't really want to sweat out the Giants. I saw everybody on the Giants. I should have just rolled the Giants, though, man. They look damn good. They're up 3 right now. Play number 2 was Jackson Dart under 31.5 pass attempts. He's got 13 right now, so I feel pretty good about that. And they're running the rock pretty well. And then Saquon Barkley over 17.5 rush attempts. I also need him to get in the end zone, man. Obviously, Jalen Hurts vultures us on that first one. Looking deep dive box score right now on Saquon. I actually haven't been checking this. He's got 8 carries. So we need 9 more, and we need an anytime touchdown for a perfect night because hopefully the Cubs hold on and win this game outright.
Yeah, amen on that one. All right, numero uno on my card tonight. Devontae Smith over 20.5 yards, the longest catch. 16 is his longest so far, but we have an entire second half to play. Jahan Dotson, cha-ching, has already cashed in. Took the over an 8.5 receiving yards. He's got a catch for 17. Play number 3, Jackson Dart, 40-plus rush yards. All I need is a 2-yard gain, and we cash in at +110 on that. As I'm watching Dart right now, almost a great catch there by Theo Johnson. I thought he had it there for a second. That was 4th and 2, or it is 4th and 2 now. So the Giants, be curious to decide here. I think they're going to end up punting this away. But, yeah, Theo Johnson should have had that. He had it. Oh, took it to the ground, caused the ball to squirt out. So, unfortunately for him, not a reception. But should have been caught, quite frankly. So far, looking so good to go at least 2 for 3 on my card. Some of the other action I had, Cam's got a 14-plus rush attempts. I think he's up to 9 now because he got a carry in that last drive. So all I need is 5 more carries. So just stay competitive, Giants, in this half. Seduced by Juice, Jalen Hurts, anytime touchdown, and the Giants plus 17.5. All right, well, Hurts has already cashed in. Giants are hanging. I just need more of the same. That will hit at plus 130. And then bonus time was Theo Johnson, over 3.5 grabs. He has 1. Almost had the second. We'll see what happens here. That's still alive, not dead yet, at plus 100. Tomorrow's show, folks, is one of our favorites of the week. It honestly is, because we're going to do the Fast and the Furious, a little Freaky Fast styled program, in which we're going game by game of every Sunday NFL matchup. And unlike many shows, they don't typically do this because they're too scared. They don't move as fast. They can't talk like the Micro Machines guy like I can. And they don't break down all the games. They let it breathe. They, just really delve and dive in to 1 or 2 particular major matchups. No, we're going to give you a pick in every stinking game on Sunday, including the game across the pond between the Broncos and the Jets. So it could be a side, could be a total, could be a player prop, could be an SGP. We leave no stone unturned, and we give you more bets on top of that. I'm telling you, and I don't think this is an exaggeration at all. There is no show in America, I challenge anybody to find it, that gives out more picks on a night-in, night-out basis than Horvath and I right here on BetMGM tonight. So we're looking forward to tossing out quite a few plus money plays. I got my entire cheat sheet I'm going to show the camera right now, already in order for tomorrow, and got to lock and load the script as soon as I get off air. So Horvath, I love Fridays. And for you, you're going to have a belated birthday party, hopefully in your honor, because you turned an important age today. And wouldn't be better than the Cubs scoring you the dub in support.
Yeah, I'm old. I'm emotional. This is a tough one, man. To be honest with you, 40. Can't even believe this.
40's
great.
great.
I look at myself.
40's great.
I got carded a couple weeks ago. I was at a concert and I showed the lady my ID, and she goes, "No way," and I said, "Way," and it's coming. It's coming very soon for me. But yeah, I'll be in a better mood tomorrow. Hopefully, after the Cubs come home with this. I'm really excited. I'm a little nervous. I need the Eagles to score more, obviously, but I really want to watch the Cubs game selfishly with my dad on Saturday. It's been a decade since we watched a game together, and he's coming up this weekend. So don't blow it for me, boys. In the spirit of Ryan Sandberg, don't blow it for us. Bring it home tonight.
Amen. All right, Horvath sticking around for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight. I'm going to exit stage left until tomorrow. Adios, amigos. Go, Cubs, go.
Don't go anywhere. BetMGM tonight will be right back. If you missed any part of the show, check out our podcast on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons. And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? really fascinating game this weekend. One of those like stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus, so I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens, we're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51.5 rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105.5. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that D'Anton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well.
Is this the right move by Carolina? I feel like that it is. This was a fit that did not make sense from the start. Initially, we all asked the question, why in the world would Bill Belichick go and coach the college game? He has some college ties because his dad was at Navy for a long time, and he's always had, sort of a soft spot in his heart for the midshipmen. But why would he go to Carolina? What does he need to prove? Why wouldn't he wait for a job in the pros? So that seems strange. And then, of course, he brings along Jordan Hudson, and then that got weird immediately. And then we've heard reports, too, that when Carolina would pony up for different recruits, that they were competing with group of 5 schools. Like they were going after players who weren't necessarily worth the money that they were handing out. Like it just seems like every move that they have made outside of marketing this whole thing has been the wrong one. And I think Carolina just needs to cut bait. Sometimes you have to say, we had a lot of great intentions here. We did as much as we could to make this work, but it's not working. So before this turns into a full-fledged train wreck, because it's already going down the tracks, we need to start fresh, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
I just wonder, and we sort of hinted at this yesterday, Rams currently a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. Obviously, that's with Lamar likely out. But is it done? If they actually rule him out.
It's time for more Wagertainment.
I wake up feeling really good about the day. We hit the gym. We hit the squat rack. More than 3 plates still, even though we're pushing 40 years old.
It's time for the madness.
You just go right on Twitter or X. That's where you're going to see me giving out college football bets. We don't win every week, but we are going to win 8 of the 12 weeks.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight, After Dark. It is Thursday, October 9th, the birthday of the great John Lennon and myself, Ryan Horvat. And we got an hour full of greatness for you guys because we bring on right now, as we do every Thursday night at this time, 10 p.m. Eastern, the great Jonathan Coachman. You know where to find him.
Whoa.
Radio?
Whoa. I'm going to interrupt your my own. Did you just compare yourself to John Lennon?
Yeah, I did. We have the same birthday.
that's about the only thing you have in common with John Lennon.
We both have dark hair.
Be honest. yeah, that's true. You do both have. All right, I'll give you that. My apologies. Please continue your flow. My bad.
We both were married to women who were
another positive. There you go.
I got nothing. I don't have a Yoko, unfortunately, bro. So okay, I can't compare myself to John Lennon or John Legend even.
That's true.
But I do have Jonathan Coachman. And I was hyping you up during the commercial break.
No.
I was telling you, honestly, man, I think you have one of the all-time great careers. I'm not telling you, you already know. But so I turned 40 today, and I ask you, what do I have to look forward to? Because it's a big birthday, man. It's a milestone, and I'm a little worried, right?
Don't be worried. Don't be worried because you're youthful. Like if somebody looked at you and say, "How old is Ryan Horvath?" You're not going to guess 40. But guess what? Everything has changed now. 40 is literally the new 30. 50 the new 40. Nobody's retiring at 65. I'm going to be going till I'm 80 or 90. If I stop, I'm done. So don't even worry about it. You're good. As long as you have me in your life, you're going to have a lot of energy. You're going to feel great about things. So you're good.
So I was hyping you up during the break, though. I was like, you have one of the all-time great careers, man. I was watching you when I was a kid, and you're on the call for WWF, back when it's the Attitude Era, right? The product's very good, which right now I watch it with my kid, but it's not that great. You were on SportsCenter. You were a SportsCenter anchor, which I think is a huge deal, man. Like, growing up, that's what we all wanted to do. And now you do whatever you want, which I think is awesome. Let me ask you this, though, right? Like, you get to choose one of those. WWE, golf, PGA, anything. What would you choose? Like, what would you cover? What would you do for a living every single day? What's your favorite?
It's easy for me. I would call golf every single week. I really would.
Really?
I had somebody a few weeks or months ago. They go, it doesn't make sense that you do fighting and you do golf and you do sports and you do wrestling and you do, and they were like pointing out everything I do on the daily. And I said, what doesn't make sense about it? Well, none of those things go together. I said, according to who? Well, it's the way it's always been. I said, exactly, which is exactly, Ryan, what we're trying to stop. Because when I got to ESPN my first 2 years, they were brutal. Why? Because people put me in that wrestling box. And they didn't care if I was good enough to do SportsCenter. They just cared that I came from the WWE. But what do we see now? McAfee going from this side to that side. Tessitore, he's calling college games and he's calling Monday Night Raw. So I'm very proud of the fact that I was the first one, the only one to this day, to do 10 years at both places. Very proud of it. But also, Ryan, we're in a time in 2025 that remote shows didn't exist 20 years ago like this. And you've got to be able to do a lot of different things. The old days of going to a local market and working your way up to ESPN, those days are over. And I'm proud of the fact that I've evolved to where now I do a little bit of everything, but I like being in control of what I do and who I get to work with. Like this every Thursday night, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for sure, man. This is my favorite. All right, so the Kansas City Chiefs, that's your squad. I was on them last week. They let us down. Do they recover, man? Because I hear a lot of hot takes, like what's wrong with Mahomes. I think what's wrong with Mahomes is the same thing I told you last week. I think he needs Rashee Rice back, man. And he still throws for over 300 yards. Do you think Kansas City figures this thing out, man? Because I still really like them to reach double-digit wins and make the playoffs. What say you?
And so I have a couple of friends who work inside the organization, and they're not worried at all. The one thing that they do worry about is the number one seed. They're not worried about, Ryan, getting to the playoffs. Now, at 2-3, they're only one game back in their division behind the Chargers and the Broncos, who had a big win over Philadelphia last week. But for the Chiefs, their offense was the issue early, was it not? Of course it was. Well, last week they still scored 28, and what Mahomes is trying to do still is too much. He still gets in a problem. That 99-yard pick six, that was because he didn't see the guy coming over. But you know what? Sometimes Kelvin Sampson taught me this years and years ago. I saw Paul Pierce score 22 straight points in a KU game, 21. And Kelvin Sampson clapped for him, gave him a high five. In the middle of the game in Allen Fieldhouse, I asked Kelvin Simpson after the game, I said, hey, why would you do that? It went from 3 to 21 points in a heartbeat. He said, you know what, Coach? Sometimes guys are just better than you are. And that's what I would say to all the people. Oh, Patrick Mahomes. No, that guy has, 4 picks, 5 picks? He's a really good player. Defenses play games too. So do they want to be 2-3? No, they do not. They have a really tough schedule because it's a first-place schedule. But Rashee Rice only missing one more game. If they can somehow beat the Lions this week, they're going to be just fine because we found Thornton. Thornton never would have got any play, Ryan, if Rashee Rice was back at the beginning of the year. So it's going to be a blessing in disguise to have 3 really good, 4 wide receivers, and then Travis Kelce. We're going to be just fine.
Completely agree, man. That's what people forget, man. Like, the Chiefs have already been there, so they don't need to win 13, 14 games. They just got to figure it out along the process. And I agree, man. I really like Thornton to get in the end zone this week, by the way. He's plus 300 right now, you could find. What do you think about this the Seattle-Jacksonville game? Because Jacksonville beats Kansas City. Now everybody's in love with this Jags team. Yeah, it's a pick against Seattle, who's 3-2. Sam Darnold's look really good, man. They get out-dueled by Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. You think Seattle bounces back, or do you like the Jags at home here?
I buy into the whole coast-to-coast thing. Flying to Seattle, I did WrestleMania there one year. It just, for some reason, it just seems like it's a lot farther away than anywhere else in America. And when you're flying all the way to Jacksonville, which I work in Jacksonville 10, 15 times a year, it's also not an easy place to get to. But to me, is there going to be an emotional letdown? Absolutely, I think so. But the fact that they have it at home and the fact that Trevor Lawrence, I think, has finally figured it out. And guess what Jacksonville did on Monday night, Ryan? They decided, wait a second, Travis Hunter is really, really good with the football. Why are we wasting him on defense? And every time he touched the ball, they could not touch him. They've got to get him more involved in the offense because they have good wideouts. They have some good running backs. And Trevor Lawrence, with his legs, is an absolute weapon. I think Jacksonville is going to be really, really, really good. And who would have thought that the AFC North South could have 2 potential playoff teams in the Colts and the Jags? But that's the way it's shaping up right now.
What do you think about Brandon's Bears? Our guy, Brandon Combs, big Bears fan. I'm from Chicago. But I guess this year I kind of have to claim them because I need them to win 9 games. Here we are, 2-2. We got Ben Johnson off the bye. Last year they lose on a Hail Mary. Do you think they get revenge and at least cover the 4.5? Or are you with the Commanders here with the healthy Jaden Daniels?
See, the diabolical side of me that wants to see Brandon cry like a little baby when they lose in Washington, that is somewhat outweighed by my ability to be professional. I think the Bears are better. I think the Bears are better than what people think, but still very, very inconsistent at the quarterback position. Washington is not like that. I'm a big believer in Jaden Daniels. Last week, they went all the way to the West Coast, and they looked the part from the beginning of the game all the way to the end against the Chargers. I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's dynamic. He can move around. And even when he gets hurt, he bounces back very, very quickly. So I do not think Monday night, it's a late game. There's 2 Monday night games this week. Both teams have 2 losses. I think that the Bears will get the 3rd.
Yeah, I like that one quite a bit. What do you think about Buffalo laying 4.5 on the road against Atlanta, man? The Bills coming off their first loss of the season. Atlanta's sitting there at 2-2, but they are at home. This one moves in the favor, actually, of Atlanta. Buffalo opened up as a 5.5-point favorite, so Atlanta takes a little bit of money here off the bye. What would you do here with the Bills? Would you lay the number, or would you take the points with the Falcons at home?
In the immortal words of D Generation X, I got one word for you. Yuck. 4.5 in Atlanta where the atmosphere is not that good. You can't even get, no, I can get Chick-fil-A because it's a Monday night, so it's all good in the world. But the way they played last week against New England, I don't know if it's because Drake May is my new favorite quarterback or if the Bills just got exposed a little bit. So they've got to come out and they've got to show the world because they were the Super Bowl team. Everybody said it's the Bills and everybody else. Now it's everybody else here because there's no more undefeated teams in the entire league. And so the Bills right now, Josh Allen, I think sometimes, Ryan, he's got to get back to being selfish just a little bit. I think they said, you know what? Protect yourself. Let's use everybody. Let's just get to the playoffs. They need that number 1 seed. They need the home field. So on a game like this, I could see the Falcons sneaking up and biting them just because they can overlook them. It's not a rival, not even close to a rival. So I don't know what to think about Buffalo right now, but they need a really good performance and stop turning the ball over.
Let me ask you a quick college football question here, man, because all week, all I keep seeing is Arch Manning the first bust in college football history? Like, no, he's not. And it's still early, but I just don't think Arch is the guy that everybody thought that he was going to be. I still kind of like Texas this weekend, but what do you think, man? Now they're catching 1.5, which leads me to believe that John Mateer is going to play in this game for Oklahoma. But if you had to bet the Red River, which side do you lead in, Oklahoma or Texas here?
OU. If he plays, OU is by far the better team. Texas has been exposed a couple of times already. And Ryan, I wondered when Arch came out with all the hype, because you don't see him a lot. You don't see a lot. You see a few highlights from high school. But we're now seeing why everybody around him and his family said, no, he's going to stay at Texas for his entire career. We're like, wait a second, $7 million? He's supposed to be the second coming? Why isn't he coming out the minute that he can? We're seeing that because he's not as advanced as the rest of his family, who, by the way, also played 4 full years in college 20 years ago. I think he can become pretty good, but I think he's got to get a little bit more dog in him. I need to see a little bit more oomph in him, and he's got to make better decisions. He does. Will he be a pro? I think he'll get a shot. Will he be great? I don't know. But right now, he's not a great college quarterback, which is why he's going to stay and play his 5th year next season. He should not leave and go to the pros, not even close. OU better than people think. Number 6, they've got a brutal schedule coming up, though. They got to win games like this against a subpar Texas team.
Yeah, great point, man. They still got South Carolina. They have Alabama to close out the season. That's a brutal schedule for Oklahoma.
Brutal.
I'm hoping that Mateer comes back because I have him 25-1 to win the Heisman. Last football question. I'm going to go back to the NFL. Right now, I don't get it, man. Baltimore is still the favorite to win the AFC North, and I just don't get it. That defense is historically bad. The Ravens have given up more points through 5 weeks this season than they did the last year that they won the Super Bowl back in 2000 with Ray Lewis, which I find to be insane. But do you think that they could bounce back if Lamar comes back, or would you take somebody else to win that division? It's tough because you got the Bengals without
I'm damn
Burrow,
sure not taking
Rodgers.
I'm not taking. You're telling me that the Ravens are still a betting favorite in the? I hadn't even looked at
minus 105.
They're 2.5 games back. 2.5 games back. Oh, that is sports books knowing that fans will bet stupid. And believe me, I've made some stupid bets over the years too. I'm not immune to it.
Yeah.
But if you're betting the Ravens after giving up 44 to the Texans and without Lamar Jackson, you're just dumb. And I don't feel sorry for you if you decide to do that. I think Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers keeping his mouth shut, playing decent football, 3-1. I think Pittsburgh is the team to beat. Cincinnati, Cleveland, and Baltimore. I think if Pittsburgh can get to 9 or 10 wins, that will be enough to win this division.
This is why I love you. We're on the same page, man. Everybody's like Aaron Rodgers, gray beard, he's crazy. I'm like, guys, he hasn't even said anything this year. What are you so mad about? He's just going out there and performing and running the offense. You don't got to be so angry about everything. Coach, before I let you go, we do have what do we got? We got the big the pay-per-view that I'm paying $30
Crown Jewel.
for.
Crown Jewel.
I hate, I got to be honest. I don't like this champion against champion thing. But what do you think about John Cena here in this spot going against AJ Styles? Does Cena win this match or does Styles win this match? And what do you expect?
I think Cena wins it. I think they really fumbled his retirement tour. He can't be happy about it. I traveled with him for several months. I know him pretty well. I don't think he's happy with this at all. This matchup has no juice. They're relying on storylines from 10 years ago. An announcer saying, well, you remember. No, a lot of these fans don't remember between what happened between these two 10 years ago. So to me, it's a match they needed to throw together. It's a match they need it to be great. But the ESPN app is only in the United States, Ryan. The problem is it's an 8 a.m. Eastern start, 5 p.m. Pacific time. It's in Australia. To me, if I'm ESPN, I am not happy about the start of this relationship because I don't like international fights because of the start times here in the States. But for Cena, he's only got 3 or 4 appearances left. I just think it's been very underwhelming, and I hope the final couple of months they do something really special for him. I don't know if he's got heat or not, but right now, it doesn't seem like the company's completely behind the end of his career, which is unfortunate. His last night should be in Boston. It's going to be in Washington because they outbid Boston to get it. And that, to me, is very, very sad.
I know. Let me ask you this, man, and I'm gonna buy an extra 60 seconds if you're cool with that, Brandon. We're gonna make the rules.
Sure.
It's my birthday, so how does a guy coach like John Cena not have the power to be like, no, I mean, you can't say to Vince anymore, I get, but hey, TKO, hey, Triple H, I put together 20 years. I'm the GOAT, the greatest superstar of all time, 17-time world champion. This is what I want on my retirement tour. Is that how it is right now, man, where he has no, like, how does he not have more say, I guess? And has that always been the case? If it's Hogan, if it's Stone Cold, which I know he ends up leaving the company as well. But is this how it always works? I don't get it.
No, Vince was different. Vince would work with talent. Right now, the TKO bosses that are in charge of the money, they don't go to shows. They have nothing to do with it. It's Triple H. But Triple H is very hamstrung. And I don't know this. This is my own opinion, but a lot of guys went to Vince McMahon's 80th birthday. And this may have nothing to do with anything. But when the company distanced themselves from Vince, a lot of people still like Vince. They still are friends with Vince. John Cena has been at the front of the line. And my gut just tells me that when they made it very public to support him, they felt like, oh, okay, we're going to go to Boston. We're going to ask for all this money. The people in Boston were pissed at TKO. They're like, they ask us for stuff that they've never asked for before. And so instead of doing him a solid, they wanted to go after the biggest check because they owe $6 billion or whatever. So right now, it's those executives that are killing his retirement tour. But if Vince was still there, you best believe it would be Boston for his final night because he loved him, and he's all about rewarding his talent. TKO, they don't even know these guys, and they don't want to know these guys. They look at them as dollar bills. That's it. And that also is very, very sad.
Man, that's wild. All right, we're up against it. Jonathan Coachman, the best ever.
We're already out. We're already out.
Yeah, BetMGM tonight. We're out.
No, I mean, we're already off the air.
That's all right.
Get into Mateer. It's the biggest story in college football this week, and you seem to have an opinion on it. How'd you get there with Mateer?
I just don't think he's ready to play. And everything that I've heard is sort of that they're holding out hope that because he's got that broken bone on his right throwing thumb, right? So he's wearing a brace all week. And the grip has been the issue. Like last Friday, Saturday, I was told he can't grip the ball. Now, just because he couldn't grip it last Friday, Saturday, doesn't mean he can't grip it this Friday, Saturday. But Venables has definitely been one of those guys where he shuts all the information flow down. And this happened a few years ago with Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's out there with the ones, taking snaps under center. He's got a concussion, though. And everybody all week is he's not going to play, he's concussed. And then Gabriel's out there taking snaps, the market's getting crashed, people are crushing Oklahoma, and then Gabriel doesn't play, and Texas wins 49-0. Now, that's 3 years ago. This year, and Jenks talked about this too on the morning show, either yesterday or this morning, I can't remember, all my days are running together, but he said he thinks that they're going to try and push this Mateer thing so that Texas prepares for Mateer, and then they pull the rug out and start Hawkins. I tend to agree. If he does play on Saturday, that will only be 17 days since the surgery. For a surgery that was supposed to take a month, I just don't think he's going to play. I know you want him to play, but do you really think he's going to be out there?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
Could be wrong. Could very much be wrong.
let's start with Coach of the Year. And usually we start with the favorite. I want to get to the favorite last here because I really want to make a point about some of the.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM the night after dark. Ryan Horvat with you here on this fantastic Thursday, October 9th, the birthday of John Lennon. I don't know about John Legend. Oh, my God. Jackson Dart is on fire right now. 27-17, the Giants lead in this game with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. I still need Saquon Barkley to get in the end zone and the Giants to score 11 more points, or the Eagles to score 11 more points. I don't know if that's going to come home, though. Giants looking pretty good tonight. Meanwhile, over in Major League Baseball, Cubs up 3-0 right now on the Brewers. Earlier tonight, the Dodgers advanced to the NLCS in a crazy, crazy, crazy finish. 2-1 was the final score there. So the Dodgers onto the NLCS. They're minus 132 favorites tonight, so they cashed that. Total goes under 8. I will be paying attention to the Cubs, who on the live line right now, up 3, are minus 597 favorites. On the live line. Live total sitting there right now at 6.5. NFL action, like I said, Thursday Night Football, the Giants up 27-17 on the Eagles. The Giants are actually favored in the game right now. 4.5 is Jackson Dart looking to throw the ball downfield. One-on-one coverage. That's going to fall incomplete. Total in the game sitting there right now at 59.5. We got ourselves a little bit of a shootout on Thursday Night Football. It is that time. We're going to do some college football, or ATS challenge right now. And to do that, I welcome on executive producer of the show, Brandon Combs, right now. Right now, we will continue to watch this game. At least I hope to, because that's what people do on Thursday nights, I'm told. They watch sports. That must be fun. Brando, let's start with Alabama and Missouri. Missouri at home, catching 3 points. This was 3.5. The 3.5s are now gone. Missouri's a 3-point dog. Total in the game, 51.5. Missouri 5-0 this season, man. Bama, 4-1. Their only loss coming week 1 to Florida State. I like Missouri to cover here, Brando, but I could see myself just being really wrong in this spot because Missouri, like, their one weakness on the defensive side of the ball is their pass defense, man. Now, that said, though, their 2 edge rushers lead the entire SEC in pressures. And that's the thing. Like, if you're going to beat Alabama, you have to get pressure on Ty Simpson. If you don't, and you let him throw from a clean pocket, he's going to pick you apart, man. But, again, like Missouri, they're 2 edge rushers in, give me a second here because I'm very tired. Damon Wilson and Zion Young, they lead the SEC both in pressures. Wilson has, I believe, 22, and Young has 21. I like Missouri. The other thing that Missouri could do is run the rock, run the football. They run, they actually have right now the number 1 rushing attack in the entire country. So I think with that rushing attack and with Ahmad Hardy, who, like, for some reason nobody's talking about other than Rob Brown, who came on last week and he's like, you guys aren't talking enough about Ahmad Hardy. And I realize that, man. He leads the country right now, 731 rushing yards. He has a 92.1 rushing grade, 551 yards after contact, 46 missed tackles. And Alabama right now is 116th in yards per attempt allowed and 109th in explosive run rate allowed. So I think Missouri is going to be able to run the football and keep this game close. What about you?
Yeah, no, I think that this is going to be a good game. I think it's going to be a fun game to watch. I'm going to go with Bama, though. I'm going to give it the points. I'm going to go with Bama because I think another person that not a lot of people are talking enough about is Ty Simpson and the job that he's doing with this Alabama team that, to be honest with you, I didn't think was going to be as good as they've been. And the way that they've looked over the last, 2 or 3 weeks, they look like they're the best team in college football. Now, don't get me wrong. I did place a wager on Alabama to win the national title before the year started because they're Alabama, and that's just kind of what Alabama does. So, as we watch Jackson Dart go down,
I know. This is why you should have a co-host for the final hour. So, what Jackson Dart goes down, he's hurt. Yeah, not good. So now here comes Russell Wilson. So when things are starting to look good for the Giants, I'm just watching this, even though I should be paying attention because this is what a national show should be. Looks like that his leg.
Yeah, it looked like his ankle was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But no, the way that Alabama has played over the last couple of weeks, they do look like the best. Now they've got a brutal schedule. We talked about this last night. They've got a brutal schedule coming up, and I still think that a 3-loss Alabama team with this schedule that they have remaining should be in a college football playoff. I think Ty Simpson's done a phenomenal job, and I think that he's going to continue to do that. I think they can win this game by a touchdown.
All right, let's go to Penn State, who absolutely sucks this season, man. They're laying 21.5 against Northwestern. That's why we have to actually talk about this game. Usually I wouldn't even bring this up. I'm going to bet Penn State, man. I know that they just lost outright as a 24.5-point favorite to UCLA, but they're back home. Imagine what that practice has been like all week with James Franklin. Everybody's calling for his head, for his job. Drew Aller's no good, I get, man. But this is Northwestern, and I trusted them week 1 against Duke. And before I even, or not against Duke, damn it, I forgot who they even played. Great segment. All I know is I turned on the game and Preston Stone had already thrown 3 interceptions. I like Penn State to bounce here. What do you think?
Look, it's not because I think Northwestern's good. It's not because I think Northwestern should cover in this game. I just don't trust Penn State enough to give up 21.5 points. And for that reason, and I might be wrong, and I probably am wrong about this, and you're probably right, but I just can't do it. I can't. The words coming out of my mouth can't go Penn State minus 21.5. So I'm taking Northwestern, and I'm taking the points.
Yeah, you're probably on the right side, man. Penn State absolutely sucks this season. They really do. One of the biggest letdowns, I would argue, in college football history. Yeah. What do you think about Iowa State? They are... What is going on, man? Wow. They just got bet down to 2.5. So this opened at 4.5 against Colorado on the road. We're down to 2.5. I bet Colorado at 4.5. Now that they've committed full time to Caden Salter, I do think that the offense should be better. And I'm just not sold on Iowa State. But at 2.5, this is a different conversation. I'll stick with Colorado. I think they win this game outright. What about you?
I'm going to go with Iowa State. I'm going to give up the points.
Yeah.
I 4.5 I would have taken because I think this is a field goal game. But at 2.5, I'll take Iowa State. I'll ride with them. Go Cyclones.
Jackson Dart going into the medical tent. He actually looked fine. He bounced up okay. Russell Wilson takes the snap. They go with a halfback draw to Tyrone Tracy. Again, Giants up 27-17. 2 minutes to go here in the third quarter on Thursday Night Football. All right, let's go to the Red River Showdown, or whatever we're going to call it nowadays. Texas is now catching 1.5, which leads me to believe that John Mateer is going to play in this game. The total in the game is 44.5. I actually like Texas, man, because right now Oklahoma can't run the football. They're only averaging 3.5 yards per carry. Texas, they're top 5 run defense. I think Arch is going to figure some stuff out. I thought that Coach made a good point, man, too. Is Arch a bit of a disappointment? Yes. Is he ever going to live up to the potential? Probably not. But again, this is his first full year as a starter. I actually like Texas in this game because if they lose, season over, man. They're not making the playoffs. So give me the Longhorns here as a pick. I think they win this game outright. What about you?
Yeah, I think Oklahoma's live in this game, and I think Mateer is playing, so I think Oklahoma wins this game outright. And so I'll take Oklahoma, and I'll take the points too.
Damn. We're going against each other head-to-head again. 27-17. Brian Daboll is going crazy. I wish I knew about why, but who cares? Anyway, we go on to Notre Dame out in Jesus Christ, out on Peacock, anyway, in South Bend. That's where Notre Dame plays. I'm a fan. I should know that. Notre Dame's laying 22.5 against North Carolina State in a game where the total is 58.5. I'm going to take North Carolina State to cover here. I think Notre Dame wins this game by exactly 21 points. And I think the back door is wide open here for NC State, dude. With CJ Bailey, dual threat quarterback, I think he's going to give Notre Dame enough problems. Again, I think the Irish win this game. Right now, they're ranked number 16 in the country. So that means, dude, if they do finish 10-2, they're going to be in the playoff, by the way. We had this conversation last night, Brando. That number 16 ranking tells me they're still, they're not really being judged very harshly off those 2 losses because they came against Miami, very good team, maybe the best team in the country, in Texas A&M. So they're going to be motivated, don't get me wrong, and they're at home. But I think NC State is open to cover on the back door. What about you?
Look, the last 2 weeks in college football ATS, I have beaten you by 1 game. In the last 3 weeks, you've bet against Notre Dame, and I've taken Notre Dame. So I'm going to continue that trend. I'm going to continue to trust our boys to continue to cover against these teams that they should absolutely cover against. Look, the first 2 weeks were against really good football teams. Miami, really good football team. It's just, you look at what Notre Dame has done versus inferior talent, and they've wiped the floor with them. And I think they're going to continue to do that against NC State. So I'll take Notre Dame. I'll give up the 21.5.
What do you think about USC at home laying 2.5 now against Michigan, man? I actually like USC in this game. Both teams 4-1. USC, their loss comes to Illinois. Michigan's came to Oklahoma, obviously. I like USC, dude. I like Maeva, man. I really do. I like this USC team. They remind me more of like a Lincoln Riley Oklahoma team where they could ground and pound you. Everybody likes Michigan because now Sharon Moore's back. I think that's going to be what cost them, honestly. Give me USC at home. What about you?
Yeah, I like USC in this game as well. I think USC is vastly underrated, and I think Michigan's a little overrated. So I'm going to take USC in this game. I think the offense can get it done. I think they can outscore Michigan by a lot, and I think this is a high-scoring game. I'm going to bet the over in this one, and I'm going to bet USC.
Auburn at home catching 3.5 against Georgia. Total in the game is 46.5. I feel like everybody's going to bet Georgia because it seems too good to be true. Give me Auburn, dude. Again, same thing I've said about Georgia. They have 3 sacks this season. They've all come from the linebacker position. Now you're going against Jackson Arnold. He can't throw the football. I don't know how much he'll have to in this game. I think they're going to be able to run the ball against Georgia. I'll take Auburn to keep this game close. What about you?
Yeah, I'm with you on this one. We're finally together on a game this week, and it's the Auburn one. Well, I mean, we were together on USC too, but Auburn, I'll take Auburn as well.
Arizona at home catching 1.5 against BYU. Total in the game 47.5. This is a sneaky good game where I think Arizona's going to win it, man. I like this Arizona team. I didn't think I was going to like them whatsoever with the loss of Tet McMillan. Noah Fafita last year had kind of a down year, but they're really good on the defensive end this year. I mean, they haven't really played anybody, but they're top 25 in most metrics. Give me Arizona, actually, man, to pull off, I guess, the slight upset against BYU, who's starting a true freshman quarterback in Bachmeier on the road here. Give me Arizona. What about you, though? This is a tough one.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This BYU team is sneaky good, too. And they play really solid football, fundamental football. They don't make a ton of mistakes, this BYU squad. So it's going to be a close one. I don't have a feel in this game either way, but just because we've been against each other so much, I'm going to stay going against you. I'll go BYU in this one.
Ooh, Utah took a lot of money, dude. I bet Utah earlier this week at 4.5. I didn't even see this until just now. Utah's up to a 7.5 point favorite against Arizona State. So now this is a different conversation. 7.5 is a big, big number. I like Utah at Rice Eccles, though, especially coming off a bye, man. Arizona State, Levitt on the road. I think he throws a couple picks here. I'll go with the Utes. I know it didn't look good against Tech. I think Tech's just a really good football team. So I'll go Utah at home. And I guess, you know what? Never mind. You could lay 6.5 right now, minus 125. Give me Utah, minus 6.5. What about you?
Man, this is another tough one. Yeah, I think I'm with you, though. I do like this Utah team. Defensively, they can have some gaffes, especially in the secondary, and they'll have some spots where their secondary just looks like they're lost and they don't know who to cover, and that can be a problem. That could be scary in this game. But I'm gonna ride with that one too. I think I'm gonna go Houston minus 6.5 as well.
All right, we'll continue this after the commercial break. Right now, to update the people, it's 27-17 Giants over the Eagles, a 10-point lead, start of the fourth quarter. Jalen Hurts backed up in his own end zone, scrambling around, finds Saquon Barkley. I would love it if he could score a touchdown. Cubs, by the way, up 3-0. That game in the top of the fifth. The Brewers do have runners on second and third. I'm on like a weird auto pause, so I'm going to probably readjust my broadcast when we hit a commercial break, and that'll be very, very awesome. So I can enjoy, my favorite team's baseball game on my birthday. That'd be really cool. Earlier tonight, the Dodgers beat the Phillies 2-1. It was awesome. The total went under. If you bet the Dodgers, it was probably pretty cool. If you had the Phillies, it probably sucked. Right now, like I said, Cubs up 3-0. Brewers are threatening, though. And in Thursday Night Football, you didn't miss it in the first 3 hours. Here we are. Giants up by 10. And the Philadelphia Eagles, I almost said the Phillies. You see what I did there, right? Multi-sport thing. Are going to punt the ball away back to the Giants. Happy birthday. Thank you. Getting text messages because it is my birthday. That's always nice. Thank you, Cousin Ashley. We're going to take a quick commercial break here shortly. And when we come back, we'll finish up the college football ATS challenge, which personally I can't wait for. We'll keep you updated on what's going on. And Jackson Dart, kid's got heart. Back in the game. Got injured. There he is, though. Back in the game. Damn it, I love it. I love life. We come back, we wrap up the show at MGM tonight. Love it. Great. Great stuff.
We're bringing the Wagertainment wherever you are. Stream the BetMGM network live on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn. Open the app and listen now.
We'll start in that Bama-Missouri game. Bo Prabula, anytime touchdown, plus 180. I like that price quite a bit. Look, Bama struggles to stop the run, right? Talked about that last week against Vandy. Talked about it this week again against Missouri. Everybody's talking about that. It feels like this week with their handicap of this game. Bama's going to be focused on Ahmad Hardy and trying to stop him. But they also are going to have to contain Bo Prabula, who's a good athlete as well, for Missouri. And I think that, they could be inside the 5-yard line, one of those zone read keepers, and Prabula gets into the end zone. So plus 180, anytime touchdown. I like that for the Mizzou quarterback against Bama. Fernando Mendoza, we're going to go over 229.5 passing yards for him against Oregon. Again, strength on strength. Indiana wants to run the football. They're very good at doing that. Oregon, very stout up front, very good running defense. So Mendoza is going to have to make some plays through the air. He's a very talented quarterback. He's got some decent weapons. And if Oregon's up in this game, like I think they will be, Indiana's trailing, they're going to have to make some plays through the air. So Mendoza, I'll take his over passing yards, 229.5. What about TCU and Kansas State? Really fascinating game this weekend. One of those stinky spreads, right? TCU is a better team than Kansas State. The fact that they're only laying 1 on the road, super interesting. K-State's played just about everybody close this year. This could be a great live betting game, but they do struggle against the pass, and their secondary is not very good, and they're facing one of the best pure passers in the Big 12 in Josh Hoover. I think he's going to be able to light up this K-State defense, so over 278.5 passing yards for Josh Hoover. I think he could throw for 300 plus. So I like that bet. Georgia running back Chauncey Bowens. We're going under 51.5 rushing yards for him against Auburn. Auburn's got a good defense. That game's going to be in Jordan-Hare at night. It's going to be rocking. Gunnar Stockton was the difference when Georgia went on the road and played at Tennessee. He made some big-time plays. They really leaned on him. I think Kirby's going to try and do the same in this game. Tough to run on Auburn. Bowens gets about 11 carries a game, somewhere in that neighborhood. So if Auburn just holds them, under 4 yards a carry, we're going to cash that bet. Chauncey Bowens under 51.5 rushing yards. And then Bryce Underwood, Michigan quarterback, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. As Cole was mentioning, Bryce is starting to use his legs a little bit more. 2 of his last 3 games, we've seen him rush for 114 yards against Central Michigan and 61 yards against Nebraska. Michigan's running back, Justice Haynes, rushing total in this game is 105.5. He's been awesome, and USC's really struggled against the run. So it would make sense that D'Anton Lynn and USC are really keying in on Justice Haynes and trying to do everything they can to take him away, much like the Mizzou kind of handicap with Ahmad Hardy. Don't forget about these quarterbacks and them keeping it and being a factor with their legs in these games. So Bryce Underwood, over 32.5 rushing yards against USC. I like that bet as well.
Is this the right move by Carolina? I feel like that it is. This was a fit that did not make sense from the start. Initially, we all asked the question, why in the world would Bill Belichick go and coach the college game? He has some college ties because his dad was at Navy for a long time, and he's always had, sort of a soft spot in his heart for the midshipmen. But why would he go to Carolina? What does he need to prove? Why wouldn't he wait for a job in the pros? So that seems strange. And then, of course, he brings along Jordan Hudson, and then that got weird immediately. And then we've heard reports, too, that when Carolina would pony up for different recruits, that they were competing with group of 5 schools. Like they were going after players who weren't necessarily worth the money that they were handing out. Like it just seems like every move that they have made outside of marketing this whole thing has been the wrong one. And I think Carolina just needs to cut bait. Sometimes you have to say, we had a lot of great intentions here. We did as much as we could to make this work, but it's not working. So before this turns into a full-fledged train wreck, because it's already going down the tracks, we need to start fresh, and it looks like that's what they're doing.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight, Ryan Horvat with you here on this fantastic Thursday, October 9th, is the Philadelphia Eagles losing right now to the Giants, 27-17. This is what happens, though. I like the Giants all week. I even put them on the card, and I was going to bet them, and I was like, you know what? Everybody likes the Giants. It's the Giants against the Eagles. Eagles are going to figure it out, and I do get why people like the Giants so much in this game. All I want is the Eagles to score 27 points. They're sitting here right now with 17. We're at the 50-yard line. We still got plenty of time as Jalen Hurts airs ones. Never mind. He throws in a double coverage. Just a brutal ball. Although
got a
it
flag,
may pay
though.
off. I was going to say.
Yeah,
DPI.
got the flag.
That's still a terrible. See, I kind of hate that, though. I hate getting bailed out. I'm just like, throw it up there, say a prayer, and hope that you get the flag call. You know what I mean? I really do.
Yeah. And sometimes that's why they do it, though. Sometimes they throw it there hoping to get that call. Hey, I got to throw this up anyway. Might as well.
Because also, like, I don't know, like if you're watching the show on Twitch or YouTube, you'll get what I'm doing. But what he's doing, like Devontae, so he goes with the little, like the I'm going to beat you vertical route, and he goes to leap in the air way too soon. So obviously, in Dayball saying the same thing. So the defensive back puts his hand up because, like, what else could you do, though? Like, Brandon, if I walk up to you in the middle of the street, dude, and I just jump in front of you, you're going to put your arm up because, like, please don't lean into me. So that's why I hate that call right there. Like, we always argue about, like, defensive players not being able to do their job, but that is a prime example right there of how being a defensive back is impossible nowadays. Because what could you really do? Like, in that instance where the ball's up in the air, you have to make a play either on the ball or
I mean, you got to turn your head. I mean, that's the whole thing too. Is like some of these defensive backs I don't understand. Like when you go to put your arm up and you just continue to look at the receiver, as opposed to everybody knows, and you get told over and over again, if you're looking back and you make the same play, it's not called. And these defensive backs, they don't do it.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts back to throw. A.J. Brown laying on the ground, so that's going to be another DPI call or defensive holding. So the Eagles are threatening. Let's do the math. We need 10 more points. At least I do.
Give it to Saquon.
I have, and I need that too. I need the Saquon Barkley anytime touchdown. He's been a little bit of a letdown, which I did kind of expect coming into the season, which is why I didn't touch him in fantasy or play any of his props. If anything, I kind of like the under. I think his rushing yards were like 1,700, which is a ridiculous number for any running back. And I get that last year he had a historic season. He would have broke the rushing record if they didn't sit him out week 18. But still, man, to do that back-to-back seasons, especially when you're approaching 28, 29 years old, it's just tough to do. Unless you're Walter Payton or Gal Sears. But, like, those days are obviously gone. 2nd and 10 here, so let's see what the Eagles do. Hopefully they do get in the end zone. Hopefully, like you said, it's Saquon Barkley. Brando, give me a Cubs update right now. We are, or at least a temperature check, we are up right now 3-0. Bottom of the fifth. Got a runner on first, one away.
One away, and 0-2 count on Nico Horner. That ball's way out of the zone. So 1-2 count as a pick. And it looks like it's going to get taken to the house. Maybe is Saquon going to catch him? He does catch him. Wow. What a turn of events.
There goes team total over for the Eagles.
Yeah.
And, wow. If you had Saquon over a half of a tackle, you're home. But I don't think he's going to score a touchdown. Wow. Unreal, man. Unreal.
Nico with a
Unreal
base hit.
stuff right now. We'll take that, though.
Nico with a base hit.
That's what
Runners on
matters.
first and second, bottom of the fifth. 1 out, 3-0 Cubs. Let's put some more runs on the board, boys. You know what I mean? Like, that's the way that this Cubs team goes deeper than where they're at right now. This offense has to get hot. They have to start hitting. They've got to start putting up 5 runs a game like they were early in the season. That's the only way this team's going to compete.
This has been the toughest part, honestly, Brandon, is I always want to try to be a professional, but I love the Cubs so much like you do as I watch you and I sit here and I look at you with the Cubs hat and the Cubs sweatshirt. So tonight, well, I sit here and watch this stupid Thursday night game that I got to be honest. Any other time, I'm all football, like you cut me and football comes out of my blood. I only care about the Cubs tonight, and I want to like throw out some betting stuff for the people that don't care about the Cubs whatsoever and just want some baseball talk. But I don't even want to deal with hypotheticals like, well, if we get the game, like, you know what I mean? Like, who are they going to throw? Who are you going to bet? Because I got to be honest. If the Cubs do win this game tonight, knock on wood, don't want to jinx it. I think they lose in Milwaukee.
Game 5?
I do, yes.
Well,
I wouldn't bet
mean,
it. But what do you think? I think it would be Brewers. So if Freddie threw tonight, who do the Brewers throw?
well, they're probably going with the bullpen game.
So who do the Cubs have to worry
The
about?
Cubs throw Shota. The Cubs throw Shota, and
Yeah, I don't
unless
So
Ben
Milwaukee
Brown
minus
develops a
122.
hamstring and they call Assad up to the DS roster and you pitch Javier Assad like they should have done in Game 1. I mean, that's
so I
the
would
only
say-
because I can't see. Do you want to see Shota again in Milwaukee after what you saw in game 2?
No,
'Cause
but I don't know what the bet. Well, I don't. So yeah, I trust Brown. I like his stuff. I do love a good like revenge angle though. I love a good like nobody believes that he could do it. I think that's why I ended up staying away from the Giants tonight, man. It just seemed like everybody liked them. Anytime anybody's like, "Oh man, can't throw Shota out there," that makes me believe that he's going to go like 5 or 6. Gone are the days where you could say like he's going to go 7 or 8 in the postseason. It's just not how it works anymore.
Yeah.
But yeah, I honestly just probably bad news bears all around, but I would like to believe. But, my betting advice, my gambling advice would be you bet the Brewers probably Game 5. I think the Cubs were super gassed. They go back to Wrigley, you get that boost. Although I don't know, like baseball's. That's why I kind of hate betting baseball. And in this instance, I'm going to bet with my heart. So I'm going to bet the Cubs Game 5. So if you're one of the people out there that wants to tell me, although you're probably cheering for the Eagles to score 10 more points instead, Jackson Dart just laid a dime
Oh
right
my
there.
God.
But was that Jalen Hyatt that tries?
It was.
Hyatt that tries.
That was
to
a
catch it with
dime.
one arm. Although, yeah, I was going to say that should be a flag. He may have. I didn't see the play fully. He may have had his arm grabbed. So
Yeah.
Are the overreaction? I think the Eagles kind of sucked this year, to be honest. Like, not. I don't. Last year, I bet them to win the Super Bowl, and I was really high on them. I wish. I mean, that's not a great way to break it down on national radio. I think they kind of suck this year. What I'm saying is, I feel like something is missing with this team, and they're a little Usually, when you get a Super Bowl hangover, it's the team that lost in the Super Bowl, not the team that won. I don't know, man. This is just a different team. I still really like Quinyon Mitchell. I like Cooper DeJean. I like some members of the defensive side of the ball. But, oh, man. I don't know.
The Eagles offense just has not been able to get it going. Like, that's been the big problem, has been the Eagles offense. They can't. A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts, there's something there. There's something personal there. Because I don't know if you noticed, but anytime A.J. Brown is near the end zone, that ball just so happens to get thrown out of bounds when it goes A.J. Brown's way. Like, there is just something to it. And then last week, A.J. Brown is wide open, and people are like, oh, how did Jalen Hurts miss this pass? Well, when you watch the play, A.J. Brown stops running the route. And then has to speed up again to try to catch a ball that would have been a perfect lead from Jalen Hurts if he would have just ran the damn route. Like, there is something broken in this offense. There's something broke. I don't know if it's the team. I don't know if there's something going on in the locker room and there's just some dissent there, and so it's causing issues. This Eagles offense is not right, man. And it's causing a big problem. And the defense is starting to suffer because of it, because they're on the field so much. As you can see by the Giants. I mean, the Giants putting up 34 on them now.
Remember in the beginning of the year when I was like, everybody says the Giants are going to be the worst team in the league. I kind of want to bet them over 5.5, but we just like couldn't get there. But I was like, man, I really think that they could have a top 10 defense. You know what's funny? They're probably going to win 6 or 7 games, but the defense is going to be absolutely trash. And they're going to win these games because the offense, because like Scadaboo's fun and Jackson Dart's fun. The Giants.
Scadaboo's a beast.
Yeah,
he just runs you over.
Giants, I look up and he's doing the backflip thing, which I always find to be hilarious, especially for, like him. Like, he looks like every dude I went to high school. If you're from the Midwest and you see Camp Scadaboo, that's every guy you tried to tackle in JV or in varsity football, right there.
Not to cut you off, but the Cubs just executed a double steal of 2nd and 3rd. And now there are runners on 2nd and 3rd with only 1 out and Kyle Tucker up at the plate.
You know what's hilarious tonight, by the way, is you're ahead of me by like 15 seconds, which is never the case.
It's never the case. Never the case. Maybe I just got a good signal. Maybe it's those solar flares.
It honestly, it could be the solar flares, or it could be just like the East Coast bias, right? Because right now the executives in those offices are like, damn it. Although the Cubs are a big market team, but nobody wants to see the Brewers here. That's at least
they don't act like it, but they're a big market team.
Milwaukee?
No, I said the Cubs. They don't act like it, but they're a big market team.
Oh
yeah.
Oh yeah. I honestly will. I really so bad just want to sit down. I know. I need this, dude. I'm really gonna enjoy this weekend. My father's coming up. We haven't watched a postseason game together since the 2016 season, so I would just kill to sit on my couch,
I'm rooting
sound
for you.
on. Yeah. Well, I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for all of us. Monty as well.
Yeah.
Brad. We're all Cubs fans.
But dude, when you get to
That's
enjoy
what
stuff like
makes-
that with your dad, come on. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Can we be honest though? Is this not one of the hardest broadcasts ever? Like, imagine, this is why I wish now if you're Pat Hughes, it's awesome because you're just calling the game and you just get to be straightforward 3-2. We got a 1-2 count right here. It's so hard right now to be fully invested. That's the difference, I think, of baseball and football, right? Like football, you got every single play. In baseball, it's so cliche, but every pitch really does matter. And right now, base is juiced. And against the Brewers, you really do need those insurance runs because I always want to feel good about a lead. And any other team in this league, I feel good about it. Not against the Brewers, though, as Ashby threw pitch number 6 to Suzuki right here. Tomorrow night, we will recap what goes down in Thursday Night Football, which is just a complete ass-kicking. And if you would have said somebody's going to get blown out tonight, I think you probably would have thought it would be the Eagles. The Giants, not the Eagles. But it is the other case around. And hopefully, Brando, we're celebrating a Cubs victory and breaking down the betting angles for Cubs Brewers on Saturday. Ryan Horvat, Brandon Combs, Michael Montgomery. If you stuck with that, I thank you. I am at least sweating out the Cubs here on this fantastic Thursday night. Back tomorrow, and I promise to be more focused, and we'll give you some football picks. Go Cubs. Please score 10 more points, Eagles. Please score Saquon. Good night.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
I just wonder, and we sort of hinted at this yesterday. Rams currently a 7.5-point favorite at Baltimore. Obviously, that's with Lamar likely out. But is it done? If they actually rule him out, is this line done moving? I think the answer is no.
How far are we talking?
8.5, 9.
Another, just like last week, right? When they played a decimated San Francisco team where it was 8.5, 9 in that range, and we're in the same spot. Yeah, I get it. I understand it. So, man, the record of 1-4, are they done? They're trying to map this out. Like, look, we'll be in a good spot. Can we get through this week? Then we've got the bye, and maybe half of these guys at the very least are going to be healthy, right? Like maybe they're having that conversation internally. If you look at that decimated defense, because with the cluster situation, this might sound nuts, but I think that conversation you've got to have just as much, right? Hamilton was limited on Wednesday. So limited on Wednesday makes you think, okay, he's got a decent chance that he's going to play. Marlon Humphrey did not practice. The other cornerback, Awuzie, did not practice. You've got Roquan Smith not practicing. Those three guys, I'm not sure that they're going to be out there. We know they're all world defensive tackle. He's out for the season. It just might be Kyle Hamilton. Is he going to change that much? Spectacular safety. Is he really going to save this defense? I don't think so. This is a bottom 3, bottom 5 defense in the league right now. And I don't think bringing Hamilton back is going to save your bacon. Boy, I don't see why they play Lamar. I don't see how they're that much better with all these guys out. Get into Mateer. It's the biggest story in college football this week, and you seem to have an opinion on it. How'd you get there with Mateer?
I just don't think he's ready to play. And everything that I've heard is sort of that they're holding out hope that because he's got that broken bone on his right throwing thumb, right? So he's wearing a brace all week. And the grip has been the issue. Like last Friday, Saturday, I was told he can't grip the ball. Now, just because he couldn't grip it last Friday, Saturday, doesn't mean he can't grip it this Friday, Saturday. But Venables has definitely been one of those guys where he shuts all the information flow down. And this happened a few years ago with Dylan Gabriel. Gabriel's out there with the ones, taking snaps under center. He's got a concussion, though. And everybody all week is he's not going to play, he's concussed. And then Gabriel's out there taking snaps, the market's getting crashed, people are crushing Oklahoma, and then Gabriel doesn't play, and Texas wins 49-0. Now, that's 3 years ago. This year, and Jenks talked about this too on the morning show, either yesterday or this morning, I can't remember. All my days are running together. But he said he thinks that they're going to try and push this Mateer thing so that Texas prepares for Mateer, and then they pull the rug out and start Hawkins. I tend to agree. If he does play on Saturday, that will only be 17 days since the surgery. For a surgery that was supposed to take a month, I just don't think he's going to play. I know you want him to play, but do you really think he's going to be out there?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. Okay.
Could be wrong. Could very much be wrong.